Our little guy was staring utterly baffled. Right in front of him were two total strangers speaking absolute gibberish. The only thought running through the great Diablo Volpia's mind was, what in the actual heck is going on? Why couldn't he speak? And why could he only make goo-goo-ga-ga sounds? 66,666 years ago, the legendary battle between the Dark Sorcerer Diablo Volpia and the 12 heavenly gods erupted. In a completely unpredictable twist, the good guys came out on top. A badly wounded Diablo Volpia found himself lying in the middle of a magic circle, conjured by those very same 12 heavenly gods. Right before they sealed him away, he screamed like a madman. Go on, seal me, but when I awaken, I will drown every last one of you. You'll all experience a life so much worse than death that you will literally beg me to end your pathetic lives. And with that classic villain monologue out of the way, the 12 heavenly gods sealed his butt away. But just as Diablo Volpia had promised, he would be back. After 66,666 years of just floating around, he finally found a crack in his infinite prison. He slipped through that crack and was reborn as Jemy Welton, the eldest son of a count in the kingdom of Sam. And so the great Diablo Volpia began growing up as Jemy Welton, living the life of a true nobleman like something straight out of a reincarnation manhwa. 9 years have passed since then. Jemy Welton stood in cold silence, then let out a deep sigh as he stared into the distance. Just another exhausting day for him. An elderly maid walked in with a bright smile. Young master. Good day to you, Jemy Welton replied with a practiced friendly grin. Noticing he was up early again, the maid asked him why. I simply wished to watch the sun rise and enjoy its beauty. It was an answer as smooth as butter, a line Jemy had practiced non-stop for the last 9 years, and it made his old nanny sigh with admiration. She then helped Jemy change his clothes to go meet his parents. Standing before the dining room door, Jemy Welton took a deep breath. He was preparing himself as if marching onto a battlefield. And this was his battlefield, these 3 people. Every single one of them was looking at him with eyes overflowing with love. After that, she helped Jemy get dressed to go see his parents. Standing before the dining room door, Jemy Welton took a deep breath as if preparing for battle. His battlefield was these 3 people. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of love. Good morning, my darling son. Good morning, my dear mother. Jemy Welton immediately shot back a grin so bright it could power a small city. The Count and Countess couldn't help but sigh in adoration as they gazed upon their 2 children. Oh, our children are just the absolute cutest. I think they get their cuteness from you, my love. Jamie's mother was the one and only daughter of the great civil Welton family. As for his father, he was none other than the master swordsman, Count Arino Welton. Just one of the 5 greatest swordsmen in the entire kingdom, no big deal. He had that classic cold on the outside, but warm and fuzzy on the inside thing going on with his wife and kids, the picture-perfect husband straight out of a manhwa. And so with every single meal, Jemy had to stomach an extra side dish, a heavy serving of his parents' public displays of affection. The final character in Jamie's chaotic household was his little sister, Sarah Welton. The adorable girl sweetly fed Jemy a piece of meat. He ate it with gusto, then gave his sister a thank you pat on the head. Then to really sell the performance, Jemy fed Sarah a bite of the food that he knew she loved, all under the adoring gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Welton. Jemy had to quickly turn away to hide the look on his face. Seriously, this is so freaking annoying. Jemy was just counting down the seconds until dinner was over so he could escape to his room and be his real self. A notorious dark magician like him just couldn't get used to this sickeningly sweet family dynamic. Thankfully, his body had grown enough that Jemy could actually speak in complete sentences, unlike before, when he had to fake a cute little lisp to keep up the act. Still, Jemy didn't exactly hate living in this mansion. I mean, he had a pretty cushy life and even his own private library. The most important thing, however, was that he was currently pathetically weak and no longer possessed the insane power he wielded 66,666 years ago. All Jemy could summon now was this little pitch-black dude named Break. He usually just squeezed the little guy until he popped like a water balloon. Right now, those Moronic gods were still alive and they were still exploiting their followers, living like a bunch of parasites. In this day and age, dark magic didn't even exist. All Jemy could do was create this pathetic little thing called Black to run his daily errands. Just thinking about those 12 two-faced angels made Jamie's blood boil. Just you wait. He was going to get his power back and take them down one by one. Young master, it's time for storybook reading with the lady of the house. A maid peeked in to announce, looking puzzled when she saw Jemy just sitting there silently. A second later, Jemy snapped back into his perfect little angel persona, all while mentally cursing up a storm. Holy cow, I'd rather be stuck back in that seal trying to figure a way out than have to put on this cheesy, cute kid act every single day. In the common room, Jiming's mother and Sha La were waiting for him. He put on his most adorable, heart-melting face to butter up his mom. Which book are you going to read for us today? The two of them gaped at Jiming's angelic beauty, then as usual smothered him in a hug. They were screaming like crazed fans meeting their idol after years, and only Jiming was gritting his teeth enduring it all. Afterwards, Jiming's mom pulled out the book of the wise sage Hennessy to read to the two kids. Shala had already nodded off at some point, and Jiming's eyes were getting heavy too. But the moment Jiming's mom snapped the book shut, Jiming's face immediately lit up with excitement as if he had been hanging on every single word. I want to become a great mage just like Master Hennessy. Jiming's mom cheered him on. And it wasn't just because she was his mother. Jiming was genuinely gifted. So much so that he had already defeated his 3 magic tutors. Jiming suspected she was throwing shade at him for chasing away the 3 people she'd hired. But that thought was quickly squashed when Jiming's mom ruffled his hair comfortingly. Jiming's father had gone off to find the greatest mage in the world to teach him. After their chat, Jiming asked for permission to go to the library. Before he could leave, his mom wanted to give him a big warm hug. For a split second, Jiming let out a soul-crushing sigh, then squeezed his eyes shut and launched himself into her arms just to get it over with. Before he could leave, his mom wanted to give him a big warm hug. For a split second, Jiming let out a soul-crushing sigh, then squeezed his eyes shut and launched himself into her arms just to get it over with. Before he could leave, his mom wanted to give him a big warm hug. For a split second, Jiming let out a soul-crushing sigh, then squeezed his eyes shut and launched himself into her arms just to get it over with quickly, so he could get to the library. His mom held him in a death grip. Oh, our little Jiming is just the cutest thing. Come on now, play with mommy, forget the library, my sweet boy. Jiming's inner voice was screaming, but only we could hear his soul crying out. Just make it stop, Snarly. Jiming was set free, escaping back to his room full of books. He had already studied every single book on mana, and even this last one was completely useless to him. The thought of dinner time approaching made Jiming exhausted all over again. Wouldn't it be nice if I only had to eat 1 meal a day with those 3? On the way to the dining room, Jiming bumped into a silver-haired mage. The old man was wandering around his house, marveling at how his father used ancient masterpieces as if they were just casual decorations. Jiming had no clue who this guy was, but his mana was so immense it felt like a violent hurricane, like a final boss from an action manhwa. He had to be a 7th level mage at least. But how on earth did he get in here without anyone to guide him? A teleportation spell? Or maybe the old geezer just broke in. But he's strolling around the home of a master swordsman like he owns the place. Finally, Ji-Yan speaks up and demands to know who the hell this guy is. Meanwhile, the old mage was busy sizing up Ji-Yan himself. All he could think was, damn, the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. This kid Ji-Yan is an absolute genius. When Ji-Yan didn't get an answer, he started to get pissed. If this were 66.66 years ago, this old fossil would be on his knees begging for mercy right now. But in his current body, all he could do was talk. Still, that smug, taunting attitude, combined with the way he was probing him with mana, was really starting to tick Ji-Yan off. He gathered mana in his hand, ready to teach the old geezer a lesson. The old mage was still sizing Ji-Yan up. A 9-year-old kid with this much raw mana, and such a bold attitude, it made the old man incredibly curious about his true power. So he gathered his own mana ready for a showdown. The old mage was still assessing Ji-Yan, a 9-year-old kid who already had an insane amount of mana, and his gutsy attitude just made the old mage even more curious about his true strength. So he gathered his own mana eager for a clash. Ji Yan completely lost it and started cursing up a storm. Oh, so this old fart dares to test me. Let's see if you can take on Diablo Volpia, the man who nearly defeated a god in the past. Seriously, age-wise, this old dude should be calling me ancestor. Zappy. A laser beam packed with all of Ji Yan's magical essence shot toward the old mage, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Oof, talk about embarrassing. He knew the guy was strong, but holy crap for his magic to do absolutely nothing seriously. The old mage, on the other hand, was totally hyped. The power coming from a 9-year-old was unbelievable. So he retaliated with a blast of mana easily 10 times stronger than Ji Yan's. Ji Yan gritted his teeth. Damn it, that old geezer was completely untouched. But whatever, it's not like the old man's magic could touch him anyway. The old mage was stunned to see Ji Yan standing there completely unfazed, not even blinking. Because just in the nick of time, Ji Yan's dad had shown up and sliced the attack clean in half. Ji Yan's dad was furious. You've gone too far, old man. You dare lay a hand on my precious son? And just like that, Ji Yan flipped a switch and went into full-on, weak, innocent child mode, sniffling, with tears welling up in his eyes. I'm okay. Hao Nan was completely floored by Ji Yan's sudden damsel-in-distress act and shot a death glare at the mage Marquis Lin Mi. Seeing Ji Yan flipping him the bird from behind his father's back, Marquis Lin Mi absolutely lost it and burst out laughing. He'd never met a kid so disrespectful, yet so entertaining in his entire life. This kid was like a walking manhwa protagonist. The old man's roaring laughter just made Hao Nan even angrier, and he immediately dragged him into a private room for a talk. The second their butts hit the chairs, Ji Yan's dad warned the Marquis for daring to mess with the heir of the Welton family, and more importantly, his precious little boy. I am well aware, Marquis Lan Mi said nonchalantly, taking a sip of his tea. Son of a, so you knew exactly who he was and you still attacked him. The murderous aura rolling off Henyo was so intense it forced Marquis Lin Mi to finally drop the act. The old man got straight to the point. Jemy's talent. Henyo was still fuming. Did you really drag me all the way here just to state the obvious? But Marquis Lin Mi's face turned dead serious. Jemy's talent, he said, is far beyond anything I have ever seen. It's on par with the grand mages of legend. Hearing this, Jemy's dad finally started to cool his jets. You could see the pride swelling in his chest as his son got that kind of praise. And that, Lin Mi said, is why I tested the boy. And just like that, Hino's rage was back. So you use that as an excuse to go after my son, you old bastard. The Marquis held up his hands. Whoa, don't get the wrong idea. I just want Jemy to become my disciple. Jemy's dad was absolutely floored. This old man was a Marquis, the most powerful mage in the Empire, the master of the freaking magic tower, and he wanted to take a 9-year-old kid as his student. He couldn't wrap his head around it, but damn was he proud. Hino agreed in a heartbeat this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But hold on, the guy came to teach Jemy and yet he attacked him. Something smelled fishy. He had to have some kind of ulterior motive. But then in a shocking twist, Marquis Lin Mi flat out refused Heno's request. See, after Jemy had effortlessly schooled 3 previous magic tutors, Heno had gone straight to Lin Mi. He'd sought out one of the strongest 8th circle mages in existence to teach his son. And now that same top-tier mage was saying no thanks. This forced Hino to rethink everything. Just how monstrous was Jemy's talent? As if reading his mind, Lin Mi explained his reasoning. He claimed that he, the strongest mage in the Empire, was not qualified to teach Jemy. Heno thought his ears were playing tricks on him. If an 8th circle archmage wasn't good enough, who the hell was he supposed to find? The next bombshell was even bigger. Lin Mi revealed that Jemy could perfectly read every single spell he cast. The kid knew with absolute certainty that the attack wouldn't touch him, so he didn't even bother to move a muscle or blink an eye. In the Marquis's expert opinion, if Jemy's body was a little more mature, he'd already be a 4th circle mage. As it is now, Jemy can only train himself up to the 3rd circle on his own. Jemy is without a doubt a complete monster, the kind of overpowered protagonist you'd find in a hit manhwa. He doesn't need a teacher. As long as Hino supports him, Jemy will reach the peak all by himself. This could be witnessing the birth of a legendary 9th circle archmage. Heno just sat there completely stunned, the words Ninth Circle Mage echoing in his mind. He was so zoned out that he didn't even notice Lin Mi getting ready to pack up and leave. Before he left, the old man added that Jemmy's talent could very well turn the entire world upside down. And to him, that was the most entertaining prospect he'd heard in years. Heno, however, remained silent. He just leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. At that very moment, someone else was also sighing in exhaustion. It was none other than Jemy, who had just been freed from the loving clutches of his mother. After hearing what Marquise Lin Mi had done, Jemmy's mom went into full-on panic mode. She was checking him over from head to toe, making sure he hadn't lost a single pound of flesh. That little wait felt even longer than the entire time Jemy was sealed away. Still, he was pretty satisfied to have met a genuine, certified mage. The old geezer was the first person to ever take one of his hits without a scratch. Honestly, if it wasn't for the massive power gap between them, he wouldn't have given the old man a second thought. Jemy sensed something off about that old man. He had the scent of a dragon. It was the smell of an ancient dragon he'd met way back when he was sealed. This guy was seriously suspicious. Who the hell was he really? As he was mulling it over, the maid suddenly walked in. She brought a letter sent by Marquis Lin Mi. Jemy couldn't help but wonder what kind of scheme the old coot was cooking up now. The letter simply said that if he could read it, he should come and meet the Marquis. The old man would be waiting for him at the academy. The second he finished reading the letter, dramatically disintegrated into a pile of ash. Jemy immediately recognized it as a form of ancient magic. Well, either way, it looked like he had to meet that geezer again. Coincidentally, this would also be Jemmy's first time visiting the academy since he was reincarnated. He was actually buzzing with excitement to check the place out. Now that was some real magic. Back in his era, a spell like that would have been considered incredibly powerful. But it still couldn't hold a candle to his old man Hino. You gotta be on a whole other level of ridiculously cool for a 6,000-year-old geezer like him to call you dad. Something funny. The voice of Marquis Lin Mi echoed from right behind him. Jemy shot him a look dripping with judgment. He couldn't believe this old creep had managed to sneak into his room without him even noticing. Jemy roared right in the old man's face. "What the hell are you doing in here?" Marquis Lan Mi just cackled thoroughly, enjoying Jemmy's shocked expression. Now that was the proper reaction for a 9-year-old brat. Jemy was beyond annoyed when he realized Lin Mi had simply teleported into his room. He seriously thought his pops would have given the old guy a proper beatdown for this intrusion. Then again, the guy had to be pretty strong to pull off a pro-level teleportation like something straight out of a manhwa. Marquis Lan Mi gave him a sly, knowing look. He just couldn't believe a kid like Jemy was such a fantastic actor. Jemy brushed himself off and stood up. "Of course I treat my family differently than some rude, nosy stranger like you." Lin Mi laughed heartily again, then looked at the boy with a hint of regret. If only he were a bit stronger, he would have loved to give this kid a good bonk on the head. A chill ran down Jemmy's spine at the old man's gaze. What a total weirdo. Was this dude planning to kidnap him and sell him off somewhere or something? But no, instead, Marquis Lan Mi handed him a magic book along with a devastating comment, "Your magic is obsolete." What the hell? Jemy felt completely and utterly humiliated. Man, I wish a hole would open up and swallow me whole. So embarrassing. That magic grimoire contained every single spell that old man Lin Mi ever created, and Jemy was about to be its very first student. Hearing that, Jemmy's ears perked up. He couldn't hide his excitement. This was the first time he'd gotten his hands on a book from a high-ranking sorcerer who was still kicking. Before peacing out, old man Lin Mi didn't forget to lay out his expectations for Jemy. He basically hoped that the next time they met, the kid wouldn't need Hino to act as his personal meat shield anymore. You know, Jemy figured meeting that grumpy old geezer wasn't half bad. No time to waste, it was time to absolutely devour this book. According to Lin Mi, the standard way to absorb mana was a breathing technique where you pretty much just inhaled it through your mouth and into your heart. It was considered the most effective method known to man. But truth be told, it had one massive limitation. Old man Lin Mi had called his magic outdated, so Jemy was kinda looking forward to seeing what the old-timer had cooked up. But what he found went far beyond his wildest dreams. The old man's technique was genius, but holy smokes, it was difficult to pull off. You had to sense every single mana particle and then absorb it directly through your skin. And of course, you had to do it with pinpoint accuracy. Lying on his bed, Jemy mulled it over. Just how many people on Earth could actually do something like that? It was going to be a real pain to replace his old technique. But here's the thing, Jemy already met both conditions for the new technique, and besides, he was Diablo Volpia for crying out loud. It seems that old man Lin Mi really opened his eyes to a whole new world of manhwa-level power. Alright, time to tackle this one step at a time. Snap. With a flick of his fingers, Jemy summoned his underling Danny Blake. His job was to break down the mana particles, which just so happened to be the first condition for this technique. This was pretty tricky since it required adjusting their size and position perfectly. But hey, Blake had it all under control thanks to that handy little soul contract he'd made with Jemy. As for the second condition, that was even easier. While the amount of mana the heart could absorb was limited, Jemy just needed to store the excess mana in other parts of his body, which basically meant the kid had absolutely no limits. The next morning, Jemy was a no-show for breakfast, so his nanny called Hino up to check on him. They stood curiously outside his door, witnessing a truly superhuman sight. Jemy's mana, it was swirling all around him with flawless precision. Hino knew that Marquis, Lin Mi had given Jemy a few pointers, but this spectacle was just unreal. He never expected his sweet, adorable little boy to possess such an incredible innate talent. Hao Nan instructed the nanny to leave Jiming be, letting him finish his meditation in peace. However, for convenience's sake, he did assign a few servants to stay behind and tend to the boy. The nanny did as she was told. She couldn't perceive Jiming's mana, so she just assumed the kid was muttering to himself like a total weirdo. Meanwhile, Hao Nan walked away with a million thoughts swirling in his head. He was admittedly a little disappointed that his only son wasn't destined to be a swordsman. But hey, taking after his mother's side of the family isn't half bad. That's my boy, all right. Haha, Hao Nan swelled with pride, imagining the day his family would boast a ninth circle mage. The family name would undoubtedly go down in the annals of the Empire's history. Half a day later, Jiming's eyes finally snapped open, his soul seemingly returning to his body. He shot to his feet, absolutely buzzing with excitement. I did it, haha. The part that took Jiming the longest was separating the mana elements. It was as difficult and convoluted as 8th grade chemistry. But if you fail once, you've just got to try 100 more times until you get it right. That's the way of a true manhwa protagonist. In any case, Jiming now felt like he was on a whole new level, a world away from the Jiming of yesterday. You could say he'd already reached the level of a 4th circle mage. Man, what a drag. I was this close to hitting the 5th circle. Jiming's casual complaint piqued Black's curiosity, but he wasn't about to tear down and rebuild this body since it was already a pretty flimsy piece of work to begin with. Black plopped down on Jiming's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Jiming got the message. He knew he was still young and there was no need to rush. Slow and steady training was the way to go. Jiming planned on going to see Hao Nan, so he cast an invisibility spell on Black. He then warned the little guy to conceal his mana signature properly since he didn't want his dad finding out about him. Gazing at the result of his 4th circle invisibility spell, Jiming felt pretty darn proud of himself. Heck, he almost couldn't even see the little black furball himself. Jiming had it all figured out. With his level of magic, there was no way in hell his old man would be able to spot Black. From now on, he could summon Black absolutely anywhere he wanted. Over in the reception room, Hao Nan was in discussion with a member of the Genis sect. The man spoke to him with a sly, cunning expression plastered on his face. Hao Nan had given the sect permission to operate, believing it would be a great source of encouragement for the people in his domain. He planned to turn Genis into the biggest religious order, starting right here in his own territory. The cultist and Hao Nan were subtly jockeying for power. But faced with Hao Nan's warning, the guy was clearly starting to sweat. I'd heard the rumors, but man, the tension in here is so thick you could cut it with a knife. After their little chat, I know lets the guy go, not forgetting to throw in a sarcastic, get home safe for good measure. Just a whole charade of fake pleasantries between the two of them. The second the man was gone, I Nuo's friendly smile vanished, replaced by a stone-cold, murderous glare. Meanwhile, Jemy, who was just on his way to greet his dad, happens to spot the guy from the Yesi cult. He immediately recognizes the symbol on the man's hat, a crescent moon with a golden cross set in the middle. Turns out Jime had overheard the entire conversation between him and Ai Nuo. He's trying to wrap his head around what the hell the Yesi are doing here on his father's land of all places. Jime bites his nails, lost in thought. He can't understand why his dad would allow this, and of all people, why it had to be the Yesi. If he wants to make a move, he has to rely on Ai Nuo, since his old man is the lord of the entire territory. Jime needs to investigate and then get his dear old dad to kick these Yesi creeps out. My folks can handle the heavy lifting. All Jime has to do is keep playing the part of the good obedient son. In the tea room, Jime is cheerfully reporting his training progress to Ai Nuo, who is listening with equal enthusiasm. One thing was certain, Ai Nuo knew that Jime absolutely loved magic. However, as a father, Ai Nuo just wished his son could grow up like a normal boy. Jime was an incredibly talented kid, but his father also knew better than anyone that the life of a genius is the most grueling one in this world. When a child prodigy grows up, everyone around them becomes consumed with jealousy. And when they become an adult, that jealousy turns into vicious attacks. Aina worried endlessly about what his precious son would have to face. He didn't want his child to endure the loneliness and the constant scrutiny from the rest of the world. All Ainua wanted was for Jime to have a peaceful life. But it seems fate, like in every good manhwa, had already paved a different road for him. Ainua was sick with worry about how his little boy would handle it all, wondering if his precious child would even be able to endure it. So he tells Jime that he doesn't need to push himself so hard, that he could always support him, but he just doesn't want his son to live such a difficult life. Jime just laughs and says, "You're not dealing with some kid named Fu Luo, Dad. Your son is a 6,000-year-old geezer who's literally thrown down with gods before." Hearing that, Ai Nuo actually feels a wave of relief. It's only now that he finally notices the absolutely terrifying aura of mana pouring out of Jime. And to top it off, the kid is still continuously absorbing more. Wait a second. According to theory, mana is supposed to be stored in the heart, and it's supposed to have a limit. Aina hesitantly asks Jime, "That book that the old man Lin Mi gave you, did you already master the entire thing?" "That's right," Jime answers. Not only that, but he even upgraded it to a pro version. Ainyo breaks out in a cold sweat. Who knows what that marquis did to my son? But in just one day, he's turned into a walking, talking mana furnace. At this rate, the Count was seriously hoping his son might become one of those legendary Ninth Circle mages. He let out a bittersweet laugh, the irony of being a father whose talent wasn't even a tenth of Ji Ming's. Ji Ming saw He Na chuckling like a fool and was utterly confused. Is the old man having an internal monologue or something? He Na beamed. "I'm so incredibly proud of you today, my boy." And to show his fatherly affection, he started ruffling Ji Ming's hair. The kid gritted his teeth and endured it. For crying out loud, I'm old enough to be He Na's great-great-grandfather, and I'm getting petted like a puppy. The humiliation was unbearable. "But hey, is that your summoned spirit?" He now pointed at Break and asked casually. Ji Ming and Break just about jumped out of their skin. What the hell, he was absolutely certain he had made little Break invisible. So how could He Na still see him? While the two of them were panicking, He Na was cheerfully describing how unbelievably cute Break's fluffy little body was. Ji Ming's spirit officially broke. He lied saying he had made it look like a bat. But internally, he was screaming about his father's insane power level. It was like something straight out of a manhwa. Please don't tell me he's already figured out I use dark magic. But contrary to Ji Ming's fears, He Na just pulled him into a massive hug, bursting with pride. Hear ye, my son is a certified genius. I'm so proud to be your son. Wait, no, I mean your father. Somehow, someway, Ji Ming managed to escape that cringe-filled room. This house is such a massive headache. That night, Ji Ming snuck out. He had to find out why those good-for-nothing GC clan members were sniffing around his territory. With Break transformed into a pair of pitch-black wings, Ji Ming quickly flew from the Count's estate. In a small alley, two young men were having a little heart-to-heart. They were from the Livan criminal organization. The purple-haired guy Philip was busy praying to his ancestors for protection. Jans, on the other hand, was absolutely fuming. He realized their boss was using half of their organization for his own shady personal agenda. Even for a bad guy, he still had some morals. He couldn't just turn a blind eye to money and get involved in human trafficking. Philip muttered, "If we're lucky, we can get away with this." "Get away with it? In your dreams," Jans retorted. They both knew that Count Welton absolutely adored children, especially his own. If he ever found out they were trafficking kids in his territory, they'd be eating dirt for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But Philip remained stubborn. "The boss said we wouldn't get caught." Jans, however, was still shaking in his boots. "That Bai Jie is a master swordsman, you know. And even with some dude named Hong Ni backing them, there's no way they're escaping Wei Lun's clutches." Fei Li lets out a sigh. "All right, cut the crap. Are we in or are we out? Just give me a straight answer." "I'm gonna bolt." Jensei shot back, "Okay, I'm with you." Fei Li adds, "It's the code of the streets, man. If it's too tough, you bail." And just like that, the two of them start plotting their great escape. They know for a fact the organization won't just let them walk away. These guys are all ruthless killers who don't even blink. Just then, a chilling voice cuts in from behind them. "What are you two whispering about?" Turns out Jemy had been standing there the whole time. Jensei whips out his weapon. "Who the hell are you, pal?" But Jemy was a step ahead. He grabs the guy by the hair and smashes his head straight into the ground. The impact was so brutal, Jensei was out cold instantly. Fei Li, totally freaked out, stammers, Who are you?" Jemy smirks. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you morons dared to run a human trafficking ring in my family's territory. Spit it out. Who's pulling the strings?" Fei Li stammers, It's the Li Fan organization." Jemy scoffs. "Li Fan, you say? Oh, I'm gonna make them regret ever being born. They'll hunt us to the ends of the earth," Fei Li had said earlier. "But I'd rather go down swinging than just sit here and wait. Easy for them to slit our throats. At least we're not doing nothing, right?" Jensei had sneered in response. "Seriously, what kind of pint-sized genius? I came up with a brilliant plan to traffic people here of all places. Does he have drains for brains or what?" Little did they know their entire conversation had been overheard by Jemy. He steps out from the shadows, causing the two goons to jump to their feet instantly on guard. "Who the hell are you?" "Funny you should ask. Hell if I know." Jemy gives a sinister grin. "If you don't talk, you die. Simple as that." Jensei and Fei Li charge straight at him, only for him to vanish into thin air, leaving them looking around like a couple of lost puppies. Hey, this was supposed to be a fist fight. Since when did we bring magic into this manhwa? Talk about playing dirty. Now, what was that interesting little conversation you two were having? Jemy's bone-chilling voice sends a shiver right down their spines. Before they can even process what's happening, Jemy has them completely mind-controlled. And just like that, the two stooges are on their knees before him begging for mercy. Oh my bad. They're spilling the entire story from start to finish. Jemy honestly can't tell if these guys have a single brain cell between them. You'd have to be a special kind of useless to think setting up a human trafficking operation on his father's land was a good idea. Jemy grinds his teeth in frustration. First that Genie Sea crew, and now these clowns model. How damn annoying. He wondered what in the world their boss was thinking, accepting a deal like that. Hadn't any of them heard the rumors about his old man? Suddenly, Jiming got a really bad feeling about this. He immediately hypnotized the two goons, making them march straight to his family's precinct and spill their guts about the entire plan. Jiming figured this was the quickest way to put a permanent stop to their little scheme. Now all he had to do was go home, get a good night's sleep, and wake up tomorrow to watch the drama unfold. Jiming summoned Break, telling it to transform into a pair of wings and give him a lift back to bed. But just as he turned to leave, a body came flying past him. It was Fei Li Pu, drenched in blood and tears. A massive hole was blown clean through his chest. And as for Yang Si, he was burnt to a crisp. Both of them collapsed right before Jiming's eyes. "Ha ha ha, you absolute fools." A booming laugh echoed out while the other thugs were telling him to shut his trap before the guards showed up. Jiming was furious. His perfect plan had just been completely wrecked by some psycho who crawled out of nowhere. Unforgivable. Jiming summoned the souls of the two stooges, Yang Si and Fei Li Pu. He'd let them live just a little bit longer. They had to finish their mission before they were allowed to die. That's when the madman who was laughing earlier finally appeared. He was the one and only Scarface Hani, the man hunting down Yang Si and Fei Li Pu. completely ignoring the fact that Jiming was healing them. Hanny ordered his lackeys to drag the two men away for processing. Even unconscious tears streamed down Fei Li Pu's face. "Save me," Jiming seethed. "You son of a bitch!" Bam. A nasty gash split open on Jiming's head. That bastard Hani gleefully rained down explosive blows, punching holes straight through Jiming's body. "Die, you little runt," he maniacally blasted away with his magic like a villain straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa, until the spot where Jiming stood was nothing but a smoldering black crater. One of the henchmen seemed to notice something was off. Hani immediately whipped around and got right in his face. He was absolutely certain he had annihilated Jiming with his own two hands. "Are you sure about that, son?" Jiming whispered, his voice suddenly right next to Hani's ear. A horrifyingly wide grin was plastered across his face. "I just wanted to ask, did you have fun killing your own subordinate?" Hani's eyes bulged. What the hell was this kid, and why wasn't he dead? Not only that, he was now surrounded by a sinister black aura. When in the world did Jiming get in front of him? Is he just some kind of a third-rate mage acting like he's some big-shot gang boss? "You damn runt, I'll kill you." Han Yi summons a level 3 fire burst. And even though it couldn't hold a candle to his idol Megumin, he was pretty sure it could turn Jiming into a crispy critter. A massive explosion goes off, complete with smoke dust and dramatic lighting. What remained was the arrogant voice of Jiming. Ah, the blissful ignorance of youth. Everything had gone exactly according to Jiming's plan. Winners write history, and there was no way he was going to be on the losing side. Old man Han Yi, completely stunned, face-planted right into the dirt. Seeing their big boss get taken down so easily, his cronies decided to make a run for it. Run of the 36 stratagems, legging it is always the best. Jiming couldn't care less about them. Right now, his main focus was on mentally dominating this washed-up old geezer. A surge of dark energy wrapped around Han Yi. A second later, Jiming had completely brainwashed him. He strolls over and grabs the long-haired dude on the ground by his scalp. And just like that, the guy was now his complete and utter slave, ready to obey every one of Jiming's commands, no matter how small. After interrogating Han Yi, Jiming turned back to these two unlucky schmucks. They looked up, never expecting that the one who just demolished their whole crew was a 9-year-old kid who still enjoys his mom's fairy tales. Jiming, furious, warned them to watch their mouths, or he'd make them log out of life for good. This is a soul contract. Whether they like it or not, as long as this contract is active, their souls and their very lives belong to Jiming. That, my friends, is dark magic. Jiming suddenly remembers something and tells them he's not some demon lord or anything. He's just a dark mage who happened to oversleep for 6,000 years, a classic setup in any good manhwa. He recalls the utterly pointless conversation he had with that scar-faced loser, Han Yi. What a complete waste of his time. He could even report this whole human trafficking mess to his father. So now Jiming has no freaking clue what to do with this scar-faced slave of his. The guy is a third-level mage. Normally, he'd just turn him into a mindless zombie to order around. And his soul, it would just rot away. But the biggest problem is the aesthetics of said mindless zombie. It would look absolutely disgusting, no better than a common beggar. How's he supposed to send that on a mission? So the only option left is to devour him whole. Jiming's smile slowly twists into something utterly inhuman. Let's see what's on the menu for tonight's late-night snack. After devouring every last drop of Han Yi's magic, Jiming daintily wiped his mouth like a true aristocrat. It might be full of impurities, but hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Now back to my two little darlings. Jiming saw they had been revived for a little while now, but they probably wouldn't last long. Time to see what's on the menu for tonight's midnight snack. After slurping down every last drop of Huan Ni's magic, Jiming daintily wiped his mouth with an air of sophistication. Sure, it had some contaminants, but it's better than nothing. Now turning his attention back to his two precious pets, Jiming noticed they'd already been resurrected for a bit, but they probably wouldn't hold up for long. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't last long. This looks like a job for the almighty break. After all, even in death, these two guys couldn't escape the corporate grind. It had been a long time since Jiming had used his soul summoning skills. It's a technique used to resurrect the dead, but in reality, they're just mindless empty husks that can move. Bringing back the dead goes against the laws of nature after all. This isn't some fantasy manhwa where you can just revive anyone. Jiming looked at the two wandering ghouls before him and made his grand declaration. You two were dead, but at this very moment you are not. From now on you will be my loyal minions and live once more. Then it was Break's turn to work its magic. It unleashed a bolt of lightning striking Jiangxi and Fei Li. Defy death and rise, Jiming growled through clenched teeth. Because they'd been dead for so long, their souls had wandered deep into the spirit realm. Jiming had to pump in even more dark magic to yank their souls back to the mortal world. You could practically feel the agony just by looking at the expressions on Jiangxi's and Fei Li's faces. It all ended with a deafening explosion and their blood-curdling screams. Jiming waited for the results. Jiangxi and Fei Li knelt respectfully. Sir, how may we be of service? Hold up, something's not quite right here. It wasn't the fact that they were still nearly as tall as him even while kneeling. It was the sinister dark aura practically pouring off them clear as day. Did I miss a step or something? Break, thinking it was being blamed, started whimpering pitifully. Jiming snapped in frustration. I wasn't talking to you. Break obediently rolled into his hand. But of course, it couldn't escape its punishment. Jiming took his frustration out on the little black fluff ball, stretching it like putty. He knew there might be a few hiccups, but man, it's still so frustrating to think about. With its face all squished, Break probably thought, and you say you're not blaming me. Ugh, men, they're such a headache. He looked back at his two glitched-out creations. Jiming had no idea what to do with them. Maybe I should donate them to some human traffickers. It was all because of the demonic dark aura they were spewing everywhere. Jiming took out his frustration by stretching the little black fluff ball. He knew this whole thing would be a bit of a fail, but man, thinking back on it still ticked him off. Black's mouth was getting stretched all out of shape, and yet this guy claims he isn't blaming anyone. Men are such a pain in the neck. Glancing back at the two human-shaped software errors, Jiming was still at a loss. Seriously, should I just donate them to human traffickers? It was all because of that damn demonic aura they were radiating. What to do with them? Maybe just package them up for some shady dealers. It was all that sinister dark energy they were leaking like a couple of walking demons. Their wings, otherwise they'd look a whole lot better. Suddenly, Black looked around and then chomped down on Jiming's neck. He immediately yeeted the little guy away. What the hell, we're not lovers, what's with the sudden bite kiss? But Black was just trying to get Jiming to pay attention to what it was about to do, which was to suck up all the dark energy swirling around those two guys. Jiming was floored. He had no idea his little sidekick was so OP. Black gobbled up every last wisp of dark energy, its cheeks puffed out like it was Thanksgiving. It couldn't help but let out a non-stop stream of farts, but thankfully they were the silent, odorless kind. After the two guys were washed and no longer stank, Jiming finally decided it was time to put them to work. The little toot-toot train had stopped, so Jiming checked on Black, who was now just a bloated lump on the floor. He gently petted its taut, round little body. Black snuggled up against him, wanting more pets. The next step in the summoning ritual is, of course, naming them. He decided to just stick with the names Jiangxi and Fei Li for convenience. All right, you two, wake up. The two men jolted as if waking from a very long dream. Both of them looked around completely bewildered. But the moment they heard Jiming's voice, Jiangxi started trembling uncontrollably, terrified by the overwhelming mana radiating from him. He was exactly like one of those terrifying final bosses from an epic manhwa he'd heard about as a kid. A literal godslayer. Jiming's mere presence was enough to scare Jiangxi into a trembling cat-like state. Yep, that's exactly what was running through Jiangxi's head. Is there a problem? Jiming asked, his entire body leaking a frightening amount of dark energy. Fei Li swallowed hard, gathered all his courage, and yelled, I don't know if you're a god or a demon, but whatever you are, you sure as hell don't feel human. Well, now this guy's certainly interesting. Philip's attitude, that is not how a slave is supposed to act. I guess my spell must have been missing a few ingredients. To give him a little attitude adjustment, Jemy flicked a finger and Philip's entire body slammed flat onto the ground. That cracking sound, hard to say if it was the floor tiles or Philip's jaw. Jemy strolled over with a warning, this happens once and only once. Dogs do not bark at their masters. Anyway, the more important matter at hand was their mission. Jemy needed the two lads to scout out the Jenny's church and gather some intel. On top of that, they were to bring back a member of the human trafficking ring for some shady business. The two bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to even breathe too loud. They stayed that way until Jemy had vanished without a sound. The moment he was gone, both of them let out a massive sigh of relief. Then their eyes met. In that moment with tension you could cut with a knife, like in a thriller manhwa, they knew it was time to get to work. Black furrowed its brow, questioning Jemy. He confidently assured it that he'd tighten security. Those two goons wouldn't dare dream of betraying him. As for the human traffickers, his father would handle it. But if they kept it up sooner or later, he was just going to have to deal with them himself. He was still rambling when someone slammed into him from behind, making him jump. More importantly, he didn't even freaking sense their presence. Jemy spun around, fuming, "Are you blind or what?" "Oh, it was just a little kid." The kid on the ground shot back in frustration. "Hey, you're just a brat yourself." Jemy let out an awkward laugh. He'd forgotten he was currently in the body of a 9-year-old nobleman. Black had made a nest on top of Jemmy's head to hide his hair color. It was the one defining trait of the Welton family after all. In any case, Jemy couldn't be bothered to argue with a 9-year-old punk, so he decided to just walk away. The boy behind him muttered, "Damn it! Who does that guy think he is acting all grown up when he doesn't have a single gray hair on his head?" Suddenly, the kid yanked Jemy to a halt. Both of them froze, looking completely baffled. Jemy had no freaking clue why his little buddy had suddenly gotten so stiff. Could it be because that brat made fun of how pitch black it was? Jemy was getting annoyed. Looked like he had to go back. Time to teach this little troublemaker Black a lesson. How dare it stop its own master? You better watch your mouth if you don't want to get logged out of existence. Jemy shot the kid a warning glare, and he got so scared he nearly wet his pants before scrambling to his feet and running off. Jemy sighed. That little rascal Black was even more of a troublemaker than he was, and Jemy had to admit it. And I had to indulge its every whim just so it could get airmailed back home. The audacity. The moment they got back to the room, it was time for Ji-Ming to lay down the law on this shiny, fluffy ball of darkness. And would you look at that, the little guy actually looked remorseful. Ji-Ming threatened to never summon Hei again if it kept pulling stunts like that. With the scolding officially over, Hei was back to its cheerful self, promising it would totally behave next time. Ji-Ming, on the other hand, just flopped onto the bed, completely exhausted. Turns out this new body has the durability of a wet paper towel and couldn't handle that much magic. Still, Ji-Ming was grinding hard for that carefree idyllic life, all in preparation for his big quest when the final god finally shows up. Just the thought of GC was enough to make Ji-Ming's blood boil. But hey, no big deal. Even if they brought their entire family reunion to his doorstep, he'd kick every single one of them out. "Where's my big brother?" Jiang Si stormed back into the enemy's den on the hunt for Hu Ni. The purple-haired dude saw him and looked like he'd seen a ghost, probably because old man Hu Ni had bragged about personally wiping out their entire crew. A single mighty punch completely obliterated the wall behind Pei Pu. Jiang Si wasn't big on chit-chat. You have two choices: start talking or start praying. Pei Pu was absolutely terrified by Jiang Si's sudden power-up. But more importantly, the other members would totally freak out if they saw Jiang Si back from the dead. Based on Pei Pu's calculations, they'd probably all been taken out already. So naturally, he threw his hands up in surrender, swearing he had no clue where Jiang Si's brother was being held. "Is that so?" A new voice chimed in, making Pei Pu's soul just about leave his body. It was Fei Li, the guy who was supposed to be dead. Pei Pu tried with all his might not to turn into a human vibrator. "Oh, of course you can ask anyone." Fei Li was getting annoyed. He needed their leader to carry out the mission Ji-Ming gave him. The guy had all the intel they needed to advance this Manhwa plot, and that very likely included info on the GC Church. Using a voice that sounded like it clawed its way up from the underworld, Fei Li asked Pei Pu one more time about Hu Ni. Pei Pu gulped, his brain working overtime. He knew he had to choose his next words very carefully, or his head was going to be leaving his shoulders. So he came up with a brilliant excuse. Hu Ni was a degenerate who loved booze and ladies, so he was probably getting wasted at a bar somewhere. Seemed plausible enough to Jiang Si, so the two of them decided to hit the bars. Pei Pu let out a massive sigh of relief thinking he'd just dodged a bullet. A second later, he ate a knuckle sandwich courtesy of Jiang Si. Jiang Si wondered aloud why they weren't just dragging this Pei Pu guy back to their tiny master. If they did that, though, they'd have to keep Pei Pu hidden from the rest of the organization. Fei Li decided the safest bet was to just lock Pei Pu up in their own warehouse. And so the duo left with their prize, one terrified Pei Pu in tow. Just then, a small figure tiptoed into a house littered with corpses and drenched in blood. He shuddered. It seemed everyone in here was taking a permanent nap. The kid was bracing himself for a nasty punishment for failing to meet yesterday's quota. But hey, looks like there's no one left to do the punishing. Seizing this golden opportunity, the boy made a run for it, getting the hell out of there before he ended up on the suspect list. The next morning, our big shot CEO Jemy awakens in the middle of his 200 square meter bed. He lets out a heavy sigh, not from exhaustion, but because it's almost time for breakfast with his dearly beloved family. On his way, Jemy decides to unsummon his companion Break since his great father can see right through the summoning magic. Taking a deep breath for courage, Jemy stepped inside. "Father, mother, did you two sleep well?" He now greeted him with a beaming smile, but something felt missing. Where was his ridiculously over-the-top mother? "Right here, my love." Jemy's mom leaped out from behind the door shouting, "Peekaboo!" Jemy faked his shock perfectly. "Whoa, Mom, where were you hiding?" "I didn't see you at all." The hilarious truth is he's known her hiding spot for years. This whole routine is an annual tradition. Was Mommy's little Jemy scared? Just a little bit, but something still felt off. Was Mommy's little Jemy scared? Just a little, but I'm so happy I managed to find my darling mother. And just like that, Jemy's mom was once again melting over how utterly adorable her son was. Sarah then appeared out of nowhere, glomping onto Jemy and refusing to let go. Moments like these make Jemy seriously wish he could be sealed away for another few hundred years. After a few more minutes of suffocating affection, Jemy was finally allowed to sit down at the table. His mother immediately started fawning over Sarah, going on about how incredibly cute she was. Jemy found himself wanting to pinch his little sister's cheeks too. They're probably as soft as Chu Yin's cheeks. Damn it. He promptly slammed his face on the table to smash that thought right out of his head. He'd gotten way too comfortable with this peaceful life. This is the kind of slice-of-life scene you don't expect in an action manhwa. But in the end, Jemy couldn't resist and scooped Sarah into his arms. Guess everyone has a weakness for cute things. Suddenly, they started talking about tomorrow, leaving Jemy completely lost. It turned out his mom was so worried sick about him all night that she completely forgot to fill him in. It dawned on Jemy she must have been scared to tears after that incident where he absorbed mana like a starving black hole. "I'm so sorry," he said, looking genuinely remorseful. Of course his mother didn't blame him in the slightest. She just mentioned that if Jemy ever pushed himself like that again, she'd probably faint from sheer anxiety right there in the hallway. Jemy smoothly changed the subject back to the plans for tomorrow. At that, she got all excited, explaining how their whole super-duper cute family of 4 would be attending a massive ball hosted by Count Simon and his household. Apparently, attendance is mandatory for pretty much every noble living in the northern part of the Seam Empire. Even though this was Jiming and Suya's first ever ball, his mom was somehow the most hyped person in the room. Meanwhile, Jiming's free time was shrinking faster than ice cream in the sun. So that night, Jiming snuck out to make the most of what little time he had left. By visiting his 2 lackeys in their good old-fashioned creepy basement before his schedule got absolutely slammed. The trio gathered once again for some shady business. Jiming immediately got down to business, asking for a progress report. Fei Li answered, looking pretty stressed out. Turns out they couldn't dig up any dirt on the Genis cult because the whole operation was brand new. Jiming got it. Even a full-fledged member of Livon would struggle to get intel in just one day. As for their other task, Fei Li presented their captive, a guy named Pei Pu. Jiming instantly recognized the signature hair color of the Weilun family. According to Fei Li, this Pei Pu guy was also a member of Livon. He knew that he and Jiang Si were supposed to be taken care of by Honey, which proved he was an insider. But unfortunately, Pei Pu didn't know anything else worth a damn. Jiming sighed. As usual, if you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself. The moment his gag was removed, Pei Pu started wailing like a banshee. Please spare me, I don't know anything. If you let me live, I'll get you any information you want. Kiddo, Jiming began. A terrifying chill shot straight down Pei-Pu's spine. He could feel this endless malevolent aura just pouring out of Jiming like some OP character from a dark fantasy manhwa. Pei-Pu immediately burst into tears, begging for his life. At this point, if Jiming told him to bark like a dog, he'd be yapping on all fours. God, this guy talks way too much. So Jiming casually cast a spell to shut his trap for good, then mentally manipulated him, programming Pei-Pu to go confess his sins to his own father. And just like that, Pei-Pu became a puppet marching off to carry out his new orders. Jiming told Jiangxi and Fei Li not to waste any pity on the guy. He'd be 6 feet under at his father's hand long before the organization ever got to him. Jiming then ordered the two of them to get the hell out of the city. They obeyed without question. Jiming gave them a suspicious look. Why weren't these two chatterboxes questioning his reasons today? Both of them bowed their heads and recited in perfect rap-like unison. Our master's command is absolute. We have only to obey. Turns out Fei Li had already figured out why Jiming gave the order. Count Weilun, Pei-Pu's father, was definitely going to purge Livan to clean up the mess. In the middle of that chaos, the existence of two lowly lackeys like them would be completely insignificant. More importantly, Jiming had to attend that ridiculously annoying ball in a few days. So he warned his minions not to steal his spotlight. Suddenly, Fei Li called out to him. The look on his face was a frantic mix of panic and pain. Jiangxi also rushed forward, exclaiming, "Master, there's a message from the Count." Jiming frowned. Why on earth would his father be sending him a letter at a time like this? Zhang Sai explained that it was an urgent matter. Hearing that, Jiming immediately opened the letter to read it. The contents inside left him utterly speechless. What in the world have we become? Philip knew with absolute certainty that they were both dead. He'd accepted that life could never be the same, but he sure as hell didn't want to live like this. Philip accepted the immense power he'd been given. But the one thing he couldn't get over was what kind of creature he'd become. Jemy cut in, asking what exactly were Philip and Jans so worked up about. Could it be have we become high-class immortals? His unbelievably clueless question made Jemy howl with laughter. He'd never seen anyone adapt to a situation as quickly as these two. Any normal person would have been asking if they were truly immortal in the first place. A stunned Philip thanked him, shocked that his new master could laugh so cheerfully. On the flip side, Jemy was getting pretty interested. Usually slaves in this situation would reject it, horrified by their loss of humanity and transformation into monsters. But these two dimwits were still acting like they were alive and kicking. He might have just scored two very valuable minions here. Jemy finally decided to explain. They were nothing more than zombies. But their appearances were perfectly maintained to look lifelike. Because he absolutely despises the stinking, rotting zombies you see in every fantasy manhwa. As for their strength, he'd given them a nice little buff to make them stronger than an average human. Philip's heart sank hearing he was just a low-tier zombie, but Jemy saw things differently. Depending on how they performed, they could very well become high-class zombies. And just like that, the two knuckleheads were ecstatic again. High-class zombie had a pretty awesome ring to it after all. On the way back, Brake expressed his pity for the two of them. But Jemy just found them fascinating. They reminded him of a certain pain in the neck from his previous life. That night, a major disturbance broke out at the Welton estate. A member of Livan, and everyone knew exactly who had ratted out his own organization. Due to the severity of the incident, the departure time was postponed to deal with the problem at its source. Because of this, only Jemy, his mother, and his sister headed to Regan, the largest trading city in the east. Sitting in the horse-drawn carriage, Jemy gazed out at the landscape. Everything had advanced by leaps and bounds, so much so that it was incomparable to his own legendary era. Then again, he didn't even know exactly how many years he'd been sealed away. The events of the era, after Jemy's death, were all written down in the history books. Things like the Demon Tribe's invasion and the descent of the Demon King. Peace had lasted for a good few hundred years without anything similar happening. And perhaps he was the very person who was about to end that peace. As he mulled this over, Genyu's thoughts drifted back to those 12 moronic gods. After all this time, they still haven't managed to form an alliance. It'll be even easier to take them down than before. Countless lives were lost back then. But that was hardly his concern. The killing intent radiating from Jian Yu started to bother Sha Ya. He quickly reined in his emotions and used a bit of magic to soothe his sister, letting her drift back to sleep peacefully. First things first, Jian Yu had to survive this ball. Then he could start scheming. As the carriage rolled into Ligan, Jian Yu flipped on his actor switch, plastering a look of utter astonishment on his face as he marveled at the city's beauty. From inside, his mother began her tour guide spiel about Ligan, the biggest commercial street in the kingdom, handling a colossal flow of money from all across the continent. From what he'd gathered, Jian Yu knew Ligan was the single biggest reason for the Xidan kingdom's wealth. And you could tell just by looking at the architecture, which absolutely reeked of money. Their carriage soon arrived at the Ximeng estate. Jian Yu hadn't forgotten his mission. Just thinking about meeting the esteemed Count Ximeng was making his heart pound right out of his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Yu's mother pulled him into a tight squeeze. "Oh, my adorable baby boy, you're so precious. Are you nervous? Here, mommy will hold your hand." She assumed Jian Yu looked up to Count Ximeng because the man was such a legendary mage. Someone who reached level 7 when he was only around his father's age, one of the two leaders of the Eastern noble faction, alongside a Rui Nuo and also the lord of this obscenely wealthy land of Ligan. Ximeng's magic was said to resemble a red lotus. That was also his nickname, a spell rumored to have taken thousands of lives like something out of a brutal manhwa. Hearing this, Jian Yu grew curious. Just what kind of man was he? Jian Yu's mother leaned in with a spooky expression and whispered, "He has hair as red as blood." Honestly, sometimes his mother's expressions were scarier than his father's. The Red Lotus Mage or level 7 titles didn't interest him. What did interest him was that a single one of his attacks could wipe out thousands. He would absolutely have a chat with Count Ximeng. Jian Yu's mother stepped out of the carriage first. "Come along, my dears, follow mommy." "Take your time." "Yes, mother." Jian Yu followed, his voice so sickeningly sweet that even he couldn't believe it was coming out of his own mouth. A servant respectfully greeted them and led the mother and her two children inside. The three of them were shown to a massive suite to wait for the ball to begin. Jimo's mother was absolutely delighted by such thoughtful arrangements. And not only that, Jimo even got his own private room. It's pretty rare for kids this age to get a separate room from their parents. Jimo's mom told him to come right back after he finished unpacking. Naturally, he replied in his usual obedient tone, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, the handmaidens were busy getting Jimo's mother all prepped and polished. Even though he knew his mom was a total knockout, seeing her all glammed up like this still made Jimo gasp in awe. Receiving a compliment from her precious son made her so giddy she couldn't help but want to playfully mess with him. The maids rushed to stop her before the makeup could smudge or the dress could get wrinkled. These ladies were truly Jimo's saviors. Just then, Sha La finished getting ready as well. However, she looked less than thrilled, and there it was, Sha La's ridiculously adorable pouty face, looking like she just stepped out of a romance manhwa. Seeing that look, Jimo knew instantly that his little sister was fishing for something again. He ruffled his sister's hair while saying, "If you keep making that face, no one's going to want to talk to you." Hearing that, Sha La's attitude flipped on a dime. "Big brother, what did you just do to my hair? It's a complete mess now. Didn't someone say they'd be my friend? So why are you saying things like that now? I don't like it one bit." Jimo was completely speechless. His twin brother Yi An stepped in to comfort Sha La. Her overwhelming cuteness was making their mother go absolutely wild. Even Jimo had to admit his sister looked just like a porcelain doll. He encouraged Sha La to hang in there for a little while. He could tell just from her expression that she was not having a good time in that dress, which probably weighed a ton. Finally, after Jimo spruced himself up a bit, the three of them headed into the ballroom. The scene was one of pure extravagant luxury. Jimo was stunned. This was the first party he'd attended since his reincarnation. A few women immediately started swarming his mother, showering her with compliments. He was instantly annoyed, knowing full well these people were just shamelessly trying to suck up to the Wei Lun family. That bootlicking expression was impossible to miss. Whether it's gods or mortals, one thing is a constant throughout the universe. There will always be fools trying to flatter the powerful. Jima found this whole fake performance utterly disgusting. Luckily, his mother was no pushover. She effortlessly shooed those clucking hens somewhere else. Testing, testing, can everyone hear me? An MC standing in the middle of the hall spoke up on behalf of the She-Men clan, welcoming all the dear guests who had come to attend the ball. That's Ron Benner, the man responsible for managing the Regan territory. He announces that the ball is about to kick off, so everyone had better find their assigned seats. Naturally, a party of this scale wouldn't be complete without its host. Count Shi-Mung, a man with hair as fiery red as blood, strides in with an air of cold indifference. Welcome to the ball. I trust you'll all enjoy yourselves. Jemy is completely blown away by the guy's entrance. He can hardly believe his eyes. Is this really a 7th level mage? He's got to be on par with or even stronger than that old geezer Lin Mi. Now, this is an interesting character. He has officially piqued Jemy's interest. Shi-Meng makes a beeline for Jemy's mother first, greeting her with a smooth compliment before asking about Jemy's father, since the man of the house is nowhere to be seen. Jemy's mom explains, he's tied up with some urgent territory business, but he'll be crashing the party later tonight. Shi-Meng glances over. Truly an interesting person. He has officially piqued Jemy's interest. Shi-Meng makes a beeline for Jemy's mother, first greeting her with a smooth compliment, then asking about the situation with her husband since he's nowhere in sight. Jemy's mother explains that some urgent matters came up in the territory, but that he'll be joining the ball later tonight. Shi-Meng then glances over at the two children. At that, Jemy's mother quickly introduces her precious little angels. Darlings, go on and say hello to the count. Jemy gives a respectful bow, channeling 100% of his Oscar-worthy acting skills. The scene is so picture-perfect, it practically forces an exclamation out of Lady Shi-Meng. Oh, what absolutely adorable children! Count Shi-Meng, on the other hand, starts scanning every inch of Jemy's body like a high-tech security system. Without missing a beat, our boy flexes his mana, successfully grabbing the count's attention. Your name is Jemy, is it? You bet, he replies with gusto. These two just met, but they're already staring at each other like old rivals who can read minds. It's some serious main character energy, like straight out of a manhwa. Count Shi-Meng decides they'll have a proper chat later and then takes his leave. Mission accomplished for Jemy. Just as he thought, Count Shi-Meng is even more impressive than he'd anticipated. He's certain that a little chat with the Count is going to uncover some seriously juicy information. But Count Shi-Meng isn't the only one. One of his sons has also taken an interest in Jemy. Sitting at the banquet table, this son decides to proactively ask his father about Jemy. He points out that even though Jemy is young, he's destined to lead Welton one day, so it would be smart to get chummy with him now to keep the family ties strong. Lately, Shi-Meng had been hearing rumors that this useless son of his was playing King of the Hill with the other noble brats, all to get a single nod of approval from his old man. A cheap trick, sure, but he figured he'd play along for a bit. No big deal. He's just an innocent kid after all. The first time he ever got a real answer from his father. The boy's face lit up as he asked another question, only to be met with Shi-Meng's signature cold shoulder. Lady Shi-Meng squeezed his hand comfortingly. She hoped that he and Jeming would become friends, to maintain their family's long-standing alliance. Of course. Don't you worry, mother. He plastered on a fake smile to get her off his back. But in his eyes, Jeming was nothing but a low-class country bumpkin noble. He was going to make Jeming kneel at his feet, and then finally his ice-cold father would have to acknowledge him. He suddenly remembered his father's words teaching him not to become some kind of savage. A flicker of shame washed over his face, and that naive expression was caught by his younger brother. The kid just smiled mysteriously. Back to our boy from the countryside, Jeming, whose mother was nagging him to go out and make some friends. Yeah, fat chance, Jeming already had a master plan to go enjoy some quality me time. And so Jeming wandered off in search of a quiet spot. He ended up in Count Shi-Meng's ridiculously chill private garden. The peaceful, gentle scenery made Jeming sigh in appreciation. For such a cold-looking dude, Count Shi-Meng sure used his magic to create a literal fairy tale garden. This was some top-tier manhwa world building. He was actually looking forward to having a chat with the man. Who are you talking to? A voice suddenly piped up from behind him, putting Jeming on high alert. He instantly materialized a sword and pointed it at the intruder. A tiny, defenseless-looking girl stood frozen in fear at the tip of his blade. Jiming clicked his tongue and made the weapon disappear. How could you be so rude? The little girl shrieked, looking like she was about to burst into tears. But hey, that's the price you pay for sneaking up on someone. She should count herself lucky her head was still attached. So who are you, and why were you creeping up behind me? Jiming asked, trying his best to sound patient. His curiosity seemed to give the girl a confidence boost, but she decided to play coy instead of answering right away. Her evasive attitude was starting to seriously get on his nerves. Besides the fact that he hadn't even sensed her presence was deeply unsettling. I'm not in the mood for games. As the words left his mouth, Jiming fired a magic air bullet that landed right at her feet. Jiming warned her not to mess with him because he had a gun. A magic gun that could blow a hole right through her annoying little face. You were serious? The girl was completely stunned by Jiming's bluntness, especially since the murderous look on his face was scaring the living daylights out of her. Finally, the girl spilled the beans. Her name was Aisha Valor, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valor and a spirit master. Now, a spirit master is a fancy term for a mage, who can chat up the mystical forces born from nature itself. The girl was completely stunned by Jamie's blunt force trauma personality, especially since he was giving her a death glare that could curdle milk. Scared out of her wits, she finally spilled the beans. Her name is Asal Valor, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valor, and yep, she's a spirit master. And in case you missed the memo, a spirit master is a term for a mage who can commune with the mysterious forces of nature, also known as spirits. These folks are incredibly rare, so their very existence is considered a top-tier talent. They even get handed a baron title just for being born special. Suddenly, it all clicked for Jemy. That's how Asal managed to sneak up on him, with the help of a wind spirit. But the real shocker, Asal looked like she was about his age. Normally, aspiring spirit masters don't even start their commune with nature training until they're at least 10. Looks like Asal here is a prodigy born with a natural connection. With some proper training, this kid might even be able to have a heart-to-heart with the Spirit King. Now thoroughly annoyed, Asal demanded to know who the heck Jemy was. He could already tell she was the super competitive type. Putting on his most charming, handsome manhwa protagonist face, Jemy replied, "The name's Jemy Welton, heir to the great Count Welton's family." Asal Valor's jaw just about hit the floor. Because here's a little fun fact. Everyone knows about Viscount Valor's family. They are the loyal vassals of Count Welton. Meanwhile, speaking of the Count, he was busy cleaning house over in Levon. He'd let this little gang operate under the radar for a while. But this time, they'd crossed a major line. Human trafficking was the one thing he absolutely couldn't stand. And only a complete lunatic or someone with a death wish would dare pull that stunt in his domain. The gang leader was a sobbing, begging mess, pleading for his life. But all he got for his trouble was a one-way ticket to the gallows at dawn. With the Levon gang problem officially handled, Count Welton ordered his servants to prep the carriage. It was time to go see his wife and son. As the remaining dregs of the Levon gang were dragged away, a mysterious figure in a black cloak perched in a treetop like some edgy bird watched the whole thing go down. This manhwa has all the tropes. He muttered into a communication orb, clearly ticked off, "Get Plan B ready." All right, back to Jemy, who was finding it impossible to tolerate the little yellow-haired fluffball tailing him. He finally snapped, yelling, "Why are you still following me?" Just because her dad works for his dad doesn't mean they're suddenly best buds. Besides, he couldn't stand all that sniffling and crying. Jemy tried to storm off, but a hand shot out and grabbed him tight. What the hell could this person be any more obvious with their stalking? "This is the first time I've met someone my age, so I want to be your friend." She finally worked up the courage to say it. What the hell? Jemy was completely stunned. He never in a million years thought that would be the reason he'd suddenly grown a tail. If she had said she needed a servant, he would have at least understood. But friends? That's probably a huge deal for a child, but not for a soul that's already a few thousand years old like his. More importantly, it sure as hell wasn't his problem. "Go find someone else. I don't need friends." "Wait, Jemy, you're so mean." Shai shouted, her voice thick with frustration. Jemy didn't want to make friends. Getting close to people just makes you lose your damn mind. If only he'd tossed aside those useless emotions from the very beginning. Then he wouldn't have had to taste such a bitter ending in his past life, a tragedy straight out of a manhwa. Jemy seethed as the unpleasant memory resurfaced. He hated feeling this weak, and it was all that little blonde girl Shia's fault. Jemy Welton, a redhead, called out his name. That distinctive hair color instantly told Jemy he was looking at the son of Count Chimeng. "What do you want?" he answered. The two little goons trailing behind the redhead started flapping their gums. "How dare you disrespect our boss and Fei, you country bumpkin shorty?" Hearing his newly recruited lackeys hype him up as the great heir to the Chimeng family. And Fei nodded his head, looking incredibly satisfied with himself. "Man, these kids talk a lot, don't they?" Jemy scoffed, "Shut up." Instantly, the two of them were unable to make a sound. They just stood there sputtering, unable to get a single word out. And Fei pointed a finger at Jemy and demanded, "Did you just cast a silence spell on them?" Jemy burst out laughing. "Well, look at that. This one's smarter than his two stooges. You arrogant brat, I'm older than you." And Fei fumed. This kid would probably have a heart attack if he knew the truth. "Oh, really?" Jemy chuckled. "Seems this one is a bit sharper than his lackeys." "You arrogant little punk, I'm older than you." And Fei snapped, completely ticked off. Yeah, the poor guy would probably have a stroke if he knew Jemy's soul had already been around for a few thousand years. Jemy didn't feel like wasting any more words and told him to get straight to the point. And Fei cleared his throat, his entire attitude doing a complete 180 when he saw Jemy use the silence spell. Instead of trying to bully him, he was now acting as if he and Jemy were long-lost brothers who hadn't seen each other in years. Brotherhood, my ass. Jemy's ears were bleeding from all the nonsense, so he straight up told Fei to get lost. And Fei, of course, blew a gasket. "Damn it, do you have any idea who I am?" "The son of Count Simon." Jemy replied, his voice dripping with ice. And Fei felt like he'd regained a shred of dignity and used their family's connection as an excuse to have a friendly chat with Jemy, quickly trying to backpedal on his earlier douchebaggery. But Jemy knew exactly what these little punks were up to. They were totally planning to jump him if he hadn't revealed his magic. And Fei argued that since they were both heirs, it would be wise to get acquainted early. After beating around the bush for an eternity, he finally got to his point. He wanted Jemy to become his underling. Naturally, Jemy gave him a hard pass. This little brat wasn't even worthy of being his subordinate, let alone his brother. This son of a dog is really starting to get on my nerves. And Fei's embarrassment quickly curdled into rage. With a triumphant smirk, he summoned his favorite little toy for taking care of business. "I'm going to crush your half-assed magic and force you to serve me." Jemy just smirked, so the little snake was finally showing his true colors. And Fei admitted he'd planned to use force from the very beginning. But when he saw Jemy use magic, he just altered the plan a little bit. And Fei's two-faced attitude was disgusting, especially coming from a snot-nosed kid. Surely Count Simon and House Welton wouldn't just let Fei get away with bullying him. But Fei had it all figured out. He whipped out an orb and its magic created a barrier that enveloped them completely. An illusion-type magical artifact. You see these all the time in a good fantasy manhwa, and Jemy was intrigued. And Fei undid the silence spell on his two lackeys and said smugly, "This is a magic item so powerful that not even the royal family can interfere." But instead of being scared, Jemy just found it amusing. He remarked that this kid was quite the character, and a count's son no less. His idiotic goons. Now that they were unmuzzled, they immediately started running their mouths at Jemy since words were the only weapons they had. But Jemy's attention was solely focused on the illusion barrier. "This little toy of yours is pretty neat." "Neat. You still don't get the situation you're in, do you?" And Fei sneered arrogantly. A second later, dark magic enveloped all three of them and blood began to pour from their noses and eyes. Jemy let out a wicked grin. "Whatever you do, don't deactivate the artifact, or everyone out there will see you three writhing in absolute agony." And with the trash taken care of, Jemy simply walked away. And Fei screamed in agony. He couldn't wrap his head around how Jemy could possibly be a level 4 mage, while he himself was stuck at a measly level 2. I mean, wasn't the Welton family supposed to specialize in swordsmanship or something? He absolutely despised the word talent, something he was born without, and he just couldn't accept this reality. A nasty little idea started to sprout in Anne's mind. By any means necessary, he was going to crush that so-called talent. He would make sure Jemy Welton could never cast another spell again. And, leading his two goons, went skulking through the mansion looking for a magical artifact. His two underlings hesitated, not daring to go through with it. If they got caught, they'd all be in for a world of hurt. So what if we are? Shut your traps and follow me. Anne was fuming, wondering how he ended up with two such cowardly minions. Big brother. The voice was so sickly sweet, it made Anne jump out of his skin. His younger brother Renong popped his head out with a big smile and a wave. Anne wondered why his cunning little brother would show up right at this moment, just as he was about to execute his dark and diabolical plan. His little brother Renong just smirked. Big brother, you're really making me sad. How could I possibly sit back and do nothing when my own brother is hurting like this? With that, he handed Anne a magical artifact one their own father had created. Needless to say, Anne was completely stunned that Renong had managed to swipe the artifact so easily. Renong continued to psychologically manipulate his blockhead of an older brother, egging him on to go teach Jemy a lesson. Anne's reason was completely clouded by this point. Who cared where Renong got the artifact from? The only thing that mattered now was getting his pride back from Jemy. That very night, the Weltons arrived at the Simon family mansion for a party. Count Simon was already waiting, raising a hand to welcome Arino. Arino responded just as warmly. Holy crap, did the sun rise in the west today or something? Why was this stubborn redhead actively being so welcoming? Count. Simon led Arino into his office to talk. The topic, of course, was none other than Jemy. Simon could immediately tell that Arino was a classic doting father, the kind you see in every family manhwa. And to top it off, the two Welton kids were so polite it made Simon burn with envy. Arino, for his part, knew a little something about Simon's two little devils. They were the kind of problem that gave him a migraine just thinking about it. Simon decided to change the subject, bringing it back to Jamie's incredible talent. Arino was all too familiar with this song and dance, so he just cut straight to the chase. It looked like his precious, golden egg-laying son had caught someone's eye once again. Simon came right out and said it. Jemy wasn't just talented, the kid was born to be the final boss of the universe. In all his years, Simon had never met anyone as gifted as him. Arino thanked him for the glowing review. Funny enough, Simon was saying the exact same thing as that old geezer Marquis Lin Mi. Arino had known his son was a prodigy from the moment he was born, but he never dreamed the kid was this ridiculously overpowered. He figured that a person with a gift for magic should obviously become a mage, even though a part of him had always hoped Jemy would follow in his footsteps as a swordmaster. But Marquis Lin Mi had flat out refused to become Jamie's teacher, and Simon completely understood why. Jemy was so off the charts that no one on the continent was qualified to teach him. The kid would just have his own eureka moment and ascend to a ninth circle mage by himself. To be honest, Simon was a little green with envy that Jamie's natural talent completely dwarfed his own, but he was also dying of curiosity to see just how far the power of a supreme mage could really go. It was like something out of an epic manhwa. Areno was utterly floored by Simon's bold statement. But Simon wasn't just running his mouth. Humanity is pathetically weak. We might think we've built some grand civilization, but that's just our own little perspective. Compared to dragons or high elves, human magic is a child's plaything. It's only thanks to our incredible sword masters that we've managed to maintain peace. But if a legendary ninth circle mage were to exist, even a mighty dragon wouldn't dare to so much as sneeze in front of Jemy. Simon's ambition was written all over his face. He has always yearned for humanity to become the masters of the world. Areno, however, thought that was just plain arrogant. Simon couldn't care less whether it was arrogant or not. He reminded Areno of a long-forgotten piece of history, a secret that only a handful of people on the entire continent knew, about how all historical records just vanished 10,000 years ago. Transcendent godlike beings looked down on humanity and refused to share their secrets. That's why Count Simon has always craved the power to finally break free from their control, to prevent the fall of human civilization and stop history from repeating itself for unknown reasons. After coming back from Simon's office, Yan Nuo went to check on his sleeping son Ji Ming. He was genuinely worried about being the father to a kid with such off-the-charts talent. In Yanno's eyes, Jieming was just his adorable little boy. He made a firm decision to try and let Jieming grow up like a normal kid, because the path of a genius is never a smooth one. The next morning, it was time for another lavish banquet. And of course, Jieming was sitting in a corner lost in thought. What on earth was Dad thinking about last night that made him look so stressed? He wondered. Hello, Jieming. This girl popping up to say hi was already giving Jieming a major headache. He told her straight up that he wanted nothing to do with her. Well, I want something to do with you. Ansi retorted shamelessly, then turned away. He wanted nothing to do with her. Well, I want something to do with you. Ansi retorted shamelessly, then turned away. She then yelled for her older sister, which just ticked Jieming off even more. One of them was annoying enough, but now she was calling for backup. He figured he'd better bail before he had a few more people tailing him. NC shouted, telling Jieming he wasn't allowed to leave. The least we can do is introduce ourselves, considering our family's relationship. NC, that's incredibly rude. A gentle voice cut through the air. Rebecca Valor, the eldest daughter of the Viscount, was reining in her clueless little sister. Jieming suddenly froze solid. He mumbled the name Jen, the woman he had loved more than anyone in his past life who had been sacrificed to the gods. This was the very reason why Diablo Volpia became a demon in the first place. But the crazy thing was, Jen was standing right in front of him, in the body of a little girl. Just as he was lost in a classic manhwa moment of pure simping, and Fu appeared shouting, "There you are." Jieming stared at Rebecca, his mind a complete and utter mess. The little girl just stared back confused while Ansi stood between them looking extremely curious. Jieming, did you really fall for my sister at first sight? And of course, just as this touching moment was unfolding, that punk and Fu had to ruin it. He used a magical artifact to launch a fire spell aimed right at Jieming and Ansi. Rebecca didn't hesitate for a second, rushing to her sister's side. Don't interfere, Jieming said coldly as he neutralized Anfu's spell, leaving the attacker completely dumbfounded. The little brat couldn't believe his eyes. How did Jieming just cancel a sixth circle phoenix soul created by his own father? But at this point, it was far too late to run. Jieming was livid. The only thing on his mind right now was throttling that red-headed little nuisance. Ice magic instantly encased Enfu, freezing him on the spot. The moment he regained consciousness, a wave of agony shot through every cell in his body, forcing a scream from his lips. Jemy's eyes were a swirling vortex of pain and pure hatred. In that instant, a large hand wrapped around him as a familiar voice cut through the haze. Jemy snapped back to reality, realizing his father had appeared at some point. Heno gently soothed him. "It's me, your dad. It's all over now, my boy." Seeing that Rebecca and Az were still in one piece, the tension in Jemy's gaze finally eased. He then slowly faded into unconsciousness in his father's arms. Count Heno looked down at the good son in his arms, completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, that boy had been radiating the kind of pure killer intent you only read about in a dark manhwa. At first, the two of them had thought it was all just a simple misunderstanding. But there's no way a misunderstanding could have escalated to that point. That punk An was this close to getting permanently logged out of life. Simong, on the other hand, couldn't seem to care less about his own son. In his eyes, there was only Jemy's incredible talent. This boy, he could very well achieve the dream that Simong himself could never touch. "Darling, that child hurt our son. Are you really going to let this slide?" Lady Simong shrieked, clutching Anne protectively. But Jemy's mother wasn't about to stand by and let that woman slander her child. Anyone with eyes could see that her pampered little prince was the one who started this whole mess. The proof was the artifact that little gremlin was still clutching in his hand. But Lady Simong continued trying to paint Anne as the innocent victim, which only fueled Jemy's mother's fury. Luckily, Heno was there to hold her back. If he hadn't, she would have been yanking that woman's hair out by the roots. Lady Simong was desperate. She needed someone to stand up for her son. That's when she turned her pleading eyes to Simong. In her mind, despite his cold exterior, there was no way he'd value a stranger over his own flesh and blood. "It seems my son has gravely offended you all. And on such an auspicious day, no less. I am truly sorry, Lady Welton." Simong's words immediately shattered every last one of his wife's hopes. Jemy's mother accepted the apology on the surface, but she was still fuming internally. The family decided it was time to leave and take care of Jemy. After Simong announced the party was over, the guests quickly scattered, leaving the couple completely alone. Lady Simong exploded in a fit of furious resentment. "Anne is our son. That little Welton brat?" Silence. Shimeng shot her an ice-cold glare. It was enough to shut her up instantly. Family business, after all, should be handled within the family. That night, Shimeng marched straight to An Fu's room. "That little brat Welton." Shimeng shot her a look so cold it could freeze lava, and just like that, she was silent. "You just don't air your family's dirty laundry in public." That very night, Shimeng went straight to interrogate An Fu. He knew the little punk was just desperate for his attention, but this boneheaded move was causing a huge mess in the relationships between the noble houses. And Fu was on the floor trembling like a leaf. He was more terrified of his own father than the devil himself, but at the same time he desperately craved the man's approval. "Who gave you the phoenix soul?" Shimeng growled. And Fu hesitated, but one look at his dad's "I'm about to rip your jaw off" expression was all it took for him to spill the beans about Renan. A moment later, Renan himself appeared at the door. He was internally seething at his utterly useless older brother. But for the time being, he had to keep up his innocent little angel act to fool Simeng. Renan brazenly admitted that he gave the phoenix soul to An Fu, his reason being he just couldn't stand to see his big brother lose to some kid. "Lies, you just wanted to manipulate your brother," Shimeng stated coldly. "This little brat must have forgotten who his father is. Does the egg really think it's smarter than the chicken?" Needless to say, An Fu was absolutely gobsmacked. He couldn't believe his own little brother had been playing him like a fiddle. It was then that Shimeng finally gave them the answer they'd always been longing for. He knew his sons were always desperate for his attention, but he just couldn't bring himself to give it to them because, even though they shared his blood, they acted like a couple of complete morons. However, that didn't mean he was oblivious to the little schemes cooking up in their tiny brains. The drama in this family is worthy of its own manhwa series. If you want my attention, then you'd better do something worthy of being my son instead of running around pulling these pathetic childish stunts. Finally, before walking out, Jimeng ordered the two of them to go apologize to Jemy at the crack of dawn, and to keep at it until the kid forgave them. Naturally, An Fu was not looking forward to this at all, because right now he was even more terrified of Jemy than he was of his own father. Meanwhile, Renan was just standing there completely frozen. An figured his little brother, the master of playing innocent, was probably in shock after Dad exposed his true colors. But nope. The only thing running through Renan's head was Simon's demand for him to prove his abilities. He was so thrilled he couldn't hold back his smile. A very devious one. At the same time, Jemy's mom was still keeping a close watch by his bedside. She could practically feel Jemy's bloodlust for An. But how could her 9-year-old boy, the same one who listened to her fairy tales every night, possibly have such dark thoughts? At first, she just thought it was kids fooling around with each other, but now, thinking back, if that artifact had activated properly, Jemy would have been burnt to a crisp. At that thought, Lady Welton furiously clenched her fists. Even if Simon himself showed up to apologize, she could never forgive that son of his. Just then, Jemy stirred, snapping her out of her revenge fantasies. She decided she shouldn't make things any more complicated. "Are you all right, dear?" Hanno asked, placing a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. At this point, he was ready to do anything she asked. Jemy's mom had calmed down a bit. After all, they still had to consider the power of the northern nobles. That old Simon had already apologized in person, and better yet, that little brat Anne had been scolded until he cried his eyes out. Thinking about that, the couple couldn't help but chuckle. Considering the matter settled, they left to let Jemy get some rest. This family drama is better than any manhwa. Once the room fell silent again, our little cotton ball Jemy finally peeked out from under the covers. He knew his parents had been worried sick. Jemy really had lost control back there. But more than anything, he was still ticked off at his so-called lover of 100 years. He never thought she would reincarnate. Well, that part wasn't too weird. But did she really have to reincarnate at the exact same time as him? But it looks like she doesn't have her past life memories like he does. Is this some cruel joke of fate, or is it a conspiracy by those 12 absolute scumbags? Black immediately appeared, shattering Jemy's train of thought. He argued that if those bastards knew he'd been reincarnated, they wouldn't have just let him be. What the hell am I even thinking? Jemy tried to tell himself to get a grip, but the memory of her leaving was still burned into his mind, fresh as yesterday's wound. So he decided to hunt down Rebecca, her current incarnation, wherever she was hiding. Meanwhile, in a shady corner of the plot, some suspicious dude in a black coat was busy tying a message to a carrier pigeon. And guess what the hot gossip was about none other than the legendary magical talent of one Jemy Welton. You can bet your last mana crystal that this news is about to shake the magical world to its very core. The next day, Jemy was taking a leisurely stroll through the gardens of the Simon estate. Our boy was just trying to enjoy a moment of peace and fresh air. But of course, little Blake had to pop out of nowhere to vibe with him, earning a sarcastic chuckle from Jemy. Maybe because it was the final day of the event, most of the guests had already packed up and left. Which explains how Jemy managed to find a spot that was both gorgeous and blessedly quiet. As he walked, Jamie's mind was running 1,000 miles a minute, plotting how to casually bump into Rebecca. Suddenly, a soft splashing sound hit his ears. But the sky was perfectly clear, not a cloud in sight. He scanned the area, senses on high alert, but came up with nothing. Time for the classic Manhwa move. Jemy focuses his energy, expanding his mana to scan the entire vicinity. Following the trail his senses picked up, Jemy finally located the source of the mysterious sound. It was a girl, sitting by the lake having a lovely chat with Andin, an actual water spirit. The moment Andin sensed an intruder, poof, it vanished. Rebecca turned around, and upon seeing Jemy, she immediately shot to her feet, respectfully addressing him as young Duke Welton. Makes sense since her father, the Viscount, works under Jamie's dad, Ano. Faced with his long-lost love, our smooth protagonist immediately short-circuits, stammering, what's your name? Rebecca just let out a little laugh. She calmly introduced herself. As it turns out, Rebecca is a water mage. And just like that cue, Jamie's existential crisis. Why were they both water mages? The last words of his beloved Jane echoed in his mind. Diablo, don't you forget me. Seeing him completely zoned out, just staring into the abyss, Rebecca gently tried to snap him out of it. Why do you look so sad? But our boy Jemy, or should I say Diablo, was still drowning in the sorrows of his tragic past. Rebecca got worried, assuming he was just still shaken from yesterday's big incident. It's going to be all right. And then, she just pulled him into a hug, comforting him. Jimo knew this feeling was just a lingering echo from his past life. But man, he wanted to bask in it for just a little longer. So the two of them sat down by the lake for a little heart-to-heart. Ruibe Ka was cheerfully explaining what her father had told her. That tough times seem to fly by when you share the burden with someone else. You could tell she was incredibly proud of her dad, the Viscount. Ruibe Ka then admitted she was super bummed they couldn't talk yesterday. What a coincidence, because Jimo felt the exact same way. Looking at this vibrant, energetic girl in front of him, Jimo had to face the hard truth: his lover from his past life was truly gone, reincarnated. She was a different person now, and he had to accept that gut-wrenching reality. Trying to change the subject, Jimo casually asked about the Waylay Air family's tradition of making pacts with wind spirits. It was a time-honored tradition, but for Ruibe Ka, it was a huge struggle. Turns out she was a natural-born magnet for wind spirits. But after meeting her, every single one of them basically said, hard pass, and refused to form a pact. That is until one fateful day, a water spirit showed up and made a pact with her. Talk about destiny. Still, Ruibe Ka felt a pang of regret for sealing the deal without telling her father first. Hearing this story, Jimo's mind immediately flashed to the Spirit King's covenant, a soul pact where both parties literally put their lives on the line. The very moment that soul was reborn as Ruibe Ka, the Spirit King must have taken notice and sought her out. Ruibe Ka admitted she could see the disappointment in Viscount Waylay Air, and yet he still supported his daughter no matter what. Now, that was something special. Jimo said, "You know, I've never heard of a spirit actively approaching someone and asking to form a pact. It might not have been a wind spirit, but the fact a water spirit chose you, that's a testament to your own strength." No one had ever said anything like that to her. Ruibei-ka was so moved all her anxieties just seemed to melt away. With a radiant smile, she thanked Jimo for helping her see the light. And just like that, it was time to go. Being the mature 9-year-old he was, Jimo had to be the one to make a move and leave, leaving a slightly disappointed Ruibei-ka in his wake. She totally wanted to talk more, but she immediately blushed beet red and denied it. Oh boy, it's a classic manhwa moment. Looks like the love bug has officially bitten 2 more victims. On the way back, Jimo asked Bolei-kei for a performance review. Let's be real, what 9-year-old kid talks like a seasoned old man? But then again, Jimo figured Ruibei-ka was pretty mature for her age too. Feeling completely refreshed, Jimo headed back to the mansion. A voice calling his name made him turn around. It was the 2 red-headed brothers from the Shimeng family. And Fu nervously scratched his head, took a deep breath, and then screamed at the top of his lungs. "I'm sorry." Jimo was absolutely floored. He had no clue what could have possessed this kid to willingly apologize. And then it clicked. Oh, his dad must have given him a good old-fashioned whooping last night. Which is exactly why I dragged my butt all the way here to beg for your forgiveness. Completely exposed, and Fu's face turned beet red. He wished the ground would just swallow him whole. Jemy didn't even give him the time of day. His gaze shifted to the young man beside him who was covering one eye. And Fu quickly introduced his little brother. "And why'd you bring him along? What, too scared to come and apologize by yourself?" Jemy taunted. Ren Nung immediately confessed that he was the one who gave the artifact to An Fu. Ah, so this little snake was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Jemy gritted his teeth, realizing both Simon brothers were trying to pull a fast one on him. Ren Nong put on his most angelic Humi face and introduced himself. Jemy immediately sized him up. Looks like the little brother has more of a future than the big one. You could tell just by looking at him that he was the classic cunning little fox type from every manhwa. Even so, Ren Nong couldn't fulfill that old man Simon's request. Jemy wondered just how deep the old man's ambitions ran. Ren Nong continued his smooth-talking charade. Luckily, nothing terrible happened. "You've already heard my apology. So, can we go now?" "Not a chance in hell." Jemy let out a wicked grin. Compared to a soul that's thousands of years old like his, this little puppy was still way too green. During all the chaos yesterday, this Ren Nong character was nowhere to be seen. He must have had it all planned out. Jemy demanded that he take responsibility for this whole mess. Ren Nong just kept smiling, playing the innocent card. He claimed he had no idea what Jemy was talking about. Jemy wasn't about to beat around the bush with him. He got straight to the point. Ren Nong was a no-show, which means he must have used some kind of invisibility magic. The kid probably thinks that besides his own father, he's the smartest character in this whole manhwa. If Jemy let Ren Nong's twisted personality go unchecked, it would just cause more headaches down the line. Better to nip this in the bud right now. Jemy pointed at the 2 brats with a taunting look. The Simon family has 2 sons, which means you 2 have to fight over the inheritance, don't you? And Fu got his hackles up, insisting that he and his brother were as thick as thieves. Jemy strode over and whispered right into Ren Nong's ear. "If you dare to make a move, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. If your father Simon can't teach you a lesson, then I will." Before Ren Nong could even process what was happening, darkness completely consumed him. He felt an icy chill spread through his body as if he were being frozen solid. Ren Nong collapsed to his knees, staring into a demonic eye that looked ready to devour him whole. "This is your last chance." Ji only gave Ren Nong a taste of a terrifying illusion before letting him go. Snot and tears streamed down Ren Nong's face, which was as white as a sheet. Illusion or not, Ren Nong was still trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his head, screaming his lungs out. Suddenly, he remembered something. Someone had said this was his last chance. Ren Nong immediately looked up and was met with Ji's terrifying smile. Sorry, I'm sorry." Ren Nong kept mumbling as if he were possessed. The only thought running through his mind right now was that he had to kneel before Ji. That afternoon, the Welton family finally left, and Man Ji had been waiting for this day for ages. He figured he'd be much happier just staying home and being smothered in kisses by his mom. Damn, I almost tarnished the several thousand-year-old reputation of the great dark mage. It seems you're in a very good mood, young man. Count Shimeng finally had an opportunity to speak with Ji. His eyes couldn't hide his utter shock upon seeing the boy again. Ji switched on his sweet little angel mode and chirped back. I'm just happy that I'll be back in my own little nest soon. This place is full of attention-seeking brats. The two had arranged to have a chat, but things didn't quite go as they had expected. Shimeng wondered why Jemy wasn't staying. A little longer, but Jimy shot back, "What, so your two sons can cook up some more devious schemes to play on me?" Shimeng let out a wry laugh. He had no clue what was wrong with his genes to produce two sons who loved causing so much trouble. However, he did warn Jemy. The magical world has started to take notice of you. Of course, Jimy had already figured as much. As the two walked, Jimy casually asked about the unfortunate Renong whom he'd scared half to death. Shimeng admitted he'd already guessed it was Jimei's doing. Ever since yesterday, Renong has been in a daze like a soulless puppet from a horror manhwa. Jimy was surprised to learn that the Count wasn't even angry that he had punished his son. Shimeng replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. If you do something wrong, you get punished. What is there to argue about? So that's it. Jimy now understood why those two red-headed brats were so unbelievably spoiled. He pointed out that he thought Renong had quite a bit of magical talent, yet Shimeng just ignored the boy. Turns out it was because he couldn't see a single redeeming quality in his second son, not even his sly personality. Jimy was honestly speechless. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to try, so why is old man Shimeng so lazy about it? It's a fact that Renong's talent is being completely stifled because he's constantly being suppressed. And the number one culprit, this clueless dad right here. Simon just stared completely baffled by the accusation. It was his very own neglect that had his two sons constantly running around like headless chickens just trying to get his attention. Sure, Anf is a bit of a blockhead, but Renong, that kid, is brimming with incredible potential. Simon was floored. Could he have so badly misjudged his own son? To think that an 8th level mage didn't even have the keen eye of this 9-year-old kid. Simon felt as if some grand archmage was standing before him, schooling him on life. Jemy piled it on, saying that perhaps his son's help was the very key to shattering his own limitations. Simon was gobsmacked that Jemy could see right through his deepest ambitions. Just then his dear old mom called for Jemy to get a move on. He cheerfully trotted off, spouting wisdom like a miniature grandpa. And for his grand finale, Jemy dropped one last zinger. But hey, feel free to let my words go in one ear and out the other. I'm just a kid after all. What a cheeky little brat. Simon turned to go back inside, thinking what a shame it was that Jemy wasn't his own son. On a fine breezy day, Jemy snuck out again to hang with Brake. He was getting ticked off, grumbling about how his two lackeys were always late, leaving him high and dry. Philip quickly apologized. It was all Jans's fault for taking forever to get dolled up to meet his long-lost master after such a long time. Jemy sighed. He was completely done with these two clowns. Seriously, are you guys human or zombies? All right, time for business. Philip had been on surveillance for the past 2 months. The Janus Church has been doing charity work all over Hit, and they refuse to take a single coin for it. They provide food and give shelter to the homeless. Thanks to that, they've built a squeaky clean reputation and even managed to open an orphanage. According to the investigation, the Janus folks started making their move right after Count Welton wiped out Levon, which was about 2 months back. They visit and help the poor, then slide in with their sermons about the holy word of God. At first, nobody really paid them any mind. But with their relentless persistence, they've slowly won over the hearts of the people in the territory. Before you knew it, they had a flock of devout followers. Day by day, the Janus Church's influence in Hit has skyrocketed like a power-up in a classic manhwa. Right now, the Janus Church is practically being worshipped. Model is supposedly the most charitable and revered church in Hit. Jiming couldn't freaking believe they had successfully gaslit the entire population. The Yenisi crew never does a single thing for anyone but themselves. Do you guys actually believe that peace and war can coexist? Jiming's sudden question left the two zombies completely bewildered. But Fei Li Pu was convinced they were intrinsically linked. That right there is the very essence of Yenisi. peace that reigns atop a mountain of blood and corpses, a classic manhwa villain philosophy, really. And war is when his so-called divinity truly gets to shine. So whatever these Yenisi priests are up to now completely contradicts their scumbag founder's entire life motto. Jiming was dead certain that all these good deeds were just a smokescreen for some other sinister plot. He ordered Fei Li Pu and Yang Si to keep tailing them and uncover their hidden agenda. Later, over at the Yenisi Church's orphanage, a young boy named Rui Chi was happily sweeping the courtyard, endlessly grateful to the priest he called father. The reason was simple: the church had given him food and a roof over his head. For a kid like Rui Chi who'd been abused while begging on the streets, this place was paradise. But for all his cheerfulness, Rui Chi was an orphan. He'd arrived at the Yenisi orphanage a month and a half ago with his little sister An Na, who was blind. The moment their parents found out, they abandoned the two of them and just took off. To protect An Na, Rui Chi had done all sorts of shady things to survive. But life on the streets was brutal, and the adults they met were just as cold. Just when they thought they were at death's door, a hand reached out and saved their two lost souls. In Ruichi's eyes, it was the hand of a divine being. They gave Ruichi and his sister a brand new life. From that day on, Ruichi had a dream: to become a priest himself so he could spread this miracle to everyone else. Ruichi took his little sister outside to play. Some people cheerfully ran over to share some news about Shen No, the one who was said to be blessed by the gods and was preparing to enter the main church to officially become a priest. Ruichi was stunned. That had been his dream too, for over a month now. That night, Jiming was also out on patrol using a pair of wings he rented from Break. Just before landing, Jiming's eyes caught sight of a young man lying on the ground. Jiming immediately swooped down to check it out. This guy's energy felt weird. It was so disgusting it made his skin crawl. Because he had holy energy, but he sure as hell didn't look like any priest. It looked like he was one of the church's holy knights. But what the hell was a holy knight doing sleeping on the bare ground? Jiming immediately touched down to check it out. Either way, he couldn't stand these so-called holy types. Jima wondered if he should just, finish him off tonight. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his leg, nearly giving Jimo a heart attack. What the hell? The holy knight mumbled something. Jimo was confused. I'm hungry. The man let out a final sigh and then collapsed. Welp, so much for that. Jima figured he didn't even need to lift a finger. This dude was going to die of starvation soon anyway. He was still a little salty that the guy had managed to scare the living daylights out of him, though. Jima walked away without a second glance. But what in the actual heck? The very same guy was now sitting at his dinner table like some kind of recurring manhwa side character. And what was with that ridiculously friendly attitude? Everyone at the table was having a grand old time, everyone except Jimo. If he'd known this would happen, he'd have just slit the guy's throat last night and been done with it. Turns out the patrolling soldiers had found his starving, half-dead body and dragged his sorry, dried-up butt back to the mansion. Once the knight got some food in him, his energy bounced right back, and his mouth started running like a machine gun that never stopped to reload. Jimo was visibly annoyed. Why on earth were his parents being so nice to this broke-looking knight anyway? He now did some asking around and found out the man came from the Church of Fei Luo. They worshipped the goddess of both mercy and punishment. The count and his wife seemed surprised to meet someone from the Church of Fei Luo all the way out here. The lady of the house asked the knight if he happened to know Bishop Sipa La. Hearing that name, the knight guessed that Jimo's mother was from An. But when he heard she was from the Wei family, the knight shot to his feet. Everyone stared, wondering what on earth he was doing. He immediately dropped to his knees and bowed respectfully before Jimo's mother. It is a true honor to be in the presence of someone so distinguished. Jimo was just baffled. He knew the Church of Fei Luo operated within the Wei family's territory in An, but for a church knight to kneel like that was a gesture reserved only for bishops or those of an even higher rank. What on earth was going on? This was getting more complicated than a royal drama manhwa. And so Jimo decided to unleash his ultimate weapon, maximum cuteness. He was going to plead with He Nuo until he got an explanation. Internally, Jimo was having a complete meltdown. He couldn't believe that a thousands-year-old geezer like himself would ever have to resort to this. Heina began to explain. And all the while, Jimo was still screaming inside. To think that a being thousands of years old was trapped as this innocent 9-year-old kid, but his dad being the master of suspense that he has decided not to spill the beans just yet. For G, that news hit like a bolt of lightning. After chewing the guy out to no effect, he was feeling pretty darn foolish. However, there was one thing G knew for sure. If the Wei clan was really in bed with the Pharaoh Church, then the person he'd have to destroy was his own mother. After the meal, Anuo summoned the knight for a little chat. The Pharaoh Church has absolutely no business being in this eastern region. Are they planning a hostile takeover or something? The knight frantically waved his hands, dismissing the idea. He claimed he was hunting down some crazies who were conducting horrific experiments, their specialty creating chimeras. This news caused a wave of pure killing intent to pour out of Anuo, first human traffickers and now chimeras. Who in the hell had the audacity to run wild in his domain? The knight bit his lip, hesitating. Since this was top-secret church business, he couldn't just blab about it. But if he could get a little assistance, he might be willing to share a few details. Turns out the knight didn't just stumble upon the Welton estate by chance. He was here to borrow the absurdly OP power of Swordmaster Anuo. Anuo fell into deep thought. This wasn't some minor issue. A chimera is an artificial creature, a monstrous cocktail, made by fusing the powers of multiple living beings into one. But most of the sickos who create chimeras are branded as criminals because their main ingredient is the human body. This manhwa is getting dark. Sure, there are whispers of a few who don't use humans, but so far there hasn't been a single exception to the rule. Anyone caught creating a chimera gets a one-way ticket to the gallows. Even so, due to his position, Anuo couldn't just promise to back the knight completely. But because this whole mess involved his wife's family, and the Pharaoh Church, Anuo couldn't give him a flat-out no either. He decided he would only offer support within the borders of his own territory. The knight was thrilled and eagerly agreed. Anuo pressed for more info about these chimera creators. But the knight would only say that they were a mysterious organization, and their next target was the Welton family. Well, that settled it. Anuo couldn't ignore a direct threat, so he decided to help the guy. The knight practically jumped for joy, thanking Anuo profusely. Anuo got straight to the point, asking for the nitty-gritty details. Why didn't the Pharaoh Church just ask the kingdom for help? The knight answered with a touch of naivety. Help, the knight faltered again. The Pharaoh Church couldn't go to the kingdom because their precious reputation would get dragged through the mud. What's more, the lunatic that the church was hunting had already sacrificed 10 of their own priests. In other words, this guy was using holy power itself to create his chimeras. In another part of the estate, a very nervous G was making his way into the garden. Who would have thought? You're actually excited for this ridiculously stuffy tea time. Shulan cheered happily the moment she saw Jiming arrive. You're usually fashionably late, so seeing you here on time for once really piqued your mom's curiosity. Just what could possibly make her darling little boy this antsy? Jiming didn't hesitate to ask why the heck that knight was kneeling before his mother. And not just kneeling, the guy was looking at her with total adoration, like he was meeting his favorite pop star or something. Jiming's mother just chuckled. She had a feeling he'd be dying to know about the connection between the Wei family and the Fuluo Church. She began to explain calmly. Your great-grandfather on my side, so my grandpa was the savior of the Fuluo Church. The news hit Jiming like a bolt from the blue. Seriously, this was even more shocking than finding out Cao Tian had been reincarnated. A long time ago, an incredibly precious artifact was stolen from the Fuluo Church. That's when your great-grandfather, my grandfather, stepped in to lend a hand. It was known as the Fuluo Garden Incident. A bunch of Demon King worshippers tried to resurrect their master using the Fuluo Church's holy relic. Spoiler alert, they failed, miserably. But during the rescue mission, my grandfather, the Marquis, lost his life. In recognition of his sacrifice, the Fuluo Church posthumously named him an honorary archbishop and pledged to treat the Wei family with the same authority as a bishop for the next 100 years. Jiming could see the lingering sadness on his mother's face. She must have been incredibly close to her grandfather. Besides treating the entire Wei family like a bishop, that's got to be the most absurd form of compensation he'd ever heard of. But then again, he figured it was probably because the stolen item was their one and only holy relic. All right then, one day he would destroy the Fuluo church. But first, he was going to milk them for everything they were worth. Just thinking about this deliciously wicked plan, worthy of any great manhwa villain, sent a shiver of delight down his spine. Jiming, his mother's voice snapped him out of his evil reverie. Instantly, he switched back into obedient son mode and resumed the tea-drinking ceremony. That night marked the end of a full week. It was finally time for young Xiaono's official appointment to the main church. A massive farewell party was thrown in his honor. Ruichi watched from a distance, his eyes shimmering as he made sure to say a proper goodbye to his friend before they were separated. It was clear the two of them were very close friends. Sino promised he'd wait for him at the main church where they'd become the most outstanding priests together. Watching the carriage ride off, Ricky vowed that one day he too would become a priest just like Sino. Less than half an hour later, they arrived. Sino was pretty shocked by the so-called main church. It didn't look like a church at all. So Sino hesitantly turned to the priest traveling with him to ask, "You're in the right place, come on, follow me." The man led him inside and ordered Sino to head down into a cellar. A long staircase descended into an endless dark void that sent a shiver down Sino's spine. On the way, he passed a room with some bizarre creature inside that made Sino jump. He kept trying to tell the priest, but the man just ignored him and led him straight to the bishop. And what do you know, the same treacherous face from the first few chapters emerged from the shadows. Sino burst into tears. Wasn't he chosen by God? On top of that, there was definitely a monster in here. He wanted to go home. "Are you scared? You are the chosen one," the bishop said with a sickeningly sweet smile. Sino screamed, demanding to know why on earth he was brought to this godforsaken place instead of the main church. "Because this is where we achieve the unimaginable," the bishop said with a sinister grin. The old creep wanted to see what a pure, innocent child like him would morph into. He then summoned someone. A deformed man walked in his face, absolutely terrifying Sano. The guy had a freakishly long mouth that looked like a duck's bill. "That is a masterpiece of our own creation. And we're going to turn you into one too." And from that moment on, Sino's torture began. The innocent little boy had become nothing more than a lab rat for their experiments. As time went by, Jemy was living the good life back at the monastery. He was busy contemplating his future. He had no desire to become some run-of-the-mill priest. His goal was power and riches. Meanwhile, Sino was enduring the most excruciating pain. The boy no longer recognized himself in the mirror. A hand grabbed the trembling Sino. "You're going to make a beautiful chimera." What a classic manhwa villain line. The next morning, in the peaceful territory of his, Jemy was giving that night a tour of Belbass Street, the biggest road in the entire domain. The knight was grinning like an idiot, recalling that this was the very street he once collapsed on from starvation. Jemy couldn't stand the guy, but the reason he was stuck playing tour guide was painfully simple. Flashing back in time to his choo-choo morning tea session earlier that day. His oh-so-revered father, Hino, had just dropped a bombshell of a mission on him. Play tour guide for this blockhead of a knight. And just like that, Jemy knew his day was officially ruined. While Jemy was stewing in his own personal storm cloud, the knight was secretly marveling at the kid's memory, thinking it was even better than a professional tour guide's. Jemy, the knight, chirped, his face beaming, genuinely grateful that Jemy had agreed to show him around his territory. The knight reached out, hoping to walk hand in hand like a couple of bros, but Jemy was having absolutely none of it. "Get your hand off me." Ouch. Totally rejected. The knight awkwardly pulled his hand back and waited for Jemy to ask him something. He was dying to know what the heck this guy and his dad were talking about last night. Whoa. The knight was completely blindsided by the question. Usually kids just ask him stuff like, "What do knights do?" So the knight tried to deflect with a classic move, complimenting Jemy on his good looks. Jemy just scowled. Yeah, that's obvious, what's there to even talk about? He knew a load of bull when he heard it. The knight let out a goofy laugh. Man, are all kids these days this jaded? Still, he insisted they only talked about Jemy last night. Fed up with the non-answer, Jemy started to storm off. If you don't want to say, just say so. Only a complete baby would fall for a line like that. The knight knew the jig was up, but he held his ground. There was no way he could tell a 9-year-old about the chimera. Jemmy's eyes narrowed sharp as ever. He figured it out, something was hiding in his territory. That had to be the real reason this guy wanted a tour. This whole situation felt like the plot of a tense manhwa. But what on earth could it be? Man, Jemy really wished he had some backup right about now. Meanwhile, the knight saw him go quiet and just assumed Jemy was still sulking. Then, bam, Jemy remembered one place they hadn't visited yet. Jenis Church, a place he'd been wanting to check out for ages. On the way, the knight kept fussing, still worried Jemy was mad at him, which only made Jemy more annoyed. Ricky was diligently sweeping the courtyard when he happened to look up, and his eyes locked onto a gloomy-looking Jemy walking alongside some clueless golden-haired dude. It clicked. Ricky recognized Jemy as the black-haired kid who'd bumped into him that night. The holy knight, ever so perceptive, asked, "Is that a friend of yours?" Jemmy's memory sparked. "Oh no, don't tell me that's the kid I ran into." Well, so much for his brilliant hair color disguise. Jemy tried to make a quick exit. After all, it's not like he actually knew Ricky. But of course, Ricky wasn't about to let him get away. He bolted straight towards Jemy. "Did you dye your hair again?" "Whoa, is that you? I almost didn't recognize you." He. Chang just waltzed right across the road, completely oblivious to the horse-drawn carriage barreling toward him. The driver screamed, "Get out of the way!" Right before Chang's very eyes, two massive carriage horses were about to stomp him into a pancake. The Grim Reaper's Uber service available in every era. The knight Luo Si lunged toward Chang at top speed, but the kid was frozen solid, tears streaming down his face as he mumbled, Is this how I die?" Sick Jiang Ming clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I'm trying to build my villain brand here and now, I have to save someone seriously." He used his chain domain, summoning a volley of chains that shot towards Chang. The knight, Luo Si, managed to yank Chang out from under the hooves just in the nick of time. When he glanced back, however, Luo Si couldn't hide his utter astonishment. The chains summoned by Jiang Ming's magic had expertly blocked the carriage, making this rescue feel like a scene straight out of a high-stakes action manhwa. After that little brush with death, Chang was still shaking. Talk about a lucky break. Overwhelmed with emotion, he launched himself at Jiang Ming and squeezed him in a tight hug. "Thank you so much, Hua. Hey, get off me. Only family gets to hug me." Jiang Ming grumbled, shoving the blubbering kid away. Only Luo Si remained still, completely lost in thought. He was replaying the moment Jiang Ming used his magic. It was on a completely different level than any mage he'd ever worked with. To think a 9-year-old kid could possess such terrifying power. In just a few more years, Jiang Ming would probably become a being so powerful that even he wouldn't be able to look him in the eye as an equal. Seeing Luo Si standing there like a statue, Jiang Ming called out to him to get a move on. Luo Si was still in a daze. "Huh, go where? What are you talking about? The GN Church, you blockhead." Jiang Ming heaved a weary sigh, making Luo Si feel like he was being thoroughly looked down upon. Chiang enthusiastically volunteered to lead the way for them. Along the path, the boy chattered excitedly about the orphanage, his new home. A nun appeared, calling out for Chang. She looked curiously at the two strangers, Jiang Ming and Luo Si. Chiang immediately introduced them as the two heroes who had just saved his life. The nun looked horrified when she heard that Chiang was almost turned into roadkill by a carriage. She bowed her head deeply, thanking the two for their heroic deed. But when Luo Si mentioned that he was from the Fei Luo Church, her entire expression changed. Luo Si, meanwhile, didn't hesitate to hype up Jiang Ming's talent. It was all thanks to this kid's magic. If it wasn't for him, 2 lives would have been lost today, not just one. The sister decided to once again pry into the boy's identity. Jiming didn't hesitate for a second to lay out the entire Welton family tree. In short, his dad is basically the big boss of this entire territory. The sister immediately started bowing and scraping, apologizing for not recognizing the signature blue hair of the Welton clan. Her over-the-top reaction instantly set off alarm bells in Jiming's head. Anyone born and raised in his would know the Lord's most distinct feature, everyone. She quickly changed the subject, asking if Russ was here to take Ricky back to Pharaoh. He frantically waved his hands in denial, using the flimsy excuse that they were just sightseeing at the Jenis Church. And just like that, the sister told Ricky to give Jiming a little tour while the knight Rus was to accompany her. Jiming was not having it. He saw right through that old hag's plan to split him and Russ up. She might be planning to take care of his knight right here and now. Either way, he had to play it smart. Jiming plastered on a friendly smile and waved goodbye to Russ, making sure to loudly remind him not to be late for dinner with his mother. Russ immediately caught the hidden meaning in Jiming's words and gave a crisp wave back, signaling message received. Now that Ricky knew Jiming was the son of the Lord, he got all stiff and didn't dare to speak casually anymore. Jiming shot him a side eye and told him to just talk like he did before. He couldn't care less about all that status nonsense. Ricky's face instantly lit up, looking like he was about to give Jiming a tackle hug. He then enthusiastically sprinted ahead to lead the way. Jiming had no idea what wire was loose in this kid's brain to make him so hyperactive. After a quick tour of the orphanage, Ricky led Jiming to the room he shared with his little sister. Naturally, Jiming had zero interest in seeing their room. Ricky threw the door wide open, announcing his new friend's arrival to Anna. The little girl gracefully stood up to greet them both. The moment Jiming laid eyes on Anna, he froze. The girl standing before him was born, with the qualities of a saintess, especially with those eyes which were overflowing with holy power. Saintesses are messengers sent from the heavens, people who can wield the power of the God they worship more easily than anyone else. They are blessed with immense holy power that is concentrated in one part of their body. And as it turned out, Anna was blind precisely because of the overwhelming holy power stored in her eyes. But once she grows up and fully awakens her power, Anna will be able to see the very flow of the world itself through those divine eyes. Reading this kind of a plot in a beiche manhwa is always a treat. It was a pretty safe bet that in the future, Anna was going to be one heck of a troublesome enemy for Jiming. But right now, Jiming couldn't just get rid of her. If he made a move, that damn pastor would definitely find out about Anna's abilities. Taking her out now would be like kicking a hornet's nest. Seeing Jiming frozen like a statue, Ruichi gave him a suspicious look. He started to poke fun. "Whoa there, don't tell me you've already fallen for my little sister." "What the hell are you talking about?" Jiming snapped back. But before he could even make a move, Anna landed a perfect strike on her brother's head with the book she was holding. "There's something in this book I find perplexing. Help me out, will you?" And just like that, Ruichi obediently sat down beside Anna to read while Jiming was left to ponder. He wondered if she was born with the sacred power of GC or some other deity. Either way, he had to be wary of these two siblings. Seeing the pair completely lost in their book, Jiming decided to slip away. But of course, Ruichi volunteered to escort him back. On the way, the guy's mouth never stopped moving, giving Jiming a massive headache. Seriously, was this guy born just to talk? Out of curiosity, Jiming asked Ruichi what kind of job he wanted to do. He looked surprised for a moment, then his eyes lit up mischievously. "Oh, is this the kind of question friends ask each other? I'm so incredibly touched. This freaking lunatic." Jiming was getting irritated, so Ruichi finally cut the crap and began to open up. Initially, Ruichi thought that just being able to live with his sister was enough. But after arriving here, he'd found a new dream: to be chosen by GC and become a truly outstanding priest. He then mentioned how someone named Shi Nuo had been chosen before him and sent to the main church. And suddenly a light bulb went off in Jiming's head. The pieces all clicked together: the church, the human traffickers, the Li Fan organization, and the chosen ones. This was some next-level manhwa plot twist. Jiming urgently asked Ruichi where he was before arriving at the orphanage. The guy answered with naive innocence, "On the streets." Already on edge, Jiming's patience snapped. "No, I mean before that." Ruichi honestly admitted that he was once part of the Li Fan organization. And now, everything made perfect sense. A smug grin spread across Jiming's face. So it seems that bastard GC has been planning this from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Lassie had finished his conversation with the nun. She offered to lead him to Jiming. Knight Lassie cheerfully accepted. The moment she turned her back, on the street, Jiming was getting even more worked up. I mean, before that, Ruichi honestly admitted that he was once part of the Li Fan organization. Now everything was crystal clear. A triumphant smirk played on Jiming's lips. So that GC has been planning this the whole time. And over here, Russ has just finished his little chit-chat with the nun. She kindly offers to lead him over to where Jemy is. Our Boy Scout Knight Russ happily agrees. But the second she turns her back, his face goes dark. He's absolutely fuming because he couldn't squeeze a single drop of information out of that woman. He's getting a really bad feeling that these people are somehow connected to that whole Chimera incident. Meanwhile, Ricky and Jemy are already waiting for them at the designated spot. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out. "Oh my, it seems a rather distinguished guest paid a visit while I was away," instructs the bishop with some faceless masked knight trailing behind him. The old man gives Jemy a friendly greeting, and Jemy recognizes him instantly. This is the guy who came to his father asking for a permit to operate. Roos also introduces himself as being from Pharaoh, causing the bishop to put on a grand show of being surprised. While those two are busy exchanging a bunch of hot air, Jemy is observing everything meticulously. He knows Russ must have a reason for coming all the way to his, but for the life of him, he can't figure out what it is. Suddenly, Russ feels it, a bizarre energy radiating from the knight following the bishop. It's definitely powerful holy energy, no doubt about it, but it's tainted with something else. Russ's face instantly stiffens in utter shock. And you can bet that expression didn't escape Jemy's eagle eyes. He realizes there's something seriously weird about that night. On the way back, Jemy notices Russ is still completely lost in thought. So he decides to casually mention how the little kid Zeno was chosen to go to the main church. Russ is a little taken aback that Jemy started the conversation. But he snaps out of it all, smiles again, and just starts gushing, going on and on about how Ricky is such a model citizen and how noble his dream of becoming a priest is. But Jemy wasn't interested in pleasantries. He was trying to give this knight a little push in the right direction. So Jemy drops another clue, bringing up how his father had completely annihilated the Levon gang for the crime of kidnapping and trafficking children. And then for the finishing touch, he adds that Ricky himself was part of that gang before he ended up at the orphanage. As you'd expect, Russ is completely floored by this news. To seal the deal, Jemy drops one last casual-sounding question. Say, are the Jenny's folks really a charitable church? And just like that, he successfully lit the path. Russ clenches his fist in fury as all the clues now point directly at the Jennis church, and the horrifying possibility that they're using children as some kind of raw material. That night, right after dinner, he immediately reports his findings to Arjun Ano. Aino is skeptical mainly because the Jennis church has had a very positive influence on his territory. Roos presses on, telling him about his suspicions regarding that mysterious Manhwa knight. An immense holy power was pouring off the guy, but Roos couldn't identify him. He couldn't even tell if he was a knight from the Jennis church. It was as if that holy power had been mixed with something impure. And that's when it finally clicked for Ano. If there's truly a chimera out there capable of wielding holy power, he absolutely cannot let it slide. He declares that he'll lead the knights right this instant to wipe every last one of them out. But Rusi thinks that's a bit too reckless. First, they need to gather some solid proof, and he volunteers for the job. Of course, Ainuo doesn't think for a second that Rusi can handle this mission all by himself. I mean, what are his odds of winning a one versus who knows how many brawl? Rusi confidently declares that he actually has the upper hand in this kind of situation. Even so, Ainuo still sends 3 more guys to go with Rusi. And just like that, 3 shadow knights drop down from the ceiling, taking Rusi completely by surprise. He didn't even sense they were there, especially since they wield long swords but move with the stealth of genuine assassins. No wonder they're the trusted guardians of the Wei-er-Dun family. And so the official evidence-gathering squad was formed, starring Rusi and the 3 musketeers of House Wei-er-Dun. The team was officially a go. While the gang is busy divvying up duties just outside the window, that familiar little black fluff ball has recorded everything and is reporting back to Jemy. Turns out the GNC clan's master plan is to use pure innocent children as raw materials for creating chimeras. Those scumbags are just as vile as ever. According to Jemy's deductions, the chimeras aren't even complete yet, but they're already being deployed, which proves that those guys are in an extreme. But Rusi thinks that's a bit too reckless. First, they need to gather some solid proof, and he volunteers for the job. Of course, Ainuo doesn't think for a second that Rusi can handle this mission all by himself. I mean, what are his odds of winning a one versus who knows how many brawl? Rusi confidently declares that he actually has the upper hand in this kind of situation. Even so, Ainuo still sends 3 more guys to go with Rusi. And just like that, 3 shadow knights drop down from the ceiling, taking Rusi completely by surprise. He didn't even sense they were there, especially since they wielded longswords, but moved with the stealth of genuine assassins. No wonder they're the trusted guardians of the Wei-er-dun family. And so the evidence-gathering squad was formed, starring Rusi and the 3 musketeers of House Wei-er-dun. While the gang is busy divvying up duties just outside the window, that familiar little black fluffball has recorded everything and is reporting back to Jemy. It turns out the GNC clan's master plan is to use pure innocent children as raw materials for creating chimeras. Those scumbags are just as vile as ever. According to Jamie's deductions, the chimeras aren't even complete yet, but are already being deployed, which proves those guys are in a massive hurry. As for why they're rushing, well, the author of this manhwa hasn't told us yet. Jemy hands a letter to Bo Lai Ke asking him to deliver it to Fei Li Pu, while he himself stays behind to dive into the memories of one of his 2 subordinates. Meanwhile, Fei Li Pu and Gen Si are lying in wait for their target to show up. Jin Sai is getting antsy and just wants to tear this whole village apart looking for them, but Fei Li Pu is far more patient. He has one job and one job only: follow Jamie's orders to the letter. Jin Sai lets out a bored sigh. They've been on this stakeout for nights and there hasn't been a single shred of drama. Thump thump. The sound of approaching footsteps instantly puts Fei Li Pu on high alert. A knight draws his sword and screams, "I'll kill every last one of you." He swings his blade ferociously towards Jian Si. Whoa there, he leaped back, narrowly dodging that lethal blade. Both of them immediately clocked the immense holy power that knight was wielding with absolutely zero chill. The knight had gone completely berserk, muttering one word over and over: kill. Philip urgently told Jans to go get Ji Ming. With a click of his tongue, Jans turned and bolted. But the knight wasn't having it. He spotted Jans trying to flee and instantly lunged sword aimed right for him. The poor guy didn't even have time to blink. "Get down!" Philip roared, tackling Jans and shoving him right out the window. As Jans tumbled out, he looked back and screamed, "My man!" Too late. Philip took a nasty slash across the torso from that holy sword. And before he collapsed, he managed to whisper a single word: "Master." "Well, speak of the devil and he shall appear." Jiming set up a barrier around the entire house and gracefully descended from the window. "I'm here now," he said coolly, "my faithful servant." Now there were only 3 people in the room, with Philip lying limply at Jiming's feet. Good thing he's a zombie, so dying isn't really on his to-do list. Jiming couldn't help but admire his new toy. Inside this barrier, nobody will know what's going on. Though I gotta admit, a 6th level spell does take a bit out of you. The knight clearly wasn't in the mood for small talk. He charged straight for Jiming. Jiming casually cast a 5th level spell, Gravity. Skill Gravity. And just as the name implies, it cranked up the gravitational force, pinning the knight right where he stood. Next up, Corpse Vice. This classic manhwa move pinned the guy's body down with summoned undead. The knight struggled against it, though. You couldn't deny the guy had some serious power. So Jiming cast Sacrifice, summoning a spirit and creating a massive explosion. Oh yeah, the knight definitely sensed the danger now. Right in front of him, a magic orb was gathering power before it detonated. What followed was a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Jiming was actually surprised to see the knight still standing, muttering a few choice curse words. He gripped his sword and charged again. But it was clear his luck had completely run out for the day. Jiming unleashed his puppet magic. Magical threads shot out, latching directly onto the knight's soul, binding and controlling him. The knight was completely bound. He couldn't analyze, threats couldn't even hold his sword. Jiming slowly walked towards him. "You see pieces of the corpse from that little explosion earlier. They entered your body. Everything that was once yours is now mine." The knight realized he was losing control of his own body and couldn't even use his dark magic. The only option left was to run for it. A bright blue flame began to radiate from his body. Jiming's expression turned grim. He was trying to self-destruct. He immediately lunged toward the knight. He plunges his shadow arm straight through the knight's body. But an explosion is still building up inside him. To make matters worse, Jiming can't even pull his arm out. There's no time left. A massive amount of holy power erupts from the night, blasting Jiming away. The entire room is engulfed in a brilliant blue light. Luckily, thanks to his dark magic, Jiming manages to keep himself in one piece. He can't believe that Night actually managed to shatter his darkness, just by unleashing every last drop of his holy energy. But there's always a bigger fish. Jiming's dark magic is now absorbing the guy's light. The Knight sees his chance and makes a mad dash for the window, trying to escape. A classic escape attempt, but Jiming is basically like, yeah, not happening. He lands a direct hit that sends the Knight stumbling. Then from the guy's back, long slimy tentacles begin to emerge, followed by rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth. Jiming realizes this must be his true chimera form, something straight out of a horror manhwa. And man, is it absolutely disgusting to look at. He's pretty sure he'll never be able to eat grilled squid again. Without missing a beat, Jiming uses his chains to bind the Knight tightly. The creature is still thrashing around with its nasty tentacles. Time for explosive death, a spell that creates a blast of pure darkness. It's designed to obliterate any kind of armor. The Knight realizes he can't move. He's reached his limit. But he still has one last trick up his sleeve. From that gaping hole in the Knight's back, a strange object suddenly shoots out. It zips across the room and leaps out the window to make its getaway. Jiming just watches it go, completely annoyed. Like, are you kidding me? So his real body is a walking blob of flesh. How utterly revolting. Now that things have quieted down, Philip finally gets a chance to talk to him. All that's left on the floor is the mutated corpse of the unlucky Knight. The actual entity, however, has escaped. Philip is just staring blankly like, wait, that's allowed. He was expecting some kind of epic high-stakes chase scene. He immediately starts questioning Jiming. In all his years of training, he was never taught that just letting the enemy get away was an option. But Jiming had already planned for this. He planted a dark magic tracker all over that thing's body, the moment he used his shadow hand. From now on, he can find that creature whenever he pleases. Meanwhile, in his study, an old bishop is practicing his Chinese calligraphy. Suddenly, there's a commotion at the window. From outside, a fleshy blob with a single eye peers in. Holy crap, he thinks, there's no way it could have been defeated. His hands tremble as he holds his precious spiritual child. This little creature is the entire core of his research. A chimera holy knight with an insane amount of holy energy. But Philip, ever the curious one, still had questions. If the enemy found out they were cursed with black magic, couldn't they just trace it right back to Jemy? Jemy felt his brain cells dying from this guy's clueless questions. Dude, a chimera holy knight with terrifying holy energy. And Philip was still asking questions. If the enemy knew they were cursed with black magic, then they could track Jemy down. He was losing his patience with this guy's absolute lack of brain power. With his absolutely clueless questions. But fine, he figured he had to explain it for the audience too. See, Jemy's current power is a whole different beast from regular black magic. We're talking top-tier manhwa level stuff here. Although even he had no freaking clue why his own black magic was so pathetically weak compared to holy energy. He was still an absolute monster when using his god-slaying power. It's a type of darkness created specifically to assassinate holy beings. And completely wipe their existence off the map, leaving not a single trace behind. That's precisely why those morons who use holy energy can't sniff out a single bit of information on him. Jemy teleported the knight's corpse back to his room through his own spatial gate. Just then, a worried Jans burst through the door. Hello, is Philip still breathing? His expression immediately changed when he spotted Jemy standing there. He'd honestly expected Philip to be nothing but a pile of bones after fighting that crazy knight. Jemy, thoroughly annoyed, pointed at him. While his brother in arms was getting literally sliced in half, now is when Jans decides to make an appearance. The guy just scratched his head in embarrassment. Apparently, after falling from way up, he was knocked unconscious and decided to take a little nap. Jemy could not believe what he was hearing. An undead creature getting knocked out. Seriously? Lower your head now, Jemy ordered, then proceeded to sit on top of Jans while they talked. He figured they'd probably moved too fast and already attracted unwanted attention. From now on, the two of them had to be extremely careful. Also, one more important thing, Jemy then restored Philip's body. Just because the guy's a zombie doesn't make him immortal. A few more hits like that and not even Jemy could call his soul back. Before leaving, Jemy warned Jans to stick to Philip like glue and protect him, unless he enjoyed being alone. Meanwhile, a certain bishop was absolutely losing his mind. His veteran-level Church Chimera Knight, a fusion of 4 different life forms, had been reduced back to this pulsating blob of flesh. The old man considered every possible culprit. The first person that came to mind was the Archmage of the Black Tower. But that guy was supposedly eliminated by the Pope's own hand. Could it be, is he still alive and even stronger than before? The bishop even entertained the idea of S-rank mercenaries, or heck maybe even the royal knights themselves. After all, chimeras were strictly forbidden by the royal family. He immediately ordered his servant to bring him a lab rat. The old geezer decided to run a few experiments. Meanwhile, Jemo headed to the spot where Fei Poo had fought. The moment he arrived, he could feel an immense holy energy trying its best to cover something up. So Jemo immediately used his own dark magic to take a peek. The bishop's first suspect was He Nuo with his terrifying power, but that thought was instantly dismissed. If it were really the Count, this pathetic slab of meat wouldn't have been able to just walk away. What's more, the connection between him and his pet knight was severed in the blink of an eye. You'd need a barrier to pull that off, which means it had to be a powerful mage from this territory. His brain immediately jumped to Jemo, but he instantly shook his head. He figured Jemo was a level 4 at best. But to fight his chimera, you'd need to be level 5 or higher. So who in the hell is that strong? While he was racking his brain, a blade pressed against his neck. So your second plan was a bust too. It seems I don't even need to hear your answer. A figure in a black cloak stood behind him. The bishop, trembling in fear, denied everything. Oh, is that so? Then what in the world is that? The guy with the dark lips spoke while pressing the knife harder, drawing blood, as the bishop frantically explained that some annoying pest got in the way. Mr. Gothlips threatened him, saying if he messes up again, he better get ready to donate his own body to the experiment. If the Count finds out, it's game over for all of them. With that said, he vanished like a puff of smoke. Only then did the bishop dare to breathe properly. That was one of the 7 knights of the Yenisi Church. They protect the archbishop at the main cathedral, and every single one is a master-level fighter. The bishop slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Once his experiment is complete, he'll definitely be the one climbing into that archbishop's seat. He'll show them not to look down on people. Over at the Weyardun estate, Jemo was examining the knight's corpse he had just acquired. Man, those Yenisi guys are really some big-brain psychos. To think they actually found a way to create a chimera that runs on holy power. Now time for the autopsy. Jemo began to carefully separate each part of the knight's body. An insect leg, fire-resistant organs, compound eyes. Seriously, these Yenisi guys have some screws loose. I can't believe they created a chimera that runs on holy energy. This is some wild manhwa plot. Time for the fun part, the autopsy. Jemo meticulously pulled apart everything on the knight's body. Parts of an insect and the one essential ingredient, a human body. A total of 4 life forms, all combined to grant it magic resistance and incredible speed. And its core was a small orb pulsating with holy power. This was how they passed off a monstrous chimera as one of their knights. But he had no clue what they were really after. But whatever their twisted reason was, this whole business was just plain disgusting. As always, the Genis treated humans like bugs, nothing more than disposable toys. Jiming recalled the last words of his fallen comrades, a fresh wave of rage boiling inside him. Every single one of them was wiped out by their sheer brutality. The whole reason Jiming clawed his way back to the present after 1,000 years was to put an end to the Genis scum once and for all. All 12 of those goddamn deities. They might have sealed him away in his past life, but this time around, he was coming to collect everything they owed him with interest. Meanwhile, the old bishop was stressing out over a deadline. He was on a crystal ball call with the nut job running the experiments. The guy's furious voice crackled through the crystal orb. The bishop was practically groveling, offering one pathetic excuse after another. I mean, who could have predicted some random powerhouse would show up stronger than even our knights? Damn it, what's your plan now, you old coot? I'm getting real tired of these setbacks. The mad scientist screeched. But the bishop just gave a wicked, greasy smile. Hey, failure is just the mother of success, right? So now they're starting from scratch, they just need to pick a new guinea pig. The guy on the other end immediately suggested Anna. You know, the kid who's got all the qualifications to be the next saintess. But the bishop got super twitchy at any mention of the saintess. There was no way he was going to let them use the saintess to create a chimera. Besides, the old creep already had another target in mind. A kid who worships the Jennas like they're rock stars and happens to be the saintess's one and only brother Ruichi. The next morning, some bull-headed nun found Ruichi and announced that everyone had to assemble in the main hall. In the hall, Bowen was waving Ruichi over to where Anna was sitting. Ruichi's face immediately turned thunderous, seeing his so-called friend getting cozy with his little sister. He beelined it over there and physically wedged himself between them, absolutely refusing to let Bowen get anywhere near his sister, Ruichi. As he was playing overprotective brother, everyone else was wondering what this sudden assembly was all about. It'd be so wonderful if someone else got chosen. That at least was Anna's innocent thought. Just then the bishop appeared on the podium, wearing that sickeningly sweet, totally fake smile of his. "My dear children, I have wonderful news for you today." A buzz of excitement went through the crowd as he spoke of a miracle. Could it be? Was someone else going to be chosen, just like Shino? The bishop chuckled. "Hey you've guessed correctly, my little ones. This time the great god Janus has once again chosen one from among you." Of course, inwardly, he could barely contain his malicious grin. In his eyes, these kids were just a bunch of gullible fools desperate to be chosen. But he had to admit the story he'd concocted about some poor orphan becoming a glorious knight for this man, was a pretty damn good one. A blessing or so, the twisted old bastard told himself. The old geezer cleared his throat, told the kids to pipe down, and then announced who had been chosen. And as we all guessed, it was poor Li Qi, the next unlucky soul to become a chimera. The next day it was pouring rain in Xixi. Jemy was sitting there enjoying some tea with his beloved mother. Of course, the guy wasn't having a good time at all, but he still had to spit out some cheesy lines. "The scent of the rain is so refreshing, but being with you, mother, is even better." As you'd expect, Jemy's mom pulled him into a huge happy hug. Only, we the readers of this manhwa know how hard Jemy is trying to keep up this act. The butler knocked and entered, announcing that a visitor had arrived for Jemy, a commoner boy claiming to be his friend. The old butler wasn't sure if he should just kick the kid out. Jemy also had no damn clue, since when he had a commoner for a friend, a name popped into his head. So Jemy ordered the old man to let him in. And who was it? None other than the ill-fated Li Qi. The kid nervously greeted Jemy's mother. She was, of course, delighted to see her son actually had a friend come over to visit. You can't just skip the pleasantries between people who live for small talk. She was super curious about how Li Qi and Jemy met. As if someone had just pushed his start talking button, Li Qi immediately launched into it. It was a clear night with a cool breeze and a bright moon. He was out stealing stuff when he ran into Jemy. Naturally, Jemy managed to shut him up in time, before Li Qi could expose the whole story about him sneaking out at night. Jemy just gave an awkward laugh and told his mom she should go get some rest. His mom just thought he was being shy about having a friend over. She gave a cheerful smile and presented one condition: he had to give her a goodbye kiss. Jemy froze. That challenge was even harder, but in the end, he had to just grit his teeth and plant one on his mom's cheek. This whole scene turned Li Qi to stone. He couldn't believe that a grumpy, foul-tempered brat like Jemy would actually kiss his mom. After his mom left, Jemy's signature scowl returned, and he asked Li Qi just what the hell he was doing here. Li Qi cheerfully explained that he was the chosen one. He'd be leaving soon, so he wanted to come and say goodbye to Jemy. And now it was Jemy's turn to be petrified. This news came a lot faster than he expected. That afternoon, the knight Lucy was having a complete mental breakdown, because he couldn't find that one knight even after turning the entire church upside down. What was the guy buried underground or something? Just then, Xiao Rui was heading out from the manor. Spotting Luosi, the little guy flashed a smile. "Oh, hello there, sir." "Whoa there, sport. You gotta call me bro, not sir." Luosi took 1 point of emotional damage from being called old. He wondered why on earth Xiao Rui was looking for Ji Ming today. And true to form, Xiao Rui immediately started bragging about receiving a divine blessing from the god Genie Si. Turns out he was heading to the main church first thing in the morning. Luosi was floored. So this is how they scam innocent children. For being the servants of a god, you'd think they'd have a shred of shame, right? Luosi managed to keep his rage on a leash. He ruffled Xiao Rui's hair, encouraging the kid that he'd become a great priest one day. And Xiao Rui, still blissfully innocent, had no clue about the freight train of doom heading his way. The second Xiao Rui was out of sight, Luosi summoned his 3 Weyerdun Shadow Knights. His face was radiating pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. Tomorrow morning, we're tailing the carriage Xiao Rui is in. He was going to show those animals the true meaning of a festival. The next day, a very moved Xiao Rui departed, clutching a bouquet given to him by his friends. Ben, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to announce that he would take very good care of An Na in his absence. Xiao Rui pulled his little sister into a bear hug before their farewell, telling her to make sure she eats all her meals. Just wait for the day I get honorably discharged. Whoops, I mean the day I become a priest. It was a tear-jerking goodbye right before the part where Xiao Rui gets turned into a chimera. The boy climbed into the carriage and rode away from the orphanage. Trailing silently behind was our knight in shadowy armor, Luosi. Meanwhile, Jiming was kicking back in his room, watching the whole drama unfold on his omniscient breakscope. Now it was time to pinpoint which dark corner that walking slab of meat was hiding in. After a quick scan, Jiming found it. Traces of his own dark mana were pinging from inside the church of Jini. To create a holy chimera, a classic evil plot device, in any manhwa, you need 3 things. First, a sacrifice to serve as the raw material. Second, a chimera creator to run the horrific experiment. And finally, a high-ranking priest to inject the thing with holy power. And around here there was only one of those. None other than that slimy, two-faced bishop of Jini. Jiming was confident that Luosi and his knights could handle the dirty work. They would tear that lab apart while he personally paid a little visit to the bishop. And just like that, they were all scheduled for a one-way trip to the afterlife. Over in the bishop's private chambers, the old man was practically vibrating with excitement as his goal was finally within grasp. The dream of taking a simple orphan and turning him into a holy knight of the church. But of course, the Lord's blessings always come with a few trials and tribulations. The real question is, will little Xiao Rui manage to survive this experiment? The old creep reached his hand through a 2-way mirror, preparing to snatch Xiao Rui. But Jiming was not about to let this creep get his wish. Tonight, your dance partner is me, old man, not Rui Chi. The old bishop gets yanked backward and eats dirt. That old rickety back of his just couldn't handle the impact. So with a face as dark as a thundercloud, he growled, "Which son of a bitch dares to sucker punch me? Which son of a bitch dares to sucker punch me? And this guy's from the church, what a potty mouth." Yemo was just oozing pure unadulterated dark energy, which kinda took the old bishop by surprise. But in that split second, his brain went into overdrive, concluding that Yemo must be the culprit who was bullying his holy knights. "How dare you interfere with my plans, you little punk?" The old man clasped his hands together in prayer, and bam, a massive holy sanctuary materializes right in the middle of the room. Inside this domain, his power gets a massive buff, multiplied several times over under divine protection. Yemo just raises an eyebrow. If this is a bishop-level sanctuary, then this old fossil probably has enough juice to crush boulders with his bare hands. The bishop gives his wrist a little shake, trying to look all cool and menacing, declaring that he himself will put an end to all of this. And with that, he charges forward to attack. "I shall purify you with this holy fist." The bishop pours every last ounce of his martial arts prowess into that punch, only for it to graze harmlessly past Yemo's shoulder. Our boy fakes a look of shock, which is all it takes to send the old man into a fit of delusional laughter. "Mwahahaha. See that? Are you trembling in fear yet?" Suddenly, a twisted new idea pops into his head. He's going to turn this kid into a raw ingredient too. All he needs is for this next attack to land on Yemo, and his master plan will be complete. "You call this power?" Yemo scoffs. His own dark magic effortlessly envelops the bishop's fist, stopping him dead in his tracks. Trying to act all tough in front of a dark sorcerer whose family has been in the villainy business for 3 generations. You must be reading the wrong manhwa, pal. And don't even get me started on you summoning this holy sanctuary, just to try and cancel out Yemo's dark arts. As if this old-timer has the credentials to even put a dent in Yemo's brand of dark magic. With a casual squeeze, Yemo shatters the old man's arm. You can almost hear the crunch right through the screen. And for his next trick, Yemo just casually absorbs the bishop's measly little sanctuary. Waste not, want not. No way, this can't be happening. The bishop stammers in disbelief. This should be impossible. But with Jemy, the word impossible is just a friendly suggestion. He sends the bishop flying with a single blast, slamming him straight into a wall. Crack goes the old man's spine, followed by a satisfying bonus round of coughing up blood. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Jemy casually strolls over. He's dying to know what the old geezer's grand plan is, but hey, when you're playing the villain, you have to commit to the bit. It's not like the bishop is just going to spill all his secrets. Don't be silly. But Jemy doesn't need an invitation to pry open that pathetic excuse for a brain. Jemy dives straight into the bishop's memories, causing a world of pain that makes the old man wish he'd just answered the questions a minute ago. Meanwhile, over at the secret laboratory, a certain mad scientist is going mad because his bishop buddy is a no-show. That blasted priest, the experiment is on hold. Where in the world are you? A terrified subordinate scurries off to investigate, hoping to escape his boss's wrath. But it's too late. The scientist offs him in an instant. Too slow, he scoffs. You're all so damn sluggish. Suddenly, he senses a presence directly above him. As knights storm the area, he realizes the bishop must have been followed. Luesi and the Wire Dun Shadow Squad sweep through every nook and cranny. One of them feels a faint draft coming from behind a bookshelf. Luesi glances over and spots a single, suspiciously dust-free book, pulling it from the shelf. And what do you know, it's the hidden switch for their secret base. Every good manhwa needs one of these. Luesi frowns. The air suddenly smells foul. He signals for everyone to draw their weapons. Right on cue from the pitch-black basement below, a massive chain whips out with lightning speed. Luesi parries with his sword, but the sheer force is overwhelming, sending him flying. He manages to land on his feet, though. Well, that violent welcome confirms one thing: they've definitely found the right spot. A hulking chimera emerges wielding a deadly chain mace. Back with Jemy, he's finished his deep dive into the bishop's mind. It seems they want to create some all-powerful army, all for the sake of some ridiculous half-baked prophecy. Jemy implants a command forcing the old man to confess everything he just learned, before adding an extra layer of brain scrambling to ensure his own involvement remains a complete secret. Too slow, he scoffs. You're all so damn sluggish. Suddenly, he senses a presence directly above him. Perfect, and now it's time for Jemy to take the stage. He finally gets to pilot an adult body for a change. Too bad it has to be this ugly old bishop's. The mad scientist's jaw almost hits the floor. He is still absolutely fuming that his bishop partner stood him up for their evil date. It's a shame really, but he has no other choice. It's time to unleash this thing to take care of the intruders. Damn it, this is all that useless spirit's fault. He went back to ogling Ricky's body. If only he had holy power and a physical form, everything would have been so different. All he needed was a chiseled 8-pack body like the main character of a popular manhwa. Just to complete his grand world-changing masterpiece. Sorry I'm late. The bishop's voice made him whip around, ready to chew the old man out for daring to stand him up. But his tone softened in a heartbeat when he saw that the bishop was covered in wounds. Jemy still in character as the old bishop explained that he'd been ambushed by a suspicious individual, and he was late because he had to take care of the intruder. The mad scientist was startled. After all these years, some third wheel just shows up out of the blue. More importantly, that interloper was probably in the same league as the people who ambushed them. If they delayed any longer, the experiment would be compromised. He suddenly remembered that chatting wasn't the most important thing right now. It was the birthday present. Whoops, I mean the body the old bishop had promised to bring him. Even with an intruder on the loose, he couldn't possibly pause the experiment. Besides, he'd already sent out the samples, so there was nothing to worry about. Jemy had no choice but to hand over the body. But he had no idea what the scientist had sent out. That particular detail wasn't in the bishop's memories. The mad scientist held the gift in his hands. I mean the body he had been waiting for all this time. The final step was to place it onto Ricky's body, and just wait for one heck of an awesome chimera to be born. Even with an intruder on the loose, he couldn't possibly pause the experiment. Besides, he'd already sent out the samples, so there was nothing to worry about. Jemy had no choice but to hand over the body, but he had no idea what the scientist had sent out. That particular detail wasn't in the bishop's memories. The mad scientist held the gift in his hands. Ahem. I mean the body he had been waiting for all this time. The final step was to place it onto Ricky's body, and just wait for one heck of an awesome chimera to be born. He'd panicked for a second there, but luckily he pulled it off. After bringing the two back, Jemy immediately asked what had happened. So what do you think? He turned to Jemy with a strangely intense look in his eyes. Jemy forced a smile. Well, it'll definitely be stronger than the last failure, that's for sure. He had no freaking idea why the guy was suddenly asking for his 2 cents. Hearing an answer that didn't quite meet his expectations, the scientist threw a little fit. Why do you always state things that everyone already knows? Ignoring Jemy completely, he got back to his experiment. The final step is to inject the magic beast into Ricky's body so it can fuse with him properly. Haha, Lin-kun, you're just as thrilled as I am, aren't you? He said, practically vibrating with excitement. But Jimei's response was colder than a witch's. Well, you know, this set off all kinds of alarms, making him shoot the kid a suspicious glare. Who the hell are you? What's with the sudden existential question? I am your very soul, of course. Jimei's brain just blue-screened. Is there some kind of secret social network for all the lunatics in this world? Absolutely furious, he lunged at Jemy. You can't fool me, you're not Lin-kun. Meanwhile, Rusi's crew had just managed to take down the chimera, along with all its little minions down in the basement. Suddenly, the guy behind him was slammed into the wall. Rusi whipped around his eyes, bugging out at the sight of a colossal hand, squishing his friend against the wall like a tube of toothpaste. The whole squad had been ambushed. The red-headed lady screamed, "Run for it, guys!" Then she hacked at its arm to clear a path for Rusi. Rusi could tell this new chimera was on a whole other level. Even its face had a way more badass expression. What an upgrade for this manhwa. The place was too cramped, leaving Rusi with no room to launch an attack. He needed more space, so he expertly weaved past the monster to get to a more open area. Rusi unleashed his ultimate move, Sword of Judgment. The blade sliced clean through the chimera's body. It conked out for a grand total of 5 seconds before snapping right back up. This understandably freaked Rusi out. This particular plot twist was definitely not in the director's contract. Caught completely off guard, he had no way to dodge the direct attack. Not at this point-blank range. Is this how I check out? A flash of steel bit into the hand coming for Rusi. Wait, am I really about to kick the bucket? A blade hacked deep into its attacking limb. Is this seriously how my awesome manhwa journey ends? A sword came crashing down on the hand about to flatten Rusi. It made the chimera yelp like a kicked puppy. 2 knights of the shadows appeared just in the nick of time and signaled for a retreat. But they had no intention of bringing the other knights back with them because their orders were strictly to help Rusi complete his mission, so they couldn't care less about anything or anyone else. The red-headed lady, the Night Lady, charges forward to throw down with the beast and open up a path. While it's distracted, Luosi and the other guy are supposed to make a tactical retreat. Sure, the knight is almost guaranteed to get wrecked in a one-on-one with this chimera. But these are the Shadow Knights we're talking about, and their whole gig is achieving the most optimal result. Absolute obedience to the master is rule number 1. Their lives are nothing more than tools, completely controlled by that person's commands. Luosi, on the other hand, thinks this whole complete the mission by sacrificing your own life shtick is completely insane. As a servant of justice, there's no way in hell he's gonna forgive this. Hurry, go now, she yells as the Night Lady tries her best to hold the line. But after a few thunderous impacts, the ceiling comes crashing down. A mountain of rubble buries them both right in front of their eyes. Then a massive chimera arm bursts out, making Luosi and his buddy just about jump out of their skin. It sits up, and clutched in its monstrous hand is the Night Lady. Sir Luosi, we have to get out of here now. But there's no way Luosi is leaving her behind. The twisted chimera starts to squeeze, making the poor knight's bones groan in protest. Luosi's blood boils as he screams, "Let her go right now." He draws his sword in the name of the servant, of the merciful goddess of judgment Fei Luo, trusting that holy magic will see him through. Luosi, swings his blade, channeling holy power straight through the chimera's body. The attack is ridiculously powerful, but it requires the absolute perfect moment to launch. This time, the chimera isn't taking a 5-second nap, it's going down for the eternal dirt nap. Luosi really didn't want to, but in the end, he had no choice but to use the power of a holy arbiter. They are the 7 church knights blessed by the goddess of mercy and judgment, Fei Luo. It's a special model of holy power. The power has an extremely short usage time and comes with some absolutely brutal side effects, but it can unleash an unbelievable torrent of holy energy. The ambushed knight wakes up completely bewildered. No one believed he was still alive, not even the guy himself. Luosi is proud because this is the power bestowed by Fei Luo, designed to execute punishment on the wicked and grant infinite mercy to the good, a classic manhwa power-up. However, once it's used, if the power of the Saint Arbiters vanishes, then all the pain they've endured will be transferred to Ras. But he has no intention of letting them in on that little secret. Right now, they have a much more important mission at hand, namely catching the mastermind red-handed. Inside the room, Jemy finally drops his bishop disguise. The mad scientist is absolutely livid that he dared to impersonate his lover. And to top it all off, he even sabotaged their precious experiment. How utterly ridiculous. I don't think a man who's mutilated his own body has any right to lecture me. Jemy sneers, a smirk playing on his lips. The scientist figures that ordinary people just can't possibly appreciate his art, so he's going to do Jemy a special favor and let him witness a once-in-a-millennium masterpiece, the art of turning a human into a bird. Jemy thought the guy had some grand artistic vision, but nope, he's just obsessed with chimera wings. Talk about terrible taste. What who gave you the right to criticize my work? He grinds his teeth, but Jemy isn't done with his performance yet. He pulls out the scientist's key ingredient. Turns out the last one was just a cheap knockoff. Whoops, my hand slipped. Jemy uses dark magic to utterly crush the grotesque body. At this point, all the blood rushes to the mad scientist's head. You filthy little runt. Jemy pouts. He just ruined one little toy and the guy gets this bent out of shape. So weird. Anyway, now he's going to take him someplace where it'll be just the two of them. For a heart-to-heart. In a classic manhwa plot twist, a teleportation circle flares to life on the floor. The scientist is a bit surprised, but hey, no big deal. All he has to do is destroy the circle and it'll vanish. Except, no matter how much power he pumps into it, the circle doesn't even crack. And just like that, he's whisked away from his cozy little nest. Why didn't it break? He snarls, absolutely seething. Why, you ask? 'Cause you're weak as a kitten, that's why. And now it's time for Jemy and him to have a little fun in the forest. After they're done playing, Jemy plans to make this guy his newest subordinate. You insolent brat, the scientist launches his writhing tentacles at Jemy. But our boy just casually leaps onto a high branch, completely unfazed. Everything down in the basement should be just about wrapped up. He was just as curious as anyone else. After all, he'd sent 2 of his most elite goons to take care of those knights. G looked surprised, but the freak wasn't spilling any more secrets. Because when you're with me, you don't get to think about other things. He wrapped his tentacles around his fist and bam, smashed a tree trunk to bits. G just casually leaped to another tree. The villain knew one of his lackeys had already been taken out, but he'd already sent 2 more as backup. Yeah, there was no way in hell those knights were making it back alive. You're completely off your rocker. G shot him a look that screamed, you need therapy. The creature flew up to his level to make conversation easier. It's not crazy, sweetheart. It's called confidence. G could sense it. This guy was a living, breathing cocktail of 9 different species. At this point, calling him human was a stretch. This dude was a straight-up monster. On the other hand, the way he combined all those different abilities was actually pretty impressive, which just made G want to recruit this freak for his own team even more. Meanwhile, Lei's group had finally located the laboratory. First order of business, find Rui. They had 20 minutes before the power of the fake saint's verdict fizzled out. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blur shot straight for Lei. Luckily, someone yanked him out of the way just in the nick of time. A chimera lunged at them, claws out. A flash of sword aura appeared. My, what a big queen bee you are! Before Lei could even process the appearance of that thing, a demonic horse and ogre chimera hybrid appeared on the other side. This thing was even more ripped than he was. These were the kind of boss-level threats you'd find in a top-tier manhwa, tough enough to give even master-level warriors a hard time. Even Lei knew he couldn't fight them all at once. But as a knight fighting for justice, showing fear wasn't an option. Lei took a deep breath and signaled his team to prepare for battle. Just a few measly chimeras. What's the worst that could happen? A total party wipe. In another room, Rui groggily woke up from a surprisingly good nap. He looked around for the priest, but the room was empty. Then his eyes landed on a gigantic tank, and inside floated the upper half of Chen's body. Rui froze, and in that instant the horrifying truth crashed down on him. So this is what they call a blessing from God. To call something so utterly evil, so twisted a blessing, it was absolutely disgusting. Seething with a rage he'd never felt before, Rui. Shaking with fear, he told himself to calm the heck down and get out of there. Leaving Shen Nuo behind made Rui Qi feel a pang of guilt. But he swore he'd be back with the cavalry. The Genis Church, Rui Qi burned their name into his memory. While making a run for it, Rui Qi heard the sounds of a throwdown. Could it be the Night Squad here to save him? For some reason, Rui Qi's heart was pounding like a war drum as he saw blood splattered across the floor. But his spirits soared when he saw Luo Si. Mr. Luo Si, while fighting for his life, shot back, "It's big bro, you little punk." The horse chimera, spotting a new target, immediately galloped towards Rui Qi. Two knights instantly charged forward to intercept it. But a queen bee chimera swooped in and blocked their path. Luo Si screamed, "Rui Qi, run for it." But the poor kid's body was frozen in place. This was the first time in his life he'd ever faced a situation this dangerous. Luo Si finally caught up to the chimera, unleashing an all-out attack, right before its hooves could turn Rui Qi into a pancake. But it seemed he was too late. All he could see was a hazy, desolate scene. It drove him to despair. He'd used his ultimate move and still couldn't save the kid. Suddenly, Rui Qi's hand shot out. His entire body erupted in a brilliant golden light. But of course, this wasn't your typical main character aura. Rui Qi was still alive, but Luo Si saw it. The shadow of the horse chimera was charging right for them. He yelled for the kid to get over to him right now. Luo Si grabbed Rui Qi, quickly sizing up the battlefield. The queen bee chimera was having the time of its life on a rampage over there, and he only had about 10 minutes left before his bootleg holy power completely vanished. There was no way he could fight and play bodyguard for Rui Qi at the same time, so he told the boy to make a run for it first. Rui Qi hesitated, but staying here would just make him a liability, a classic manhwa trope. So Rui Qi turned tail and bolted upstairs. This left Luo Si to face off against the ridiculously buff horse chimera. It was just a lab experiment, but it had a body that looked like it had been hitting the gym for years. Absolutely unacceptable. Luo Si had to put this thing down, as Ricky was making a run for it. He couldn't stop thinking about that bizarre thing that just happened. A brilliant flash of light had totally enveloped him, right in front of that chimera. He could still feel that gut-wrenching nausea, and the freaky vibe coming off that monster. It felt exactly like Li Fan. Just pure spine-chilling malice. Ricky spotted a single solitary door. After stepping through it, bam, he was back in the dense forest. Even now, he was struggling to process it all. The whole salvation and faith thing, it was all a giant stinking lie. His little sister Anna must still be all alone at the orphanage. And if anyone dared to lay a finger on her, he would never ever forgive them. Suddenly, Ricky felt this terrifying sensation wash over him. For some reason, his gut was screaming at him, telling him to head straight towards it. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Jemy was still playing with the neuroscientist. The guy had to admit Jemy was pretty slick at dodging. But this next move, oh, there's no way in hell he's dodging this. Tentacles swirled into a tornado-like spiral and shot forward. Getting grazed by even one of those would be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Jemy leaped and dodged through the air. The power behind that attack was absolutely insane. A close shave was enough to rip his shirt to shreds. But hey, no sweat. The spell he had prepped was more than enough to handle it. He launched an orb of light, but it barely tickled the guy. "Playtime's over, you little runt. Time to start begging for your life." He raised his arm, unleashing hundreds of tentacles that swarmed around Jemy, trapping him in a cage. But Jemy just teleported away, leaving him grasping at thin air. Where did you go? Jemy let out a sigh, then summoned a pocket of dark space. The scientist instantly realized Jemy was trying to trap him. But as if a simple barrier could ever clip his wings, he attacked the spot where Jemy was hiding, summoning a storm of tentacles. They rained down from the sky like stone pillars. Jemy threw up a defensive barrier, thinking this guy was getting more interesting by the second. His ability to combine chimera with magic was seriously creative, a classic awesome manhwa power-up. But that's about all he had going for him. If this were his own manhwa series, maybe he'd stand a chance of winning. You're lasting longer than I expected. But what about this? He clasped his hands together as if in prayer. Just then, Jemy appeared right behind him, making the scientist jump out of his skin. He was so sure the kid was down below. How the heck did he get up here so fast? You don't know. Jemy said, this is the real me. Turns out there were actually two Jimings, all thanks to a 4th-tier dark magic spell called Doppelganger that creates a perfect clone. This copy can use all the same abilities as the original. The only catch, one of them disappears if they lock eyes with each other. Underestimate your opponent and you're just begging to get wrecked. Especially a reeking corpse like you. What? The man ground his teeth, seething at the insult. He nearly jumped out of his rotting skin when Jiming suddenly appeared right behind him. He was positive. The kid was down on the ground. How in the world did he get up here so fast? Don't you get it? Jiming smirked. This is the real me. You see, there are two Jimings thanks to a handy dark magic spell called Doppelganger. It creates a perfect clone that can use all the original's powers. And the only way to make it disappear is for the two of them to stare right at each other. You should really learn not to look down on people. It always ends badly. Especially for a walking, talking biohazard like yourself. What did you just say? He gnashed his teeth, absolutely livid. Jiming's whole plan was to provoke him, hoping he'd slip up and reveal an opening. The guy gritted his teeth, absolutely furious at the humiliation. Jiming could sense the foul magic that was causing the man's body to decay. But these little parlor tricks would be nothing once he wiped this brat off the map and got back to his experiments. But Jiming was one step ahead. He had already summoned a swarm of dark orbs which now completely surrounded his foe. The orbs made contact and the man let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. You see, these dark orbs amplify the sensation of pain threefold wherever they touch. That, Jiming said coldly, is just a taste of what it feels like for your body to rot away. Noticing the guy still had enough fight in him to hurl insults, Jiming cranked up the gravity and slammed him straight into the ground. And just like that, the aerial battle was over. He Ying, who had been breaking his back carrying Jiming this whole time, could finally get some rest. His body completely mangled, the man struggled to push himself back up. Jiming couldn't even imagine what kind of twisted modifications the guy had done to his own body. To still be conscious after enduring that much excruciating pain, it looked like turning this lunatic into a subordinate was off the table. The dude was a complete lost cause. At the very least, he'd squeeze him for information before punching his ticket. My slaves, he rasped. Instantly, two hulking chimeras materialized to protect their master. Welp Jiming had seriously miscalculated. He never expected the guy to have a couple of chimera bodyguards like a final boss in some fantasy manhwa. He'd burned through way too much mana earlier, and now dealing with these things was going to be a real pain. First things first, Jiming was not about to let this guy die peacefully. So naturally, he blasted a hole straight through his chest. A quick death would have been a mercy, really. But nope, looks like our villain is still kicking just long enough to savor every last bit of agony. Jiming, for all his cool guy posturing, couldn't believe the dude actually tanked that last hit. Seriously? What's it gonna take to put this guy down for good? Meanwhile, poor Ruichi is just wandering around, feeling more and more nauseous the closer he gets. But for some mysterious reason, an invisible force just keeps dragging him forward. Boom! A massive explosion nearly makes Ruichi jump out of his skin. His immediate reaction, nope, not my problem, and he turns to book it before getting caught in the crossfire. And then out of absolutely nowhere, Jiming comes flying through the air. Our boy. was fresh out of mana for a shield, so he just got sent tumbling like a ragdoll. There was no way in hell he was blocking the next attack. Ruichi is just standing there utterly bewildered like, why did Jiming just crash land directly in front of me? But the mad scientist is not letting this go. For him it's simple, if Jiming doesn't die today, he'll never have a moment's peace. His pet chimera starts charging up a ridiculously overpowered beam attack. Egime no. Without a second thought, Ruichi dives in, seeing his friend is about to get absolutely obliterated. Get back, you idiot! Jiming screams, but Ruichi is already locked in. There's no stopping him now. It's that classic manhwa hero instinct, your body just moves on its own when a friend is in danger. Another massive blast kicks up a huge cloud of smoke and debris. Jiming emerges from the smoke looking like he's been through a meat grinder. As for Ruichi, well, he was knocked out cold before he even hit the ground. Shaking Jiming's face goes dark as he stares at Ruichi's motionless body. The memories come flooding back. Once again, someone has died because of him. They all died just to save him. It doesn't matter what lifetime it is. The same tragic story plays out every single time. Ha ha ha. Oh, how touching, the scientist sneers. Such a moving performance from a pathetic little lab rat. Don't worry, I'll send you to join him right now. The maniac just cackles as Jiming is completely consumed by despair. His lover, his best friend. His comrades, his disciples, every single one of them sacrificed themselves for him. Suddenly, a dark aura explodes from Jiming. The scientist feels the entire atmosphere shift, becoming heavy and cold. He could even swear he hears some ethereal, fairy-like music echoing in the distance. Jiming tells Raiki to just rest easy for a moment. He's got some trash to take out. It was the first power he had ever created, one he had long since forgotten, designed to defy the gods themselves. Skeletal remains clawed their way out of the dirt. The man shrieked, "You bastard, just how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" This was the army Jemy had created to take on the gods. A power known as necromancy, capable of facing the might of the 12 deities. He burst out laughing at the sight of this pathetic, low-level skeleton crew. But he clearly forgot the golden rule, never ever underestimate your opponent. Because every single one of these skeletons was a soul who had died by his hand. And even in death, a grudge is a debt that must be paid. The skeleton army charged, tearing the chimeras to shreds. Even when ripped in two, they simply regenerated. I mean, what's a little dismemberment when you're already dead? Get back, stay away from me. With no strength left to resist, the scientist was snatched up by a bony hand. His mouth was covered as a voice whispered, "Quiet down, this is hell." This is a place where death harvests death, and also Jemmy's personal playground, a plot twist worthy of a grimdark manhwa. And with one final smash of his head against the ground, he was sent to dreamland permanently. Jemy looked down at him and sighed. Finally, he had managed to eliminate his foe. But then suddenly a seed of life popped right out of the man's mouth. It was an artifact that recharged itself using life force. No wonder the guy's vitality was so ridiculously high, even while reconstructing his body. So that's the little secret he'd been hiding. This was a completely unexpected prize. With the seed of life, Jemy could finally break past the limits of his small body. What a classic manhwa power-up. Jemy had completely forgotten about his skeleton army, who were just standing around waiting for a reward. But he didn't exactly have the budget for performance bonuses. So it was back to the dirt with them. Sorry boys, no severance pay. Having used so much power, Jemmy's body couldn't handle the strain. But he couldn't pass out here. He couldn't let Ricky just kick the bucket. Instead of going to meet his ancestors, it would be far better for him to become my subordinate. At least that way he gets to keep on living. Jemy began to cast his dark spell, but a brilliant light suddenly pierced through his shadows. I don't understand what's happening. A voice rang out as a goddess appeared, shielding Ricky. She was protecting him from Jemmy's dark magic. She demanded to know who he was daring to steal something that belonged to her. Fio. Jemy couldn't believe it. Of all the people to run into here, Fio opened her eyes and glared at him. You know me? Meanwhile, the bishop was on his way to the count's mansion. He was following Jemmy's orders to turn himself in. But along the way, he was swiftly beheaded. Useless trash, we're just eliminating him, said a man with silver hair and chillingly dark lips. Let the purge of the heretics begin. Ras let out a long sigh. He barely managed to clean up the mess before the timer ran out. God, that stings like crazy. But hey, silver lining, no one saw a thing. I warned you didn't. If you don't do a clean job, this is what happens. The Dark Sorcerer was muttering to himself, probably giving himself a villainous pep talk. Boss, it's done. A voice suddenly echoed from his crystal ball. Excellent, now get rid of the body. Suddenly a chill ran down Jiming's spine. Had to be sacrificed, but just then a brilliant light blasted down from the heavens. Luosi was floored. This was the unmistakable sign of the goddess Fei Luo descending. Jiming, on the other hand, was just plain confused. How in the world did she even manage to pop in, even if it was just a projection? The karmic backlash for a stunt like this had to be enormous. Are you even listening to me? Jiming clutched his head as the holy light, a natural counter to his dark magic, bore down on him. All I know is that Rui Kei's holy power belongs to me. Jiming shot back. The goddess Fei Luo couldn't understand for the life of her why he was still so obsessed with turning Rui Kei into one of his undead minions. Look, he knew it wasn't the best look, but all he wanted was to keep Rui Kei from kicking the bucket for good. Ha, and you call being an undead not being dead. That's a complete desecration of the deceased. Fei Luo was practically seething with divine rage at Jiming's audacity. He just gritted his teeth, his own anger boiling over. You hypocritical wretch, you're the ones who have no regard for life. After sacrificing all of humanity, how dare you lecture me? Fei Luo's face went rigid at Jiming's words. She was absolutely speechless. Regardless, Rui Kei is destined to become my apostle. If you dare turn him into your slave, I will never forgive you. An apostle is someone who's closer to the gods than anyone else. Their very existence strengthens the authority of the Pope, and they wield enough power to be granted the title of the strongest holy knight, a pretty big deal in any manhwa. Jiming knew Rui Kei had a little spark of holy power, but he never imagined it was enough for him to be chosen as an apostle. Well, that probably explains how Fei Luo was able to descend in the first place. This was getting way more interesting than he'd thought. Oh, I am so terribly sorry. How can I possibly make this up to you? Too late. The darkness has already taken him. Since half of Rui Kei was already under his control, Jiming couldn't resist the urge to troll the goddess. And right on cue, she completely lost her temper. The aftermath was a skull-splitting headache for Jiming. But he still had to grit his teeth and face her down. If he dies, Ruichi goes down with him. You really think your pathetic little threats are going to work on me? Fei Aoruo scoffed, but Jiming knew for a fact she only had one apostle. If she lost that one, it would take ages to find another. More importantly, for a god to descend to the mortal world without being bound, they absolutely need an apostle. He had Fei Aoruo right where he wanted her, but Jiming had no intention of offing Ruichi. He was his friend after all. Besides, in the current world, there's no need for apostles since everything is running peacefully according to the 12 gods' grand design, a system the 12 gods created with their own hands. So why on earth would Fei Aoruo need an apostle? Just how much do you know? Fei Aoruo hissed, so Jiming, channeling his inner manhwa protagonist, boldly threw out his theory. The most sacred of gods, the one who cherishes all life, so overflowing with love that she would seize power just to reconstruct evil. Looks like Fei Aoruo's been cast out. Fei Aoruo was utterly speechless, which was basically a confession. She couldn't tell a lie. That went against her divine nature, so silence was her only option. Diablo Via, I am his legacy, Jiming declared. Fei Aoruo couldn't believe it. This guy was supposed to have kicked the bucket thousands of years ago, yet here he was, popping up with perfect manhwa timing right when she was in a corner. Jiming proposed an alliance with Fei Aoruo. If she agreed, she was to come to his place for a proper discussion. Fei Aoruo vanished, leaving Ruichi behind. If this all went well, he would gain a very useful new asset. Ruichi's eyes slowly fluttered open, only to be met with the sight of Jiming's supremely judgmental face. You doing okay? Ruichi shot straight up when he saw Jiming was bleeding. His eyes had turned purple and his own body felt incredibly weird. Even in his own sorry state, Ruichi's first instinct was to worry about someone else. What a stand-up guy. In the end, Jiming decided to tell Ruichi the truth. that he'd used dark magic and that's what had turned him into this. Ricky's definitely gonna hate your guts for this. But Ricky just flashes a smile and goes, "It's all good, my dude, I get it." Wait, that's it? His reaction was totally off script. Jiming was floored. In Ricky's mind, just 'cause you're a dark mage doesn't automatically make you the bad guy. As far as he's concerned, Jiming is the greatest person on Earth. Jiming tries to argue, "Dude, I was literally planning to get rid of your sister, and I threw you to the wolves. Any normal person would never forgive me for that." But Ricky's not exactly what you'd call a normal manhwa character. In the end, Jiming came through and saved him. And he didn't off on na, so when you add it all up, he's still a good guy in my book. Oh, for the love of you, absolute simpleton. Jiming is fuming, but then something crazy happens. As he holds Ricky's hand, the countless wounds on his body just start healing. Ricky had a hunch it might work and gave it a shot. And what do you know, it actually did. Besides, Lucy is on his way, so it's time for them to bounce. Jiming makes sure to warn him to keep everything he just revealed on the down low. Ricky just scoffs. He might look a little clueless, but he's not that big of an idiot. The next morning, over at the H branch of the Janus Church, a group of inquisitors shows up to apologize to Count Welton. Thanks to the delicate nature of their visit, they can't exactly introduce themselves by name. "So why are you inquisitors gracing me with your presence?" the Count demands. They explain they were just following orders from the top hunting down heretics. In the process, they stumbled upon evidence proving that some guy named Lin Ken was in fact a heretic. After squeezing a confession out of him, they promptly executed the old geezer and stuck his head on a pike in the town square for all to see. When Lucy hears this, he's absolutely livid. They're totally using the bishop as a scapegoat. Anyone with eyes can see that that's enough. The Count signals for Lucy to pipe down. He commends their courage, but then points out their fatal mistake carrying out an execution in his territory. "Are you trying to start a war or something?" The lead inquisitor immediately drops to his knees in the face of the Count's wrath. This Count doesn't mess around. He's the judge, jury, and executioner in these parts, and no one harms another soul in H without his express permission. The Church of Janus just pole vaulted over that line. The guy is practically shaking in his boots, begging for mercy. At this rate, he knows he's about to lose his head over this. But the Count couldn't care less about his groveling. He has a zero-tolerance policy for anyone stepping on his turf. He shows absolutely no mercy. The Inquisitor knows he's about to get wiped off the face of the earth, but he can't back down either. So the guy lifts his chin and his tone does a complete 180. "My Lord Count, you are truly arrogant to turn your back on the Church of Janus. This is not a wise decision, not wise at all." Swoosh! And just like that, the guy's right hand went sailing through the air. That's what you get for mouthing off to the Count. After his right hand, that lying mouth of his was next on the chopping block. If he wanted to live, he'd better take his Janus church and get the hell out of Welton territory. He clutched his trembling stump, realizing this was not how that lady said things would go down. Russ was completely stunned. The Count hadn't said a single word about the Chimera. Instead, he focused entirely on the fact that he was the lord of this land. If they kept this up, they definitely have the upper hand. The guy immediately started groveling, bowing his head to the floor, promising to pay for everything and just begging the Count to let it slide. But he couldn't just leave. This place was supposed to be the stepping stone for their grand expansion to the east, so he absolutely had to stay. "I will not repeat myself. You people have completely lost my trust. I am severing all ties with the Janus Church." Without another word, Count Welton turned and walked away. This was Russ's first time seeing the Count in action, and man, it was straight out of an intense manhwa. For a second there, he almost felt sorry for those disgusting creeps. After that, the Janus Church had to cough up a massive compensation fee before they finally packed up and left. And that's when a very special visitor came to see Ricky and Anna. The shock was so intense that the little girl's eyes actually fluttered open. Rask introduced himself once more. He was a holy knight from the Pharaoh Church, and he explained that the two siblings were destined to become symbols of the Pharaoh Church as an apostle and a goddess. One day Anna would awaken as a saintess able to see the entire world with her own eyes. Apun would do everything in its power to welcome them, and R would be given the official duty of protecting the two of them. Is that really true? Ricky was overwhelmed thinking about his sister finally being able to see. He couldn't care less about being a saintess or some church named Pharaoh. Ricky's entire world revolved around his little sister. Anna, the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess, was an omen that some major trouble was brewing. But no matter what kind of trouble was on the horizon, Ross swore he would protect these two children, and so the two of them became completely dependent on the Pharaoh Church, while poor Jemy Welton was about to face a massive challenge of his own. Turns out the 12 gods were all busy, forming cliques and factions, which is why Janus was trying to create a Holy Night Chimera, while Pharaoh had been pretty much isolated. If he wanted to be absolutely sure, he had no other choice but to go there himself. And so Jemy had to resort to this. He took a deep breath and strained his facial muscles to produce the sweetest smile imaginable, paired with a truly skin-crawlingly sweet voice. "Oh, my dearest mother." His little sister had no freaking clue why her brother had suddenly appeared at the tea table to act like a complete lunatic, but the shameless Jemy latched onto his mom, using the excuse that he desperately wanted to drink tea. "Is that so? You usually find tea so boring, don't you?" His mom called him out instantly. That hit a little too close to home, but Jemy had to play dumb. "Could it be, you want something from me?" Yep, nothing ever gets past a mother's intuition. Jemy plopped down into a chair, trying to act casual. "It's nothing really, I just felt like having some tea today." "Whatever it is, just spit it out. I'm listening." Ah, those were the magic words Jemy had been waiting for. He just wanted to take a quick trip to Appon. And as luck would have it, that was his mother's hometown. Jemy had to cook up a lame excuse about Appon having mountains and giant water bubbles. Deep down, he just wanted the ground to swallow him whole. "Oh, really? Well, now I suddenly have the urge to see you act all cute for me." Seeing Jemy freeze up like a statue, his mom playfully pretended to refuse. Jemy, also known as Diablo Volpia, had never backed down from any challenge, except when faced with this particular woman. He forced himself to make a heart shape with his hands, squeezing out a smile so adorable it looked like it was ripped from a shoujo manhwa. "I love you this much, Mom. Of course I'll listen to my adorable son's request," his mother said, looking completely satisfied. Then she suddenly remembered they had already planned a trip to her parents' place for next week. It was a good thing she forgot, otherwise she would have missed Jamie's cringy act. He left the garden with his head hanging in total defeat. After this humiliation, he was definitely going to make Fei Luo pay for forcing him to do this. To make matters worse, Jamie ran smack into La Se, that insufferably nosy guy who always got under his skin. And to top it all off, he was Fei Luo's subordinate. Lee Essen had no idea what was going on, but he just kept cheering him on with a puppy dog face that made Jemy want to personally send him to the underworld. More importantly, why was this guy wandering around his family's garden? La Essen explained he was there to bid the Count farewell before heading back. But really, he wanted to see Jemy to tell him something important. "Rui Kui and An Na will be going with you," La Sut said, placing a hand on Jamie's shoulder. But what the hell did that have to do with him? "A farewell isn't forever, Jemy. Rui Ki and An Na will never forget you, kiddo." Ross started singing his Power of Friendship anthem again, and Jemy was about ready to internally combust. "What in the world are you talking about?" Then out of nowhere, Ross pulls Jemy into a bear hug, which immediately made Jemy's face turn thunderous. Is this weirdo so touch-starved he's just hugging random guys now? "Don't be sad and don't lose hope. This isn't the end of the road." Ross dropped these words of comfort and then bounced, leaving Jemy looking like his soul had just left his body. This whole mess is Firo's fault. She really needs to get her little minions under control. Later that night, Henno was having a heart-to-heart with his wife. He confessed he still couldn't figure out the cryptic message his father-in-law sent that brought Jemy to them in the first place. His wife was just as clueless. She figured not even her own deceased mother could decipher what went on in that man's head. With them set to leave tomorrow, he was feeling a bit on edge, but his wife not worried in the slightest. After all, they had the strongest night squad in all of Welton as their escort. Besides, who in their right mind would be dumb enough to mess with her? Her husband is a whole count, talk about having backup. Henno couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, these two are always so disgustingly cute together. On top of that, Ross would be joining their escort along with Ricky and Anna, which surprised Henno since the guy was a holy marshal. Those guys almost never leave their posts, but the Count was more worried about Jemy than anything. This situation must be pretty serious if the Pharaoh Church dispatched Rai. And as for Jai, the kid is absurdly powerful, but his body is basically made of glass. If he loses control of his emotions again like last time, and goes full-on berserker mode, who knows if anyone could actually stop him. This isn't some power fantasy manhwa. I don't think we need to worry about that, his wife said reassuringly, because today she saw an expression on Jemy's face that she would never forget. Henno whined that he wished he could have seen it too, just to get his dose of fatherly affection. In any case, everyone makes mistakes, but she would always have faith in their Jemy. Meanwhile, that same night, Jemy had finally finished absorbing the seed of life by grinding it into a fine powder and snorting it. Classy. The whole process took way longer than he expected, but the results were surprisingly effective. Guess all that grinding paid off, literally. Reaching level 6 was now just a matter of time. It was still a long way to go before Jemy could reclaim his peak strength, a classic plot in many a great manhwa. But now, he could at least take down someone on the same level as that crackpot scientist. Jemy headed to the village where Jans and Philip were lying low. They immediately came out and bowed respectfully. Jemy informed them he was taking a vacation for a bit so he'd be out of commission. Apon was pretty far away, so he might be gone for as long as a month. These two couldn't stand another day of playing lumberjack and chopping firewood. An entire forest had been leveled. You two got a problem with that. Jiming's brow twitched. They were really mistaking a tiger for a Hello Kitty. He hadn't even finished talking, and they were already whining. This time, Jiming was dragging both of them along. But there was one tiny thing he'd forgotten. Jiming raised his hand and summoned something that absolutely reeked of dark energy, making the two of them jump out of their skin. A creepy-looking house materialized before their eyes like a set piece from a gothic manhwa. Jiming introduced it as his official minion storage unit. In other words, their new home, sweet home. That house, I don't want to live in a place that gloomy. Jiang Shi and Fei Li just kept on complaining. Jiming couldn't figure out what their deal was. Seriously, no one had ever dared talk back to him like this before. So Jiming gave them a swift kick in the rear and booted them inside. Hey, a house is better than being homeless, right? Watching the two of them fumble their way in, Jiming had to admit they were an interesting duo, with such distinct personalities and emotions. If he could just fatten them up a bit, they'd be incredibly useful. Inside, thick black smoke pulsating with dark magic coiled around them. Even though Jiming had called it a storage unit, it was actually way better than Fei Li had expected. After they came back out, the two gave Jiming their customer feedback. Apparently, it felt like all their fatigue had been completely wiped away. Well, duh, Jiming said. This is my very first domain after all. The entire space was crafted from his pure, unadulterated power. Any undead within it would naturally absorb that power and be strengthened. But wouldn't that place a huge burden on you, my lord? Fei Li asked, genuinely concerned. A mere subordinate worried his master would tucker himself out. If Jiming actually saw them as a burden, he wouldn't have bothered buffing them up in the first place. Then the ever-so-innocent Jiang Shi piped up, so does that mean you only have to make us strong this one time and then we're good? The inside was way cooler than I thought, but man, it's just full of bones. Fei Li slapped a hand over his big mouth before Jiming completely lost it. But it was too late. At this point, Jiming seriously considered disowning Jiang Shi. The next morning, as he was seeing everyone off, Jiming had this completely vacant look on his face, as if his soul had left his body. Turns out his dad was hoisting him into the air like he was a little doll. He was lecturing Jiming to be careful and to protect his mom, his little sister, and all his friends. Jiming practically wilted. He'd do anything, literally anything, if his dad would just put him down. I believe in you, son. Come back safe. Aboard the carriage, He Nuo gave Jiming a farewell hug. Anna let out a long sigh. She really wished they were riding in the same carriage as Luo Si. Of all people, why did he have to volunteer to join the escort team? Jemy was stuck listening to Jack O'Brien explain their travel route. They were going to take the safest route, which of course was also the longest one. Meanwhile, Sarah was out like a light. That girl passes out the second a carriage starts moving. Russ would guard the rear while Jack took the lead. Seeing Russ around, however, made Jemy think of Pharaoh. He still had no idea what she wanted to tell him. He had already dropped his oh-so-famous name Diablo and got absolutely no reaction. That meant one of two things. Either she hadn't told the other gods yet, or she couldn't. After a nice long nap, Sarah stirred and woke up. The first thing her eyes landed on was the totally unfamiliar face of Ricky. "Hey there, you're Sarah, right?" "I'm Ricky." Sarah was so startled she immediately burst into tears, which left poor Ricky completely flustered. And just like that, the peaceful carriage was rocked by the sound of Jemmy's shouting. "What did you do to Sarah?" 2 days later, the weather turned miserable and rainy, and all three members of the Welton family were knocked out cold in the carriage. A gloomy-looking Ricky stared out the window. Just then, Russ rode up on his horse to check on them. The sound of voices woke Jemy from his slumber. He'd been sleeping like a rock for a solid 2 hours. Ricky, by the way, had been watching him very carefully. "Gets pretty boring sitting in a carriage, doesn't it?" "Want me to tell you a fun story?" Russ asked. He offered to tell them a legend about the Miatre Mountains, a classic tale you'd find in any fantasy manhwa. Jemy was about to say it sounded boring as all hell, but Ricky's voice completely overpowered him. "Yes, please, go on, sir. This is a story from a very long time ago, back when dragons still soared across the heavens. When elves still roamed the mountain ranges, back then the Miatre Range was actually just a single massive mountain. It was a day like any other, but it was made special by the appearance of two dragons. One was a wicked black dragon, and the other was a kind green dragon named Miatre. Miatre had fallen in love with a human mage, but humans and dragons, well, they couldn't live together. Because the dragon clan could not accept their love, they sent the black dragon to tear them apart. In the great battle that followed, the majestic mountain was shattered into many pieces, and deep canyons were formed where the raging waters flowed. And so the black dragon was defeated, but Mia's lover also, well, he kicked the bucket. Mia said her goodbyes and fled deep into the mountains. She was hoping that one day somehow he would return to her. So, that's when the endless rain started, right? Anna suddenly piped up, which made Lee Ki jump. Man, he really thought the kid was asleep. And that's why the poets of old called this place Dragon's Rain. Jemy fell into a thoughtful silence. This story, it felt real. Perhaps dragons are now just a myth from the past, the stuff of some epic manhwa, which is why people call it a legend. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down with a deafening boom, startling everyone. Shala woke with a yelp and clung to her mother, who immediately tried to soothe her daughter. "It's okay, sweetie. It's nothing, right, Jemy?" Yeah, of course." Jemy agreed, but he felt a deeply unsettling presence in the air. As their carriage passed a line of dead trees, lightning struck a huge trunk, snapping it in half. It came crashing down right where the driver was sitting. The whole carriage lurched violently, throwing the lady and Shala right out the door. The terrified mother screamed for him to grab Shala first. Jemy instantly used his magic, creating ethereal ropes to wrap around them both. He had a heart-stopping moment of panic, but luckily the spell held. After pulling them back inside, Jemy turned to ask what happened. But this time, he was the one sent flying out, giving his mom a second heart attack. "I'm okay, I'll just use my flight spell." Jemy yelled, but to his horror, his magic fizzled out completely. This was a high-level mana burn, an attack specifically designed to neutralize mages. As he plummeted towards the ground, Jemy heard a voice in his head. "Who are you?" "A dragon. It had to be a dragon, right?" Before he could even process the thought, Jemy slammed into the ice-cold water. His mother panicked as she watched him fall this time. It was enough to make her heart stop all over again. "I'm fine, I'll just use my flight magic," Jemy shouted, but he couldn't cast a single thing. This was a mana burn created by a much higher level of magic. It was designed to completely shut down sorcerers. While falling, Jemy heard that voice again. "Who are you?" "A dragon, it's gotta be right." Before he could make sense of it, he plunged into the water. His mother was absolutely beside herself with worry. I'm only doing this for my lover's sake." Jemy coughed up what felt like a gallon of water. His mom had been so worried she was about to jump in after him. Thankfully, one of the knights managed to hold her back. "Let me go, my son is down there." Suddenly, a warm golden light enveloped her, instantly calming her frantic heart. It was Li Qi trying to help, but he'd accidentally targeted the wrong person. Meanwhile, Sarah is currently in Anna's clutches. After a whole saga of unfortunate events, the poor girl is completely exhausted and has passed out. Lucy immediately drops to one knee to speak with the madam. He's not one for empty words, this guy. Jiming is incredibly talented, so he should be fine. That current is no joke, it's seriously dangerous. But once Jiming gets his magic back, he'll be safe and sound. But Lucy is still determined to go down there and find him. Ji Qi immediately chimes in, even for him, that current is still a death trap. But Lucy has already made up his mind. He asks the madam for just 3 hours to find Jiming. The madam knows it's a huge risk, even for a holy knight. But she still begs Lucy to bring Jiming back home. Yes, ma'am, we will definitely return. And with that, Lucy accepts his orders and takes off. Meanwhile, in some random cave, Jiming groggily opens his eyes only to realize he's been tied up with chains. He's dying to know what the heck is going on and who in their right mind would target him. So you're finally awake, a woman with 2 horns sprouting from her head suddenly appears. And yep, it's the same lady who asked Jiming if he was a dragon earlier. You're looking right at me and you still can't tell. Jiming is seriously wondering if this lady needs her eyes checked. It's like she can clearly see that he's not a dragon, but she's just being completely illogical about it. Suddenly, Jiming feels it. A very faint killing intent, but he can't pinpoint where it's coming from. The horned woman, however, just keeps on talking. She says the reason she's so suspicious of Jiming is because how could a mere human who isn't a dragon possibly possess that much potential? Your mana feels exactly like the way dragons gather mana. Even Jiming is surprised to hear his original key technique resembles a dragon's. What a classic manhwa protagonist power-up. Humans are terrible at absorbing mana because they lack both wisdom and talent, so they can't even dream of imitating us dragons, she says coldly. This is the first time I've ever seen someone like you. She wonders aloud if Jiming might be a half-elf, but dismisses it since not even high elves can compare to dragons. Okay, now Jiming is starting to get ticked off. This lady just keeps spouting complete nonsense while he's literally living proof right in front of her. Look at this little punk. For someone who just got captured, you sure seem a little too proud of yourself, don't you? The woman spoke. Jiang Ming wasn't having it. What the hell did she have to be so proud of? She kept messing up, mistaking him for a dragon, kidnapping him, and then asking a bunch of idiotic questions. A sudden gust of wind blew past, and a bolt of lightning struck right next to the carriage. The horses that mana-burning thingy, it was all caused by the woman standing right in front of him. Well, I suppose you could see it that way. I just wanted to see it for myself. She acted so unbelievably casual about causing all that chaos. Jiang Ming was absolutely furious. Because of her, his mother and Sarah had nearly lost their lives, yet this woman stood there without a shred of remorse. Suddenly, Jiang Ming froze. Wait a minute, why was he getting so worked up over the Welton family? He needed to be cold, detached, and just like that, he dropped it, deciding not to chew her out anymore. Whatever, I guess it's only natural you'd be curious about who I am. Now how about you get rid of all this stuff and we can talk properly? Oh no, can do. The reason she found it far more entertaining to watch Jiang Ming squirm. What the hell, Jiang Ming yelled. Since when did total strangers enjoy messing with him so much? Bullying people. Like this was exactly the kind of thing that Blue Dragon Miyate would do. You see, blue dragons are the gentlest of all dragon species. They're especially friendly towards humans, and their affection for them is kinda like how a person feels about a cute puppy or kitten. If he'd run into a red or black dragon, which are infamous for their violence, or even a green dragon, known for being cunning and deceitful, he'd be dragon food by now. It was hard to say if he was lucky or not. But the real question was why she kidnapped him thinking he was a dragon in the first place. Well, to kill you, of course. An overwhelming killing intent suddenly radiated from her, sending a chill down Jiang Ming's spine. But I'm not a dragon now, so you'll let me go, right? No. Her immediate answer made his face fall. But why? Let me just make one up. This manhwa plot was getting weird, and Jiang Ming had absolutely no idea what the hell this crazy woman was talking about. If she used him as a material, she could craft a master-level dragon weapon. Jiang Ming frowned. If he became the dragon weapon, he'd be way more powerful. But if the main ingredient was you, then you'd be getting a pretty massive power-up too. Ji quickly tried to rein in his thoughts. Seriously, I'm at death's door, and this is the crap my brain decides to think about. Hey, lady, why exactly do you want to kill a dragon? Ji tried to squeeze out a friendly smile to get acquainted with her, but it only seemed to get on her nerves. He took a wild guess that this all had something to do with that human boyfriend of hers. She immediately dropped Ji, but her attitude was anything but pleasant. If you ever speak of him like that again, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ji knew it instantly. This had to be Mei Li. I heard the stories. Your clan never accepted him, and you betrayed them all just so he could live. Mei Li gritted her teeth and summoned a water vortex that swept Ji away. How dare you speak as if you know a single thing about it? Ji was terrified but still screamed desperately, trying to persuade Mei Li. She never really wanted to hurt him from the start. She could have just brainwashed him, but she didn't. You're so kind-hearted, it's almost impossible to believe you're a dragon, Ji yelled out. And whether it was dumb luck, or his ancestors pulling some major strings, Ji's words were the exact same ones Mei Li's late lover had said. She ground her teeth and gave him one chance. You'd better watch your mouth from now on, because Mei Li is dead serious. You truly are a strange human. Almost as strange as he was. Fine, but I'm only doing this for his sake. Ji coughed up a lungful of water. He really needed to watch his mouth from now on. This lady wasn't playing around. When Mei Li spoke, Ji had no idea who this he was. According to Mei Li, he was the main character of the story she was about to tell. It was turning into a real manhwa plot. Meanwhile, Lucy was standing there staring blankly at the raging current. The rain was relentless, making the river churn and swell violently. Where on earth could Ji be? 700 years ago, there was a man named Jia Nan, and he was a dark mage. Mei Li guessed Ji was probably shocked. I mean, who would ever think a creature that prefers white magic would fall for a human who wields dark magic? Jia Nan only chose to use dark magic as a way to find the ultimate truth of this world. He was a true master of his craft who had reached the legendary level 9. Ji was floored. But wait, for the last 1,000 years, hasn't it been impossible for any human to reach level 9? And I am about to tell you why, Mei Li replied. Before I met Jia Nan, I was already on a journey searching for this world's truth myself. After we met, we explored countless ancient ruins together, and slowly we fell in love. Those were the happiest days of my life. Until the day the Dragon Lord issued that decree. Because of those decrees, Kan Nan became public enemy number 1 for the entire dragon race. Every last dragon on the planet was out to get him. The two lovers went on the run, but eventually they hit a dead end. Miya found some ancient ruins for Tan Nan to take refuge in. The place was protected by an incredibly powerful barrier that would only allow one person to pass through. Kan Nan hid inside while Miya was exiled for 1,000 years. For a dragon, 1,000 years is just a long nap, but for a human, it's an entirely different ballgame. Kan Nan tried to rescue her after only a few decades had passed. But after he discovered the fundamental truth of this world, he just couldn't handle it. He was never the same again. For a mere mortal, that kind of truth is impossible to accept, so it's no wonder Kan Nan went completely insane. Kan Nan managed to save Miya, and after shaking off their pursuers, they hid away in the vast mountains, and that's where he died. Miya actually felt this ending was for the best. She constantly told herself that he was finally resting in peace. But the most despicable part was that her own clan began to systematically erase every trace of Kan Nan's existence. The books he left behind, and even the people he had met, all of them just vanished. Hearing this, Jing Ming started to connect the dots, getting a pretty good idea of the so-called truth the dragons were so desperate to bury. This place was the last bastion where Tan Nan's existence was remembered, the final sanctuary that Miya had to protect. So that's why she was here. It was all starting to make sense to Jing Ming. No wonder Miya had never heard the stories of his own glorious past. The first thing he did after his resurrection was to search for traces of his former self. But nobody, and I mean nobody, had even heard of the name Diablo Volpia. It was a clean slate, as if someone had intentionally scrubbed his every footprint from history. Kan Nan had clearly been erased from existence. just like he had been all at the hands of the dragon god Brahm and his scaly minions. Kan Nan was a ninth circle archmage, one who was so desperate for answers that he even delved into black magic to uncover the secrets of the world. Just what in the world did he learn that warranted having his entire existence deleted? This is some top-tier manhwa drama. Could this place be Kan Nan's grave? Jing Ming asked, using the excuse that he wanted to pay his respects to a fellow mage. Miya led him to a towering tree, and there nestled among its roots was Kan Nan's tomb. Jing Ming's eyes widened when he saw what was resting on the tomb, his very own bracelet known as Absolute Resistance. This was one of the 3 great artifacts that he himself had created to wage war against the 12 gods. It was an artifact that granted complete immunity to any and all diseases and curses. Model, who knew that after he vanished, his old gear would go on its own world tours. So that was why San Nan was digging for the world's secrets. After finding the bracelet, he must have discovered the existence of Diablo. But if Jing Ming asked for it back, Miya would probably end him on the spot, even though he was the one who forged it. I'm here. Miya spoke with deep reverence as if Chan Nan were a god model. So Ji Ming asks about the bracelet. She explains that it belonged to Gao Neng, a little trinket that held immense power and saved his life more times than she can count. Ji Ming notices it's completely spotless, not a single speck of dust on it. He even realizes it's been enchanted with cleaning and protection spells. Talk about high maintenance. Is this really all that's left of Gao Neng? Ji Ming asks, pushing his luck. But this question immediately puts Miya on high alert. Ji Ming quickly has to put on his best "I'm just a harmless little guy" act. Hey, I don't mean any harm, I'm just curious is all. I mean, wasn't he the one searching for the truth of this world? So I was just wondering if he, left any notes behind. And what do you know, Gao Neng actually did leave a diary, but Miya has zero intention of letting Ji Ming see it. Undeterred, Ji Ming pleads with Miya to just tell him what's inside. He's absolutely convinced she knows the world's greatest secrets. You are crossing a line. That's not something a pathetic little human like you deserves to know. Mia's face darkens. Oof, tough crowd. But this is what Gao Neng gave his life to discover. He might have failed at the last second, but you're the one protecting his legacy now. Instead of using these things as mementos to remember him by, I'm sure he'd much rather his discoveries be inherited by all of humanity. Miya finds herself cornered by Ji Ming's incredibly persuasive argument. The boy's got a point. But the truth is, she doesn't need to hold on to anything to remember the man she loved, because she has already etched every single thing about him into her heart. It's the same way Ji Ming remembers his own past, making him feel a pang of sympathy for their tragic star-crossed fate. She didn't need any physical object to remember the man she loved, because she had already committed everything about him to memory. It was a feeling Ji Ming understood all too well, causing him to empathize with their heartbreaking separation by death, a destiny torn apart. Miya understood their tragic separation. In the end, Miya still gives him the diary. She figures there's no way a mere human like Ji Ming could possibly break the seal on it anyway. Miya is about to send him back, but Ji Ming wants to see it. The diary. From now on, whatever you see, don't be surprised. And with that, he effortlessly undoes the seal on the journal. Miya is floored. Turns out he's a dark magician. And what's more, his power is completely different from the dark magic of ordinary humans. This is some next-level manhwa protagonist stuff. The diary recounts Gao Neng's journey starting from the day he first met Miya. The first time they met, she called him filthy, just because he was a dark magician, but by some miracle, the two ended up journeying together. Thanks to Mia's carefree spirit, the adventure became a whole lot more interesting, which made him seriously question if she was a dragon at all. Their little adventure was surprisingly chill. Kanon hitched a ride on Miyatri's back to a place completely off-limits to humans. He dramatically dubbed it the Land of Death. But then one day the Dragon Lord himself ordered the entire dragon clan to take out Kanon. Kanon wasn't worried about himself, oh no, he was only concerned for Miyatri. You know, the one who had just betrayed her entire species for him. He wanted to let her go for her own safety, but he just couldn't. Why? Because the poor sap was in love. On another day, we find Kanon standing before the tombstone of some nameless soldier who fought in some forgotten war. The date etched on the stone was 65,966 years in the past. 2 years later, Kanon and Miyatri were still on the run, shacked up in a mountain so remote it was completely off the dragon's radar. Their next destination was a place called Gammon in the southwest, which was the name written at the bottom of that tombstone, a place that apparently didn't exist anymore. Miyatri was having a full-on sob fest while reading Kanon's diary. This was the first time she had ever read it. As for Jai, you think he knows which tombstone Kanon was talking about? You bet he does. Before marching off to battle to steal his resolve, he, or rather Diablo Volpia, had carved some words himself. Words filled with despair for the past and a desperate hope for the future. That was 65,966 years before Kanon stumbled upon it, and 700 years later Jemy was revived. That's right, he appeared at that exact moment. The date written on the tombstone was from 65,966 years before that year. 2 years later, Kanon and Miyatri were still living the fugitive life, hiding out in a mountain so remote they could avoid the watchful eyes of the dragons. The 66th marked the year after the death. But here's the twist, Gammon wasn't the place he wrote on the tombstone. In fact, no location was carved on it at all, which means someone else found his tombstone long before Kanon ever did. Major props to whoever they were. I mean, who would have thought that Kanon, of all people, would uncover the truth that the 12 gods tried to bury under such perfect seals? This is some top-tier manhwa plotting right here. The truth is, about 60,000 years ago, humanity was knocked down a few pegs and became nothing more than slaves to the 12 gods. But there's no need to despair, because Diablo has once again descended upon this earth, and those 12 gods are about to be cancelled for good. Humanity will finally get its freedom back. Miyatri, deeply moved, clutched the diary to her chest. Inside, Kanon had poured his heart out and confessed his love for her, even though he'd never once said it to her face, instead just calling her annoying and clingy. Hold on, didn't you say you still held on to all your memories? I believe that he's still alive right here in your heart. So long as you never ever forget him, Jiming said gently. Mia burst out laughing. Who knew this little kid actually knew how to say something so profound even if he was just a brat? Jiming sighed. When oh when would he finally get to scream to the world that he was not a little kid? Mia wished she could turn back the clock, but of course that was just a fantasy. Jiming wished for the same thing, but he knew deep down he was way past the point of no return. But hey, speaking of which, what in the 9 hells is that black magic of yours? Mia couldn't stop herself from asking. It's just, regular old black magic. Jiming's attempt to play it cool was a spectacular failure. Because you see, Mia had already tried using black magic to break the seal, and it was a total bust. That made Jiming jump. A dragon, learning black magic. Of course not, Mia said proudly. I just brought over a guy who could use black magic. He came here on a voluntary basis. She clearly recalled telling him, follow me if you don't want to die. And what do you know, he was suddenly very cooperative. But no matter what that poor guy did, the diary gave him the cold shoulder. That is, until Jiming showed up. Mia hated to admit it, but the power Jiannan was searching for seemed like something that could only exist in a manhwa. It looked like Jiming couldn't dodge this conversation any longer, so he decided it was time to spill the beans to Mia. He confessed that he was the one carrying on Jiannan's legacy. Yeah, it's as insane as it sounds. Jiming then launched into the legendary tale of Demo, a man who single-handedly challenged all 12 gods. He used to have plenty of comrades too, but every last one of them was either wiped out or ended up backstabbing him. Ultimately, he lost his war against the 12 gods and got himself sealed away in the eternal realm for his troubles. But even in that final moment, the man never ever gave up. And so, I can't give up either. Jiannan, and probably someone who came long before him, they all carried this torch. And the generations that will come after me, their will shall be carried on, until every last one of those 12 gods has been utterly obliterated. Miyatri gives Jemy a little come over here gesture. She plucks a bracelet right off Kanon's grave and casually hands it over to Jemy. You know, the one that was originally his anyway. Jemy is absolutely over the moon to have his bling back. The bracelet even starts to glow as if to say, "Welcome back, boss, been a while." But wait, there's more. Miatri also promises to have Jemmy's back, no matter what kind of crazy shenanigans go down. I mean, this is the woman who betrayed her entire clan back in the day. We're talking about some serious manhwa-level drama. So yeah, there's pretty much nothing left that can faze her. Jemy is all smiles and thank yous. Getting a promise from an actual real-life dragon is what you'd call a ridiculously good outcome. Alright, fun's over, now scram. Miatri kicks Jemy out without a second thought. As for her, she goes right back to her vigil standing guard beside Cannon. His dream, it seems, is still being carried on. Meanwhile, outside, Russ has been standing there ever since the rain started pouring. All the way until the sky cleared up. Now that's dedication. Jemy comes gliding through the air. "Hey, what are you doing just standing there?" When they finally meet, Russ can't help but ask, "What in the world were you doing in there for so long?" Jemy just grins cheekily. Let's just say things went very well. Back home, his mother embraces him so tightly you'd think he'd been gone for years. The Ricky brothers are also getting all emotional, overjoyed to see him back in one piece. The knights behind them bow their heads to Ross, swearing they'll never forget this kindness. Which of course makes Raz feel super awkward. I mean, the dude literally did nothing, but he's getting the full hero treatment. It's a bit much, you know. Over in the kingdom of Sam in the territory of Pan Nesman, a girl shrieks inside a classroom as a white mouse leaps from her hands. "What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you even hold it properly? You idiot, Venna!" Her classmates yell, scrambling to stop the mouse from getting into the lab chemicals. In the end, Venna is the one stuck staying behind to clean up the classroom with no telling when she'll be done. I just wish that moron would get lost already. Two of them are trash-talking Venna right in front of her face. And it's only because the principal is protecting her that they haven't resorted to violence, instead bullying her by treating her like their personal errand girl. One of them tosses Venna a piece of paper, ordering her to go fetch everything on the list. Trembling, Venna complies, leaving to the sound of her tormentor's smug laughter. Tears stream down her face as she wonders how on earth did her life come to this. Meanwhile, at Count P's mansion, he's throwing a huge banquet to welcome the Welton family and everyone else. Our three partners in crime are practically drooling over the magnificent spread of food. Anna might not be able to see it, but she can definitely smell the incredible aroma wafting from the table model. The madam expressed her thanks for Count P's hospitality, and the rest of the meal went off without a hitch. Later that night, Jiming decided to wander the streets again. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He was just about ready to call it a night and crawl back into his comfy bed. Now that Wei Na was done with her sob story, doing her this one favor meant Rui Chi would hopefully stop tailing him like a lost puppy. Suddenly, Break popped out beeping away. Jiming got the feeling the little guy was looking to cause some serious trouble. As he did, he accidentally flashed his bracelet, which immediately caught the greedy eyes of two cloaked figures lurking behind him. An unbelievable artifact in the hands of a mere kid. They figured Jiming must be some noble brat whose parents were completely clueless, letting their kid run around with such a priceless treasure. You think the headmaster will like this? He'll probably give us a fat reward for it. And just like that, the two morons started down a one-way street to hell. As they walked, Break wouldn't stop beeping. That's when Jiming put two and two together. The little guy wasn't trying to start a fight. It was warning him about the two sewer rats tailing them. Jiming had no idea what they were up to. But hey, he was bored, so a couple of new playthings to mess with sounded like a fantastic idea for this manhwa. Jiming zipped onto a rooftop, instantly losing them. To dial up the drama, he deliberately made a sound from a nearby street corner, drawing their attention. And now all he had to do was wait for his prey to walk right into the trap. "Dinner is served." "Excuse me," a voice called out as one of Duo Zan's freaky distorted magic gates appeared and yanked Jiming right through it. This little masterpiece was the handiwork of Wei Na. She was thrown back about 10 feet. Jiming was absolutely livid. How dare someone interrupt his playtime? He didn't care if she was a guy or a girl. All that mattered was that he was going to end her right here, right now. "Wait, please, just listen to me." Wei Na pleaded, but Jiming wasn't having any of it. His attack shot straight towards her, and in her panic, she revealed her own dark magic. Seeing this, Jiming paused his attack. He decided to ask what the hell her goal was in bringing him here. He'd show her some courtesy, but only because she was using the dark magic he created. "You're so cruel, I was just trying to help you." Wei Na burst into tears. She was terrified that the dark magic from those two goons would be enough to send Jiming to an early grave. Jemy just froze on the spot. Seriously, why is he always surrounded by dark mages? Yeah, no, Jemy wasn't having any of it. The attack was aimed right at her, exposing Wei Na's dark magic for all to see. And just like that, Jemy called off his attack. He figured he'd cut to the chase and ask what her deal was for dragging him all the way out here. Oh, the injustice. She saved Jemmy's life, and what did she get in return? Pain and suffering, of course. Is it really that hard to be a good person? Why does everyone hate her so much? Jemy got the picture. Time to shut it down. Jemy let out a heavy sigh as Wei Na, out of literally nowhere, brandished a coil of rope. This cruel world just won't accept me. It's better if I just leave it all behind. Protect my ass, Jemy muttered. After a moment, it finally dawned on him. The gate they just passed through was the main entrance to the school. Wei Na had pitied Jemy, at first thinking he was just a little kid, but now she was seriously wondering if he was a child at all. Jemy found the whole situation absolutely ridiculous. She's a dark mage herself, for crying out loud. And he'd bet his life savings, even if it was just a hunch, that she had a major hand in these twisted experiments. But from her reaction, it looked like Jemy had hit a bullseye right on her guilty conscience. This wasn't just about wanting to save someone. Jemy realized she wasn't just asking for help. She was practically demanding he see her as some kind of champion for justice. Spare me the excuses, you're just as much of a scumbag as the rest of them. Jemy wasn't about to let her spew another word of that nonsense. Wei Na whined that she didn't want to live a life of torment. It pained her every time her hands got dirty, her chest feeling heavy, making it hard to breathe. Jemy just nodded and turned to leave. He really couldn't be bothered to get any more involved. Wei Na also got up to leave, but slammed face first into an invisible wall. Clearly that wasn't part of her plan. A smirk crept across Jemmy's face. A new game just started, and how could he possibly miss out on the fun? This is better than any manhwa. Meanwhile, Headmaster Gao was wandering the school grounds looking for Wei Na. But his face was practically screaming, "I'm the bad guy." After listening to Wei Na's sob story, Jemy couldn't believe she'd been loyal to this dump of a school for a whole 10 years. If that was the case, then there was nothing more he could do to help her. The tears fall and the game is over. Wei Na was stunned when she saw his dark mana. It didn't bear any of the typical markings of black magic. More importantly, it didn't give off that usual toxic, life-corrupting vibe. Instead, it felt incredibly pure. Just as Jemy was diving into her mind, Wei Na suddenly snapped awake and grabbed his arm. Jimo yanked his hand away, disgusted. Seriously, it's no wonder this woman irritates everyone she meets. Please take me as your disciple. Jimo was completely baffled by what Wei Na just said. He seriously couldn't figure out what was going on inside that head of hers. The answer obviously was a hard no. A second ago, she was just grabbing his hand. Now Wei Na was straight up hugging him. She started spinning some sob story about how her parents died 10 years ago, forcing her to become a dark mage. The experiments sacrificing living people were absolutely ruthless, and even her own comrades condemned her for being so pathetic. But despite all that, Wei Na couldn't escape her path. Wei Na wanted to put an end to it all, even if it made her sound like some self-righteous hypocrite. After hearing all that, Jimo still had no freaking idea what any of it had to do with her wanting to be his disciple. Your dark mana, it isn't the kind that's created by sacrificing lives, and I need that power. So that's what she's after. Jimo found it hilarious that she thought his power wasn't created by sacrificing lives. Sometimes a darkness that pure is the only thing that can give birth to a new existence. You're wrong, and more importantly, I refuse. And with that, Jimo put her to sleep. He headed back to the streets. That word, disciple, it reminded him of his time as Diablo. He too had taken on disciples, raising them himself, only for every single one of them to betray him. A classic tragic backstory from a dark fantasy manhwa, really. According to Wei Na's memories, there were over 20 members at her school, and the headmaster Gao was some kind of curse. Looks like something big went down while Jimo was away. Naturally, he had to go check out what this thing was. He found a head floating in a tank of water, its voice pleading. Please, is anyone there? Help me. How interesting. Usually they're begging for death by this point. Did reversing the curse somehow change her speech patterns? Two robed figures appeared, looking completely out of place among the students of this school. They were conducting inhumane experiments on both people and animals. Hiding out in an academy to conduct these dark experiments, you've got to admit they've got guts. Now then, Jima got it now. Dark magic had been gone for so long, and he himself had sacrificed countless lives to stand against the 12 gods. He was in no position to judge these people. Still, why did dark magic come into being in the first place? It didn't matter how it was done, as long as it could destroy the gods. Jimo had to cast aside his own humanity and bear every sin. And now, he had to go and collect the seeds that he himself had sown. If they grew up and became monsters, then it was his job to be the one to harvest them. Meanwhile, Weina was still worried sick about Jimo, who had suddenly vanished. But she should really be worried about her own hide, because that witch Hua Li just showed up to put Weina through the ringer. She yanks Weina by the hair for having the audacity to ditch work. And so Hua Li drags Weina off to a secluded spot to handle business. She claims she has to stomp on pathetic little bugs like Weina at least once just to show her what a real party looks like. Let the flames of pain ignite. Weina drops to her knees, begging to be let off the hook this one time. But of course, there's a fat chance of that ever happening. Just then, Jiming returns, giving her the most judgmental stare imaginable. Are you seriously scared of losers like this? Weina is about to make an excuse when a withering glare from Jiming shuts her right up. He orders her to get on her feet, asking if she'd rather sleep on the dirt than in a bed because that's where she's headed if she keeps groveling. I don't know who the hell you are, Hua Li sneers, but I'm pretty sure you're running on 0 brain cells. Seeing some fresh meat for the grinder, Hua Li decides she'll just wreck them both. Jiming simply says, Weina, make a choice, live or die. Faced with this ultimatum, something inside Weina finally snaps. For the longest time, she's been sick and tired of trying to get along with these jerks. So Jiming pulls off a slick teleportation move just like this. Hua Li's jaw hits the floor, completely stunned by Weina's action and sudden power. To be fair, Weina is just as shocked at herself. I don't know what kind of voodoo you just pulled, but you better be ready for the consequences of defying me. Hua Li isn't one to give up that easily, but Jiming just casually blows a puff of air and, poof, the flame on her hand is snuffed out. He gives Weina an encouraging look. The first step is the hardest, the second one not so much. It's only now that Hua Li realizes the guy in front of her is way out of her league, but that realization has come far too late. At that very moment in his office, Principal Gao shoots up from his chair, absolutely ecstatic. At long last, Weina has awakened her Vakiji. The old man had been setting up all these situations to try and control her timid personality, which made him worry that Weina might never awaken her true power. But now his days of lurking in this dusty old office are over. It's time to find Weina and devour that sweet Vakiji power for himself. Meanwhile, Weina is still trembling even after finally standing up to her bullies. Jiming just can't wrap his head around how a total doormat like her could be a Vakiji, a high-ranking angel known as a warrior angel, a classic trope in any good manhwa. Their power is so immense they could pick a fight with all 12 major gods, model. Even though they failed, they luckily dodged total extinction, hiding away in places completely off the radar of the 12 gods. It seems that old geezer Gapu had been suppressing Vena's personality for a long time. After all, her people are a warrior race, and they absolutely hate bowing down to anyone. Guess they figured she'd be easier to puppet around after her grand awakening. Suddenly, a red alert started blaring. Vena's first thought was that they were after Jemy. But, nope. This time, the announcement was to capture Vena by any means necessary. Vena's mind was reeling. Students and professors alike started hunting her down. What on earth was she supposed to do now? Vena roared, I'm not the same person anymore. Jemy saw she had regained some of her fire and was heading straight to where the students were gathered. Well, no need to go looking for a fight because it looked like it was Vena's time to shine. A mob quickly surrounded her, arrogantly ordering her to come with them. Jemy could see it plain as day. They were all brainwashed, so he decided it was time to liberate a few of them from their mortal coils. Right now, they had absolutely zero free will. They've probably been nothing but slaves to this godforsaken school from the very beginning. And that's when it finally hit Venna. Everything they'd done to her was all according to the wishes of that damn headmaster Gapu. Seeing that Venna wasn't obeying the students, immediately started chanting a spell. But a slick counterspell from Jemy returned their nasty magic right back to sender. He gestured for her to snap out of it, but Venna was seeing red. All this time she'd been putting up with this crap without having a single clue what was really going on. Jemy, however, saw her true nature finally bubbling to the surface. Well then, he thought, get out there and fight for your revenge. Venna found herself trapped in the circle of students. She started crying her eyes out, sobbing that she'd never known how to fight in her entire life. But the moment she was in real danger, her body started moving on its own. This is a classic action manhwa trope, and even Venna herself couldn't freaking believe it. An attacker tried to ambush her from behind, only for Venna to snatch his arm and toss him away like he was nothing but a sack of potatoes. Surprise number 2. Since when did she have the strength of a raging bull? But the students weren't scared in the slightest. It didn't matter if she was stronger or faster to them, she was still just garbage. Venna leaped into the air and brought her foot down, completely crushing the guy. It was a strange feeling, as if this body didn't even belong to her anymore. Jemy noticed the rest of the mob was finally realizing the massive skill gap, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Of course, this wasn't the only place crawling with these new ghosts. But hey, a promise is a promise, and he swore he'd exterminate every last one of them. So Jemy called forth break. His companion had already marked every single new ghost in the area. Now, it was time for Jemy to reap the harvest. You unleash corpse explosion. If Wei Na keeps flailing around like that, it'll take her until tomorrow to finish. What in the world is this? All my summons are dead, and Old Man Gao decides to make his grand entrance only now. The old man saw Jiming's skills hidden beneath his youthful facade and boldly guessed the kid was suffering from some chronic illness. So what if I am... I see, so it's that kind of classic manhwa trope. The old geezer's words were really starting to get on Jiming's nerves. Seeing how insanely talented Jiming was, old Gao wanted to recruit him for his main crew. If they succeeded, they could swallow an entire nation whole. Jiming asked him for the specifics of his plan. Old Gao just let out a laugh. Ha 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 ha, aren't you a greedy one? We haven't even finalized our partnership yet. Annoyed Jiming had no choice but to agree. It's just one measly country, why is this guy making such a big deal out of it? Wei Na finally spoke up, asking why the old man ordered everyone to capture her. But he was only interested in the amount of life force she possessed. As for the reason he had her captured, it was so that after Wei Na awakened, he could devour her whole. When he first took Wei Na in, he went through a ton of trouble just to erase her true personality. How could he make her awaken in the state he desired? He even created this entire academy just for Wei Na, like some twisted manhwa plot. Wei Na remembered that every time she was bullied, old Gao would be there to comfort her, but he never once did anything to stop them. The moment she lost her true self, trembling in fear from everything that was happening, he told her, "I was so happy then." The man was overjoyed that his twisted plan had succeeded, and now she had awakened with all the cruelty he had injected into her over the past decade. Suddenly, a surge of dark power enveloped Wei Na, causing her to pass out. The culprit was none other than Jiming. He let her hear the entire sordid story, before completely purifying the evil from within her soul. Impossible. Something like that can't be purified so easily. The old man's face went pale, but for Jiming, it was easier than breathing. That old geezer probably thought it was impossible because he's been stuck at his level for ages. In the blink of an eye, the rest of his lackeys were wiped out. After all, they were just trash who couldn't even reach level 7. You bastard! Old Gao roared with rage. Despite his gray hair, he was being humiliated by a punk young enough to be his grandson. Anyone who poked at this sore spot of his would be killed in the most brutal and violent ways imaginable. True to his alias as the Curse Master, you could say he'd reached the absolute pinnacle of laying down curses. And yet Gao himself could never break through the barrier to reach level 6. So for a man who had lived 60 long years, this was the ultimate humiliation. I'm going to make you writhe in endless agony. Old Gao unleashes his ultimate technique, Despairing Dark Night, summoning a flaming hydra to coil around Jiming's body. Meanwhile, deep in the old man's subconscious, one of his underlings, his body twisted and warped after 49 grueling experiments, is still begging for more bodies to keep experimenting on. Jyming had to admit this old geezer was tough. His head must be splitting 7 ways to Sunday, but old Gao looks completely unbothered. They don't call him the master of curses for nothing, but our boy can't afford to be careless. So Jyming plunges the old man into a pitch-black dimension. The old man just cackles like a maniac. How delightful! Who'd have thought I'd get caught in a mental magic trap? But seriously, the attack didn't even seem to scratch him. In fact, he's just waiting to see if Jyming has anything stronger up his sleeve. He's literally rewiring his own brain to counteract Jyming's magic. But Jyming knows it's far too late for that. With the old man's mind trapped, Jyming is free to attack his real body on the outside. Okay, things are getting seriously out of hand now. But then old Gao opens his mouth and Jyming's attack ricochets right back, piercing straight through him. This is old Gao's signature move, the Curse Reversal. A classic OP move you'd find in any good action manhwa. It's a notoriously difficult piece of dark magic, and he's damn proud he mastered it. As Jyming plummets into an abyss, getting dragged deeper and deeper, the sheer humiliation of not only losing, but being forced to become his servant, it's just too much to bear. Right now, all he wants is the sweet release of death. But old Gao basically tells him, you wish. From now on, your new name is Nevro. Meanwhile, Wei Na can only watch in a daze as Jyming is pushed into a corner. She's completely lost her will to fight. As for Gao, he's gleefully tearing apart the mental space Jyming created. And oh boy is he enjoying himself. But first, he needs to completely shatter the boy's mind. From this moment on, Jyming will be forever trapped. Within a single solitary moment, when 1 second stretches into 10 seconds, then 100, then 1,000, the human mind inevitably breaks. His consciousness will begin to reject reality itself, a state of being that will never ever end. Even if it's just a single second in the real world, can Jyming possibly endure it? When it's experienced tens of thousands of times over, time itself, he gloats, is my ultimate curse. Old Gao can practically taste his victory. But Jyming just casually retorts, so he calmly reaches out and grabs the old man by the head, leaving old Gao absolutely stunned. These pathetic little parlor tricks are useless against me. Time to make this old geezer's brain go boom. Old man Gao went flying a solid 8 meters. Jemy just hoped the old fossil was tough enough to handle what was coming next, because dozens of curses were about to rain down on his decrepit old body. After getting blasted with a whole slew of curses he couldn't block, old man Gao was on the ground, gasping for his last breath. He was supposed to be the winner, wasn't he? When two powerhouses are evenly matched, it all comes down to the gear. And thanks to his ultimate resistance ring, Jemy was basically immune to every curse in the book. That piece of equipment was so broken, it was like a cheat code in a manhwa. Old man Gao couldn't believe it was real. Then again, this whole world was pretty absurd to begin with. So really, the old man had no right to be so shocked. Damn it, I am the king of this world. Old man Gao wheezed out, saying the one thing guaranteed to piss Jemy off. Oh no, Jemy wasn't about to let this guy die peacefully like he wanted. A guy this talented, it would be a total waste if he didn't become Jemy's subordinate. So now he was going to shove the old man into the gate of trials to live forever as a prisoner. An existence that wasn't quite living, but wasn't quite dead either. His immortality meant he could never truly die. And of course, it also meant he'd have to run errands for Jemy. Old man Gao could only watch in fury as his very soul was bent to the kid's will. He was doomed to a life of slavery, never ever able to find peace. In a last-ditch effort, he tried to possess Jemy's body. But Jemy was ready for that and shut it down immediately. He unleashed a trump card he'd been keeping up his sleeve for ages. The power of Nevro. Meanwhile, Venna woke up. The first person she looked for was the old headmaster. But he was in a slightly different position now. Namely, the position of Jemy's personal slave. Jemy checked in on Venna to see how she was doing. He told her that the people who had made her life a living hell for the past 10 years had all paid the price. But Venna didn't really know how to feel. This new chapter in her life just left her feeling empty. There was one thing Venna was sure about, though. She had to become Jemy's disciple, but he flat out refused. You see, Vena is a Valkyrie, a race of fairy-like beings that existed in the very, very distant past. They're incredibly brave and never ever back down from a fight, always trying with all their might to prove they were right. In the end, they failed spectacularly and became the race cursed to carry all the bad luck in the world. Jyming had no idea how their descendants actually managed to survive to this day, but it was possible she was the very last of the Wajichi. Wei Ne listened to this whole dramatic backstory and was completely lost. Okay, so what in the world does that have to do with Ji Ming refusing to take her on as his disciple? What Ji Ming was actually trying to say was that he doesn't know a single lick of Wajichi magic, so there was absolutely zero reason for him to accept her. Meanwhile, on the road, Anna and Sha La were absolutely fawning over the chubby little squirrel before them. The squirrel pleaded with Ji Ming for help, but our boy just threw his hands up. Sorry, pal, you're on your own. I mean, he was lucky Ji Ming even knew transformation magic, which was the only reason he could bring Wei Na along. Everything else, that was her problem. At long last, the whole crew arrived at Ji Ming's maternal grandparents' house. It had been 9 years since his mother had last come home for a visit. I'm so truly sorry, father. Your wayward daughter has finally returned to see you, she said, sobbing and sniffling. The Marquis gently patted his daughter's back in a reunion that was dripping with emotion. Ji Ming just stood there from a distance, forcing a smile. He still had no concept of what emotions were. Even after being reincarnated, he felt deeply uncomfortable in his own skin, in that endless abyss of his former life. The only thing he'd ever longed for was revenge, like the protagonist of some dark and edgy manhwa. He'd always believed feelings were useless baggage because they just made people go completely insane. Suddenly, Sha La shrieked, "Mommy, don't cry. He's a bad man. He's the one who made you cry." The poor lady helplessly tried to defend her own father, but the little girl's first impression was already sealed. I hate Grandpa. Ji Ming, for his part, had absolutely no idea how to handle the kid's outburst. Seriously, he just did not get human emotions. Shoving that awkwardness aside, Ji Ming stepped forward to greet his grandfather. The old man had been dying to meet him. Ji Ming had to physically force a smile onto his face and muster up a relaxed-sounding voice. I've also been looking forward to meeting you, grandfather. His grandfather was overjoyed that Ji Ming didn't despise him like Sha La did and immediately swept him into a crushing hug. That's my boy, my grandson. I'm just so thrilled to finally meet you. Right, me too. Ji Ming managed to choke out even as his ribs were threatening to crack. Yep, that's the Wei Ao family for you. Turns out they all have a serious case of can't keep your hands to yourself ites. That evening, Grandpa sat down with the madam for a serious chat about Jimo. Now, Grandpa himself was only a fourth-tier mage, but even he could see that the kid was packing some seriously reality-bending power. Sooner or later, the entire kingdom was going to have its eyes on Jimo. His mother sighed, knowing exactly what her father meant. The tallest tree gets hit by the strongest wind. Sure, she and her husband, Count Welton, could fend off the vultures for now. But a day was coming when their protection just wouldn't be enough for Jimo anymore. Which is precisely why Grandpa had prepared a little something for him. It wasn't exactly an impenetrable shield, but it was a heck of a lot better than nothing. The madam was just relieved that there was still a way to protect her son. Still, she couldn't help but worry about her husband, the Count. He'd managed to make an enemy of the entire Janus church. The Marquis figured this situation wasn't just going to blow over. If things went south, their only option was to run for the hills. Fat chance, those people are a special brand of twisted monster. Because of those absolute scumbags, their own Pierrot church was now in a world of trouble. It was even possible that the Zenit fanatics were plotting to wipe their Pierrot church off the face of the earth. Suddenly, the door slammed open, cutting their gloomy conversation short. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jimo was on the verge of losing his mind, all because he couldn't get through to Wei Na, who was currently sprawled out on his bed fast asleep in her full human form. Jimo had to resort to a jolt of magic just to wake the little freeloader up. He snapped, his patience officially gone. Didn't I specifically tell you not to transform back? Wei Na looked utterly heartbroken. In all her many, many years of existence, this was the first time she'd ever been forced to live as a common mouse. Jimo's face darkened. And, he shot back, What's your brilliant plan for when you get caught? Wei Na's mind immediately flooded with a montage of worst-case scenarios. Scenario 1, Jimo just abandons her to her fate. Scenario 2, she ends up as a well-seasoned, crispy fried rat snack. Just thinking about it made her future seem incredibly bleak. With a sad little squeak, Wei Na reluctantly poofed back into a mouse. After that, Jimo sat down to examine a necklace. He was deep in thought, probably contemplating some classic manhwa power-up system. But Wei Na, now perched on his shoulder, kept pestering him with questions about the accessory, driving him insane. The end result, Mouse Wei Na earned herself a solid flick right on the noggin. She squeaked indignantly. Do you have any idea how many brain cells you're killing right now? Jiming shot her a venomous side-eye. You'd need to have brain cells for them to be killed. Turns out he was way more curious about the mysterious object than he was about her. It was definitely an artifact, but what it actually did was a complete mystery. Suddenly, Jiming felt a terrifying wave of killing, intent radiating from where his mother was. Jiming immediately burst out the door and sprinted to find his mom. But his current speed was slower than a turtle with a limp, and it was driving him insane. He instantly cranked up the speed, launching himself forward like an arrow. Jiming quickly located the source of the murderous aura, and despite knowing he couldn't win, he charged in to attack anyway. He was freaking out, but he still knew he couldn't just whip out his dark magic in front of his family. The spell he cast was high voltage current. The plan was to get utterly defeated, but use that opportunity to create an illusion and escape with his mother. What's this? How adorable! A massive hand grabbed Jiming by the collar, hoisting him up like a sack of potatoes. He seethed, grinding his teeth. Let me go, now! Survival was the top priority. Even if it meant exposing his dark magic, he would save his mother. Jiming, his mother's voice echoed, leaving Jiming utterly bewildered. But as confused as he was, his grandfather and mother were even more baffled when he suddenly barged in and attacked. This whole scene is a classic manhwa misunderstanding. After they all sat down to talk, the Marquis burst out laughing, proud to have a grandson who was not only skilled but also deeply loved his parents. His mother, on the other hand, was mortified by her disaster of a son, who had just launched an attack on someone he didn't even recognize. I've been too soft on you, haven't I? She said, scolding him while giving his bottom a few good smacks. That's enough. This whole mess is my fault. The man finally spoke up. Confused, the lady asked, What are you talking about, Sir Bai Li? Jiming was simmering with resentment over the injustice of it all. Luckily, Bai Li stepped in to clear his name. He admitted that he had intentionally been testing Jiming. This was Bai Li Onyx, also known as the Storm Sword, one of the 5 great sword masters of the Gum Kingdom. The lady still didn't quite understand what Bai Li was getting at, so he bluntly explained that he had deliberately let a bit of his killing intent slip out toward Jiming. She was instantly furious, wanting nothing more than to give him a piece of her mind. She wanted nothing more than to slap the smirk off her kid's bully, but as a proper lady, she had to, restrain herself. The Marquis quickly signaled for his darling daughter to chill out. Besides, what Bai Li was doing was just a tiny little test, no biggie, but for our madam here it was, my kid over everything, period. She shot him a death glare, warning him that if he ever pulled a stunt like that again, all bets were off. The gloves would come off. I am so sorry, the Marquis said with a sigh. I told you have to learn, he said mournfully, while the madam turned to apologize to Ji. She felt terrible for having doubted her precious baby boy. Jai, on the other hand, was totally bewildered, having absolutely no clue how to react. In a situation like this, that's when Bei spotted him and made his presence known. Perfectly. Here was a being completely unfazed by that purifying electrical field. Didn't even flinch. In other words, this guy was seriously powerful. Jai, now intrigued, asked about Bai Li's credentials as a swordmaster. The Marquis was quick to make the introductions, explaining that Bai Li was none other than the legendary Storm Sword Master. Apparently in the entire kingdom of Gu-Mu, there are only 5 sword masters. And even though these 5 legendary warriors have never actually thrown down, it's pretty tough to figure out who's the top dog. However, everyone knows the king's personal blade, a man by the name of Ta Li Ke, the Shield, who is widely considered the strongest of them all. Right behind him is Count Wei Dun, who just so happens to be our boy's dad. And ranked just below him, the one and only Bai Li. Ji respectfully greeted Bai Li and introduced himself by name. Bai Li's only response was a slight furrow of his brow. That's it, nothing else. That was enough for the madam to slam her hand on the table in fury. What more could you possibly want from him? Bei asked, his voice calm as ever. Jie should learn the sword. Now that was a plot twist straight out of a manhwa that Ji never saw coming, and his shock was written all over his face. Bei believed that in addition to magic, Jai could achieve incredible greatness in swordsmanship too. After all, he's got that premium grade genetic inheritance from his father, who's basically the number 2 player on the entire server. The Marquis heard this proclamation from a grand swordmaster like Bai Li and found himself somewhat convinced. But then again, nobody had ever heard a peep about Jie having any magical talent. Bei piped up saying he'd heard some rumors through the grapevine. Word on the street was that Ji had the potential to become a 9th circle mage. The kid is so talented, he literally gets stronger just by breathing. And who was the source of this incredible piece of news? None other than Old Man Lin Mi, the original source of this totally not exaggerated rumor. Swordsmanship, however, is a different beast entirely. It's something that's incredibly difficult to master if you miss that critical window of opportunity. Ji was actually pretty stoked about adding swordsmanship to his skill set, but right now his main priority was recovering his magic. Your needs are still my number 1 priority, which is why Jemy had no choice but to turn down Belle's offer. Thankfully, Belle didn't argue or try to force the issue. Yemen. And so that conversation came to an end. Jemy took a stroll through the vast, impeccably manicured gardens of the Wu family, partly as a bit of self-care after that draining encounter with Venna. He really wished he knew some kind of transformation magic, just so he could make her squeak like a mouse instead of using actual words. He thought back to his confrontation with Bailey, and it felt just like before, like he was staring up at a colossal, unshakable wall. He'd been incredibly lucky, managing to get back his Ki energy and the Seed of Life. And he'd even found a perfect vessel, but it still wasn't enough. He knew his progress was bound to hit a plateau eventually. Level 7, that was the rank, where a person officially earns the title of Grand Mage. But this wasn't a realm you could reach just by grinding out your skills. When a mage establishes their own unique magical thesis and pushes it to its absolute limit, a gateway opens, allowing them to become a Grand Mage. It's a process called magic consensus. If Ji simply did what he did in his past life, it would be a piece of cake. But he would never be able to defeat his enemy by using the exact same failed strategy from the past. This isn't some predictable manhwa plot. Thanks to that person, he finally realized this. Jemy knew he still had a very long way to go. He couldn't help but wonder what Belle's relationship with his mother was. The guy wore this gloomy expression like he'd just been dumped. Lost in his thoughts, Jemy was suddenly startled when a massive water monster erupted from the lake, scaring him half to death. He threw up a shield on pure instinct. If there was one thing Jemy hated, it was being interrupted while he was brooding. So this monster had just signed its own death warrant. But before Jemy could even make a move, a figure shot past like an arrow so fast he couldn't even make out their shape. A flash of white flew towards the water monster and took it down in a single blow. With the job done, the man casually rested his sword on his shoulder and gave Jemy a friendly greeting. He said he'd heard the nobles from House Welton were supposed to arrive, but he'd been buried under deadlines and was only just now getting a chance to meet them. Jemy explained what had happened, but he remained incredibly wary of this newcomer. And for good reason, the guy took down that colossal monster in mere seconds. He might not be on Belle's level, but he's definitely a powerhouse in his own right. Sheathing his sword, the man introduced himself. This is Gu Butler to the Marquis Wei. Jemy's jaw hit the floor. A mere butler? Was this ridiculously strong? This was some top-tier manhwa logic right here. Man, my grandpa is seriously overpowered. Noticing Jemy's defensive stance, Gu quickly explained the situation. Apparently, he'd sworn some kind of unbreakable oath to the Marquis ages ago, and now he's stuck on butler duty for life. Gu also knew Jemy by name and was aware of his identity. As the head butler, it's his job to be in the know about everyone. Jemy then changed the subject, asking about the gigantic monster that just popped up in the Marquise's lake out of nowhere. Goo looked a bit awkward, clearly finding it difficult to explain. Long story short, it's one of Jemmy's grandpa's peculiar hobbies. You've got to be kidding me. Jemmy's brain short-circuited. He couldn't believe his kind, gentle grandfather was secretly a weirdo with such a bizarre hobby. A little later, Goo went to report to the Marquis. He'd found a group suspected of being demons, but unfortunately, he lost their trail. The Marquis sighed. Who would have thought the Demon King's minions would actually show up again? Rumors about these demons had already begun to circulate in the neighboring territories. However, the only place experiencing actual mass slaughters was here in Eon. The Marquis knew this had to be the real deal. Those demons were back, and they were back for revenge. A little over 50 years ago, the Marquis's own father took down the Demon King, and made them pay a heavy price by utterly decimating their entire clan. If they've come back this time, they will be wiped from the face of this world once more. And it will be by the very hands of House Wei. But that was just some grandstanding for the moment. For now, meeting adjourned. Before taking his leave, Goo mentioned his run-in with Jemy. The Marquis was puzzled. It was so late at night, how on earth did the two of them even cross paths? Goo clarified that the monster had attacked right by the pond. And since the Marquis was the one who brought the creature there in the first place, a wave of guilt washed over him. And so the very next morning, once she got wind of the incident, Jemmy's mother came storming in. She burst into Han Jemmy's room where our boy was still sleeping peacefully, only to be woken up by his mother's, let's call it a unique alarm system. He peeked past her and saw his grandpa and the butler lingering in the background. So Goo was definitely the snitch. Even though he was rescued without a scratch, the lady of the house was still worried sick. She swore she'd ground Jemy for life if he ever dared to wander around outside at night again. Yeah, I know, he mumbled, still half asleep, which of course only annoyed her even more. Grandpa pipes up apologizing profusely for forgetting to block off the area crawling with sea monsters, which is exactly why Jai wandered off and got himself into trouble. The madam doesn't hesitate to chew out her own father. Dad, are you still playing your little ocean monster hunter game? Haven't Mom and I told you 1,000 times how dangerous that is? The Marquis, sensing disaster, quickly calls Goo over for an introduction to change the subject. The madam is eternally grateful to the man for his heroic rescue. He saved her precious baby boy. Sabello gives the madam's hand a light, respectful touch, ever the gentleman. He can't help but think that if he hadn't shown up, G probably could have handled that sea monster all by himself. From the brief introduction, G pegs the guy as a super serious by-the-book type. He's also strong and sharp, a total 180 from the guy he saw yesterday. G, I am not finished with you. Oh boy, his mom is probably going to hold this over his head until he's old and gray. Thankfully, Grandpa swoops in to save him from the lecture. That afternoon, G finally makes his grand escape, heading into town in disguise. He asks a random passerby for directions to the Fio church. The woman just hesitantly points in some vague direction before practically sprinting away. This leaves Jai totally confused. Okay, was that pointing east or was that west? A little clarity, please. Suddenly, the street erupts in panicked shouts. It's murder, a demon did this. Naturally, Jie shoves his way through the crowd to get in on the drama, just like you'd expect in a good manhwa. Lying on the ground is the body of a soldier. With a cold expression, Ji swats a hand off his shoulder. He was about 1 second from making someone's head explode when he saw the goofy face of his friend Ricky. Turns out Ricky was trying for a jump scare and failed miserably. But honestly, Ji was definitely startled. Because fun fact, he's died once before in a situation exactly like this. Just as Ji is trying to get his heart rate back to normal, a woman shrieks. Gasp, Ricky, what on earth are you doing here? And surprise, surprise, it's Ricky's mom. The corpse has a gaping hole right where the heart should be. And by the looks of it, this isn't the first victim to turn up heartless. So logically, everyone runs off to report it to the Marquis. Human hearts are a pretty popular ingredient in demon summoning rituals, you know. So the townsfolk are all convinced this is the work of some nasty demon straight out of a horror manhwa. No wonder all the adults have been acting so jittery lately. They probably thought he wouldn't notice a thing. But the way they keep looking at him is seriously making his skin crawl. Their target has to be revenge for the Posmo incident. Or to be more precise, they're targeting the Wu family. Jai lets out a long, weary sigh. This means the Firo Church is on high alert too, which explains why he hasn't heard a peep from his 3 gossipy storytelling informants. Looks like if you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself. Jima went invisible and zipped over to the Phalo Cathedral. He perched on a treetop, scoping the place out. But the moment he saw the Archbishop, a chill ran right down his spine. The man was radiating an unbelievable amount of holy power. Luosi was chatting with the Archbishop about something, but Jimo was too far away to hear anything. Suddenly, the Archbishop's gaze shot directly up to the tree where Jimo was hiding. But he saw nothing. He told Luosi it's probably just a squirrel. Luosi reminded him that the Marquis was waiting, so they really needed to get going. Besides, it had been quite a while since the Archbishop had seen the lady of the house. Hiding behind the leaves, Jimo's heart was pounding like a drum. Seriously, how is an old guy's intuition so terrifyingly sharp? Luckily, he was heading off to the Marquis's estate. This gave our boy the perfect opening to sneak inside. In the prayer room, Ruichi and Anna were sitting and chanting. Suddenly, Ruichi let out a laugh, leaving Anna completely clueless as to what kind of weird fit her brother was having this time. Ruichi got up and told Anna to wait for him a moment. He said he had to pop outside to meet a friend. And that friend was, of course, Jimo. After slipping in, Jimo felt an intensely powerful presence. It was coming from the sanctuary. Well, no other choice then. He'd have to go invisible and investigate. All of a sudden, a hand touched him. Jimo nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around. It was Ruichi. He asked, "What are you doing in here? Weren't you supposed to wait outside like we agreed?" Jimo explained that he felt a powerful energy coming from this place. Ruichi replied, "Well, duh, it's a holy relic, of course it's strong." Jimo said, "I think it's crying." Suddenly, a vision flooded his mind, a woman horrified, seeing her precious son at the scene of a murder. He was snapped back to reality by a woman turning to them, her face filled with suspicion. "How long have you two been here?" she demanded. Jimo shot a look over at Ruichi. His friend was completely lost in his own world, striking a ridiculously cool pose. Startled and about to let loose a string of curses, Ruichi quickly slapped a hand over Jimo's mouth, shutting him up instantly. Ruichi, guessing Jimo couldn't afford to be seen, offered to take him somewhere more private. Little did he know Ruichi's idea of a private place was the exact office of the Archbishop that Jimo was desperately trying to avoid. The irony in this manhwa is top tier. More importantly, how on earth did Ruichi manage to appear and sneak up behind him without revealing even a whisper of his presence? "What, you didn't come here because you missed me?" Ruichi's completely off-topic question just made Jimo even more irritated. Ricky quickly explained that this whole place was under the management of the goddess Pharaoh. And even though he hadn't maxed out his apostle powers yet, he was slowly leveling up just by being here. In other words, Ricky was basically syncing himself with the entire location. Jemy figured he might as well be omniscient and omnipotent inside this little church of his. What was really strange, though, was that he couldn't sense a single drop of undead energy from Ricky. Who knew his apostle powers would be so ridiculously overwhelming? Ricky had actually been planning to go find Jemy to deliver a message from the goddess, but hey, look who just walked in. So he figured he'd just patch him through to Pharaoh directly. Before Jemy could even brace himself, a brilliant light exploded from Ricky's body. His eyes were now overflowing with holy power, a complete 180 from when he first awakened. He even got an instant costume change out of nowhere, looking incredibly sharp like a main character straight out of some epic manhwa. Jemy could feel a fraction of Pharaoh's divine presence right there in the room with them. Speaking through Ricky, Pharaoh announced that a source of dark energy was on the rise, starting in some grim dark forest. It had to be stopped before it could spread and cause total destruction. As for Bell, Pharaoh had no idea where that guy was. The dude's built like a tank but comes and goes like the wind. Before wrapping things up, Ricky warned Jemy not to get too fixated on Bell. Apparently, he was just some wanderer who happened to have freakish physical strength, nothing more. The main point was this: the goddess wanted Jemy to investigate that dark forest alongside Ricky. Jemy didn't really have a reason to say no, so he just agreed on the spot. Ricky told him to just give a shout whenever he was ready to go. Jemy felt a little weird about all this. He just couldn't believe Ricky had done such a complete 180 after receiving the goddess's blessing. Not too long ago, the two of them were just a couple of lowlifes who had literally destroyed her domain in this very place. Jemy was still trying to figure out what any of this had to do with him. When Pharaoh ordered him to go to that forest and clean up the mess, adding that she hoped he wouldn't have to suffer any losses. And with that said, Pharaoh bailed, leaving Ricky's body looking completely wrecked. Jemy was still struggling to get a handle on the situation. Seriously, how can she just drop a quest on him and then dip without even letting him ask a single question? Ricky, gasping for air, apologized on Pharaoh's behalf, explaining that she isn't exactly at full power after being forced to descend to the mortal plane last time. That whole affair put way more strain on the goddess than anyone had anticipated. Still, Jemy didn't get why Pharaoh needed his help of all people. The woman has legions of devoted followers just itching to lay down their lives for her. Ricky insisted that Jemy was the only one who could pull this off. Pharaoh had said, "You're the successor of that person, so you'll understand." And that was it. No other explanation. She was probably off taking a nap to recharge her batteries. So selfish, Jemy muttered before taking off, wanting to get out of there before the Archbishop came back and insisted on giving him a grand escort back to the Marquise's estate. Ricky watched him come and go in a flash, hoping the gods would watch over him. Jemy made it back home with a confident smirk, completely sure he hadn't been spotted. But well, this wasn't the fairy tale ending he was hoping for. Zibo casually pops up behind him. "What lovely weather we're having today, huh? Seems like you just got back from somewhere." Busted Jemo, caught red-handed, quickly comes up with an excuse about just going for a walk. But when the atmosphere gets super awkward, he switches tactics and pretends he's not feeling well. Zibo mentions that an important guest is visiting today, none other than the Archbishop of the Fierro Church, a man named Shi Fei. Jemo already knew this, of course, but he still has to put on his best, "oh really," surprised face. Zibo continues, adding that Jemo's mother is currently tearing the entire mansion apart looking for him. And just like that, Jemo's blood ran cold. When is he ever going to outgrow this whole being grounded 24/7 phase? Come on, body, hit that growth spurt already. Jemo tries to change the subject. But now one is an apostle of the goddess, while the other is basically the Archbishop's errand boy. It's a bit of a weird setup, but hey, both of them are living much better lives now. Jemo no longer has to worry about being sold into slavery, which is a definite plus. This isn't that kind of dark manhwa, thankfully. He only wants what's best for him. With that, he wishes Jemo a pleasant rest. Oh right. If you're planning on taking another stroll, you might want to avoid the marine forest. It's a very dangerous place. He says, a sly, knowing smile on his face. That night, deep within a desolate forest, a mysterious object is being tended to by two figures in black cloaks. Just a little longer, little one. You'll soon be free from that suffocating place. The day you awaken will be the day our mission is finally complete. The next day at the tea table with mother and sons, Jima boldly asks his mother about her relationship with Bai Li. Seeing his mother's silence, he assumes it's a forbidden topic, but she just shakes her head. It's not that. Where should I even begin? I met him when I was 7 years old. Back then, Bai Li's father brought him to the Marquis' house as the two men were acquaintances. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a good enough tutor for Bai Li since all the boy knew was how to swing a sword. So the Marquis helped them find a suitable one for him. In the meantime, I was thrilled to have an older boy to play with and immediately invited Bai Li to the garden to catch butterflies. Only after getting his father's permission did Bai Li dare to tag along. I climbed an apple tree to show off my prize catch to Bai Li, but in all the excitement, I lost my footing and slipped. A panicked Bai Li rushed over, but the end result was both of us tumbling to the ground in a clumsy heap. Even so, I thought it was an absolute blast. May wanted to play again, but Bai Li had totally chickened out. After heading back to change, the two of them enjoyed the fruits of their labor. May somehow conjured up a whole new pile of apples, making Bai Li sigh with utter helplessness. After that, May decided she'd learn swordsmanship, and Bai Li naturally became her reluctant teacher. Bai Li sighed, knowing this day was inevitable, but seriously, May had zero aptitude for it. 3 years later, Bai Li's father found himself entangled in another gold mine accident. Despite the Marquis warning him countless times, the old man just couldn't help himself He couldn't bear to stand by and watch their family's honor be dragged through the mud. However, the patriarch later tragically ended his own life, leaving Bai Li utterly alone. Their once proud family utterly collapsed. The Marquis told him to stay at their estate. Bai Li told Mei he was fine, but it was, of course, a huge fat lie. In the years that followed, Bai Li plunged himself into a relentless pursuit of swordsmanship, fueled by revenge, completely unaware he had long since abandoned Mei in the process. Many years later, when Mei came of age and made her grand debut, a whole swarm of suitors suddenly had their eyes on her. Every single time, Bai Li would get immensely irritated. He handled every single guy who even dared to speak to Mei. After Mei witnessed that rather intimidating side of him, she was utterly disappointed, realizing the brother she once knew was long gone, replaced by this. One day, Henua Welton arrived at the Marquis' estate to seek advice as a representative of his own family. Mei was also present to greet Henua. From that moment on, he was utterly smitten by her smile, which seemed to light up the entire world like sunshine itself. The Marquis praised Hina, calling him a true genius of swordsmanship, and even suggested he could become the next swordmaster. But Hino, being the humble guy he was, modestly waved off the praise. And instead, his gaze drifted to Mei, who was simply sitting there smiling. At that moment, Hinuo's carefully constructed emotional defenses completely shattered. In the days that followed, he now became the prime target of Bai Li's increasingly jealous wrath. Mei, for her part, was so utterly fed up that she barely wanted to speak to Bai Li anymore. In a scene straight out of a dramatic manhwa, Bai Li demanded, "Didn't you feel the same about me? I've only ever had eyes for you." Mei always... Bai Li said, disappointment dripping from his voice, but Mei couldn't find the shadow of the brother she once cherished anymore. Bai Li never truly listened to her. He only ever tried to control her. Faced with Mei's blunt attitude, unable to keep his cool for a single second longer, Bai Li grabbed her demanding answers. But another hand stopped him cold. It was Ai Nuo showing up right on time and looking just as furious as Bai Li. "What in the world do you think you're doing? Get lost." Bai Li snarled back, but Ai Nuo didn't budge. "And what if I don't?" He pried Bai Li's hand off of she, and demanded that Bai Li apologize to her that instant. But apologizing was the last thing on Bai Li's mind. Instead, he challenged Ai Nuo to a one-on-one duel. What a classic manhwa trope. Even though this little showdown wasn't part of the plan, Ai Nuo was happy to oblige. She immediately ran and told the Marquis everything, begging her father to stop the two of them. But even he had no idea what to do. Turns out he'd been planning to marry her off to Bai Li from the very beginning. "That's a hard pass from me, Dad." She flat out refused. In her eyes, the Bai Li of recent years was either a demon who only knew how to swing a sword or a paranoid control freak obsessed with checking if she was seeing other men. "It's all because he loves you, dear," the Marquis tried to explain. But as far as he was concerned, that wasn't love. Tears streamed down her face as she mourned the gentle, caring big brother Bai Li from her past who was now long gone. Out of the blue, the Marquis asked she about Count Wei Dun, but she didn't quite catch his meaning. He then let her go, sinking deep into his own thoughts. He had an apology to send to his late old friend. That day, the rain poured down in sheets. Bai Li lay on the muddy ground, gasping for air, with a brand new scar decorating his face. Ai Nuo was the victor. "Are you all right?" She rushed out in a panic. Bai Li turned his head away, muttering that he was fine. But it was Ai Nuo she was running to, not him. Watching the two of them in a happy embrace plunged Bai Li into absolute despair. And so Bai Li left in the middle of the night, and the Marquis figured this was the best outcome for everyone involved. 3 years later, she and Ai Nuo were married with a little baby about to enter the world. Aina came home from work one day with some piping hot tea about Bai Li, who had apparently become a master swordsman. What's more, he'd gotten revenge on the 3 families that had pushed the Anye family to the brink. "Oh wow," she said. "Speaking of which, I have something I need to tell you too." She spoke with a pensive look that made Hinuo a little nervous. Turns out the big thing on her mind lately was picking names for the kids. If it was a boy, he'd be Jemy, and for a girl, Shala. And so after all those years, Bayer and she were finally reunited. Jemy never imagined his parents' backstory was something straight out of a fairy tale. I mean, who would have thought his goofy dad could actually defeat someone so ridiculously powerful? He definitely inherited this OP body from his old man, no doubt about it. Just as the mother and kids were finishing their chat, the Archbishop conveniently showed up. He was overjoyed to see the little tomboy she from back in the day, which made her super embarrassed in front of her two children. Jemy, being the little actor he is, knew how to play nice and greet the man properly. Shala, however, doesn't do strangers and immediately hid behind her brother. But the moment Anna was mentioned, she perked right up with excitement. The Archbishop mentioned that Ruichi was always talking about Jemy, making them sound like some legendary best buds from a classic manhwa. Lacey chimed in, adding extra spice by saying Ruichi was dying to see Jemy again soon. Little did they know he and Ruichi had already met. Seabayer volunteered to lead them away so the Marquis and the Archbishop could talk business. Before they left, the Archbishop gave Shi's two children a blessing for the road. "So, what should we do now?" asked the mom, whose main purpose in life was to dote on her two little treasures. She suddenly remembered that one time, Jemy had begged to visit the giant water fountain. But Jemy immediately changed the subject, asking about the marine forest. CZ Bayer had explicitly warned him not to go there. "How do you know about the marine forest? Have you been going out there or something?" The look in his mother's eyes sent a shiver down Jemy's spine. She couldn't for the life of her figure out why Zibe would suddenly bring it up to him. "He was just telling me to be careful, that's all." Jemy quickly looked away, avoiding his mom's face, which was now wound as tight as a guitar string. She was always reminding him never to go out alone, even if he was a full-fledged mage. Then she began to talk about the forest, marine. In Jemy's mind, it was just some regular boring forest like any other. What was the big deal? Because it's one of the 6 great forbidden zones in the world. Another of those zones is the Great Aryazat Forest, and it's located right behind Marine. You could even say Marine is just a part of it. At that, Jemy's face fell. This has got to be what Pharaoh was calling the Dark Forest. But his mom was quick to snap him back to reality. "And that is exactly why you can't go there, young man." "Got it, totally," Jemy replied. Except he was absolutely going to go there. And tonight was the night time for Jemy to practically announce to the whole world that he was off on an adventure. It was the kind of place that just oozed bad vibes. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky, crashing down into marine forest. And the culprit none other than our boy Jemy. Problem was, he couldn't use his dark energy in this forest. "In Master, look out behind you." Vina lunged forward, grabbing Jemy by the shoulder while simultaneously kicking the crap out of the monster behind him. Jemy went flying, fully prepared to give her a piece of his mind. But he instantly shut his trap when he saw Vina absolutely demolishing the monster with her bare hands. Okay, he was clearly out of his league here. Discretion is the better part of valor after all. Turns out Vina couldn't use her dark energy in here either. But honestly, she felt better than ever. That smug show-off look on her face was really starting to get on his nerves. Still, it was probably a good thing for him in this particular situation. Since the Vakiji are a forest tribe, they're naturally in tune with the forest's energy. Vina then asked again why they were even here. A question Jemy was super annoyed to have to answer again since he'd already explained it on the way. They had to break into this place because Fierro ordered them to. So what's the next move? Before Jemy could even figure that out, the two of them walked right into a black hole. Jemy couldn't use his magic to fly, so he just started to freefall. Turns out his mom wasn't kidding when she said this place was dangerous. If he kept falling at this speed, he was going to be a Jemy pancake. Vina then asked again why they were even here. A question Jemy was super annoyed to have to answer again since he'd already explained it on the way. They had to break into this place because Fierro ordered them to. So what's the next move? Before Jemy could even figure that out, the two of them walked right into a black hole. Jemy couldn't use his magic to fly, so he just started to freefall. Turns out his mom wasn't kidding when she said this place was dangerous. If he kept falling at this speed, he was going to be a Jemy pancake. Turns out his mom wasn't kidding when she said this place was dangerous. Falling at this rate, he realized that if he went in there, it was game over for real, not just some magic defeat. But just as he braced for impact and hit the ground, it felt like waking from a dream. Vina shot up, screaming her head off. "We're not dead. Jemy looked around, conjuring a beam of light to illuminate the rubble. He read the ancient script on it and muttered, "Leave or enter." Wow, talk about a classic manhwa dungeon entrance. And just like that, a door creaked open. Jiyan had no idea who was behind all this, but he had to admit it was pretty entertaining. Looks like this is the kind of place where you get to see your past life, a very classic manhwa trope. That night, the patrol team stumbled upon yet another corpse. The captain immediately barked at his subordinate to call for backup like right now. He just stood there observing the bizarre power at play. Judging by the state of the body, this poor soul had been dead for at least 4 hours. What's more, they were lying right on the patrol route, the very path soldiers frequently passed every time they changed shifts. And yet not a single person had reported it. The captain let out a stream of curses. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with these kinds of creepy, mysterious cases. But he steeled himself and decided to check the patrol schedule to sniff out the mole. Suddenly, a figure in black popped out of nowhere and ripped out his heart. "Keep looking, you idiot. Let's see when you'll finally be skilled enough to catch me." But he barely got to savor his victory for 5 seconds before someone else crashed the party. He was seriously annoyed about being thrown into this bizarre manhwa-like situation, because he hadn't even had a chance to make a move, and his opponent had already managed to land several minor wounds on him in just a few seconds. He finally saw those crimson eyes snap open, and the sight of them terrified him. A body infected with demonic energy shouldn't go down that easily. Meanwhile, Ji Yan and Wei Na were still wandering through the maze. After a whole series of trials, the two of them felt like they should have been dead ages ago. Giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic abilities, automatic crossbow traps, and then scorpion pits. The endless gauntlet of traps was utterly exhausting. Wei Na was knocked back, but she was still worried sick about Ji Yan. It was thanks to her fighting a bear that Ji Yan was finally able to cast his magic. The bear seemed surprised that he used a magical attack, but it barely tickled its massive hide. A fact that made the two of them feel like they should have kicked the bucket long ago. There were giant armored soldiers, equipped with anti-magic capabilities, automatic crossbows, scorpion pits, a never-ending nightmare of traps. It was enough to exhaust anyone and force them back. Finally, completely spent, the two of them reached a door that Ji Yan had been looking for. The place where it was sleeping peacefully. Ji Yan's words made Wei Na intensely curious about what lay behind the door. The door swung open and a giant bear appeared, causing both of them to freeze solid like statues. Wei Na was busy marveling at how cute and fluffy it was, completely oblivious to the fact that the bear's enormous paw was about to turn her into a pile of minced meat. "Watch out!" Ji Yan screamed, lunging forward just in time to shove her out from under its foot. But this was no ordinary bear, it could speak human language. "You people are also..." It takes some serious guts to make it this far and still be standing on 2 feet. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Jiming gritted out. The bear couldn't have cared less, just casually grabbing a boulder and chucking it at them. Jiming threw up a shield, but he was already running on fumes. A stray piece of shrapnel sent him crashing to the ground. Most of his ribs were completely shattered. And if it weren't for that seed of life, he'd be kicking the bucket for the second time. The bear boasted that it had already nullified that little power of his, so there was nothing he could do to stop what was coming next. So that's the culprit who's been blocking their dark magic this whole time. But how in the world did it do that? You don't need to know. The stuffed bear charged. Wei Na, having bottled up her rage for long enough, was ready to punch back. "You can hit her, but you absolutely cannot lay a hand on her master Ji Ming." Meanwhile, the guy in the black cloak was still getting the 3rd degree from Shibo. He glared at the man, his face a mask of pure menace. "You have crossed the line and thrown everything into absolute chaos. I am certain I told you to leave these soldiers in peace." The man claimed that since Bei had left, they had nothing to fear. But that statement only enraged Shibo further, who promptly cranked up the punishment. He wasn't afraid of Bei, the real problem was this guy. A filthy, cowardly demon who was supposed to be following his orders. "Every single thing must go according to Father's will," Shibo declared. Back in the temple, Wei Na was still worried sick about Ji Ming. Thanks to her brawl with the bear, Ji Ming finally had an opening to cast a spell. The bear looked surprised by the magic attack, but it barely tickled its massive body. Yeah, it did absolutely nothing to its monstrous, terrifying form. It was gigantic. The two of them were frozen stiff. Since when was Jiming so pathetically weak? The bear sneered, full of contempt. He'd been flailing his arms around for an hour, but all he'd managed to do was singe a few of its hairs. And even after all that, he refused to surrender. You really expect me to just lie down and die? You're the one who attacked us for no reason. The master and disciple duo roared indignantly. The bear attacked because it thought the two of them had left some nauseating item in its forest, and for that they had to be punished. Jiming was furious at being framed, but the bear wasn't buying it. It was certain the dark power protecting that disgusting demon egg belonged to him. The logic in this manhwa is something else. Jima was absolutely floored to find a demon egg in this forest of all places. But our big furry friend over here was convinced they were faking it and declared he would be the one to wipe out the demon's minions. Jima was so over this fight and tried to explain that he was summoned here by the goddess Fei Luo specifically to destroy that very egg. Hearing that name, its claws screeched to a halt literally millimeters from his face. Jimo was ready to swear on anything and everything. If the bear didn't believe him, he'd prove it right here, right now. But the bear didn't need any proof. After all, if Jimo had lied and tarnished the goddess's name, he would have been smote into oblivion ages ago. Turns out this forest is part of Fei Luo's turf. The only problem was the bear couldn't sense a single drop of divine power coming from Jimo, and the energy it had blocked was definitely not holy. Jimo clarified that he wasn't Fei Luo's subordinate but her ally. She asked him to come to this dark forest and stop that nasty dark magic from awakening. Fei Luo also mentioned that he'd understand why she sent him instead of one of her usual apostles. But the bear was finding this whole story pretty hard to swallow. Whenever the practical one chimed in asking for intel on the egg and its protective magic to get a better handle on this manhwa plot. The egg apparently just showed up in the forest about a month ago. The bear had tried to take care of it immediately, but the dark magic protecting it was some seriously sinister stuff. The power was so deep and immense that the bear couldn't break through its barrier no matter what it tried. So for the time being, all it could do was contain the power that was guarding the egg. Jimo was confused. He couldn't sense any divine authority from the bear, so how on earth was it containing dark magic? It was all thanks to the artifact disguised as these very ruins. Jimo got curious, asking who created it, and how the bear could read the ancient language inscribed on it. But even the bear wasn't too sure about the details. This place was apparently built about 600 years ago. Jimo then asked another question: why was it always blocking the dark power? Since it was just protecting the egg, couldn't it have just destroyed it outright? Destroy the egg the moment he sealed that dark power inside it. But instead, he just left that dark magic stewing in there. The bear explained that the egg is still perfectly intact, because to keep that magic contained, the artifact's user is forced to stay put right here in these ruins. And he still hasn't found anyone who can help him shatter the darn thing. Hearing this, our two heroes froze solid for the third time. In a nutshell, the bear's efforts were, let's just say, less than impressive. The bear finally introduced himself. His name is Tiberian. But no sooner did he get his name out that Jimo started running his mouth. Hey you. Tiberian, you sure throw the word inferior around pretty casually. For a guy who's all talk and no action, huh? Can you even sense this girl's power? Jima sneered, pointing a finger right at Wei Na. You mean her Vakiji life force? Tiberian asked, narrowing his eyes. No, something else, a power just like mine. Her power is sealed away too. How could that possibly compare to whatever is protecting that demonic egg? Jimo replied, his voice dropping low, hearing the bear reveal that Wei Na's power was totally different. Jimo became even more certain he was the only one with this kind of dark magic in this whole manhwa. Seeing Jimo relentlessly pressuring him to undo the seal, the bear instantly switched to high alert mode, glaring at the boy with a low growl. Please just trust us. Once my master gets his power back, he'll take care of that demon egg in a heartbeat. Wei Na chimed in enthusiastically, only to be met with a death glare from Tiberian that made her flinch. All right then, looks like my power's back. Jima suddenly snapped his fingers and a menacing aura instantly erupted, flooding the room, much to the shock of Wei Na and Tiberian, who had no idea what was happening. No one controls me. Jima roared with a smirk, the malevolent energy swirling more intensely with his every gesture. But just as he was basking in the glory of it all, thinking he was finally in complete control of everything, Tiberian and his razor-sharp claws dragged Jimo back to reality with a gut punch that sent blood flying from his mouth. But even facing the bear's ferocious attack, Jimo wasn't the least bit scared. He just calmly wiped the blood from his lips and delivered a cold threat. That's quite enough. If you don't stop right now, I'll destroy these ruins with my own two hands. The threat hit Tiberian right where it hurt. The massive clawed paw that had been swinging wildly just a moment ago froze midair as if he'd been paralyzed. Seeing Jimo cough up blood, Wei Na's face went white with fear, but our boy just casually insisted he was fine. Talk about a built-in firewall. Hey, pretty strong, but not strong enough to stop me completely. He let out a smug little smirk. Meanwhile, over on this side, Sibo was eagerly tapping his foot, just waiting for his target to show up. After teleporting away from Tiberian, Jimo and Wei Na were more than a little surprised to find a girl just standing there. But Jimo Na, not a single trace of fear on his face. He just casually wiped the blood from his lips and delivered a stone-cold threat. That's quite enough of that. If you don't stop this instant, I'll personally tear this entire relic to the ground. Oof, that threat hit Tiberian right where it hurts. The massive gnarled hand that had been flailing wildly just a second ago suddenly froze midair like someone had hit its pause button. Seeing Jimo cough up blood sent Wei Na into a full-blown panic, but he just brushed it off, insisting he was fine. Like a firewall, isn't it? He thought. Pretty powerful, I'll give it that, but not powerful enough to completely shut me down. He smirked to himself. Wait a second. My connection to the relic, it's been cut, Tiberian realized. Was that you're doing? How in the world could you pull that off in such a short amount of time? Tiberian demanded. Yup, that was me, Jimo chirped. I just made a few adjustments. Now I'm its second master. You're just unlucky, my friend. Turns out your master isn't the only one who knows his way around ancient artifacts. Who would have ever thought, Tiberian wondered, that an artifact like this could actually block my power? This is the kind of plot twist you only see in a manhwa. There's no way I'm just going to walk away from this. Then again, looking at it closely, and it seems it didn't block my power completely. Still, it makes no sense. This thing is designed to capture gods, so how is it blocking my power? How can something like this even exist? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Well, it is what it is, Jimo said with a shrug. So don't bother following me, not that you could anyway. Pretty sure you're stuck in this relic for good, aren't you? Jimo shot a final mocking grin at Tiberian and then vanished in a flash, leaving the furious bear-like creature to rage all by itself. The next morning, the Marquis got some unsettling news. The report of nine dead bodies from the previous night had his eyes bugging out of his skull. He was practically shaking with fury, growling as he frantically searched for Goo. His subordinates could only stammer, telling him that no one had seen Goo since yesterday afternoon. The news hit the Marquis like a bolt of lightning. He simply couldn't believe his ears. But little did they know Goo was currently standing all by his lonesome on a mountain peak, looking like he was waiting for something or someone. A little while later, the Marquis went to see the Archbishop to ask if there was any new word from the Grand Temple. Yes, Your Grace, they said they've already dispatched the Blade God's paladins. They're certain they'll arrive by tomorrow afternoon, and apparently there's a real master among them. The Archbishop replied, sigh, this couldn't have been an easy decision for the Pope. Who would have thought we'd need this many resources for one incident? The Marquis said with a weary sigh. Meanwhile, our boy Sibo was over here eagerly waiting for his target to finally show up. Back with Jime and Wei Na, they were a bit stunned after teleporting away from Tabo Lun's place. They saw Jime's dark demonic energy flooding the air all around them. And not only that, but there were actual letters, runes, printed within each stream of magic. Seeing Wei Na's curiosity about what these characters meant, Jime read a few lines for her. But the further he read, the more shocked he became. This was the Leviathan, a legendary grimoire, and also a part of him. I'm sure of it now. My memories are finally complete. I can even suddenly remember how I challenged the holy god of all things. It's so weird. There are obvious gaps in my memory, but none of it feels illogical. Lost in thought for a moment, Jime gently handed Wei Na a ring, an artifact, actually, that he'd picked up when leaving the ruins. He told her to quickly channel her magical energy and her will to use it into the ring. Wei Na did as she was told, and with a swoosh, a ridiculously awesome weapon materialized out of thin airs, resting majestically in her hands, leaving Wei Na so hyped she was literally speechless. Good, now take that and go scout the area. This whole situation feels like it's going to take a while, Jime said as he reached out to touch the floating rune-inscribed dark energy before him. But strangely, the moment he touched it, the energy suddenly morphed into a black mist with words appearing in blood red. "Return to me your true master." The message totally freaked Jime out. After a few seconds of pure shock, Jime seemed to have a realization, and immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, trash-talking this demonic creepy mist. Seeing it start to shoot up toward the sky, Jime frantically yelled for Wei Na to help him stop it. Wei Na gripped the hammer tightly in her hands, and unleashed a devastating blow on the streak of black energy. In a flash, she smashed it back down to earth in a single beat, a scene worthy of any action manhwa. But I can only rebel. But because she used so much force, Wei Na's body was severely injured. Her whole body trembled as she coughed up blood, too exhausted to even catch her breath. As for that streak of dark energy, it was just as Jime had suspected. It was none other than that green-haired girl from the Genis Church in her transformed state. What in the world does the Genis Church have to do with a place like this? Are you here to destroy the demon forest, or are you trying to protect it? Jiming demanded, glaring at her. The green-haired witch had just revealed her true form, but she didn't bother answering Jiming right away. She was too busy lunging at Wei Na for the simplest of reasons: she had pink hair and was holding a hammer, the two things this psycho hated most. Just minding her own business one moment, getting physically assaulted the next. A bewildered Wei Na, still not recovered from the previous attack, could only clutch her body and tremble, trying in vain to defend herself. Seeing the green-haired menace about to unleash a punch on Wei Na, a terrified Jiming screamed, "Get out of the way!" Thankfully, his warning came just in time, and the stumbling Wei Na managed to dodge to the side. Still, her counterattack couldn't even touch a single hair on the green-haired witch's head. Mocked and laughed at, Wei Na went completely ballistic, pouring all her strength into her hammer and charging forward with a guttural roar. But all her efforts were shut down in the blink of an eye. After a furious exchange of blows, that cunning green-haired girl pulled a fast one and ambushed Wei Na from behind. Countless slashes sent blood spurting from all over her body. Horrified, Jiming screamed her name, about to rush in and help. But the stubborn Wei Na insisted she could still take it. "Oh my, that must hurt a lot, mustn't it? I bet it wouldn't hurt if I just chopped you in half in one go, right? You really plan on fighting in this condition? Are you serious?" The green-haired villain looked at Wei Na's pathetic state and cackled like a classic manhwa antagonist. Hearing her suggest that she should betray Jiming, Wei Na just smirked and replied, "I know." But every single one of her attempts was blocked in an instant. After trading a flurry of blows, that sneaky green-haired woman launched a surprise attack on Wei Na from the rear. A barrage of slashes left her spraying blood everywhere. A terrified Jiming yelled her name, about to charge in to the rescue. But Wei Na, tough as nails, claimed she could still handle it. "Goodness, that looks like it hurts, doesn't it? Maybe it wouldn't hurt at all if I split you in two with a single blow. You seriously intend to fight on looking like that? For real?" The green-haired witch stared at Wei Na's miserable condition and let out a huge mocking laugh. Hearing her new rival suggest she should turn her back on Jiming, Wei Na simply curled her lip and said, "I'm aware. You're gonna keep fighting in that state. You can't be serious." The green-haired girl just laughed her head off at Wei Na's disastrous appearance. When she heard the suggestion to betray Jiming, Wei Na just smirked and replied, I know. Only those who are older than me." The moment Wei Na finished speaking, the curse of sensory reversal, which flips all the senses, suddenly swelled up amidst the green-haired woman's confusion. The moment her guard was down, Wei Na gritted her teeth and swung her hammer, landing a solid face plant of a blow that sent the woman reeling. Taking a hit from Wei Na, well, you can imagine, she was practically fuming. She instantly drew her sword and in a fit of rage charged at the kid for some tit-for-tat payback. The moment the two rivals clashed, merging their streams of power, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, scorching the entire forest to a crisp. When she opened her eyes, Weena found herself flat on the ground, her body aching with utter exhaustion. But, despite the pain, Weina didn't forget to tell herself to get up and protect her master. "You filthy dark magic user! How dare you scratch my body? That little brat you're trying to protect, I will tear him into a million pieces right in front of you." The green-haired woman stood before Wei Na, growling menacingly. But what she conveniently forgot was that Jiming had yet to make his move, and now was the perfect time for him to showcase his power. Quick as a flash, Jiming ordered Lia Weitan to charge and devour her. The dark magic entity latched onto her arm like a blood-sucking leech. Her face went pale as she thrashed about, but there was no escaping it. "Thanks for buying me time, Wei Na. I was able to absorb that thing all thanks to you. You don't have to worry anymore." Jiming gently reassured Wei Na, which calmed her down a bit. The green-haired woman, just as Jiming predicted, was no ordinary priest, as she instantly managed to cast Lai Wei Tan off her body like flicking off a snake. What a classic manhwa villain move. "You know, because you're cute, I was planning on going easy on you." But she just screamed and unleashed holy ground, an attack overflowing with mana. This made Jiming hesitate slightly. The atmosphere had completely shifted. That divine power, it surpasses even an archpriest's, and that combat prowess. She's going to be a troublesome opponent. Jiming gulped, breaking out in a cold sweat. That dark magic you just used, even if it was just for a moment, it devoured every last bit of my power. What, you're a dark magician too? And if I am, I'll just have to grind you into dust." The green-haired witch screeched, absolutely fuming, and started flailing her arms, unleashing a non-stop barrage of spells right at Jingi. "Oh really? In that case, allow me to introduce you to a friend of mine. Come on out, Nabu." Jingi shot back with a devilishly charming smirk. He knew that against her ridiculously powerful attacks, the smartest play was to call in some backup. A classic manhwa protagonist move. A shower of rocks and debris, courtesy of Jingi's new helper, came raining down on the green-haired witch, sending her into a full-blown panic. She gritted her teeth desperately, trying to find an opening to fight back. Meanwhile, lurking on the other side of the forest was some blonde dude in a hoodie. He was witnessing the whole thing firsthand, an egg hatching to the size of an elephant. And his face instantly went ghost white. He was filled with instant regret, wishing he'd sacrificed more hearts. "Heh, just as I thought. Admiring this delightful dark energy, are we? You're a servant of that filthy demon, aren't you, Mo?" Jingi's voice cut in as he appeared out of nowhere, nearly giving the guy a heart attack. Faced with the guy's barrage of panicked questions, Jingi couldn't be bothered to waste his breath explaining. Instead, he just casually snapped his fingers. And zip, Luo was already on it, drawing his sword, ready to send this chump to meet his maker in a single heartbeat. Before kicking the bucket for good, the blonde dude still managed to shakily reach a hand towards the giant egg, his face a mask of endless regret. Suddenly erupting from inside the egg were countless bloody tendrils stretchy as rubber. They shot out and wrapped themselves tightly around his body. "Heh, just as I thought. Admiring this lovely dark energy, are we? You're a lackey for that disgusting demon, aren't you, Mo?" Jingi's voice suddenly cut in, making the guy jump out of his skin. Faced with Blondie's frantic questions, Jingi couldn't be bothered to explain anything. He just slashed at the blonde dude who was already on his way out. Good thing he dodged, or he would have been wiped from existence right then and there. It was bound to happen. It must have absorbed enough life force by now. Soon a demon will emerge. Jingie warned in a grave tone, reacting to the horrifying scene that just unfolded. "And what about our green-haired friend? She's still over there struggling to fight a damn skeleton." That's Jiming's trusty sidekick. "So what in the world happened to that egg? If this plan has even the slightest hiccup, the master's going to flip out." She was lost in her worried thoughts when suddenly, whoosh! Waves of a foul, bloody aura began surging up from who knows where. It was enough to make that poor skeleton tremble like it had a bad case of the runs. The green-haired woman saw this and flashed a smug, victorious smirk. She could feel it in her bones. The filthy scumbag of her dreams had finally shown up in the blink of an eye. While the skeleton was frantically trying to warn Jiming about the monster, she seized the opportunity and unleashed a thunderous punch. It landed square on the poor skeleton's jaw. Over on the other side, Rui Chi, who had just been hanging out in the kitchen, felt it too. A power so intense it made his scalp tingle, was washing over his entire body. Everyone's going to die. If we just stand around and do nothing, we are all going to be toast. Ruichi, pale as a ghost and sweating buckets, began muttering like a madman, much to Anna's bewilderment. Ruichi immediately grabbed Anna's hand and started dragging her away from there. He knew that if they stuck around, they'd just be dead weight. Pepe and the Marquis both felt the massive magic power radiating from the marine forest at the same time. They immediately scrambled to assemble the army. Just then Zia slammed the door open and burst in sobbing uncontrollably that Jiming was missing. I think he went to the marine forest, she said through her tears, leaving the Marquis completely stunned. By now, Jiming could also sense the foul, bloody aura being kicked up by the demons. It was so chilling it made him break out in a cold sweat. Yup, this is exactly why I can't stand demons. That way nah. After taking those brutal hits, Jiming's energy was seriously depleted. I don't even have enough strength to fly anymore. I've lost way too much blood. I really wish the Holy Seed would give me a little power up right about now. Jiming is missing. I think he went to the marine forest. She choked out the words, stunning the Marquis into silence. By now, Jiming could also sense the foul, bloody aura stirred up by the demons, and the chill was so intense that he broke out in a cold sweat. This is precisely why I hate demons. Those types who bully and look down on the weak, he muttered to himself, dazed. To Jiming, demons were the kind of beings whose very existence was a threat to all other living creatures. Jansi's group was also shaking in their boots, frantically trying to convince Jiming to get the hell out of there. But it seemed Jiming had absolutely no intention of running away. Instead, he was about to solo this thing, a classic manhwa hero move, facing it head-on with his revolving shield. After ordering his men the Zhanshi to get Wei Na to safety, Jimo decided to stay behind all by himself, to confront that freaky-looking creature. So you think you'll be fine all alone? If you were to just give up this easily, where would the fun be? Just as I thought, rising up this way is a real pain in the neck. From within the cloud of murderous intent, a noble demon with a booming voice crawled out, making Jimo's face turn pale. The demon introduced itself as Rui Ta, a baron of the great demon realm. A baron crap, that means he's at least a master-level opponent. Jima thought anxiously, okay, don't freak out. Just accept it. Now that I'm here, there's no turning back. As the demon kept rambling on, Jimo, who was initially scared stiff, actually started to calm his nerves and activated the extreme resistance revolving shield from the bracelet on his wrist. This slick piece of gear definitely caught the demon's eye, and its greedy blood began to boil. It demanded that Jimo hand the item over. But was Jimo gonna do that? Hell no, our boy is handsome, not stupid. Then I guess there's no other way. Let's see how much you can take. The demon let out a ferocious howl, twisting its body like a wolf. A tidal wave of blood energy surged forward, clashing directly with Jimo's Leviathan. This epic manhwa scene, a classic clash of titans with neither side willing to back down, was proving to be quite entertaining for a certain someone watching from afar. How pathetic. The weakest of the 5 noble ranks, a mere baron. To a human, I suppose this feels like a disaster falling from the sky. But even so, shouldn't you have at least left something behind to hold down the fort? Seibo glanced down at the royal army, who were all scrambling over each other like headless chickens, and let out an arrogant smirk. As instructed by Jimo Gen, she had managed to get Wei Na to safety, but he couldn't help but be worried sick about his master. Are you really sure about this, my lord? Well, the fact that I'm still here is proof enough that he's still kicking. Janshi placed a hand on his chest, reassuring himself, while trying not to let the traumatic beatdown from earlier get to him. And after Wei Na finally woke up, she listened as Zhang Shi recounted everything that had just happened, becoming so shocked that her entire body went rigid. She was trembling, her back pressed against a tree trunk, watching a pillar of bloody energy erupt into the sky, right from where Jiming was fighting the demon, and she was an absolute nervous wreck. He must be fighting that monster right now. If I go, I'll just get in his way. Jiang Shi tried to reason with her, but even if I die, if I can just buy him a little more time, Wei Na stammered. Before she could even finish her sentence, Jiang Shi vanished without a trace. In his place, the colossal hammer she'd wielded the day before materialized out of thin air. Standing amidst the thunderous explosions, all the humiliating memories from her past came flooding back into Wei Na's mind, like some tragic slow-motion film reel, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Well, now how interesting. A young Vok are you, Evakiji, with such pure and potent blood. Although you're still a bit undercooked, for today I shall grant you the privilege of wielding me. Remember this sensation well. My name is Fei Liang, a hammer forged by a legendary smith created for your queen to wield. Now give it everything you've got. The hammer began to glow with a star-like brilliance, its voice a high-pitched cheer of encouragement. Meanwhile, after taking some catastrophic hits, Jiming was completely and utterly drained. I don't even have enough energy left to fly. I've lost too much blood. If only the Holy Seed could just give me one last power-up. That would be great. Or if I could have just summoned the shadows and bought myself a little more time by casting some kind of high-level spell, this whole awesome Manhwa battle wouldn't have ended like this. In agony, Jiming finally gave up, letting himself plummet from the sky in what he assumed was his final dramatic exit. But surprise, surprise, the first thing he landed on wasn't the cold hard ground, but the ridiculously plush fur of Diablo. Who would have thought you wouldn't run away but would actually fight that demon all by yourself? Just as I suspected, you truly possess a noble heart, worthy of being the one chosen by the goddess. Diablo clicked its tongue in praise, all while Jiming stared back with a look of pure, unadulterated, what the heck is happening, confusion. All right, enough chit-chat. Diablo immediately roared and charged toward the demon that was swooping in for the attack. Claws. Its razor-sharp claws raked across Tiberian's thick fur, sending blood spraying everywhere. You know, I was this close to just lopping your arm clean off. For a surface dweller, you're actually pretty tough. The demon remarked with a condescending nod, seizing the moment while the demon was distracted. Tiberian suddenly lunged forward, bringing his big, dark, and probably stinky body down to take a massive bite out of the demon, causing it to spew fluids everywhere. Yeah, well, I'm pretty fast myself, and guess what? I didn't come alone. Tiberian shot back with a smirk, throwing the demon's condescending remarks right back at it. Just then, a shimmering light appeared in the distance. It was none other than Vena, Amphibian hauling ass over to the scene. At lightning speed to back Tiberian up, Vena's absolutely earth-shattering hammer blow came crashing down on the demon's head before it even had time to dodge. Before it could recover, Tiberian followed up and sent the thing flying into next week. All it could do was shriek in agony. But even after getting its butt handed to it, the demon was ridiculously stubborn, fighting back with a furious barrage of blood energy. Just a few basic blasts were enough to make Tiberian spit up blood. Meanwhile, back with the Marquise's army, they were completely stuck, their path blocked by a wall of demonic energy. Sir, why didn't we wait for the guys from the Piro Church to show up and give us a blessing first? One of the soldiers piped up. The Marquis just stammered, his face a ghostly white torn between his fear and his worry for Jemy. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped past, magically delivering a letter right into the Marquis's hand. Oh, right, the blue-haired girl, after nearly getting herself killed in a chase. With Jemmy's lackey, she'd finally managed to escape. Ugh, this disgusting damn demonic energy. Whatever. At least I managed to summon that demon. My job's done. I just hope the master doesn't decide to punish me again. She barely had time to finish that thought before a flash of light sliced clean through her neck, sending her head tumbling in a shower of blood. Back on the battlefield, Tiberian and Vena had already been beaten to a bloody pulp by the demon, lying motionless on the ground while it cackled maniacally over them. Hey, I have to say I'm genuinely surprised. Who would have thought I'd find a fight this epic on the surface world? This battle is more intense than any manhwa out there. Now, what was the name of this incantation again? I can feel an immense destructive power emanating from it. The demon growled a tone of grim admiration in its voice. That little power surge Jiming just unleashed is called Annihilation Path, a nasty little piece of dark magic. It can blast out all the energy Leviat has absorbed in one single devastating shot, packing an absolutely world-ending punch. And it was the one and only chance that Wei Na and Xiang had bought for him with their lives. Jiming thought absolutely fuming. For his final words, he practically begged the demon to just get it over with already. Jiming was wallowing in misery, quietly contemplating his impending doom. Just then a gust of wind carrying a sinister aura roared in like a hurricane slicing the demon clean in two with god-tier speed. It was so ridiculously fast that no one had time to react or even see it coming. Meanwhile, had paid a visit to the archbishop at the church, even though he was about as welcome as a skunk at a garden party. If you have any respect left for the goddess, I suggest you leave. The archbishop tried to kick Gu out the second he laid eyes on him. So what you're saying is, if I don't worship that goddess of yours, I don't have to leave, right? Gu shot back with a smirk, which really ticked off the archbishop. But there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it except sputter a few warnings. You really think you can do anything? You think you can stand against the ultimate strike of Zhenni Si? Gu suddenly whipped out his sword, and the threat was so real, the archbishop's face went sheet white. May the eternal dream forever guide this blade of mine. Today, that so-called goddess of yours will suffer a devastating blow and be erased from existence. Gun raised his sword high, his prayer sounding almost like a song. Back on the other side, Lassi's troops were scrambling into formation right in front of the church. Suddenly, the doors behind Lassi burst open in a flash of light, startling him. He thought it was the archbishop. But nope, it was Aoni K, whose raging wind technique had just saved their hides in the absolute nick of time. Jiming's jaw completely hit the floor. He couldn't believe that a guy wielding a sword that massive could slash so insanely fast a scene straight out of an action manhwa. Plus, the sheer force of that wind power was on another level. When Aoni Ke asked what in the world Jiming was doing here, our boy just scratched his head and played the Who Me card. Unfortunately for him, Aoni Ke had been watching the whole time. Getting hit with Aoni Ke's thinly veiled sarcastic jabs made Jiming break out in a cold sweat. He frantically wondered just how much did this guy know. Aoni Ke revealed that today, turns out this guy was here on a mission. A little fetch quest from the bigwigs at ISIS to retrieve a special item. So that's the boundary, huh? Tiberian asked curiously. I was hoping you could do me a solid and open the gate of Gremia, Onyx replied. Meanwhile, our boy Jiming was standing on the sidelines listening to all this like he was trying to read ancient hieroglyphics. He just stood there, mouth agape, with absolutely zero clue what they were on about. Sorry, pal, but I can't open that gate for you. I'm not exactly the master of Jeremiah anymore. The moment Tiberian said that, a light bulb finally went off in Jiming's head, and he realized they'd been talking about the ruins this whole time. With that settled, the whole crew immediately piled into the cave. Onyx, with Vena slung over his shoulder, clicked his tongue and gave Jiming a judgmental once-over. He was probably thinking, this scrawny kid is messing with demons and has a complicated thing going on with Jeremiah. What is this, a manhwa plot? The second Tiberian got ownership. Back from Jiming, he cracked his knuckles with a satisfying crack and channeled his power, creating a virtual space that swallowed them whole. In the blink of an eye, Jiming's entire world turned into a blank snow-white void, and who should appear before him but the spiritual projection of that same old geezer who'd blocked him from getting the system. I knew it. You're not just some spiritual firewall for this place. You're the one who created Jia, aren't you? Jiming guessed. Correct, I am Akmeong. In my time, I was a genius. Artificer and a level 9 mage, which was ridiculously rare for a human back when I was alive. And while I came pretty close to the level of Asus, I'm no god. I'm just guarding this Thunder Dragon sword on someone else's orders. But this place wasn't just created to babysit a sword. It was made for a very specific person I've been waiting for. A dark magic that possesses the power to kill the gods themselves. I am waiting for the one person capable of summoning that dark magic, the true protagonist of this manhwa. The old man unloaded all of that in one go. So how do you know about things like the ancient language and all that other stuff that was supposed to be forgotten? If you can't give me a convincing answer, he threatened, I'm going to have to take care of you. Jiming was completely baffled by the interrogation. The reason he was so shocked was that he knew even a powerhouse like Gayan had no clue about this so-called god-slaying power. You see, whenever an entity exists, in this world it always leaves some kind of trace behind. And it was by following those very traces, Akmeong explained, that I learned the ancient language. The old-timer piped up, you mean to tell me the mark is still around? Wait, you're talking about the mark from Diablo and King Peya, aren't you? Jemy was so stunned his jaw just about unhinged itself. So, that's his name. I've spent my entire life searching for it and came up with absolutely nothing. But it looks like you're the lucky one who inherited his dark magic. In that case, I suppose entrusting that thing to you wouldn't be the worst idea. With that, the geezer snapped his fingers, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. It instantly topped off Jemmy's mana core, filling it to the brim. He was practically buzzing with power once more. Zermia is an artifact that can take on a whole bunch of different forms. Basically, it's an item with limitless potential. Its shape and abilities are completely up to the whims of whoever wields it. It's something I forged back when I was, let's just say, powerless against a certain truth. I poured everything I had into making it all for that day. And now I'm transferring full ownership over to you, kid. True to his word, the old man casually tossed the Zermia over to Jemy. Clutching this ridiculously overpowered artifact, Jemy couldn't wipe the stupid grin off his face. He had a sneaking suspicion this thing was even more broken than the 3 legendary divine artifacts he'd forged himself. What a find in this manhwa. Just then the doors to the cathedral swung open. And what greeted Ras was a horror show, the archbishop covered head to toe in bloody gashes. He was slumped against the door, sending Ras into an absolute panic. No matter how desperately Ras tried to heal the archbishop, it seemed some kind of foul divine energy was actively blocking his magic. I'm fine, he rasped. Go, protect the apostle and the saintess, now. The archbishop urged him on, using the last of his strength to whisper. Ras burst into tears like a helpless child seeing the chaos that had engulfed the cathedral. He saw the great archbishop so utterly powerless. And through his sobs he swore he would get revenge. Don't seek revenge, the archbishop warned. Protect them. Now go. With a trembling hand, the archbishop gave a kind, weak smile, gently patting Ras on the head. Ever since returning to the real world, Jemy had been feeling weirdly lightheaded and dizzy. Some kind of foul divine energy was actively blocking his magic. I'm fine, he rasped. Go, protect the apostle and the saintess, now. The archbishop, using the last of his strength, whispered his final advice to Ras. Ras broke down crying like a kid, witnessing the carnage in the cathedral and the archbishop's utter helplessness. Through his sobs, he swore he would get revenge for him. Don't seek revenge, protect them. Now go. With a trembling hand, the archbishop gave a kind, weak smile, gently patting Ras on the head. Ever since returning to the real world, Jemy had been feeling weirdly lightheaded and dizzy. So much so that Onyx, who was walking beside him, started to get concerned. When Jemy asked what was up, Onyx simply said he'd finished his business there. So what in the world happened to Siya? Not sure if you noticed, buddy, but you're a step behind the rest of us. And now my connection with Jiemiya has been completely shattered. Seriously, what the hell went down in there? Tay Bailey demanded, baffled. Ji Ming said, I met the consciousness of Miaoen, and I acquired Jiemiya. Here, see for yourself. With that, Ji Ming pulled a mystical jade-green object from his pouch. It pulsed with such a brilliant light that both Ao Nisi and Tay Bailey could only stand there, their jaws on the floor. This thing was without a doubt a legendary artifact. The sheer concentration of essence, the spiritual energy just pouring out of it, it was absolutely off the charts. It was his idea. The moment the Azure Thunder Dragon Sword was released, he handed me complete control, Jai Ming announced proudly. He gently reached out, casting a spell that looked a lot like a healing technique. On Tay Bailey's arm, the wound instantly sealed itself shut in the blink of an eye. This miraculous spell is all thanks to Siya. The rain began to fall even harder. Just as Jiming was about to hurry back home with Ao Nisi and Tae Bailey, a sudden, inexplicable chill shot down his spine. The color instantly drained from Jiming's face. The goddess's apostle is in danger. We have to find him right now. Jiming shrieked, looking completely frantic. And in a flash, Ao Nisi went all fast and furious on them. The second he heard Jiming's warning, he scooped him up onto his shoulder and rocketed off toward the east. The two of them took off so fast it looked like a scene straight out of a high-speed action manhwa. They were gone so quickly that Tae Bailey didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. To make matters worse, he had just drawn his sword to counterattack, radiating pure killing intent. You see, earlier that morning, Jiming had been curious about what a sword truly means to a swordsman. Ao Nisi had patiently explained. 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 On top of that, Ao Nisi had also ditched Wei Na, who by the way was still only half conscious, and left her for Tae Bailey to deal with. What an absolute headache. The Marquise's army, meanwhile, hadn't even had a chance to properly celebrate the source of the demon's power, disappearing before they were slammed with even more disastrous news. A horde of demons has suddenly materialized inside the Legion's territory, and they're on a psychotic rampage. Although the knights holding the rear guard managed to fend them off, reports are coming in that some demons have disguised themselves as civilians and soldiers. And on top of all that, the news that the Archbishop has been assassinated sends the Marquis into a tailspin. According to eyewitness accounts, Sang was on the scene when it all went down. In the pouring rain, Singh is now locked in a one-on-one sword fight with Ross. Sibel, getting his first chance to take on an apostle of the goddess, is absolutely loving this. The very first slash leaves Ross's shoulder drenched in blood. Seeing Ras get injured, Ricky and Anna start bawling their eyes out. But Ross is determined to face Siebel alone. Not again, I swear I dodged that, but he still got me. Ras thinks to himself, breaking out in a cold sweat after that last hit, clutching his grievously wounded shoulder as blood streams down. Ras guesses Siebel must be some kind of sword master to pull off moves so fast and lethal. You're only figuring that out now. My ability is called Wound Judgment. If I attack you, you are guaranteed to be wounded. I can delay the cause, which is the act of me attacking you, but still get the effect, which is you getting hit. Sibel boasts with infuriating smugness. Ras is getting more and more furious, finding it unbelievable that someone with an ability so broken it feels like it came straight out of a manhwa could even exist. This world is crawling with monsters, you know. And rather unfortunately for you, I happen to consider myself one of the premium grade ones. Sibel smirks vilely, and then in a flash, he glides his sword right past Ross. The attack is so blindingly fast that his opponent can't even see the blade, leaving his whole body covered in bloody gashes. Overwhelmed by the pain, Ras can only give up and collapse as Ricky lets out a horrified scream. But strangely enough, at that very instant, a blinding explosion thunders down from the heavens, striking the spot where Ross stands. I never imagined a single sword strike from Genis could actually push me back. What is this divine power? Siebel arrogantly wonders, eyeing Ross and the divine energy that has suddenly erupted from him. Fueled by a frenzied, all-consuming hatred, Ras, blazing with fiery power, swooped down from above and charged straight at Seb. But the guy was completely unfazed. He instantly drew his sword to counterattack, an air of casual contempt on his face, utterly confident that his counterthrust would clinch the victory. That's right, you can't stop me. But in the face of a god's power, you're nothing but a tiny, insignificant human. Ras shot back with a trembling smirk. By exploiting the weak point in his opponent's counter, he unleashed a blow designed to deal an unblockable amount of damage, with Ricky providing support from a distance. They successfully caught Seb off guard with a devastating blow. In the blink of an eye, he was spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough. To have figured that out? At a moment like this, you've certainly gotten a lot better, haven't you? That really is a formidable divine power. It didn't just fully heal this Ross fellow when he was at death's door. It even managed to suppress my own strength. Seb, completely drenched in blood, bitterly taunted Ricky. before slowly menacingly stalking towards Ross. Sick of hearing him drone on, Ras unleashed his judgment, a blazing, sparkling attack aimed at shutting that mouth of his for good. But unless the goddess herself descends to fight, you people are nothing but weaklings. Tenacious as a leech, Seb shot back with a menacing killer counterattack. Onyx explained calmly. In the clash, Ross's sword was unfortunately shattered to pieces. In the very instant, Seb lunged at Ross with a final fatal blow. Jemy, Ling, and Ricky made a timely appearance in a crackle of lightning. What a classic manhwa entrance. The two of them, Jemy and Ross, launched an explosive, fiery twin sword combo that successfully knocked Seb out cold. What on earth happened? I came running because it looked like you were in some serious danger, Jemy said worriedly, rushing to Ricky's side. Ras quickly approached as well. He revealed that Seb was the one who ratted out the Genis Church, the mastermind behind everything. You mean that guy who just became the Marquise's new butler? Even using magic, I couldn't get a good read on him. But as Jemy stood there talking, Onyx faintly saw a bizarre white line materialize on his neck. Realizing something was horribly wrong, Onyx's eyes shot wide open in terror as he lunged toward Jemy, just in time to block a vicious horizontal slash meant for the kid. But while he managed to save Jemy, Onyx paid a painful price one of his own arms. Damn it, I was aiming for the little brat's neck. Oh, you actually saw that coming. Well, now you really are a proper swordmaster. But that little reversal trick isn't the only skill I have, you know. Of course, a move like that requires a significant payment. Shibo cackled while flourishing his blade, his grating voice making everyone's blood boil. Turns out that last explosion didn't finish Zibo off, it just left one of his arms looking a little extra crispy. Everyone fall back, let me handle him, Onyx said, his eyes glaring as he stepped forward. You're such a bore, you know that. You lose an entire arm and don't even show a lick of emotion. You don't seriously think I'm going to play fair with you, do you? Shibo taunted arrogantly, channeling his aura as he rotated his wrist. It doesn't matter, because I'm going to tear you to pieces with the wind either way. Everyone get back, I will fight him, Onyx commanded, his gaze fixed as he moved forward. Honestly, what a buzzkill, losing an arm without so much as a whimper. Surely you're not expecting me to fight an honorable duel, are you? Shibo sneered, gathering his energy while flexing his wrist. It's irrelevant, because I'm still going to use the wind to rip you to shreds. I'm going to use the wind to rip you to shreds. Onyx shot back defiantly as thunder boomed and cracked through the pouring rain. From behind a large rock, Jemy and the others could only wait and watch Onyx. Jemmy's mind was a whirlwind of turmoil and dread, replaying the events of a moment ago. If it wasn't for him, I'd be a goner. Jemy bit his lip, whispering to himself. No one had any idea how this would play out. After all, trying to jump into a duel between two master swordsmen was just a surefire way to get yourself killed. While Jemmy's group was lost in their thoughts, Onyx and Cable were already clashing, unleashing a relentless storm of attacks on each other. The auras of both fighters billowed and surged violently. But that reversal fruit, what kind of busted cheating skill was that? It seemed like Onyx was starting to get a read on the technique, but that didn't guarantee an easy victory. If that move can be used for defense and not just offense, its potential is straight up broken. This is some top-tier manhwa logic right here. Ras voiced his tone laced with anxiety. Sitting beside him, Jemmy's face grew more tense by the second, feeling like he couldn't just sit here and do nothing. The fight between Cable and Onyx was growing fiercer and more violent with every passing moment. And by the looks of it, Cable clearly had the advantage. From his perch on a cliff, Russ was observing the battle and shouted a warning down to Onyx. And just like that, he caught the unwanted attention of Gao. Seeing the brute start to approach, Ricky hastily summoned the goddess's shield to block his path. Have you forgotten? You're not the only one here who has a god's blessing. Against the might of the Great Father, this dinky little shield of yours is nothing but a dinner plate. May everything go according to the Great Father's will. With a smug little smirk, Ki whips out his sword, which is practically crackling with thunderous energy. He unleashes one fiery slash that completely obliterates Ricky's shield, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Ricky, bless his heart, starts panicking and tries to fight back, but it's completely hopeless. K's lightning assault just keeps coming, wave after relentless wave, knocking everyone off their feet. Yeah, things are definitely looking good for the SA crew. Up on a nearby cliff, Russ is playing lookout and screams a warning down to Onyx. And just like that, he catches the eye of our boy Key. Seeing that psycho getting closer, Ricky frantically summons the goddess's shield, hoping to stop him in his tracks. Have you already forgotten? You're not the only one around here with a god's blessing, pal. Against the might of the Great Father, this flimsy shield of yours means absolutely nothing. May all things unfold according to the Great Father's will. With a mocking curl of his lip, Kay pulls out his sword, practically buzzing with lightning. A single explosive strike comes flying, and Ricky's shield shatters into a million pieces. Ricky, in a total panic, tries to hold his ground, but it's a lost cause. Kay's lightning barrage is just relentless, showing no signs of stopping. It's sending everyone reeling. Ricky's shield shattered into a million pieces, just like my heart. On the day CR7 got married, Ricky was in a state of panic fighting a losing battle. The thunderous power of the car just kept coming, getting more and more intense. It was enough to knock everyone off balance. And it didn't let up, leaving everyone completely dazed and confused. Screams and agonizing cries filled the air, echoing across the battlefield. Poor Onyx was taken down early, and now he's just lying there, dying in a pool of his own blood, all while the rain starts to pour. I'm so sorry, Sasha. At least your son. Onyx moaned, his voice filled with agony. But suddenly a voice cuts through the drama. You're not daydreaming about another man's mother, are you? Just think of this as a special kind of healing magic. Don't worry, I'll keep your little secret. So you better survive this and do your damn best to protect everyone, you hear me? Because if this keeps up, we're all going to bite the dust. Through his hazy vision, Onyx saw Jemy pulling a super-powered Zemia stone out of her pouch and handing it to him with some heartfelt words of encouragement. And just like that, thanks to the stone, Onyx was back on his feet, his strength fully restored. He immediately charges from behind to launch a surprise attack on Sibo like something straight out of an action manhwa, landing a reverse-piercing blow that sent blood spraying everywhere. Right on cue, the deadly energy from the Zia that Jemy unleashed follows right behind, barraging Sibo head-on and making him utterly and completely bewildered. The plot twists in this manhwa are really something else. Sibo grits his teeth, letting out a low growl, desperately trying not to get disintegrated by this insane, murderous aura, but it was all pretty much useless as his opponent's power just kept getting stronger. In the end, Jemy was completely and utterly defeated. He was left in agony as his entire divine power was scattered to the winds in a massive explosion. All in those final brutal moments, the dramatic dark clouds overhead slowly began to fade away, allowing the first warm rays of sun to finally shine down on the earth. Ricky and his crew slowly stumbled to their feet, their bodies aching so badly they couldn't even remember what the heck had just happened. As they looked around, frantically trying to find Jemy, their eyes widened in absolute horror. There he was, being crushed under the massive body of Sibo. That's right, Sibo was still alive. It's true what they say, the bad guys are always tough as nails. Jemy was completely drained of all his strength, and in so much pain he couldn't even twitch. All he could do was lie there completely at Sibo's mercy. Amidst the panicked screams from everyone watching, the cold-blooded Sibo simply raised his dagger and began plunging it into Jemy's body again and again. Jemy let out a terrified scream, but it seemed like it was all over. Sibo had aimed for a fatal weak spot, but in a twist worthy of a manhwa, when he opened his eyes again, Jemy found himself staring at the familiar ceiling of his own room. Jemy's mom and Sarah, seeing he was awake, were overjoyed and rushed to hug him tightly. Jemy felt his mom's embrace, but his mind was in a total fog with no memory of what had just happened. From what Jemy could vaguely recall, it seemed that, back then, from inside the necklace with the blue light that the old man had given him, a strange voice and a bizarre power had suddenly erupted. When Jemy asked about the necklace, his mother took it out. Turns out, it was a gift from his grandmother, who could apparently see the future. But now, the necklace's blue light had completely vanished. Meanwhile, in the southern region of Bryan, in a desert more than 10,000 kilometers from Apton, Cable, after being struck by the power from Jemy's necklace, was unexpectedly blasted hundreds of kilometers away. Son of a... What in the world was that freaky light Did I seriously get blasted from the northern region all the way down to the south? And that woman, that voice, Cable muttered, cursing under his breath. A memory flashed through his mind. The scene of a woman snapping her fingers and yeeting him all the way to this place. Realizing he was standing right in Braz's territory, Cable was scared shitless and tried to bolt, but it was already too late. What a pleasure to finally meet you. I do wonder, what brings a busy man like yourself all the way out here? If you answer honestly, I'll grant you a quick and painless death. Blazer, the high priest and captain of the church's nightly order, along with his troops, were already blocking Cable's path. The threat wasn't just empty words, it was backed by a whole lot of fiery magic, making Cable so scared he felt like cursing his lungs out right then and there. Meanwhile, at the Archbishop's funeral, Jemy was busy contemplating a very serious question. Could he turn the Archbishop into an undead? If the Archbishop actually came back to life, he'd probably beat Jemy to a pulp for dragging him back after he'd already kicked the bucket. I've got to take it. Besides, my current self is on a whole different level now, like some OP manhwa protagonist. Jemy thought to himself with a smirk. Suddenly, Rui Chi quietly approached and informed him that Fei Luo wanted to see him. You are not to create even a single speck of light in here. That's the rule. Let's go. Rui Chi gently opened the cellar door, reminding Jemy of the rules as he led the way. By the way, what happened to that guy? Jemy asked as he followed. You don't remember he vanished along with the light from your necklace. Is that thing an artifact? Riichi asked, intrigued. I'm not really sure myself. All I know is that my grandmother, who could see the future, made it for me. Jimy replied with a shrug. Chatting as they walked, the two quickly arrived at the original Holy Land. It was a place with a statue of a god submerged in a pool of water. She's not going to pull that stunt from last time appearing for a second and then vanishing again, is she? Jimy shot back with a snarky look on his face, leaving Rui Chi flustered. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. She's on her way, you can ask her yourself. After making the suggestion, Rui Chi quickly made his exit. The statue in the middle of the pool began to tremble, transforming into the figure of a beautiful woman. Her entire body sparkled with light. Allow me to begin with a word of thanks. It's all thanks to you that I was able to land a hit on Janie C. Fu's voice boomed with hearty laughter. Could you please dial back your power just a little? Are you trying to make me literally explode and die right here? Jiming snapped back, his patience worn thin. My, it seems I've been a tad careless. I completely forgot what fragile little things humans are. But hey, chin up. You should be proud. After all, you're a mere mortal who's been acknowledged by a god. Every word out of Fu's mouth just made Jiming's skin crawl. He thought the whole situation was a disgusting, infuriating mess. Meanwhile, over at the Genius Church headquarters, the old geezer who was Kana's master, the blue-haired witch Jiming and Rui Chi ran into before, well, he was busy poring over a report about the city of Reinhardt. And let me tell you, the mood in the room was grim. I've heard the rumors that a demon appeared and laid waste to a part of the city. One of the bishops reported to the old man. I sent a team to investigate, but now radio silence. They've probably been wiped out completely. The old geezer stroked his beard, a thoughtful scowl on his face. It appears someone managed to stop the demon. Word on the street is a pink-haired kid with purple eyes was right in the thick of the fight. The moment he heard that the old man shot to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. Wei Na, the one we saw throwing down in the last few chapters of this manhwa, was absolutely livid when she heard their grand plan had gone up in smoke. And to make matters worse, Jen had vanished right along with it. What a complete waste! The old man had even given Qing the sacred sword from the church's sealed vault. We've got nothing, no news whatsoever. We've turned the entire Talon region upside down. But aside from Kana's corpse, we haven't found a single other trace. The henchman reported, trembling like a leaf. This is disastrous, Onyx explained with a calm but grave tone. The Oracle battlefield has already shown us that if we were to launch a holy war now, without Lord Zhen, we are guaranteed to suffer a catastrophic defeat. The old man growled, his mind racing with anxiety. The Oracle battlefield, you see, is basically a divine artifact that can calculate the outcome of a war by running countless simulations. The political heat from signing that contract with the demon race was mounting. and it made the old man kick himself for not just starting the war immediately to tip the scales in their favor, with no other choice left but to wait for Qing's return. The old man glared daggers at his subordinate. Find him and bring him back here at any cost. So after hearing Jamie's totally not suspicious story about how he accidentally overheard some juicy gossip about Diablo Volpia up in the mountains, Pharaoh was, to put it mildly, skeptical. All right, my turn. Let me ask you a question. I know that you consider my god Diablo to be your mortal enemy. So what exactly went down with him? Jemy the sly devil lobbed this question at Pharaoh as a little test, to see if the gods had any clue that he'd been reborn. How would I know? That guy got himself sealed away in the land of primordial eternal darkness. Even for a god, there's absolutely nothing you can do in there. And there's no escaping it either. You really think we'd be dumb enough to lock him up somewhere, and where he had even the slightest, tiniest chance of getting out, please? Hearing Pharaoh's confident reply, Jemy breathed an internal sigh of relief. It was official. Gods like her had absolutely no idea that Diablo had not only taken a long nap, but had also respawned as Jemy, just like a classic manhwa protagonist. That bracelet, it's been a very, very long time since I've laid eyes on that. Who would have ever guessed it would reappear in this world? It caused us a lot of headaches back in the day. Pharaoh muttered, completely mesmerized by the artifact on Jamie's arm. And our boy Jemy, of course, was still busy trying to hunt down the other two pieces of the set. The unbreakable distance. The omnipotent godslayer that could even take down the divine themselves. What an insane item for a manhwa. You know what? Do whatever you want. I'm just gonna turn a blind eye to this whole thing. Genshu Lili and Boluamen form one group. Ran and Kulun are another team. Tandi Lassi and Ibela Duo are paired up. And Jilan and Aobili Wen make the last group. And then there's me, Huo Wang the Fire King, all alone. These words from Pharaoh caught Jemy completely off guard. He couldn't figure out why the sun god would be flying solo. From the very beginning, the Fire King has always been a one-person faction. It's less about being alone and more about being a supreme being who operates on a whole different level. Pharaoh explained calmly. Based on what you're saying, I'm guessing you don't exactly feel like you're in danger. Just because you're a one-woman army, do you? Jamie's question successfully poked the bear. She suddenly erupted, screaming in a fiery rage. She's so furious her hair has literally turned black, and it's all because of that scumbag Jian Yu. That guy. He's crying about how he was my loyal hound and how I supposedly threw him away. Now he's targeting me, thinking I'm the one who caused all his problems. He plans to steal all my power just to take me on. That filthy backstabbing jerk. How dare he cross that line? This is exactly why Fei Luo is desperate for Jiming's help. His infinite mana cheat is a world away from that other sneaky, grimy power. So what if Jiming is the heir of Diablo? That doesn't matter, because Fei Luo believes that as long as they build trust in each other, they'll be fine. And Fei Luo's special method for building trust? Why, stamping a pact mark right onto Jiming's palm, of course. When someone is chosen by the gods, they receive a special mark on their body, and are basically treated like a high priest from then on. Even if they have no influence over the world, nothing in the world can influence them either, because they're considered sacred and completely untouchable. And just like that, whether he meant to or not, Jiming officially joined the holy fan club of the goddess Fei Luo. Meanwhile, Rui Qi was in the middle of thanking Jiming up and down for helping him protect the sacred territory when things got dicey. But the second he saw Jiming's mom glaring daggers from behind them, he practically teleported out of there. Jiming, you're a Wei Lun and you've joined the church of Fei Luo. I can't believe it. You're a saint. Siyu clutched her head, letting out a long, weary sigh at her son. But when news came that Oni K had woken up, Siyu immediately rushed off to see him. I mean, he is the guy who saved her walking headache of a son after all. The moment Oni Ke opened his eyes, he saw Siyu already sitting in the room and was so moved that a flood of old memories came rushing back. It was a deeply touching reunion. Jiming, who was eavesdropping from outside, just smirked, realizing Oni K had the emotional intelligence of a brick. Once his mom was gone, Jiming tiptoed in and sat beside Oni K to see how he was doing. When Oni Ke thanked him, Jiming blushed bright red and mumbled, "Oh, it's not like I did anything really. More importantly, I heard you had something to tell me. My mother mentioned it. You know anything about the frontier?" Aoniki asked. "I heard it's a super suspicious organization trying to uncover the world's secrets, right?" Jiming mused, trying to piece it together. "Come with me, Jiming. Within the frontier, there's a ninth-class mage who can actually manipulate time. I genuinely need your help." Hearing this, Jiming went quiet, lost in thought, because he honestly had no idea what kind of person Unike really was. And frankly, he had zero desire to get tangled up in any more messy god-related business, which seems to be the entire plot of this manhwa. But in the end, he agreed anyway because it seemed, model, fate has already carved out a path for you. They could, train you. Aoni suddenly offered, catching Jiming completely off guard. They aren't exactly human, but that's precisely why they can make you overwhelmingly powerful. So what do you say? Aoni just wouldn't let up, constantly trying to reel Jiming in. Jiming found the whole thing utterly hilarious. He never imagined the day would come when Aoni would actually ask if he wanted to study under someone who was clearly leagues beneath him. Feeling seriously disrespected, Jiming shut him down flat, leaving poor Aoni looking a bit stunned. "Are you really sure about that? They've got a ninth circle mage, you know. This is your chance to learn magic from someone who could literally redraw the world map." What a classic manhwa opportunity. Aoni kept pressing, desperate to get Jiming to change his mind. A ninth circle mage, huh? Yeah, that's pretty impressive. But it's not like I'm some slouch either. I mean, isn't it just a matter of time before I reach that level myself? But hey, thanks for the offer. I think I'll swing by for a little visit. I'm actually super curious about this commander of theirs. Yisi, was it? Jiming replied with a cheeky grin. Aoni froze for a second, lost in thought before letting out a sigh and cracking a smile himself. They really are an incredible bunch. Just make sure you actually drop by, all right. When you do, I'll introduce you to Yisi. Later that night, the little squirrel Bei Na was throwing an absolute tantrum in Jiming's room, convinced he had deliberately forgotten about her. Looking at the scarf around Bei Na's neck, Jiming started sweating bullets as a realization dawned on him. This thing, the one that can sense mana, is the very artifact I crafted for Bei Na. Bei Na was in the middle of grumbling at Jiming about all the hardships she'd endured, when suddenly from inside her scarf, a blindingly bright illusion of a hammer flickered into view. Perhaps it would be better if I explained. To save someone, I had to forcibly awaken its power just that one time. That awakening was the result of Bei Na's intense desire combined with my help. So you'd better be damn grateful to both me and Bei Na. Human, if it weren't for us, you would have been toast. Courtesy of that bubble demon. The hammer didn't even get to finish its sentence before an annoyed Jiming snatched it up. He was completely baffled, wondering if the thing was possessed or something. How else could it be making such a racket all by itself? Bei Na saw that Jiming could actually understand what the hammer was saying. She was a little shocked, since she'd always assumed that she was the only one who could understand it all this time. The poor pathetic hammer wasn't just getting psychologically scarred by Jemy. Oh no, he was also being tormented and tossed around like a common yo-yo. Talk about a rough day at the office. So according to the arrogant little weapon that had just been barking in his face, this whole martial soul awakening thing was just a temporary free trial. And if he wanted to unlock the full version, he'd have to complete some kind of special duty first. Puzzled, Jemy went to ask Ben about it. You know, the kid who is currently being punished by having to hold his hands straight up in the air. He was a total blubbering, pitiful mess. And thanks to good old Ben, Jemy found out about Vakiji's secret spot. It was a place hidden deep within the Ariaz forest, known only as the Source Spring. Yeah, it looked like heading over there right now was a big fat no. Because that sprawling forest was the kind of place where even a master swordsman would have a heck of a time just trying to stay alive. Looks like he really would have to grind out those duties after all. Such is the way of this manhwa. Jemy braced himself for what was to come. After that whole ordeal time, decided to hit the fast forward button. In order to complete their sacred mission and Holy Guard assignments, Ricky and Anna had to head to the Great Foro Temple. Meanwhile, the Welton family had a different destination on their itinerary. Instead of Roos, who had already left with the Ricky siblings, Sir Alok himself joined the Welton entourage. He was acting as the official representative of the new partnership between the Welton clan and the Foro Church. And so 15 days flew by. At long last, Jemy and his family made it back to Hit for a reunion with his father. Seeing his son after so long, Jemy's dad was completely overcome with emotion. With a look of pure pride, he clapped Jemy on the shoulder, praising him. He even mentioned how much taller he'd gotten. Later that night, when the entire house was fast asleep, Jemy found himself recalling a conversation he'd once had with Onyx. Jemy made it back to Hit for a reunion. With his father, seeing his son after so long, he was overcome with emotion, clapping Jemy on the shoulder with a look of pure pride. He'd even gotten taller. Later that night, when everyone was fast asleep, Jemy suddenly found himself recalling a conversation he'd once had with Onyx. Onyx had explained it to him calmly. Onyx had explained it to him calmly. Onyx had explained it to him calmly. Did you know, he'd said, that there was a time I was known as an evil spirit? This sword, it is a reflection of me. It was only through constant repentance and self-reflection that I came to realize that what I was swinging wasn't just a blade, but all of my hatred as well. And that was the moment I became a true master of the blade. Jiming, meanwhile, couldn't help but recall the chilling questions Fei Luo had once posed to him. He'd asked, "Are you sure you want to know about the history that's been deliberately buried?" It's a little complicated to explain, but there's a specific keyword. The moment anyone even gets close to it, all the gods instantly know what's up. It's a word you can't just dance around or avoid. The second anyone gets near that secret, we all get the notification. And every single time that happens, an enforcer is dispatched to completely wipe that person off the face of the planet. The descendants of the dragon god Bolahan, we're talking actual dragons like something ripped from an epic manhwa, will be the ones to step up. So let me ask you, are you confident you could take on even one of them right now? Because that is exactly what happened to Jia Nong. The more Jiming racked his brain trying to piece it all together, the more he realized he was getting absolutely nowhere, just like old times. So Jiming told himself to quit overthinking and find a different path. Fast. The very next morning, Jiming was up at the crack of dawn, storming the training grounds to tell his father loud and clear that he wanted to learn swordsmanship. Elsewhere in his private chambers, the Marquise stood silently before a portrait of Jiming's grandmother in her youth, wearily recalling the heartbreaking things she had once confessed to him. The young Tina had told him she despised her own power because it was the very thing that had annihilated her entire family. The Marquis, completely oblivious to the prophecy tied to her, had naively promised that he would protect Tina so she would never have to unleash that dreadful power again. Snapping back to the present, his thoughts drifted to that mercenary Gu, the man who had saved his life on the battlefield. His current butler. Wait a minute. Was he the one pulling the strings in that battle all along? He remembered Gu's words. "Before I left Welton, your father told me something." He said perhaps it's because of the battle that he was chosen. Gao had continued, "Did you know there was a time they used to call me a demon? This sword, it's a reflection of my soul. It was only through constant repentance and looking deep within myself that I realized the one swinging the sword wasn't just a warrior, he was a traitor." The memory plunged the Marquis into the absolute depths of despair. He remembered how long ago Tina had given him her necklace, preparing him for a distant future he couldn't possibly comprehend. "You'll know exactly who to give this to when the time comes," she had said. "Don't cry. For the first time, I'm actually proud of this power of mine. If you hadn't been there to hold me back that day, I would have. So please, you have to watch over our boy, the child who will inherit our bloodline. And you must pray that he doesn't become this world's greatest calamity." Those were Tina's final words to the Marquis, a haunting memory he carried to this very day. Meanwhile, one night in the Welton territory of the Shimu kingdom, Aruina and Shi cheerfully welcomed a guest, Yilaku to delay, an executor from the Church of Fo. "Thank you for making the long journey to be here. I was so very sorry to hear of the Archbishop's passing. Who would have possibly guessed that the Genis Church was in cahoots with the demon race? If I can just find a way, I will launch an attack on the Genis Church's main temple immediately. Those bastards threw my clan into chaos, and I'll make damn sure they pay the price. Anuo growled, his eyes burning with an unquenchable rage. After Iraq promised his support, he promptly made his exit, leaving Anuo to stew in his thoughts, looking completely lost. What's on your mind, my husband? Xi's voice cut through his thoughts. I was just thinking about that boy of ours, Jemy. I never expected him to become a saint of the faux church. Even though they claimed he could operate independently, completely separate from the church. And this isn't your fault. She, who in their right mind could possibly stop a 9-year-old kid who's already a 6th-level mage. I'm just worried about the timing of it all. You know it as well as I do. The faux church is on the brink of war with the Janus church. Appointing a new saint at a time like this will... Anuo trailed off, his voice heavy with all the worries swirling in his mind. Are you worried they'll make Jemy lead the charge? But it was also about hatred. That was the moment I became a true swordsman. Jemy also recalled the question Fei Lo had once asked him. He's probably doing this for Rui Qi, she guessed. After mulling it over for a moment, the thought of all the terrible things that could happen to Jemy suddenly overwhelmed Xi, and she buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. What might befall Jemy? Anuo rushed to comfort her, promising he would bring Jemy back home safe and sound. Flashing back to another scene in this manhwa, Jemy's request to learn swordsmanship left his father, Anuo, completely gobsmacked. I want to learn our family's swordsmanship. Jemy stated, his tone firm and unwavering. And what about your magic? Anuo asked, astonished. I will learn both magic and swordsmanship at the same time. I want to seriously learn our family's sword style, and not just for self-defense. This look of heroic determination on Jemy's face was something Anuo truly couldn't fathom. You're taking swordsmanship far too lightly. Our style of swordsmanship is not some hobby you can practice on the side with magic. It is not some frivolous game for you to play around with. You're showing it nothing but contempt. I cannot teach someone with an attitude like that. Annoyed, Anuo huffed and spun around to leave, completely ignoring Jemy, who was buzzing around him like a fly, begging non-stop. Finally, fed up with the incessant whining, Anuo whipped out a wooden sword and pointed it right in the kid's face. Fine, show me this determination of yours. I won't use my aura. You can use everything you've got. All you have to do is take one hit from me. Use your magic, a sword, I couldn't care less. If you can manage to block a single one of my strikes, then I'll teach you everything I know. And now laid out his terms, his voice cold as ice. The local swordsmen, sensing some premium manhwa drama, immediately gathered in little cliques, whispering amongst themselves, all of them thinking Anuo was seriously overestimating this kid's abilities. Jemy was of course ticked off hearing them trash talk him, but he bit his tongue and held it in. As expected of my old man. He's on par with, or maybe even stronger than, the top dogs. I can't sense a single drop of energy coming from him. And that is more terrifying than anything else. All right, let's shatter that wooden sword. If he isn't coating it with aura, I can definitely do this. Taking a deep breath to steel himself, Jemy immediately got into his stance. In a flash, Anuo lunged at Jemy with his sword, moving so fast it looked like he was genuinely trying to take the kid out. Startled, Jemy instantly fired off a blast of dark magic at Anuo, but the old man dodged it with terrifying ease. A sword isn't a toy, kid. This is gonna hurt. Enna threatened, brandishing the wooden sword, but Jemy wasn't having any of it. I already told you I'm dead serious. Jemy shot back, his eyes blazing. With a loud crack, his sharp, destructive hand slammed into Anuo's sword as if it wanted to devour it whole. Splinters of wood exploded into the air. This isn't enough to stop it. The only way to prove my resolve is to power through this attack. Jemy's eyes widened as he poured every last ounce of his strength into the clash, ready to risk it all against Anuo's immense pressure and launch another strike. But in that very instant, Anuo suddenly grabbed his hand. A look of pure shock on his face as he demanded, "Where did you learn this magic?" When Jemy revealed that he had created it himself, Enna finally realized that the prophecies about Jemy's power weren't just some fantasy manhwa plot. This kid, he truly didn't need a master. Jemy, your talent for magic is already off the charts. So why are you still so dead set on learning swordsmanship? And Na asked, his curiosity genuinely piqued. That's right, I've never once looked down on the art of the sword. And besides, I'm not just doing this to look cool. I want to learn this for my own future. It's a future I've come to understand so much more about after what happened. Only then did I find a purpose I never even knew I had. Magic alone isn't enough. I need a new kind of power to face whatever trials come my way. You understand that as well, don't you, Father? Father, I know I'm still young, but I'm not some naive child anymore. Father, I am absolutely determined. Jiming declared, his voice ringing with conviction. His fierce spirit and burning determination finally seemed to reach Hino's heart. Deeply moved by the boy's plea, he quickly ordered Jiming to report for training at 6 a.m. sharp starting tomorrow, much to Jiming's absolute delight. Meanwhile, out on the city streets, Rebecca peered out from her carriage window, practically vibrating with impatience to see Jiming. It was the crack of dawn, but the little squirrel Bei Na was still snoring soundly next to Sarah, and Jiming just didn't have the heart to wake him up. So Jiming had no other choice but to slip on his gloves and gently poke some aura into the little guy's nose, causing him to slowly fade away. Beside them, Sarah slept on, completely oblivious to the disappearing squirrel act. 6 a.m. sharp, just as his father ordered, Jiming was already at the training grounds. He was practically buzzing with anticipation, wondering what kind of brutal training regimen he was in for. I'm not expecting to learn the family's secret arts. Right off the bat, this manhwa journey has to start with the basics, right? I might be the future head of the clan, but training is going to be a serious grind since I don't even know the first thing about it. Whatever. No point overthinking it, I'll master the sword soon enough. More importantly, the advantages of this new body of his were crystal clear. It carried the bloodline of a prestigious swordsmanship family and had even been beefed up by the seed of life. This time, I'm going to completely blow your mind, Father. Stealing his resolve, Jiming reassured himself, his hands tightening around the hilt of his sword. He then marched resolutely into the training area. But the person waiting for him inside wasn't Hino, it was Hamilton Leonardo, the vice captain of the elite knights, which made Jiming stop dead in his tracks. Wait, you're gonna be my teacher? Jiming asked, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Talk about ambitious. A kid who's just starting out wants the strongest swordsman to teach him personally. That's right. From now on, I'll be the one training you. Han Mo Dun growled in reply. His prickly, short-tempered vibe immediately put Jiming on edge. When Jiming asked about the wooden swords, Han Mo Dun shut him down, saying they wouldn't be needing those for today's lesson. Starting right now, you will run laps around the training grounds, Han Mo Dun ordered with a jut of his chin, and the command hit Jiming like a bolt from the blue. But I thought I came here to learn swordsmanship, he whined wearily. Halt, trainee Jiming. From this moment on, you will no longer call me sir, you will call me instructor. And your only response to any of my commands will be, yes, instructor. Is that clear? Han Mo Dun's voice boomed like a fiery explosion. He roared the command at Jiming so fiercely, the boy nearly wet his pants in terror, looking like a demon general from a dark fantasy manhwa. All he could do was meekly mumble his agreement, ready to follow any order from the man. Even though his brain was still screaming, "What the heck is going on?" After stammering out a trembling, "Yes, instructor," Jiming was forced by Han Mo Dun to run non-stop, all the way until 9 in the morning, making him feel like his legs were about to fall clean off. Meanwhile, Hano and Xiaoxi were quietly watching Jiming from a window, a satisfied look on their faces. Han Mo Dun is the absolute best at training soldiers. We have to be strict with the boy, if we don't want him to tarnish the Weyerdun family name. Besides, this isn't even close to what I'd call cruel. This is just the beginning. Once he actually picks up a sword, I won't go easy on him. Even if he is my own son, he now said with a firm nod. You could go a little easier on him, couldn't you, dear? Xiaoxi asked Hey No, her eyes filled with concern. My own father never went easy on me. I'm sure the boy will do just fine. After all, he's our son. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. I think Viscount Bayer's family will be visiting tomorrow. He now dropped the sudden news with an awkward chuckle, a piece of information that left Xiaoxi completely floored. She was furious that he Nuo had waited until the very last minute to tell her. She spun around in a huff. She stormed into the kitchen, worrying her head off about whether she could get the banquet ready in time. He now, getting the sudden cold shoulder from his wife like this, could only stand there completely frozen on the spot. Scratching his head in utter confusion, he muttered to himself, "You poor thing, Jiming. I was this close to going easy on you if your mother had just pleaded one more time." By now it was 11 o'clock, and the sun was blazing high in the sky. But Jiming was still running like his life depended on it, without a moment's rest. He'd successfully made quite an impression on Hamilton. "This is insane. I can't believe a 9-year-old has this much stamina. Looks like the young master isn't just talented with magic. This is some peak manhwa protagonist material right here." Hamilton thought, genuinely impressed. Jiming, meanwhile, was running while bracing himself for the moment his stamina would finally give out. Even though he hadn't touched his mana or divine power yet, he was somehow still running non-stop on pure physical strength without taking a single break. Jiming pushed himself so hard, running with such frantic desperation, that he didn't even hear Hamilton's command to stop. It wasn't until Hamilton physically grabbed Jiming's shoulder to stop him that a flash of pure murderous intent flickered in the boy's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Gasping for air, he collapsed onto the ground in a sweaty heap. Seeing Jiming passed out cold right at his feet left Hamilton hesitating, completely unsure how he was going to report this to He Nuo, especially after seeing that terrifyingly lethal glint in his eyes. A while later, Jiming groggily woke up in his room. His whole body felt like it had been trampled by a herd of elephants, but still, he was dying to know how the training session went. When Shala saw Jiming finally open his eyes, she burst into tears of joy. The poor girl honestly thought her brother had kicked the bucket. Jiming gently took his sister's hand, whispering soft words to comfort her. The little squirrel, Bi-na, was being held in Shala's death grip, unable to escape. It looked at Jiming with mournful eyes, practically begging for a rescue. But who knew Jiming could be such a little troll? He told Shala to go play with Bi-na, sending the poor squirrel into a state of shock-induced depression. Just then, He Nuo, hearing that Jiming was awake, hurried into the room. After luring Shala out of the room with the promise of cookies, a truly foolproof plan. And No finally got a chance to chat with Jemy. Well, I fully expected to find you plastered to the floor, moaning about your muscles turning to jelly." Jemy just flashed a sheepish grin, playing it cool. No way was he going to reveal his secret cheat item, the Seed of Life. The Seed of Life? You ask? Oh, it's just a little magical artifact packed with life force, capable of healing you and seriously buffing your physical stats. No biggie. I bet you were absolutely floored when Hanmi Ardun himself showed up at the training grounds. Let's just say you've got a long road ahead of you before you're ready for lessons from a real swordmaster, Anna said gently, giving Jemy an affectionate little noogie on the head. You are my son after all. But about what exactly happened, I clearly remember running. But everything after that is a complete blank. Jemy asked, looking confused, and No smirked, recalling the absolutely glowing report he'd just received from Hanmi Ardun. Turns out Jemy had been running for a staggering 5 hours and 17 minutes, powered by insane stamina and a will of steel. He didn't just meet expectations, he shattered them. What a classic manhwa protagonist. For comparison, a younger Anua would have tapped out after a mere 3 hours and 36 minutes. Heh, like father like son, except the son's got a turbo engine. Don't worry about the details, you passed with flying colors. And starting tomorrow, you begin your swordsmanship training. Ano's smiling words made Jemy's jaw just about hit the floor in shock. Of course, even though you're done with that run, Anuo added, twisting the knife. You still have to jog for an hour every day. You know, for maintenance. The moment those words left Anuo's mouth, Jemy's excited face deflated like a sad, soggy balloon. Seeing his son's pathetic expression, Anuo was this close to letting him off the hook. But then in a flash, Jemy frantically agreed to the deal. Talk about a mood swing. This kid changes his mind faster than the weather. It's going to take a while for Hanmi Ardun to teach you the fundamentals. Don't you dare slack off, because if you do, you'll regret it big time down the line. Just a heads up, Hanmi are done can be a little intense during lessons. But if you can stick it out, I'll personally teach you myself to the best of my ability. I'll teach you both my swordsmanship and the signature dagger techniques of the Wei Er Dun clan. Dagger arts are no walk in the park, but if anyone can master them, it's you. I'll be waiting for you, son. He now pulled Jiming into a warm hug, his voice a gentle murmur meant to soothe him. The next day, Jiming had to drag himself onto a train at the crack of dawn, and he was absolutely wiped out. Hamilton's ice-cold commands were still echoing relentlessly in Jiming's ears. Hey, cadet. Seeing me as your instructor, you look pretty bummed out, huh? You'd probably be better off learning from some grand sword master. You're not seriously disappointed that your teacher is just a guy who's merely proficient with a sword, are you? Yeah, judging by that look on your face, you totally are. Hamilton just kept grilling him, not letting up for a second. Jiming, meanwhile, was running on empty, with barely enough energy left to reply beyond a few weak trembling yes sirs. The reason Jiming was so wrecked today was because last night in the skies, above the Welton Gremia territory, he and Wei Na had gone through a training session from hell that left him completely drained. It was all for their shared mission to fight the 12 gods, which was the only thing that kept them going, pushing them to train straight through till morning. He hadn't even had a chance to recover before being thrown into another training session with Hamilton, so is it any wonder our boy was on the verge of collapsing? Hamilton, however, in his infinite arrogance, just smugly thought that perhaps the running session from yesterday had worn Jiming out, which is why he looked so miserable. The basic techniques of swordsmanship are divided into slashes and thrusts. Within slashes, you've got your direct slashes, sweeping slashes, slashes from the left and right flanks. Diagonal slashes, you get the picture. They all fall under the category of slashing. While handing Jiming a sword, Hamilton gracefully executed a few moves, giving the kid a front row seat to the show. This complex display instantly mesmerized Jiming, who couldn't tear his eyes away from this real-life manhwa action. When Hamilton finished his performance with a thrust so perfect it could pierce the heavens, Jiming burst into enthusiastic applause, along with a flood of compliments. Every single one of your footsteps flows perfectly with your body's movements, and the way you engage every single muscle is incredible. It's like you used minimal effort, but your explosive power actually went up, didn't it? Jiming delivered this detailed philosophical analysis with the air of a wise old sage, leaving Hamilton completely floored for a moment. All movements begin with the feet, heard it right? This is something I heard from a swordmaster about 60,000 years ago. Hanmo thought to himself, completely dazed. Ah yes, a fine answer indeed. Say what you will, but today's training is ridiculously simple. Just do exactly what I showed you, 1,000 times. The only acceptable response is, sir, yes, sir. Anything else is pointless. Hanmo barked out the order for no good reason at all, right in front of Jimin's absolutely shell-shocked face. And even if you don't like it, you're damn well going to do it. It's not like you have any other choice, do you? While Jimin was training so hard he was practically swimming in his own sweat, Hanmo just casually leaned his head against a pillar. He watched the boy lost in his own thoughts. My original plan was to spend 1.5 years on this kid's basic training. Ah no, even 3 months is way too much. The trainee Jimin was lost in his own world thinking, when Hanmo suddenly approached him. He announced that he had to step out for a bit, and in the same breath ordered him to complete all 1,000 reps before he got back. Finally, I've caught my breath. Everything's fine. It's just, the look in my master's eyes is a little terrifying. But you know what? This is actually fun. The more I swing my sword, the more ideas I get about how to combine it with my magic. Just as Jimin was lost in his own world, Hanmo suddenly appeared at his side, announcing he had to step out for a bit, but not before ordering the kid to finish all 1,000 reps before he returned. I've finally caught my breath. Everything's fine, it's just that my master's glare is a little intense. Still, this is fun. The more I swing the sword, the more ideas pop into my head about how to fuse it with magic in a much more unrestrained way, a little closer and a little stronger, more fiercely. That future still seems so far away, but maybe this will lead me to a whole new realm, just like in a martial arts manhwa. Filled with excitement, Ji-min trained on deep in thought. Above him, Bo Lai was helping to record everything. Suddenly, Ji-min was startled by a flash of life force zipping past, right in front of the training grounds. Thinking it was an intruder, he immediately used teleportation. He drew his sword and lunged forward in a blur of motion. But who should he find right in front of him but An-si, a wind spirit who was now screaming her head off at his rather aggressive entrance. A moment later, after Ji-min had calmed the heck down, he sat beside An-si. In order to maintain a spirit in this current world, at the very least they should have a mid-tier fake summoner. Jima thought to himself, unimpressed. An-si, on the other hand, was practically buzzing with excitement as she explained what happened during her training. A high-ranking spirit had appeared before her. Its name was Li Pi, the legendary patron spirit of the famous Wind King Xin Fei. And get this, it's also the highest-ranking wind spirit in existence. Li Pi didn't say a word, it just stared at me and then vanished into thin air. After that day, I started being able to maintain my powers. An-si puffed out her chest, and her bragging actually made Ji-mo do a double take. He'd written her off as just some kid. Who knew she was actually kind of a big deal? But my big sister is way more amazing. She can summon a high-ranking spirit, no problem. Even my dad was totally floored. He was so shocked he couldn't even form a sentence. An-si let out a loud, proud cackle. Well, duh, of course he'd be surprised. To summon a high-ranking spirit at that age, that means she's a genius, just like me. I mean, she can summon a high-ranking spirit. My dad was completely stunned. He was so shocked his jaw just hit the floor. An-si howled with laughter, clearly enjoying the story. Naturally, he'd be shocked. Summoning a high-ranking spirit at her age means she's a genius just like me, a real manhwa protagonist. It's because she was reincarnated. The spirit king Ikoi Nisi was tenderly caring for the soul of the girl who had formed a pact with him. Jimo clicked his tongue. Suddenly, An-si let out a blood-curdling scream that nearly sent Jimo into orbit. He thought the kid was being attacked or something. I forgot Dad told me I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about this. An-si covered her face, fat tears already welling up in her eyes. She was shaking like a leaf, leaving Jimo, who was standing right next to her, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, in the Weyardun family study, Erui Noir was having tea with the Viscount. Still no word from that crowd at the Genie C church, Eruino asked. Correct, however, they will have to make a decision soon. They have to choose between starting an all-out war or dissolving their entire religion, the Viscount replied grimly. And regarding the matter of the captain of the Seven Knights, the Viscount continued revealing that according to intel from his contact Kaylee C of the Secret Intelligence Organization, who also serves as a business partner to the Eastern nobility, that guy still hasn't returned to the main temple of Genis. Who knows what happened, but it definitely had something to do with those monsters. All hell's gonna break loose the moment he shows his face again. Man, what would I do if I were in his shoes? Arino wondered to himself. While he was lost in thought, the two great houses of Welton and Viscount were gathered around a long table chatting away cheerfully. And while Jemy was practically bouncing off the walls, greeting everyone, his sister Rebecca spent the entire time pulling a long face, leaving poor Jemy totally clueless about what her deal was. Rebecca, she's acting kinda weird. This is the first time we've seen each other since that whole incident. I wonder what's going on with her. And is it just me, or does it feel like she's actively trying to avoid me? This question bugged Jemy so much that it followed him all the way to his training sessions with Hamilton, who practically had to scream his lungs out just to snap Jemmy's soul back to reality, to prove to Hamilton that he wasn't slacking off and had actually completed 1,000 sword swings the day before. Jemy immediately grabbed his blade and unleashed a few powerful moves, his aura swirling in zigzag patterns just like in some epic manhwa panel. Hamilton was speechless. The kid's a natural. How on earth did he master that in a single day? Is there anything this kid can't do? Hamilton could only stare in awe, completely blown away by Jemmy's talent. Since Jemy absolutely crushed it, Hamilton decided it was time to move on to the next level. the legendary footwork created by none other than Jemy's own grandfather, Chbil Welton, the former patriarch of the Welton family. Chbil was a swordmaster of legendary renown who trained the Welton family knights. He developed this special footwork all on his own, all to help his knights achieve a major breakthrough in their power. It's called the Bai Hai, the flow of 100 seas. Hamilton explained before stomping his foot and unleashing a torrent of the Bai Hai for Jemy to witness firsthand. And to say Jemy was stunned would be the understatement of the century. First time seeing the Bai Hai, isn't it? I had the same look on my face when I first learned it. Now pay attention. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hamilton began to move his feet in a rhythmic dance, generating waves of mana that flowed in perfect harmony. The mana itself seemed to dance to the rhythm of Hamilton's steps. Jemy's jaw hit the floor, his eyes practically bugging out of his head. As ridiculously cool as the move looked. Even after 4 straight hours of practice, Jemy just couldn't do it. Not with the same effortless grace Hamilton had shown anyway. Seeing Jiming was fresh out of mana, the trash-talking Han Mo immediately opened his big mouth to taunt him. Any knight from Wei Lun can use the 100 Seas technique, but it looks like you're the very first one who can't. As if failing to practice wasn't bad enough, now he had to deal with Han Mo's verbal assault. Completely dejected, Jiming just gave up and flopped onto the ground. His expression was as dark as a moonless night. Man, this is seriously getting on my nerves. This is the first time I've ever been completely stumped by something, and that includes my entire previous life. The mana used for martial arts is different from the mana used for magic, but it looks like you're the very first one who can't. As if failing to practice wasn't bad enough, now he had to deal with Han Mo's verbal assault. Completely dejected, Jiming just gave up and flopped onto the ground. His expression was as dark as a moonless night. Man, this is seriously getting on my nerves. This is the first time I've ever been completely stumped by something, and that includes my entire previous life. The mana used in martial arts is different from the mana used in magic. I know the theory inside and out, but my mind is just wandering. Suddenly, a small drop of water plopped right onto Jiming's face, snapping him out of it. He instantly knew it was Li Beika hiding somewhere and teasing him. And sure enough, peeking out from behind a pillar over there was none other than Li Beika, flashing her signature bashful smile. His spirit guide doesn't know much about that particular movement technique, but it did say that I should be letting the flow move more naturally. Sitting next to each other on a bench, Jiming felt somewhat refreshed thanks to the little water droplets Li Beika had created. Super curious about Li Beika's odd behavior towards him, Jiming leaned in close to probe for answers. In a classic manhwa moment, this made the already shy girl's face turn as red as a ripe tomato. Is there something you wanted to tell me? Is it really that hard to say, Jiming wondered. Well, it's not that. It's just, I've been thinking about you a lot. I get all flustered whenever I see you. My heart starts racing. This bombshell confession from Li Beika left Jiming completely and utterly floored. Jiming couldn't help but wonder if his attraction to her during their last conversation was purely because of Jiani's soul. I heard from Ansi that you summoned a high-level spirit, right? Jiming hurriedly changed the subject to cut through the palpable awkwardness between them. And as I told you that, yeah, but it was only for a short time. I heard you're practicing swordsmanship, Li Beika asked in return. That's right. I just feel like knowing only magic isn't enough. Swordsmanship isn't as easy as I thought it'd be, Jiming replied with a sigh. Are you having trouble with your footwork? At least that's what Enner said. I can talk to spirits without all that summoning nonsense. Rebecca's sudden question caught Jemy a little off guard. You see, Enner was a high-ranking spirit, a servant to the water god king, no less. The spirit didn't know much about Jemy's particular movement technique, but he did say that Jemy should have let the natural flow of energy move him instead. He pointed out how Jemy would swing his sword with his left hand while stepping forward with his right. In short, he called Jemy's movements stiff and awkward. Let your body move to the rhythm of the water and the wind. You can do it, Rebecca whispered encouragingly. Then, as if a light bulb went off in his head, Jemy suddenly shot to his feet. With a look of fierce determination, he marched straight toward the courtyard, leaving Rebecca utterly confused. I finally get it. It's just like how I swing the sword with my left hand while stepping forward with my right. He said my movements were forced. I have to let my body move to the rhythm of the water and the wind. You can do it, Rebecca's voice echoed in his mind. As if he had finally grasped the secret, Jemy sprang to his feet once more. Looking ready for a fight, he headed straight for the courtyard, much to Rebecca's bewilderment. I finally understand. This is different from magic. I can't control the mana. But I can let my body move to the rhythm of the mana. Jemy muttered to himself as he launched into a series of fluid rhythmic kicks. Following the mana, he began to glide across the surface of the water. His steps grew faster and more intense. He was swept up in tides that swirled and crashed like ocean waves. Feeling like it still wasn't enough, Jemy channeled even more mana into his attack. And this epic scene of Jemy unleashing his power straight out of a manhwa caught the eye of a certain god. He was watching from the spirit realm through a scrying orb. Suddenly, the orb began to bulge, looking like it was about to shatter. It was all because of the ridiculously immense power Jemy was now unleashing. A massive swirling torrent of water rushed toward Rebecca like a hurricane. It forced her to brace herself with every ounce of her strength. It was almost as if the image of the god himself had appeared within the surging waves. After the thunderous flood that Jemy had just caused, the entire training ground had been completely and utterly devastated. White steam billowed into the sky, obscuring everything from view. Even Jemy himself was shocked that he had gone so overboard. Hearing the earth-shattering commotion, Ino appeared out of nowhere. "What in the world happened, Jemy? Why did you cause such a massive disturbance?" But Jemy couldn't be bothered with Ino's arrival. He was completely focused on the flow of mana inside his own body. "I did it! I actually did it!" he yelled out, absolutely ecstatic. Even Ruobing was gobsmacked by Jiming's show of power. She never imagined he would level up this quickly. Yina watched Jiming, a storm of complicated emotions swirling in his eyes. It seemed the kid had finally forged a path of his own. But would this path lead to a happy ending? Only time would tell. Meanwhile, He-no came bursting out of the room. Tackling Jiming in a frantic hug, his eyes wide with fear, thinking some intruder had just attacked his precious son. Not to be outdone, the Viscount shot out from inside and grabbed Ruobing. Looking like he'd just had a heart attack, terrified that he had lost her for good. Before He-no could go on a wild goose chase for this imaginary home invader, Jiming quickly confessed that he was the one who accidentally caused all the destruction with his Bai-Hai technique. "You did this, you used Bai-Hai." "Wait, but even so, this training ground is made of a special alloy that can withstand aura. There's no way Bai-Hai could be this destructive." Flabbergasted, He-no grabbed Jiming by the shoulders, demanding an explanation. "I tried combining Bai-Hai with magic, and well, this happened." "I'm sorry." Jiming answered timidly, then bowed his head to thank Hamilton for everything he had taught him. Even Hamilton himself couldn't figure out a way to improve upon the Bai-Hai technique. It was only because the boy was a mage that he could even conceive of the idea of fusing it with magic to crank up the damage. No, it's because he chose to walk both paths, the sword and sorcery. Kyunar was completely shell-shocked as the reality of his son's immense potential finally hit him. Just then, Hamilton spoke up, suggesting that He-no should begin teaching Jiming the Jankong Jianfa, because honestly, he had nothing left to teach the boy. The Jankong Jianfa was the Weir-Dun family's secret and most powerful technique. It allows the user, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, to literally tear space apart, a classic OP manhwa skill. Because of its absurdly overwhelming power, no one in their right mind would even think of trying it without a rock-solid foundation. Progressing that fast, but I've only just started learning the basics. Jiming stammered, utterly bewildered. "Basics, my foot? That's a technique that only 2 or 3 of our most elite knights are chosen to learn. When they can't master Bai-Hai, they usually just wash out of the family's knight order entirely." He-no's explanation made Jiming's face grow darker by the second. So that old man Hamilton had the audacity to lie to his face, telling him that all the knights of the Weir-Dun family had learned Bai-Hai. No wonder practice felt like a special kind of hell. It all made sense now. In these crazy, chaotic times, having a prodigy like Jian Yu suddenly appear was enough to give the old man a heart attack, but in front of the kid, he just had to bottle up his anxiety. "Jian Yu did an amazing job. Starting tomorrow, I will personally be your sword instructor." He said softly, which made Jian Yu absolutely ecstatic. Before they parted ways, Hamilton gave the boy his own hat as a medal of honor. He had completed his training with absolutely astounding results. The man truly hoped Jian Yu would become a legendary knight someday. Jian Yu plopped Hamilton's hat on his head, his eyes sparkling with pure joy. That evening, Jian Yu was posted up on a balcony, watching the lively banquet below while snacking on some cake. Even though father definitely wants me to be focused on my training, I can't believe he waited until the last minute to tell me about a get-together like this. Jian Yu thought to himself, already knowing that on the surface, this was a welcome party for Viscount Bei Li, but its real purpose was to plan their upcoming battle with the Genis Church. While he was zoning out, Asi popped out of nowhere and scurried over to his side. "Shouldn't you be with Lady Rebecca?" Jian Yu asked. "How come you call her lady, but you don't do that for me?" Asi demanded with a pout. When Jian Yu tried to chalk it up to using proper honorifics, Asi furiously shook her head, insisting it was because Rebecca acted more grown-up than she did. Not only that, but Asi also guessed that Jian Yu had a crush on Rebecca. "I do not like her." Jian Yu gave Asi a dead silent sideways glance, which made her flinch, realizing she had just put her foot in her mouth. Jian Yu was a dark mage. Then Jian Yu realized he'd just let something slip. He was a dark mage, 60,000 years old, for crying out loud, as if he'd fall for a little kid like Rebecca. Hearing Jian Yu's rock-solid denial about liking Rebecca, Asi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Giving Asi a wary look, Jian Yu casually asked where Rebecca was. After Asi told him Rebecca was sick, Jian Yu immediately used his magic to pop right into her room, looking all stiff and awkward. The moment he stepped inside Rebecca's room, Jian Yu knew instantly she wasn't sick, she was lovesick. This was some classic manhwa drama unfolding. Rebecca was mortified to see Jian Yu suddenly appear, and was so flustered she could barely speak. "I heard from Asi you were sick. Are you feeling better now?" Jian Yu asked politely. "Yes, I think I'm fine now." With her cheeks blushing a cute shade of red, Rebecca shyly replied. Seeing Rebecca all sick and vulnerable gave Jemo a strange sense of déjà vu, which weirdly enough made him feel a bit more at ease. "Could you give me your hand? I think you have a fever. Does this help you feel a bit better?" Jemo said, then firmly grabbed Rebecca's hand, sending her into a complete tizzy over his sudden gentle touch. "I miss you. I can't stop thinking about you. I don't even know why." In a daze, Rebecca just poured her heart out to Jemo. And yeah, Jemo was definitely worried. Worried about Rebecca, but that's where his feelings hit a brick wall. He just couldn't dredge up those old emotions from his past. He was just completely over the whole love thing. "Lady Rebecca, we won't be able to see each other for a while. I don't know when we'll meet again, but I promise I won't forget you. No matter how many years go by, I will never ever forget you. I'll always remember you. So please, don't let this moment weigh you down," Jemo gently advised before abruptly letting go of her hand. Rebecca burst into sobs and stuck out her pinky to make a promise with Jemo, making him swear he'd reply to her letters. He absolutely had to. The very next morning, the entire Viscount family packed up and shipped out, with AC and Rebecca waving a tearful goodbye to our boy Jemo. Watching the carriage disappear over the horizon, Alenuo and Ziesi couldn't help but admire Jemo's legendary skill in simultaneously charming both of the Viscount's daughters. Man, the drama in this manhwa is top tier. Hearing these words from his father, Jemo's face turned beet red. He was utterly speechless. "Anyway, even though we were delayed for a few days, we can finally focus on your training. Ejimo, you'd better brace yourself," A Feng said with a sly grin. Flash forward 4 months later. On the edge of a forest under a bright full moon, an old man was in a total frenzy, launching a savage attack on some mysterious cloaked figure for daring to mess with his crew. But contrary to the old geezer's wild aggression, the cloaked figure just had to calmly snap his fingers. A blast of space magic from out of nowhere instantly sent the old geezer to meet his maker. Just like that, poof! "I've wasted enough time fooling around here. I gotta hurry up. Ooh, I'm getting excited already. Time to go meet you." Jemy Welton, the masked villain, whispered to himself with a gleeful grin. This guy, he's none other than JF, a master of space magic and also the seventh elder of the Magic Council in the SM Kingdom. Meanwhile, back at the Welton family's training grounds, Jemy had successfully left. Ao Chen completely dumbfounded, the kid had mastered dagger skills in just 4 months, something that should have taken 2 whole years. I can't help but be impressed by how fast you pick things up, son. I have nothing left to teach you. The dagger is a blade that cuts the void. If you can tear through empty space itself, it means you've completely mastered the basics. From here on out, it's a battle of discovery. Ao Chen let out a hearty laugh, his eyes beaming with pride as he looked at Jemy. Once you've mastered the fundamentals, you can literally slice the air, and the higher your skill, the bigger the gash. So instead of a stuffy initiation ceremony, they get to learn the Welton family's 10 breaths of the dagger. That's the legendary phantom sword style of the Welton clan. If I can master this technique, I'll be able to cut things that aren't even physical. There was no sword style this ridiculously cool in my previous life. This is some top-tier manhwa stuff. Jemy was stunned, gripping the sword tightly as he was lost in thought. Just as Ao Chen was about to teach Jemy the next move, the butler quietly sidled up to inform him that the seventh elder of the magic world had arrived for a visit. I've only just become old enough to enter the magic world and they're already here. If it's the seventh elder, isn't he supposed to be the greatest genius that came before me, man? I'm curious. Jemy chewed on the thought, about to ask Ao Chen if he could meet the guy. But one look at the murderous aura radiating from his dad made him scrap that idea immediately. The seventh, Elder Ji Gafei, had barely walked in the door before he brazenly flopped onto the sofa, his eyes darting all over the place, scanning every single object in the living room. He was laying the praise on thick, recalling what his old geezer of a master had warned him that Count Welton was a ridiculously overprotective father. Siegfried hadn't bought it for a second. He'd just laughed it off, thinking the old man was just trying to spook him. I mean, come on, everyone knew Count Welton was a total teddy bear, right? But that little theory of his was about to get absolutely incinerated the moment Ano walked in, his face darker than a thundercloud, radiating an aura straight out of a horror manhwa. A teddy bear, huh? Easy going, you say? It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Siegfried the Seventh Elder, representing the demon realm. Siegfried stammered awkwardly, extending a hand. Now this Siegfried guy started out as a lowly slave. A mage happened to discover his hidden talent and took him in as an apprentice. By 15, he'd hit level 6. By 20, he was a level 7 powerhouse and was appointed the youngest elder in history. Now at 30, he's on the cusp of level 8, making him the biggest prodigy the demon realm has ever seen. Well, that was before Jemy came along and broke the scale, of course, but Siegfried is still a force to be reckoned with. Ano figured the demon realm was cooking up some kind of scheme, so from the get-go, he kept his expression as cold as a frozen tundra and didn't even bother with pleasantries. What brings you here unannounced? Ano asked, his voice dripping with ice. I came to greet the greatest genius of our time. Please forgive my impudence. Had I announced my visit, I suspected you wouldn't have let me through the door. Siegfried admitted sheepishly. So you're self-aware, good to know. Even though my influence on the demon realm is practically non-existent, I know exactly what kind of cesspool it is, Ano stated, pulling no punches. You see, the demon realm is split into 3 main factions. The Imperial faction led by the King's own master, Grand Elder Open Jinger. The Noble faction headed by the second Elder, a nobleman. Ahem, that is to say, the Noble faction is led by Marquis Lin Mer. And the Equality faction run by Luco the Fifth Elder, who himself came from common stock. Since these are the guys holding all the cards, a demon realm has devolved into a total collapse fueled by their constant power struggles. It's a political war full of dirty tricks and backstabbing. Jima, a kid with incredible talent and a noble background, was about to be thrown right into the middle of that hot mess. Of course, Noah was having none of it. There was no way in hell he was sending his son to a place like that. I get it, the demon realm isn't exactly a place for regular folks, but they can't control someone with such outstanding talent. The big shots over there, the ones trying to get the upper hand by walking on eggshells, can't afford to take a risk that big. Chiga Fei went on and on, laying it on thick to convince I Nuo, but judging by the furious fire-breathing look on the man's face, it was a total waste of breath. Dad, if it were me, I wouldn't want my son going to the demon realm either, but the demon realm contains an immeasurable amount of knowledge, especially the crown of omniscience. For a truly great mage, the chance to wear the crown of omniscience is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Persistent as hell, Chigafei kept dangling these tempting offers in front of Aino, absolutely certain that as a father, he wouldn't stand in the way of his son's potential. And just as Chigafei predicted, the moment his dad asked him, Jimo's eyes lit up like a pair of high beams as he desperately begged to go. A museum of knowledge that holds everything there is to know about the world. I might even be able to uncover some fragments of lost history, Jima thought excitedly. That very afternoon, he was already waiting in the freezing cold garden to intercept Chi Ge-fei. Oh my, I wasn't expecting to be greeted by a child of all people. Chi Ge-fei chuckled as he stepped out and saw Jimo standing right there in front of him. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, talking this out will be better for both of us. Jimo replied bluntly. Getting a clear look at Chigohei now, Jimo realized the guy was disgustingly handsome, truly worthy of being a main character in a top-tier manhwa. His heart and lungs. He already has 3 mana hearts and he's planning to make another one. The man has a body built specifically for magic, an ability that could have even been carried over from a past life. As Jimo inwardly gasped with admiration, he stared at Chigefei so intensely it was like he was trying to drill a hole right through him. My hearing compliments from the mouth of the so-called greatest genius in history. Now that's a real honor, Siegfried said with a smirk. So do you believe those rumors? Jemy asked, narrowing his eyes. Of course Siegfried believed them, especially after meeting Jemy face to face like this. He originally thought people were just hyping Jemy up, but now he could see the kid was the real deal. The boy's body was overflowing with mana. Did he improve upon Marquis Lin Mo's absorption technique? Truly an astonishing talent, though he did feel a little sorry for Count Welton. There was no way those old geezers would just leave a 9th-level magician be not in this manhwa. If one of them could get their hands on this child, then in the future when Jemy became a 9th-level magician, the other 2 wouldn't stand a chance against him and would inevitably fail. Ha, now that would be a sight to behold. Siegfried thought to himself with a click of his tongue. Aren't you afraid of the demon world? Young master, those violent old-timers won't leave you in peace. Siegfried tried to intimidate Jemy. If they come for me, then I'll be sure to treat them accordingly. If the deal is right, I'll agree. Don't tell me that the famous figures of the demon world would stoop to swindling a child, would they? Jemy's arrogant and firm reply left Siegfried speechless. Damn, he thought, this kid is not going to be easy to fool. That evening, Jemy quickly packed a bag for the little squirrel Benna, because he was also coming along to the demon world. The demon world? You mean the holy land of white magicians? But I'm a dark magician. Benna stammered in fear, thinking he must have misheard. What do you mean, dark magician? You can't even cast a level 2 dark curse. Jemy shot back with a pout, his hands still busy packing their things. When Benna asked when they would be back, Jemy just said their return date was TBD, and then promised him double the training on the road, which made Benna want to burst into tears right then and there. The next morning, before they left, Ano gifted Jemy a magic sword named Scott, wishing him a safe return. As for Sai, well, you can probably guess. He launched himself at Jemy, clinging to him like a mouse on a glue trap while sobbing his eyes out. Just promise me you'll write home when you get there. The only reason Jiming's mom let him go so easily was because he Nuo had bamboozled her, claiming the trip was only for half a month. You have to wonder, when she finds out Jiming is actually gone for 2 whole years, what kind of epic beatdown is he in for? After an emotional farewell, Jiming bravely turned his back and hit the road with Jigafei. Before they ventured into the demon world, Jigafei announced a little detour. Their destination, the Mana Stone city of Sanderman. A massive Mana Stone market was about to open there for a limited time, so the 2 of them immediately made a beeline for Sanderman, the city boasting the largest Mana Stone quarry in the entire Sam Kingdom. As they passed through the Kenton mountain range, Jiming and Jigafei were still deep in conversation about how Jiming could use both a sword and magic even if he hadn't quite figured out how to combine them properly. Anyway, I've been looking forward to this place ever since I heard it was a center of power for the south, but it looks so desolate, Jiming remarked, taking in the scenery around him. Haha, although it may look like this place is the very lifeblood of the south. The mineral deposits here are called the Rock Union, 6 types in total. Sanderman is a magic crystal mine known to be particularly influential. Want me to tell you a little something interesting about these Kenton Mountains? Kids love this kind of stuff, right? Haha, Jiga Fei let out a booming laugh and launched into his story, much to Ji Ming's annoyance at constantly being treated like a child. According to Jiga Fei's explanation, 1,000 years ago, a colossal volcano erupted right here. Its lava devastated village after village, and there was nothing anyone could do. Then one day, a mysterious mage appeared and confronted the volcano all by himself. The very next day, the mountain stopped erupting and its crater was filled in. This whole legend sounds like it came straight out of a manhwa. As for the mage, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a prophecy. When the monster awakens, disaster shall strike once more. The more he listened, the more Jiming felt this story was just plain ridiculous. It does, doesn't it? But the Mages Guild still acknowledges the story to a certain extent. Apparently, a few traces have been found. As Jiga Fei was rambling on, suddenly countless sharp arrows rained down from the sky, right where they were standing, causing Jiga Fei's face to go pale as he instantly screamed a warning to Jiming. Thankfully, Jimei has some fancy footwork and dodges every single arrow. From the top of the mountain, right where that lovely ambush came from, a gang of thugs who looked like they'd lost a fight with a lawnmower were growling curses at Siegfried, announcing they were here to avenge their big brother. Oh right, that old geezer Siegfried yeeted out of existence a few chapters back. Siegfried just grunts awkwardly, shooting Jimei a sheepish grin. Suddenly, a brilliant or rather devious idea pops into his head. He's got to test Jimei's skills and see what he's made of. And just like that, Siegfried puts on his best damsel in distress act, begging Jimei to please handle these bullies for him. Jimei, not born yesterday, immediately sees right through the old fox's scheme but decides to play along for now. He whips out his sword and marches right toward the gang of goons. All right, let's get this over with. Using the heaven-slaying sword on this bunch of scrubs, total overkill, Jimei mutters to himself. The thugs, seeing Siegfried use Jimei as a human shield, are absolutely fuming. Without a second thought, they all start scrambling down the cliff face, ready for a good old-fashioned dog pile. Don't come crying to me when you're dead, kid, the ferocious leader roars. But he's forced to eat his words real quick, thanks to Jimei's outrageously powerful magic. With just a few basic swings of his sword, he has the entire environment wrapped around his little finger. Dark energy zips through the air, carving menacing trails. His spy high transformation technique comes crashing down decisively, creating a deafening explosion that sends the thugs flying, coughing up blood in the blink of an eye. Scrambling to their feet amidst the rocks and rubble, the goons are absolutely livid. They get ready to charge Jimei again. But one look at his black sword crackling with raw lightning is enough to completely erase that thought from their tiny brains. At the same time, the attack detonates, blasting the surrounding landscape to smithereens. Siegfried, getting a front row seat to Jimei's insane skills, is completely bug-eyed. His jaw's on the floor. He can't help but think this kid is a top-tier magic swordsman. Finding an opponent for him in this manhwa would be tough. After a round of thunderous applause, Siegfried offers a few half-hearted compliments before his greedy nature kicks in. He bends down and proceeds to loot every last coin from the bandits, all while Jimei stares at him with a look of pure existential disbelief. After a long trek on foot, the duo finally arrives at the cold, misty city of Sendermante. Weird place, but kinda beautiful, huh? I really hope the thing I'm looking for is in here. Ex-Vader Jefu enthusiastically asked Jemy. The shop that ex-Vader Jefu brought Jemy to was a bit old, but the owner said that if ex-Vader Jefu, it was desolate and gloomy. At first glance, he thought it was a long-abandoned house that no one had cared for in years, let alone a place that hid ancient artifacts. The moment they opened the door, a gazillion dust bunnies and cobwebs shot right into Jamie's face, making him itch and cough uncontrollably. The air was thick with so much filthy dust, it looked like a spider's lair straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Seeing ex-Gay-fu at a counter talking to someone, Jemy decided to use a little flight magic to see who this person was. From where he was standing, he couldn't sense their presence at all. But who would have guessed the second he channeled his power to float up? Jamie's shield was smashed to smithereens by the dwarf's staff. Not only that, she followed it up with a solid bonk right on his head, sending pain shooting through his entire being. Flight magic is forbidden here. This kiddo is a magic-resistant artifact. It can nullify up to 5th tier magic, so your little shield was nothing. The old dwarf lady declared with a smug look on her face. Getting whacked on the head out of the blue like that. Jemy was so mad he could practically breathe smoke, but he didn't dare do anything reckless. His mind was just reeling in astonishment at the magic-resistant artifact she had just used. It can resist magic. I can't believe a national treasure-level item belongs to the owner of a dump like this. And just who is she anyway? Jemy wondered, his face a perfect picture of confusion. Meanwhile, after hearing the old woman say she didn't have the item yet, ex-Gay-fu was about to leave, but she pulled him back. Hold on, I'm not finished explaining. I do have the item, but it won't be delivered for another 2 days. But I can't just hand it over to you that easily. I want you two to acquire the heart of a shadow sheep for me, which is going up for a secret auction the day after tomorrow. I'll provide the funds. The old dwarf lady proposed with a mysterious smile. The shadow sheep dwells in darkness and only appears on the night of a full moon. It's an incredibly rare ingredient for alchemy. The old dwarf lady promised that if ex-Gay-fu's group could get it for her, she would sell them what they needed. If they got it for her, she'd sell them the item at a discount. Once they were out of the shop, despite Jemy pestering him non-stop about what exactly he was looking for, ex-Gay-fu remained completely tight-lipped, acting all mysterious. So who was that old lady? Jemy asked again. That was Lady Chi Li Ai, renowned as the Great Alchemist. She's also a merchant with branches all over the world, and every single branch is connected by a space-time tunnel that she created herself, model. She's a level 8 mage, unaffiliated with any nation or faction. She's the kind of person who can go wherever the hell she wants. The more Siegfried explained, the more Jemy was blown away. This lady sounded like a final boss from a manhwa. Siegfried, after a leisurely stroll down the street, led Jemy to the front of an inn, announcing that this was where they'd be crashing for a while. At the very least, it looked halfway decent. Hang on, we are getting separate rooms, right? Jemy shot a suspicious look at Siegfried, a pit of anxiety forming in his stomach. And just as Jemy had feared, Siegfried flashed a goofy, I'm so broke smile and said they'd save money by just sharing one room. You know, to save up for the road. Damn it, for a guy who acts so high and mighty, Siegfried is seriously cheap. Late that night, deep in the back alleys of Cendre Monte, a mysterious group completely covered in cloaks was holding a secret meeting about the clandestine auction to be held in 2 days at the Lum Museum. Their goal was to find that item so they could awaken something, just as the ancient scripture foretold. Don't get cocky and let your guard down. We must acquire that thing no matter the cost, even if we must sacrifice our own lives. Everything is for the glorious cause of our church, the man in the black cloak declared with booming confidence. After the meeting, one of the mysterious figures slipped away into a dark corner. After a quick look around to make sure the coast was clear, he dared to pull back his hood. And wouldn't you know it, it was our boy Jemy. Who else could it be? After letting Benna out of his sleeve, Jemy urgently told him to cast a wind spell on him so the two of them could lay low in Gremia until the next day and avoid getting caught by Siegfried. Just then they saw someone hauling a cart of stones past them, and Benna just stared in wide-eyed wonder, completely forgetting everything Jemy had just said. The reason they're moving those stones so openly is because they're just the low-grade stuff. The high-grade stones, of course, are transported in absolute secrecy. They probably hide them inside things that nobody would ever suspect, or they move them to dark, faraway places. Jemy explained as they walked along. But right at that moment, the stone bracelet on Jemy's wrist suddenly began to react, and violently. The spiritual energy is practically radiating off of it. What in the world is it reacting to? There's got to be something else in this area. Xiao Yan broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around nervously. Then it hit him. The bracelet was going ballistic over that ancient box. There are at least 3 sealing talismans on it, and there could be as many as 6. An artifact with that many seals, combined with this insane reaction from my bracelet. Don't tell me it's one of the 3 great holy artifacts. Xiao Yan was completely stunned, not daring to believe his own wild guess. Thanks to some convenient eavesdropping like a character in a spy manhwa, Xiao Yan figured out that the items in this container were for a secret auction. This has nothing to do with me. I thought I'll just watch from the sidelines. But I really need the money now. Xiao Yan's greed was practically screaming at him. Meanwhile, Madame Qili was still awake, clutching a photo of her son Feng, her heart aching with longing. She was drowning in regret, tormented that no matter what she did, she couldn't save Fei. But now it seemed like everything might finally be okay, as long as she could get her hands on the heart of the shadow sheep. Suddenly, an image appeared in her crystal ball. It was Xiao Yan, leaving Qi Li utterly confused. What was he doing at her front door at this hour? Click. Xiao Yan shuffled into Qi Li's house, looking around like a nervous squirrel. With a ridiculously shameless grin, he announced that he wanted to borrow some money, as much as possible preferably. Get out. Qi Li's response was as cold and sharp as ice. On her command, her staff started bonking Xiao Yan repeatedly on the head, making him yelp in pain. Ow, ow, okay, I'll pay you back, I promise. You're the only person I know who has this kind of cash. Besides, aren't you the one who wants to enter the shadow world? That heart of the shadow sheep, it's the main ingredient needed to open a portal to that world, isn't it? Xiao Yan let out a sly, cheeky grin as he exposed Qi Li's secret, leaving her completely stunned. She couldn't believe it. How did this little punk find out about the one secret she'd been hiding for so long? The shadow world. It's a plane of existence completely opposite to the material world. A mysterious realm, a classic setting in any fantasy manhwa, completely unknown to the people of this world. The world is ruled by none other than a shadow spirit king, and only those who are personally permitted by the spirit king can enter the shadow world. It's not exactly the kind of place that you can just waltz into with the right crafting materials, ma'am. However, I happen to know a way. To convince Qi Rui to trust him, Ji Yan laid his cards on the table. He offered to seal their deal with a soul pact, a notoriously dangerous type of contract. It uses the contractor's own soul as collateral, binding them even in their sleep. Making this pact was a massive gamble, but our boy Ji Yan was all out of options. Seeing Ji Yan was dead serious enough to wager his soul, Qi Rui immediately nodded in agreement, especially after hearing the main condition was a hefty deposit once the contract was fulfilled. 2 days later, deep in the basement of the Lai Dum Museum, Ji Yan and Si Fei were each rocking a mysterious mask designed to hide their identities and their mana. They melted into the bustling crowd of bidders heading for the auction. Suddenly, Ji Yan caught the faint scent of a forest on the air, guessing it had to be coming from an elf. As he stood there completely lost in thought, Si Fei's voice snapped him back to reality, telling him to get a move on into the auction hall. Thanks to Qi Rui pulling some strings and booking their seats in advance, the two of them landed some seriously plush top-tier spots. What a view! Ji Yan vaguely recognized the person sitting in front of him as the very same one he'd just passed. What's more, sitting right beside that person were several others. Ji Yan just figured they were all friends. The first item presented by the MC was an elf slave with a starting price of 100,000 gold coins. Ji Yan shot a quick glance over at Si Fei. Seeing the guy sitting there as stiff as a board, he could tell this was making him incredibly uncomfortable. It makes sense since Si Fei himself was once a slave, just like in some tragic manhwa backstory. And when he saw the group in front of them trembling uncontrollably, Ji Yan became absolutely certain they were elves. They couldn't stand the sight of their own kind being bought and sold like some kind of animal. After the 2 elf slaves were sold off for a mind-boggling 3 million gold coins, the next item was brought to the stage. Once the 2 elf slaves had been purchased for a jaw-dropping 3 million gold coins, the next item on the block was the heart of the shadow sheep. Glimmering and sparkling, this was the main event that everyone had been waiting for. All day long, amidst the chaotic roar of competing bids, Fei, cool and handsome as ever, waited until the very last second before dropping a cool 1 billion on the table. Ji Yan, sitting right next to him, nearly had a heart attack at how reckless he was being. Are you kidding me? That's enough cash to run an entire territory for a whole year. Ji Yan was feeling the buyer's remorse for him. And just like that, faster than a summer storm, the heart of the shadow sheep belonged to Fei. The next item up for grabs was no less valuable. It's the ultimate all-powerful stone. It's not just capable of powering a territory. We're talking a domain the size of the Derman Sanctuary for 10 whole years. And its actual value is even greater than that. But of course, only our boy Jai knows its true worth. While he's busy debating whether or not to pull the trigger, a mysterious pink-haired girl swoops in and drops a cool 8 billion on it. The bid was so shocking it silenced the entire hall. Now if Jai had any idea that this big-spending pinkette was his very own disciple Vena, he'd probably march right over and give her a smackdown. I mean, who does she think she is making such a reckless move? With nothing else worth buying, the show was over. Siegfried and Jemy stood up and headed for the exit. They were on their way to collect the item they'd just bought. On the way out, though, their eyes happened to fall upon the next item up for auction. It was a relic discovered near the volcanoes of the Kenton Range. The object had an ancient inscription carved into it. "Sleep here and you will never wake again." Joy gave it a quick sideways glance, reading the ominous words to himself. And then boom, a deafening explosion suddenly ripped through the air. The blast sent the entire crowd into a state of absolute chaos. Recognizing the signature of a magic spell, Siegfried immediately threw up a shield enveloping Jai's body. His only instinct was to protect him. Right after that bizarre noise, the event organizer came running in completely out of breath. He had terrible news: every single item had been stolen. A deafening explosion suddenly ripped through the air, sending the entire crowd into a state of absolute chaos. Recognizing the signature of a magic spell, Siegfried immediately threw up a shield enveloping Jai's body to keep him safe. Right after that bizarre noise, the event organizer came running in frantic. He announced that all the purchased items had vanished, leaving Jemy so stunned she thought she must have misheard. This is the kind of heist you'd see in a manhwa. Meanwhile, outside the building, one of the elves was screaming his head off. He was enraged after having just witnessed his own people being sold off as slaves on the auction block, while his cronies were whispering amongst themselves, urging each other to get the heck out of there before the auction's people found them. Siegfried and Jemy, crackling with furious, overwhelming magical energy, appeared just in time to block their escape, looking like a pair of avenging gods. Okay, playtime's over. Jiming is not amused. He glares at them, practically steaming with rage as he lays down the threat. Give back what you stole, before I decide to wipe the floor with every single one of you. The blondie of the group steps forward, sword in hand, giving the signal, everyone get ready to fight. Siegfried's gaze sharpens like he's finally taking things seriously. I see, so words are useless now. And we're just gonna have to throw down, is that it? With that, he unleashes a corrosion spell that immediately starts eating away at the blonde guy's swords. A teammate cries out in a panic, "Get back!" The green-haired girl grits her teeth, absolutely furious. Every single one of you scumbags from the auction house is a real piece of work. Then she summons massive vine-like green tendrils, directing them to strike at Siegfried. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He just clenches his fists, unleashing an even stronger corrosive power that completely dissolves the tendrils. Seeing her ultimate move get negated, Greenhair can only gasp, "What?" She glances back at the redhead, who's just kinda standing there holding a sack. The blonde guy suddenly leaps high into the air, arrogantly sneering, "You dare use such cheap tricks on me?" Suddenly, a warning shout makes him glance up nervously. Siegfried is still channeling his magic, a classic power-up scene in any good manhwa. The blonde dude is now trapped inside a crushing field of energy, screaming in agony, "Arr!" From the sidelines, someone shouts, "Aja." Another member of their crew, enraged, lunges forward, screaming, "You bastards, stop it right now." This is Han Jemming's cue to intercept, swatting the guy aside with a look of pure disdain. "You're even weaker than I thought." The dude gets sent flying by Han Jeming's powerful strike. Skidding across the ground, he can't help but curse. Damn it, how dare you! An invisible crushing pressure suddenly bears down on everyone present. Their opponents are all forced flat onto the ground, crying out, "Eh!" Siegfried, cold as ice, delivers his judgment, perish. A magic circle appears along with a string of rattling charms. The invisible blades of the previous attack begin to shatter. A figure emerges from the shadows, asking casually, "I was wondering what was taking you all so long. Figured you must have run into some trouble." The pinned down group is ecstatic, exclaiming, We're saved." Han Jiming eyes the newcomer with extreme caution, thinking to himself, he shattered that last attack with no effort at all. Just who is this guy? Siegfried leaned in, whispering to Jemy for his take on the situation. Just one look and you can tell that guy is a master-level fighter. Do you think we're at a, disadvantage here? Jemy shot back, completely baffled. Why are you asking me? You're the adult here. He then turned away, muttering, Do we really have to throw down with them? We just need to get our stuff back right. Siegfried replied, Yeah, it's not like we gain anything by capturing them. Besides, someone else is already hunting them down. With that, he turned to the newcomer and said, Excuse me, care to negotiate? The man immediately retorted, And here I thought you'd come all this way to arrest us. What do you want? Siegfried laid out his terms, We will withdraw, if you return the heart of the shadow sheep to us. I mean, I did pay for it after all. Jemy chimed in from behind him. And the omnipotent stone too. Siegfried immediately latched on right and the omnipotent stone. Then, as if realizing something, he whipped his head around to Jemy and asked, when did we buy that? A guilty-looking Jemy muttered, I'll explain later. Han turned to his crew and asked, Are we cool with that? The orange-haired guy told the redhead beside him, Ramu, just give it back. The redhead, trying to salvage a scrap of his dignity, puffed out his chest. Listen here, kid. We were totally going easy on you earlier. Jemy asked a little too innocently. Oh, were you now fancy a rematch? The man who had just appeared laughed it off. It's not that we don't trust you boys. But we're going to check the contents just to be safe. Suddenly, J-Fed cried out, Young master, your hair color. Jemy, who was in the middle of opening the chest, looked up in surprise. A wave of panic washed over him as he realized, My disguise magic just wore off. I can't feel any mana flow. Why is my hair emerald green? Is this some kind of dramatic manhwa reveal? A member of the Welton family, are you, Jemy Welton? The man named Han's face lit up with absolute glee as if he'd just discovered a legendary manhwa. It's just like Barrel said, ha ha ha. Over on their side, a confused Siegfried asked Jemy, Humph, you know this guy. He was just as clueless about what was going on, replying, Never seen him before in my life. Then they asked Han, Hey mister, do you happen to know Mr. Anik? The look on his face. Han's face twisted into a downright vicious sneer as he shot back. Jemy quickly stepped in, trying to smooth things over. Whoa, all I asked was if you knew the guy, that's it. Han was literally shaking with rage. But he took a moment to calm himself down. Whatever he thought, I'm the stronger one here and I'm the adult. No need to get bent out of shape over this. With that little pep talk over, he lifted his chin high. Yeah, I know him, he announced arrogantly. We're all pioneers after all. The word pioneers hit Siegfried like a ton of bricks. He immediately jumped in front of his master, his voice urgent, Young master. This is dangerous. Please step back. JY was completely lost. Wait, what's this about the rebel forces trying to conquer the Harmonia Kingdom? On the Western continent, Siegfried explained the leaders of that rebellion are all called pioneers. JY's mind started racing. Harmonia. I heard that uprising was because of corruption. So these guys are the ringleaders. This is a classic manhwa plot twist. Just then, Han plastered on a sickeningly friendly smile. Why don't we get out of here first? I can explain everything later. The longer you stay here, he added ominously, the more it's going to hurt. Siegfried shot back a warning, you had better explain everything down to the last detail. Aryan scene, we cut over to the auction house manager. He's currently standing in front of a guard, absolutely screaming his head off. What do you mean you couldn't catch the intruders? The entire auction hall looked like a tornado had ripped through it. Everything was smashed to bits. The manager kept right on yelling, You swore up and down you were some kind of fighting master. Do you have any idea how much money we paid you? But the guard just turned his back and started walking away. It's time, he said coolly. Time to complete our deal. We jump cut again this time to a forest where snow is falling thick and fast. It's late at night and the moon is high in the sky. Down in a wide valley, two teleportation circles shimmer into existence. Han grinned, looking around in awe. Whoa, this is incredible. Teleportation on this scale without even needing a magic circle. Cut the crap. Siegfried all business demanded, Why are the rebel forces in Sam up? And don't even think about telling me you're planning to start a rebellion here too. Han just let out a casual, breezy laugh in response. We're not a rebel force, we're freedom fighters. We just popped over to Sam to pick up a few things. How could Biro, an enforcer of all people, do something like this to his own homeland? Jemy, now completely out of patience, snapped. Then what is it that you people are after? Han replied with perfect calm, We are pursuers of freedom. You have no right to say those words. You're nothing but a slave to the Sam Empire. Han cut in, We don't have time to chit-chat. I have to get out of here before the others show up. Siegfried, meanwhile, looked seriously annoyed. He thought, This guy is unbelievably obnoxious. I can't believe I actually have to team up with him. But well, beggars can't be choosers at this point. We have to leave, now. Han just said, Let's go, follow me. And with that, the whole group bolted from the forest. They headed towards a towering mountain. Apparently, their secret base was tucked away there. Han was clearly ticked off, but was trying his best to keep a lid on it. Whatever. We're all adults here. The orange-haired guy in the back thought Han was being surprisingly polite, all things considered. So he decided to speak up for him. I'm the one in charge of this whole mess. It has its eyes on you guys. So I guess there's no harm in telling you. This is the thing we're chasing. He then pulled out some kind of golden cube. It was covered in engravings, and he began to explain. A long, long time ago, the Vanguard sealed a monster in the Kenton volcano. And this is the key to freeing Vios. Hearing this, Jemy was absolutely freaking out internally. Vios Black, the creator of skills. Chek Mun, the master of the oceans. And Viomos, the great beast. The very demons that the archfiend Diablo created to fight the 12 gods. A classic manhwa backstory if I've ever heard one. Wait, Vios is still alive. I thought it got lost during the war and kicked the bucket. His mind was racing. That's when he noticed something was really off. Were all those traces being found at Sam just a coincidence? Suddenly, Han, who was standing opposite them, spoke up. That's enough, isn't it? We'll be on our way. Z replied, All right. He casually hoisted his giant rattlestaff onto his shoulder and flashed a friendly grin at Jemy. See you around. But then out of nowhere, that giant bodyguard from before appeared. So this is where you little rats gather, huh? You damn thieves. At one point, too, even Siegfried felt completely overwhelmed by this power. At 1.47, Huck was also panicking, demanding, What are these numbers? Who the hell are you? In a flash, the hulking guardian was right in his face, and he was winding up a massive punch. Your skill levels. And with one hit, he sent Han flying clean across the field. He then clenched that same fist, gloating arrogantly. Let me introduce myself. The name's Darius. My power level A, cool 2.01. The Supreme Dark Overlord. Just then a figure zipped past. Baina. In a blur, Baina appeared. She shot in front of him, absolutely furious. You scum! Darius didn't even seem to flinch. He just casually dropped an elbow, making her cough up blood as he scoffed. A measly 0.5. This ain't the playground for weaklings like you. The red-haired guy Lan Mu and the orange-haired one IJ could only watch in horror before rushing to Baina's side. But Darius just casually grabbed them by their heads and knocked them together like coconuts. 0.73 and 0.49. My point still stands for you two as well. And with that, he tossed them aside like yesterday's trash. Meanwhile, Han was just standing there coolly assessing the situation. A sly grin spread across his face. They've caught up, have they? Well, guess it's my turn to shine. He then raised his baby rattle. Beams of powerful energy started crackling from it. Han's grin widened with confidence as he directed the surging power straight at the big guy. Eat this. The sheer force of the blast shattered the ground beneath them. But Han wasn't done. He just kept shaking that rattle, unleashing a massive explosion right where Darius stood. Status change empathy, a counter skill that reflects all incoming damage right back at the attacker. Now that's a classic Manhwa power-up. And at last, the giant toppled face planting right into the dirt. Han powered up, raising his rattle one last time. Infusing it with even more power, he declared, "I'm ending this right here, right now." Struggling, Darius threw his hands up to block as a colossal sphere of energy formed. The impact was so immense it turned the entire area into a cratered wasteland. Watching from the sidelines, Jemy was completely floored. She couldn't believe how many absolute monsters were hiding in Frontier. When the dust finally settled, Han asked hopefully, "So, did I get him?" Power level has suddenly increased to 1.71. But there was Darius emerging from the smoke without a single scratch on him. Is that some kind of reality warping ability? Useful, I guess, but compared to Ken, it's really nothing to write home about. Just then, Han, his face a little pale, blurted out, "That didn't even scratch him." But this Darius fellow simply sneered and made a threat. "Hand that thing over to me and I'll grant you a peaceful death. If you refuse..." Sorry to interrupt your little conversation. Suddenly, Siegfried appeared with a gentle smile, saying, "We're just customers here, so I believe we'll be on our way now." The brute shot back, clearly annoyed, "And what if I say no?" Siegfried's tone turned chillingly low. "Then I suppose we'll just have to cooperate." Watching from the side, Jemy thought, "Looks like this is my chance to repay my debt to Fran." Siegfried turned to him and warned, "Young master, be careful of that man. He is Darius of the Shadowless Iron Fist. He's been the champion of the underground fighting arena for 10 straight years, and rumor has it he's even defeated 2 swordmasters." For some reason, hearing that just made Jemy even more thrilled. "A master of combat, you say? Now this is getting exciting." The brute turned his attention to Jemy and scoffed, "Hey kid, you better get back." Jemy shot back without hesitation, "No, leave this one to me." He then raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of immense magical power. Remia lining, "This is my creation artifact, Remia." And just like that, only he and Siegfried were left facing Darius inside this newly created separate space. Darius sized them up, thinking, he created this dimension so he can freely control all the objects around him. Spatial awareness, a classic ability in any good manhwa. Even without seeing, the user can still perceive everything within his sphere of influence and know its exact layout. With that thought, the arrogant Darius leaped forward, roaring as he charged straight at Jemy. The mage Siegfried found it a bit difficult to conjure his defensive magic in time. Darius slammed his fist right into the floor, shattering the tiles and sending dust and debris flying everywhere. But the two of them had already teleported to another spot. Seeing this, Darius raged, "You little rats!" Heaven-shattering war spear 100 strikes. Just then Han appeared behind him, unleashing a volley of arrows right at Darius. But Darius suddenly whipped his head around, causing Han to freeze in sheer panic. Space-time manipulation. From behind, Japheth raised his hand, launching a magic attack right at him. Japheth's magical viewpoint allows him to manipulate space-time without any incantations. He growled in a low voice, "Get the hell away from me." Darius gets sent spinning like a top by some crazy magic, and then bam, takes a massive hit right to the back. Rima unleashes a 5-layered transformation. Not to be outdone, Jemy casually lifts 2 fingers and starts casting his own spell. Suddenly, massive boulders come crashing down from the sky, threatening to flatten everything in sight. But Darius, he's completely unfazed. He thinks to himself, "Wait a minute, the very space around me has shifted." A giant magical hand forms in the air and comes smashing down towards a lone figure sitting in the center of a crater. It's Omega Impact, a top-tier magic spell, which packs a devastating punch by literally crushing the space around a target. And who's the unlucky soul in that crater? You guessed it, our boy Darius. After getting thrashed so spectacularly, he's finally starting to get pissed. His entire body erupts, engulfed in a raging inferno. Japheth watches on, worried, thinking he's using his own aura as a shield. Jemy, meanwhile, is already running the numbers. Yeah, he decides, I can't just be a spectator anymore. A sphere of pure magic materializes in his hand. Rima activates her transformation Endless Abyss. Instantly, the ground beneath Darius's feet crumbles away into nothingness. This is some next-level manhwa action. He grumbles to himself, "This kid's spatial manipulation is a real pain in the ass." Then he leaps into the air declaring, "If I can help it, I'd rather not kill children." And with that, he shoots towards Jemy at blinding speed fist, cocked back for a killer blow. But I get it, if you hate me, kid. The impact is so powerful it creates a massive explosion. But I get it, kid, if you hate me. The force of the blow is so immense it creates a colossal explosion. Siegfried screams in terror, "Young master!" Caught completely off guard, Han panics and yells, "Jemy?" But then Darius reappears, a look of utter disbelief plastered on his face. Breaking into a cold sweat, he stammers, "How is this possible?" Surprising, isn't it? A so-called master should never let his guard down. And there's Jemy lying right under Darius's fist. But he's got a smirk on his face, looking completely confident. Meet Wen Mei. It's an ancient artifact that completely nullifies all physical damage. One of Diablo's 3 legendary divine weapons. What a classic manhwa power-up. And if I were to swing this sword, a hand grips the hilt and begins to draw the blade. Welton's sword style first form circular slash. It's an infinite version slash that literally tears space itself apart. Darius is completely enveloped by the sheer power radiating from the boy. It's only then that he thinks, is this really just a sword technique? But Jamie's already calculating his next move. Didn't quite reach him. I need one more hit. Welton's sword style variation White Sea. With a single swing of his sword, a monstrous torrent of water erupts and follows the blade's path. It looks like the attack took a lot out of Jemy, but damn, he gave it his all. All of a sudden, this Darius guy grabs the sword with his bare hand. It's all over now. The space around them starts to get all hazy and distorted. The very bricks on the ground practically vanished. But Darius was still holding on to the tip of Jamie's blade. Everything happening right before his eyes was making Jemy panic a little. Jemy was utterly horrified. He thought to himself, did he just cancel my Grimia activation with pure raw strength? What a monster. Just then Siegfried and Han came rushing over, calling out frantically, "Young master." A smug grin spread across Darius's face as he spoke. "I never imagined I'd meet someone like you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jemy Welton. I'm a friend of your grandfather Bill," Darius said, suddenly looking all bashful. This bizarre change in demeanor made the 2 guys who just ran up stare completely wide-eyed. Even Jemy had no earthly idea what was going on. "I'm a friend of your grandfather Bill," Darius said again, almost shyly. His expression made the 2 newcomers gape in total astonishment. Even Jemy was completely and utterly lost. This whole scenario felt like a crazy plot twist from some over-the-top manhwa. His face a mask of pure confusion as he stammered, What?" After everyone had a moment to calm down, the old man began to explain. 10 years ago, I met Chill Bill for the first time at the Wolf's Tavern, the kind of place where only the strongest of the strong gather. He recalled how crowded the tavern was. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. And then our eyes met across the room. Instantly, just on pure instinct, Chill and I both recognized the power in the other. So naturally, we spent every single day after that trying to beat the living daylights out of each other. However, there was one single move he would never use. Darius sat looking at 2 massive craters in the ground and asked his friend beside him, "Hey buddy, you really not gonna let me see it?" His friend simply replied, "All right. With you I feel I can safely entrust it." A confused Darius asked back, "Entrust it to me?" That's when your grandfather turned away and said with a huge smile, "My grandson, he's about to be born. This is a secret technique only passed down within the family. You'd better watch closely." With that, he leaped out onto a patch of flat ground. And after giving him a few pointers, he taught him the technique. That technique is called the Genesis skill. From where he stood, a colossal surge of power erupted. It shot straight into the heavens, looking unbelievably powerful. Dalisi was now completely focused. He was recreating the legacy left behind by the boy's grandfather. The 3 youngsters behind him watched with dead serious expressions. The man had just erased an entire chunk of space. As he performed the technique, Dalisi spoke, "Goo. This is my most advanced technique, and it's just a cheap knockoff. The entire world is completely oblivious to this skill's existence. And yet, Sue-er achieved the master level with it, a feat you only read about in a manhwa. This revelation left Jiming absolutely stunned. Master level? The master level is the absolute pinnacle a swordsman can achieve. For example, the Sun Sword of the Sun Temple, or Simu's Space Sword, those are the realms that come closest to the master level. This information left Jiming completely floored. The master level, you say, that's the highest state of being a swordsman can possibly reach. The Flame of the Holy Temple, the Sun Sword, or Simu's Space Sword, those are the techniques that come closest to master level. The Flame of the Sun God Temple, the Sun Sword, or even Simu's Space Sword. They're all just shy of that ultimate master level. It's the ultimate goal, but until now, no human has ever reached that realm. After finishing, he turned to the kid and asked, "So did you get all that?" Jiming stepped closer and replied, "Not yet." Then he clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. "But if I continue down the path of a swordsman, and it means I'll be stepping into your domain." Dalisi immediately replied, "Exactly. I'm eager to see how far you'll progress in the future. Don't you dare disappoint me." At this moment, Han cluelessly chimed in, "Wait, that's it. I totally thought you came here to drag us away." Next to him, Shige, sweating bullets, hissed, "Hey, are you insane? Things were going so smoothly. Why'd you have to ask something that could get us all killed?" "It's fine," Dalisi said with a wave of his hand. "I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. My only purpose was to meet Yue-er's grandson. We'll meet again." Shiga immediately shot Han a glare and said, "Thanks to you, our reputation is going right down the toilet. You're such an idiot." Han glared right back, asking, "What?" And so the two adults stood there shooting daggers at each other. Meanwhile, Jiangming was off to the side thinking, "I'm positive I heard those clowns say they were going to break Wei Si's seal. But that's not really my concern right now. First things first, let's patch this one up." Yi Jai, for his part, was plastered on the ground, groaning in agony. Jiangming casually sat down beside him. "Hear my command." And with that, Jiangming's magic began to stitch Yi Jai's wounds shut. Han spun around his jaw, practically on the floor. "Wait, you're healing him too? Thanks." "Skip the thanks. If you're really so grateful, arrange a meeting with Wei Si for me." He said it with a completely straight face. Inside Yi Jai's head, it was pure chaos. What? His mind was screaming, "Absolutely not," but his mouth had other plans. "Of course, if you wish to see him, just follow us." He was freaking out on the inside. Why in the world did I just agree to that lunatic's request? Jiangming shot him a sly, knowing look. "Perfect," he thought with a grin. "I'm about to find Wei Si." He cheered to himself. Finding Wei Si is going to be a walk in the park, isn't it? Just then Bai Hui, who was leaning against a large boulder, spoke up. "But Master, have you forgotten Alex's instructions?" Jiangming snapped back to reality. "Oh shoot, I completely forgot. Let me make contact." From inside his communication orb, a voice emerged. "Master, why are you calling?" "It's an emergency. We've found the ones who are sold." As Yi Jai spoke, the person on the other end of the line frantically interrupted him. "Hold on, I'll call you back later. Release them, you fiend." Hearing that all too familiar voice, Jiangming froze. This manhwa plot just keeps getting thicker. Wait a second. That voice just now, that was Bei Na. Flashback to a few hours earlier. On a desolate street, an exhausted voice could be heard. "Phew, thank God I got away." Bei Na was hiding in a dark alley trying to get her bearings. But, where did my master disappear to? He left me behind, again. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed through the night. "Help, somebody, please help me." The scream made Bei Na flinch. A voice suddenly emanated from the ring on her finger. "That's an elf." Now that I think about it, the only reason I wouldn't have sensed their presence is if they were an elf. Her mind raced back to the two people she'd seen locked in that iron cage earlier. The beings who had been sold like cattle. I bet they're being tortured right now. She bit her lip, her expression a mix of worry and determination. Then she leapt from her hiding spot, shouting, "Fan, get ready to support me, we're busting them out." The ring immediately complied, acknowledged. Back in the present, Wei Na storms onto the scene, yelling at the person in front of her. "Let them go, you villain." The other person, completely baffled, shouted right back, "Hey, that's my line. Where in the world did you take the elves, huh?" Suddenly, little drops of water started dripping onto her head. Realizing something was off, she looked up. Water. Looming right above her was a slobbering monster, roaring as it drooled all over the place. The sight nearly made the poor girl's soul leave her body. Meanwhile, Wei Na was just as confused, muttering to herself. How in the world did this pile of sludge get here? Then her voice dropped ominously. Just the thought of this thing biting someone. Looks like this monster needs some serious retraining. And with that, she grabbed her weapon and charged forward. The other girl, seeing her charge in, yelled out, "She needs some retraining," and with that, she grabbed her weapon and charged forward. The person on the other side yelled out a warning, "Hey, that's dangerous." Wei Na leaped into the air and brought her hammer crashing down on the head of the giant beast that had just been knocked down. The creature roared in pain and collapsed onto the ground, its eyes swirling like a cartoon character with a giant lump already forming on its head. Wei Na, completely oblivious, asked, "What's the matter?" No, it wasn't this girl, but someone over there. The girl on the ground, completely flabbergasted, stammered, "Hold on a second." Then, her mind went blank with terror as she thought, wait, did she just have a conversation with her hammer? Then she asked. She took down that giant beast in a single hit. What kind of manhwa protagonist is this? Just who is she? The scene shifts to a dark prison cell, where a lone guard stood watch at the entrance. Wei Na peered inside, her voice laced with concern. The door's locked. Inside were the two slaves from the auction house. The white-haired girl finally spoke up, "Stand back, that's a magic seal." Wei Na was confused, thinking, wait, are we on the same team now? Suddenly a loud voice boomed, "Who's there?" The sharp cry made both girls jump in alarm. A ferocious-looking man appeared and bellowed an order, "Seize those intruders." At his command, the other goon drew his sword and lunged right at them. Venna frantically blocked the attack with her warhammer. She struggled, thinking, damn, he's way too strong. We're totally outmatched. "You little rats!" The creep sneered, a disgusting look on his face. "Die!" At this point, Venna was completely terrified, and even her warhammer was trembling in her hands. Oh crap, he's coming for the kill. But then, in a classic manhwa moment, a magic circle shot out from behind them, slamming right into that scumbag. He howled in agony. Ah! And just like that, Jemy appeared with a smirk on his face. You guys can't even handle a small fry like this. He was currently holding the old blonde dude by the hair as he cheerfully called out, "Venna, my disciple." She called back to him, and he gave his orders, "Leave this to me, you go get the elves to safety." Worried, Venna protested, "I'm sorry, master, but I can't just leave you here all by yourself. Just go." His tone left no room for argument, so she had no choice but to obey. "Yes, sir." With that, she turned and led the wounded away. The old blonde geezer finally managed to wrestle free from his grip, and as he scrambled away, he muttered, that emerald hair? A sorcerer? No, it can't be." "Oh, so you know who I am?" Jemy asked coolly. "Ha! Since you recognize me, I'll grant you a little favor." The old man was so terrified he collapsed onto the ground, shaking like a leaf. Jemy continued, "You should feel honored. Your body is now filled with the blood of Levia." And just like that, all that was left on the floor was a deep red stain. Meanwhile, Braha rushed toward the others, shouting, "The elves inside?" Venna, holding a roll of bandages, looked up with a reassuring smile. "Oh, an elf. Don't worry, everyone's safe now. Everything is all right." Tears of joy streamed down Braha's face as she knelt. "Thank you. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you?" A bit taken aback, Venna replied, "Oh, it was nothing really." But then, as if something just clicked, Braha asked, "Wait, why is a Valkyrie all the way out here?" Venna's eyes widened. "Oh, you know about the Valkyries? That red hair?" Braha's voice grew louder with realization. "Don't tell me you're—" Venna just blinked, completely lost. "My hair—" Overcome with joy, Braha grabbed her hands and practically shouted, "Oh my heavens, princess, you're alive." Venna, looking more confused than ever, could only repeat, "Princess." Braha's eyes welled up with tears as she began to ramble on. I thought you'd vanished 10 years ago. Princess, you must come with me. If we return to our homeland now..." "Stop right there." Jemy appeared out of nowhere, looking seriously ticked off. "She's my disciple. You lay one hand on her and I'll skewer you. But Bulahe wasn't about to back down, firing back. What are you kidding me? The very survival of an entire race is at stake here. Humans need to butt out. Both of you, that's enough. A powerful voice boomed. Jime appeared looking thoroughly annoyed. That happens to be my student. I'm warning you, take her and you're getting a spear through the chest. But Bulahe wasn't about to be intimidated. What, are you serious? The fate of our entire people is hanging by a thread here, and you humans have no business interfering. Both of you, that's enough, a voice roared. As another figure appeared, one of the combatants was slammed violently to the ground. Han strode in, reminding them, we can't afford to delay the mission any longer. Bulahe Ali, get the elves to the shelter, immediately. Jime quickly turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder to Wei Na back to the tent. She immediately replied, yes, teacher. Suddenly, Bulahe pushed a magic orb into her hands. Here, take this. Wei Na was still totally lost, but she managed a quiet, okay. Before turning to go, Bulahe added, if you want to see your family, use this orb to contact me. Let's move, Ali. Wei Na clutched the orb, a wave of sadness washing over her. Meanwhile, her family was gathered together on a flat, barren cliffside. I have waited for you, for an eternity. Ji stared intently at the key that would release Wei Aosi, ready to be placed on its pedestal. Finally, I will see you again, Behemoth. The instant the key made contact with the altar below, is someone awakening me? A voice boomed as a gargantuan pillar of light swallowed the entire mountain. My contract with her must finally be fulfilled. Who dares awaken me? And there, floating in midair, was Wei Aosi, in an absolutely minuscule form. The three of them just stared down, completely flabbergasted. Did you do it right? He's so tiny. Wei Aosi, however, was having the time of his life. Has the day of revelation finally arrived? Han stared down at the pint-sized creature before them and asked helplessly, we have come to ask for your help in accordance with our ancestors' pact. The what day, the what pact? Wei Aosi tilted his head, looking utterly baffled. What, you absolute morons. You woke me up without knowing the first thing about it. This isn't some generic manhwa plot. The person who was truly meant to awaken me. After 66,666 years on the day of revelation. Hello, did none of you hear what Siora just said? It's been a while, hasn't it, Behemoth? Suddenly another voice rang out. All at once a sound was heard. A voice echoed directly inside his head. It was none other than Ji Ye. He flashed a dazzling smile at him. I finally returned. He might look a little different, but this energy, it's the same. Overcome with happiness, Vios cried out. Master. Vios looked up at him, his eyes brimming with years of longing. Ji Ye touched his hand and exclaimed, wow, how adorable. Deeply moved, he called out again, Master. But of course, Han just had to crash this touching reunion. Let him go. I need a word with you about this, little fella. A kid is just a kid after all. Ji Ming quickly sent a telepathic message to Vios. Hide your presence for now. We can't let them find out about us. Just play along with my act? He then replied to Han. Yes, Vios for his part obediently chimed in. Of course, Master. With that sorted, Zhou Feng and Ji Ming shared a laugh and headed off. Zhou Feng said, if you're done sightseeing, shall we go? He cheerfully replied, you bet. Then he zapped another telepathic message over to Vios with instructions. I'll be back tonight, so you'd better be waiting for me. Positively beaming with happiness, Vios replied, you have to come back, Master, you must. Cut to another location, a classic manhwa scene change. A bright moon hangs in a deathly purple sky, and below the dense forest canopy makes the whole picture look even more terrifying. A voice cuts through the silence, so you have awakened. A figure emerges from Behemoth looking as if it just shed its skin. The newcomer says, everything unfolded just as you predicted. Another man leaning against a tree with his arms crossed smirks back, well, of course it did, right? Meanwhile, in a certain room, a voice is heard. Family, a family you say? Wei Na sits on her bed, clutching an orb to her chest as she questions everything. No, I already have my master. He's the one who rescued me from that absolute hell of a school. Suddenly, Ji Ming shoves the door open, calling for Wei Na. She frantically shoves the orb behind her back before answering him. Master, then forcing a weak smile, she says, let's go. We're leaving Saint-Germain tomorrow. He replies simply, that's right. From now on, you are not to follow me. The word struck Venna with such force she was rendered completely speechless. Sir, why am I suddenly so useless? Her mind flashed back to all the times she'd been criticized during battle, her comrades' voices echoing that she was nothing but dead weight. You're just too weak. She asked herself in despair, Am I really just a burden to him? The hope in her eyes began to fade. I've let Master down. Head to the east. His voice cut in again. Startled, Venna asked, Sir, Jemy continued, I will be saving a spot for you when you return. Go and reclaim the power of the Vakajid. Panicked Venna called out to his retreating back. But Master, Jemy had already turned away, leaving her with one final instruction. You know how to contact Fran, don't you? Now get some rest before you head out. For a moment, Venna was completely silent, unsure of what to even say. The orb in her hand slipped from her grasp. Master, she scrambled to the now closed door, bowing deeply. Thank you for everything. On the other side, Jemy was still standing right there. A small, satisfied smile touched his lips. Inside, Venna remained bowed over her body, shaking with quiet sobs. I swear, I will come back stronger. Meanwhile, back on the mountain from earlier, a fresh blanket of snow covered the landscape in a scene straight out of a manhwa. Jemy approached with a friendly smile. Vios, have you been waiting long? Vios, his voice thick with emotion, cried out, My lord! And then out of nowhere, Jemy just clocked him one upside the head and demanded, Getting a little bold with your tone, aren't we? Vios went as white as a sheet, sweating bullets as he stammered, Yep, that's the master all right. He thought to himself, he hasn't changed one bit. Jemy leaned down and looked at him. So what happened? Vios finally sat up, letting out a huge sigh of relief before slowly starting his story. Well, about that, Diablo and Fia both left after the final battle. When Yu Jai said, I will definitely be back, do not follow me. A few days later, the other demons could no longer sense your presence. Chalkmoon, the wise serpent, declared, Behemoth, he will return. He told us all to hide from the gaze of the 12 gods and wait for you. Deep within a volcano, the behemoth lay in wait, patiently anticipating its master's return. But man, the longing for its master was getting unbearable. Then one day some pointy-eared elf showed up and was all like, I'll put you to sleep and free you from all this heartache. But you gotta promise me you'll help out a kid named Fran down the line. And so after that long nap, my body started shrinking, and even the way I talk got a total makeover. And that's how little Vios ended up standing right in the palm of Jamie's hand. Jemy cut right to the chase. So you got any idea what happened to Zuomunan? Vios mulled it over. No clue where that guy is, but I'm damn sure he's still kicking. And what about Break? With a snap of his fingers, Jemy summoned Break and asked coolly. You two were pretty tight, weren't you? Break. Seeing its old buddy, Vios's face lit up, chirping, Breaks? It zipped over for a hug, asking if he'd been doing okay. All Break could muster in response was a heartfelt bibby. After their touching reunion, Jemy spoke up. Behemoth, I have a mission for you. You're to follow Fran and dig up everything you can on someone named Isis. This is a classic manhwa spy mission. Without a second's hesitation, it shot back, mission accepted. Good, Jemy continued. There's one more thing. I have another request. That one word threw Vios for a loop. A request, not a command. Even Break chimed in from the side with a curious "B." Jemy crouched down and said, A girl named Benna will be going with you. She's my subordinate, but she's also my friend. Take care of her. Vios practically bounced off the walls with excitement. Yahoo, a new friend, you can count on me. A new comrade, she thought to herself, I have to get stronger. Say it, stronger so I can trust you with my back. In the war that's bound to come. Meanwhile, over at Arthithmana, so you got the item, didn't you? Siegfried had just strolled into Lady Kyriel's shop. He flashed a charming smile. Go on, confirm it. On the table sat a box containing the heart of a shadow sheep. Lady Kyriel huffed, of course I got it. She then tossed something over to him, adding, and here's what you requested for payment. Siegfried glanced at the box in his hands, then grinned and replied, I think I'll just use that check you gave me last time since I technically got a freebie back then. With a stern expression, she took back the heart box and said, Fine. As long as there are no problems with the merchandise down the line, I couldn't care less. Jemy, who'd been sitting quietly, stood up to peer into the box Siegfried was holding. It's a fragment. Siegfried smirked. You know exactly what it is, a fragment. 100 years ago, a meteor fragment from the asteroid Ian decided to crash land on the continent. All the eternal mana it had been soaking up from nature was condensed inside, and it amplified that mana by a whopping 2,000 times. So what's your grand plan for this thing? Jemy asked. Siegfried just chuckled mysteriously and gave a total non-answer. That's a secret. As the two guys were messing around, Lady Kyriel decided she'd had enough and spoke up. I have business with this kid. You can make yourself scarce. Siegfried turned back completely confused and asked, What business? Jemy, not missing a beat, tossed the line right back at him. That's a secret. Lady Kyriel, having zero patience for this nonsense, snapped, Just get out of here already. Defeated Siegfried could only let out a sigh and turn away. Yeah, I'm going. After the door clicked shut, she turned back and said, All right, lead the way. Cut to the shadow world where the two of them now stood facing each other across a magic circle. And with that, she declared, the preparations are complete. In that case, I'll get started, Jemy replied. A massive block of ice sat between them. On top of it, a glowing artifact pulsed with light. It was one of the 7 great treasures of the House of Glacis. Jemy stretched his hand forward and a violet magic circle blazed to life. In an instant, a torrent of dark power erupted from him. The shadows twisted and formed into terrifying monsters like something ripped right from a horror manhwa. This power, she breathed, stunned. This is the kind of power I can unleash in a place like this, Jemy stated seriously. Her eyes were wide with shock as she stared at the creatures. Shadow magic. This was on a completely different level than anything she had ever imagined. This raw power was even greater than that of an archmage. In the center of it all was a magical orb. Invert to the other side of the world, opposite of the light, to that other realm, the world of endless night. The light emanating from the orb began to pulse, growing more and more intense. O King, you who reign over the darkness, I ask you to grant me your consent, a gateway to another world. At that moment, a rift in space tore open. Inside, a breathtaking galaxy of stars swirled and shimmered. Lady Kyriel and Jemy stood together before the profoundly mystical gate to this other world. Overjoyed, Lady Kyriel was about to dive straight in. At last. But Jemy suddenly moved to block her path. Hold on, you're being a little impulsive, don't you think? What kind of cheap trick are you trying to pull now, model? Jiming quickly scrambled to explain. Hey, I've got free stuff too, and I'll pay back every cent I borrowed, I swear. The moment someone returns the check, the soul contract is null and void, meaning I'm completely out of danger. She can only enter with my permission. Hearing this, Madame Kelier's tone softened just a tad. Well, you could have just said that from the start, kid. Jiming glanced over his shoulder. He had already stepped through the gate into another world. Madame Kelier was right behind him, preparing to follow. But waiting for him was the imposing silhouette of a woman. This energy, this raw power, the shadow's eyes were blazing with light. And a voice rang out, so you have returned, my lord. Diablo Volpia, many years ago, the goddess Venus, while traveling the world, had encountered Diablo, the arch-nemesis of the 12 gods. A rare specimen of a human, and to think you are the incarnation of the hero. How utterly laughable. However, he lost that great war and all of his comrades along with it. Venus, completely ignoring the prying eyes of the 12 gods, brought him to her own world and granted him control over a piece of the shadow realm. Jiming's past self had gazed at this newfound power in his hands, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. I've perfected it, he declared with a laugh. A new source of power. Dark mana had been created, the kind of OP ability you'd only see in a manhwa. And yet, the woman's voice cut through his memory. The story I heard was that you were ultimately killed by the 12 gods. So what gives, and why do you look so adorable? Jiming replied grimly, I didn't die, I was sealed. When I finally woke up, I was trapped in this body. She shot back with a sneer, oh, that's just hilarious. So what do you want this time? He answered simply, someone wants to enter. She mulled it over for a second before shrugging. Fine, I'll grant them access. With that, Jiming stepped back out and told Madame Chi Lear, "All right, you can go straight on through." She was ecstatic. At long last, as she stepped into the new space, her voice echoed back, "By the way, I left a little something for you in the shop. It's called the Foreigner Avalon. I'm sure it'll be useful." She explained that it was a scepter made from a magic stone from Mount Taring, one of the 6 great forbidden zones of the world. Apparently, its core contains an absolutely insane amount of mana. The catch: no one can get near it because it's located in a toxic lake with a never-ending whirlpool. Jiming heard this and couldn't help but ask, "This looks incredibly expensive. So why are you giving it to me?" "My son Bin, he was about your age." An image of her beloved son flashed in her mind. Hearing this, Jiming was left completely speechless. "Finally, I can see you." My son, Chi Lear, cried out as she stepped through the doorway. He fell silent for a moment. What she was about to see in there was nothing more than an illusion of the dead. A personal hell, he thought. He watched her tiny figure disappear, then closed his eyes in sorrow. But for her it will be a place of eternal peace. A moment later, footsteps emerged from the portal. Jiming, hiding his true feelings, said curtly, "Let's go." The two of them began their walk through the city. Chi-Ga-fei, who was leading the way, broke the silence. "Well, I suppose it's time to bid farewell to Saint Demand." Jiming immediately shot back, "So are we heading to the demon realm now?" His companion didn't even try to deny it. "But of course, that is after all our ultimate destination." Chi-Ga-fei chirped, rambling on with infectious cheer. "So on our way there, how about we finally dish on some of your old stories? Like the tale of the omnipotent young master. Or maybe that juicy little affair with Princess Hua Jiji that sounds like a fun one." Jiming felt a massive headache coming on. And here I was actually thinking he'd finally let it go. Fast forward 2 weeks later, our two heroes had finally flown to a city that shimmered in and out of view, shrouded in a thick, mysterious fog. This was the demon realm. Jiming let out a breath. "Whoa, it's colder than I thought." Chi-Ga-fei just chuckled. "Oh, you know, this is just the city the first king personally built with his own 2 hands. The city itself is generating a massive magic circle. All around them, the city lit up like a scene from a fantasy manhwa, revealing a colossal magic array." Jiming, however, couldn't see it and asked, "What magic circle?" Chi-Ga-fei replied in a playful sing-song tone, "Now if I just told you, it wouldn't be any fun, would it?" Jiming slumped in defeat. "Ah, right, I should have known you wouldn't say a thing." "Epopus X, the greatest medicine of the era," a voice boomed. At that moment, a sleek spaceship zipped through the air, right over a towering high-rise that housed the nearest pharmacy. Jiming muttered to himself as he walked, taking in all the strange sights around him. "Man, the magic technology in the demon world is on another level," Siegfried casually explained. "This is what puts us on par with the demon nation after all." He then handed a piece of paper over for Jemy to look at. "I'm heading to the shop, you just stick around here, got it?" The young master, completely engrossed in what he was reading, simply replied, "Mm-hmm." At this, Siegfried let out a sigh and started teasing him. "It'd be a real disaster if you got lost. So I'm giving you this, a magical map for finding lost children." Jemy was fuming, but what could he even do? Ugh, seriously? Just then, the scene switches over to another street, where a blue-haired girl was frantically running, clutching a bag as tears of worry streamed down her face. "I told him I'd be there before the ceremony." "The opening ceremony? I'm gonna be so late." This is none other than Anmer Mir, a student at the prestigious Phoenix Academy. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It looked like she'd just had a brilliant idea. "Since it's the opening ceremony, Siegfried and the head of the house will both be there, right? If I show them the new magic I've learned." She began to imagine the glorious scene of everyone praising her. A delighted Anne gave herself a big thumbs up in her mind. "That was amazing, and I never realized you had such talent. Will you become my disciple?" And he even presented her with a bouquet of flowers as he said it. The thought made him so giddy she practically skipped with joy. "Yes, master." But as she was passing by Jemy, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her curiosity piqued. She thought, "A little boy, all by himself? Is he a new student?" And then recalled a time when she too was standing alone, crying her eyes out. She remembered looking around, bewildered, asking, Where am I?" She gave a wry smile. I used to get lost all the time, too. Meanwhile, Jemy was on the ground below looking up at something with a curious expression. That's an airship. If I had one of those things would be so much more convenient. Hey, kiddo! Suddenly a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Jemy spun around, giving her a glare so intense it looked like it was pulled from a dark fantasy manhwa, and flinched, completely taken aback by his expression. For a moment she was utterly speechless. He turned his whole body to face her and demanded, "What do you want with me?" She instinctively took a cautious step back. Anne's mind started racing in a panic. What was that icy glare just now? Did I just imagine that? He's just a little kid, right? Getting absolutely no response, Jemy just gives her the cold shoulder and starts to walk away. Then he's like, "If you've got nothing to say, then get lost." But Anne immediately pipes up, wait, hang on. You're the new student at Phoenix Academy, right?" Jemy, looking totally baffled, just asks, what academy now? She immediately grabs his hand, refusing to let him go. Hey, we don't have time for this. The opening ceremony is about to start. One minute Jemmy's minding his own business, the next, he's being literally dragged away. The look on his face is pure, unadulterated confusion. With a grunt, he just decides to go with it and lets her drag him off. You won, here's your cash. That kid is definitely not to be trifled with. Cut to a new scene, and our boy's inner monologue goes, "Well, I guess I'm getting dragged along since I've got nothing better to do." But, is this strange girl actually a student here? He wonders, letting Anne continue to pull him along. They're surrounded by tons of other students who have already gathered for the event. This place is none other than the most prestigious school in the entire Demon Realm, the one and only Phoenix Academy. Sounds like a classic manhwa setting. An imposing portrait of some important-looking dude hangs on the wall with the sounds of chatter and laughter all around. Welcome to Amal Hall, the official venue for the opening ceremony. All the students have already gathered and are settling into their seats. Anne turns back to Jemy, beaming, and asks him a question. "So what do you think?" "Pretty awesome, huh?" He, however, is completely over it, thinking, "Ugh, I'm already exhausted." Then out of nowhere, she flashes a dazzling smile, clasps her hands together, and chirps, "Welcome to the academy." He immediately tries to set her straight. "Whoa, hold on, I'm not a new student." That's when it hits, and, oh, that's right, my mission. She had totally forgotten what she was supposed to be doing, and with that, she dashes off in a hurry. Tossing a quick, "I gotta go" over her shoulder, Jemy is left completely speechless by that whirlwind of a girl and just lets out a heavy sigh. "It's almost time for me to meet with the Chi Lao. I really should get going." You. Suddenly a voice rings out, dripping with disbelief. The speaker is trembling, pointing a shaky but furious finger right at Jemy. "What, how dare you show your face here?" And this dramatic fellow is none other than Li Nong-si-mung, the second son of Count Si-mung himself. Jemy WL. But before he can even get the name out, Jemy points to himself, looking genuinely confused, and asks, "And who are you?" This leaves Li Nong-si-mung completely and utterly frozen on the spot. His mind instantly flashes back to a humiliating memory of himself kneeling before Jemy. He doesn't remember me. He thinks, horrified. I still have nightmares about it. And in his memory, a massive, terrifying eye appears, haunting him. But then I remembered my old man's words, "I'm going to teach you magic." And once Dad started teaching me, everything just clicked into place. He even tossed me a compliment. "Hey, you're not half bad. You're finally ready for the academy." I have to face him. And now I can finally crush him. The guy shot me a cocky smirk, then said with all the confidence in the world, "That's right, I'm the one you're looking for. Remember, you're the one who forced me to my knees in humiliation back in the day." Without another word, he unleashed his magic, a torrent of blue energy swirling to life. G's only response, a deadpan, and the two blasts of magic collided, setting off a minor explosion. G blocked it without even breaking a sweat, casually summoning a crimson wave of his own. And with a single flick of his wrist, he sent Li Nong flying. What is this monster?" Leon's mind was racing, stuck in a loop of pure panic. G turned to him and asked, I said, "Who are you?" Leon flinched, stammering out a reply almost on instinct. Leon Simon." And that's when it clicked for G. He recognized that face from long ago and casually remarked, "Ah, Simon, you mean that arrogant little punk? I seem to recall telling Count Simon to discipline him properly. A sudden wave of dread washed over him. Wait, why did I have to come to the academy of all places? He's already a third-tier mage. Not bad. Leon, his finger trembling as he pointed, managed to ask, Don't tell me, you're a student here too. Jai replied with a bored sigh. Look at you, the impulsive little brats learned how to make jokes. Too bad it wasn't funny. Just then, from behind them, Siegfried approached, calling out, Young master, what are you doing over there? I've been looking all over for you. Nearby and spotted him and cried out, Huh! Young master, it's young master Siegfried, which made the poor guy's face darken in exasperation. G glanced back. You have a disciple now? Siegfried gave a strained laugh. No, that's not it at all. Come on, we should get going. Everyone's waiting for you. From behind, a voice cried out, Excuse me, young master, wait. It was Anne rushing forward with her hand outstretched. Please wait for me. But she was too late. The two of them had already vanished in a flash of magic. Tears welled up in Anne's eyes. He's gone. Damn it, what's with that cryptic guy? Hearing this, Anne turned to Leon and asked, Are you talking about that boy who was with the young master? What an interesting start to this manhwa. He shot back, annoyed. What, you don't know who he is? Then he gritted his teeth and growled. Jemy Welton, that damn monster they call the great genius of the human realm. And still completely unfazed, replied casually, Ah, Jemy. And then, as if the name finally clicked, she froze solid. Her eyes went wide as saucers as she stared at Leon and gasped. Leon was already petrified, standing stock still with his head bowed. And then came her blood-curdling scream. Echoing through the entire hall, Jemy Welton. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Demon Realm's central mage tower, the tower's symbolic flag hung ominously. One of the figures present spoke up, so we finally get to meet him. A group of powerful individuals were seated around a circular table with a shimmering magical projection of a tower floating in the center. This was the fourth elder Dai Yong of the noble faction. He gestured towards his chest, a soft smile playing on his lips as he murmured, I must say I'm quite looking forward to meeting the continent's great genius. Another man at the table leaned back in his chair, arms crossed defiantly. He was the third elder serpent Ziron, representing the emperor's faction. His face scrunched up as he scoffed at the others. You people are seriously overreacting. He then added with a sneer, He's just a kid for crying out loud. Hearing this, the sixth elder Adel Haven of the neutral faction let out a sharp, Even the second elder Malin Mio couldn't help but look up intrigued. A spark of interest flashed in his eyes as he noted that the boy had grown quite a bit since he'd last seen him. The boy in question watched them all, his expression wary as he sized them up. So these are the elders, huh? They look like they walked straight out of a classic fantasy manhwa. He noted to himself, and it looks like every single one of them is on a higher level than me. His gaze then shifted directly to the third elder serpent Ziron. Adel Ven pointed a finger right in the third elder's face, letting out a loud, mocking laugh. Haha, oh my dear third elder. She paused for dramatic effect before continuing. You seem awfully terrified of being replaced by a 10-year-old boy, don't you? She quipped, her voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm. As the argument began to heat up, the fifth elder, Lucian leader of the neutral faction, glanced over at the sixth elder. He offered a gentle but incredibly awkward smile. Blushing as he asked, Adel Haven, why would you say such a thing? At his question, Adel Haven sat up even straighter, her hands flat on the table, and tilted her chin up arrogantly to challenge him. Tell me, where was I wrong? Across the table, Serpent Ziron watched her smug performance. And seething with absolute fury, he ground his teeth and practically trembled as he yelled, You witch! Just as a full-blown brawl was about to erupt, a calm, mediating laugh echoed through the room. Ha ha, let's all cool our jets now. A man with a magnificent, neatly braided beard spoke up to remind the rowdy bunch. We can't possibly welcome our guest with such a shameful spectacle. Hearing this, the second elder, Marlon Mayo, who was also the head of the nobles faction, crossed his arms and bowed his head. He closed his eyes in deep contemplation and confirmed he's here. Right on cue, someone began walking through the door. His voice rang out smooth and cordial. It is an honor to meet you all. A moment later, He strode into the doorway, gazing at the crowd inside with unshakable confidence, and announced himself in a loud, clear voice. I am Jemy Welton, a son of the Welton family. At the sight of him, the room suddenly became so tense you could cut it with a knife. The shock was absolutely palpable. The fifth elder, Lucian, couldn't help but be flabbergasted, squinting at him, his eyes filled with doubt. This kid, he trailed off, completely stunned. Next, the sixth elder. Adelhaven looked as if his eyes were about to pop out of his skull. He stammered out his bewildered assessment. He's at least a class 6, he said, horrified. The fourth elder, John Floyson, on the other hand, just sneered, his face a mask of pure contempt. Humph. He was scowling at Jemy Welton, practically vibrating with rage. His hands were clasped tightly together. Jemy calmly assessed the old man, thinking, except for him. Then Jemy Welton's gaze lingered on him as he made a quiet, internal judgment. Is that guy supposed to be a class 6 mage? Meanwhile, the old man was busy glaring back, a vein throbbing on his temple as he muttered, a little brat like him. But Jemy couldn't care less already, busy analyzing the man's condition. It seems he's so buried in his own inferiority complex that he stopped progressing altogether. Just then the friendly voice of the second elder, Marlon Mio, rang out. He said. Jemy Welton was trembling with rage, his hands clasped together. He continued his assessment of the old man with a calm demeanor. Next, Jemy Welton looked at him, making another quiet judgment in his heart. Is he really a class 6 mage? All the while, the elder was busy staring back, a vein throbbing on his temple as he muttered, a little punk like him. But Jemy paid him no mind, focused on analyzing his condition. Looks like he's been so buried in self-pity that he's made zero progress. And right after that, the friendly voice of the second elder, Malin, rang out again. He was smiling and waving towards Jemy. It's been a while, hasn't it, Jemy? You're looking much stronger, my boy. He didn't hold back his praise. What a great manhwa character. And Jemy Welton, for his part, didn't hesitate to flash a bright, humble smile as he spoke. Jemy shot back a reply, smooth as silk. It's all thanks to that breathing method you taught me, sir. The old man beamed and replied in kind. It truly has been a long time, Marquis. Next, Jemy strolled over to the round table with the second elder, Lin Mao, trailing right behind him. The old man leaned in again, his voice filled with a spark of excitement as he asked, So you're learning swordsmanship as well? Before Jemy could even answer, he added his own 2 cents. Then again, knowing you, I'm sure you'll do just fine. At that, Jemy gave a respectful bow in response. Thank you, sir. I hope I'll have the honor of a match with you someday. The moment those words left his lips, the third elder serpent, Zuolun, who was sitting nearby, let out a nasty, mocking laugh. Let's get back to the powwow with Jin Gay in the conference room. He propped his chin on his hands, a smug grin plastered on his face as he looked at them. He finally decided to grace them with his voice. Heh, he sneered, a mage, wanting to duel with a sword? He wasn't finished, adding, spoken like someone from the gutter. All you people know is how to use your fists. Hearing that blatant mockery, Jamie's friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by an ice-cold expression. He cut the old geezer off flatly. You'd better watch your mouth. Right next to them, the second elder, Lin Mao, shot Zuolun a sideways glare. He was clearly annoyed by the guy's rude and utterly classless interruption. And then Jemy Welton slowly turned his head, locking his eyes onto the elder. The look in his eyes was pure murder as he growled out every single word. His face twisted with fury, he reminded the old man, My father. He paused for dramatic effect, then delivered the final blow. Was one of the greatest masters of physical training to ever live. The accusation hit its mark. Serpent Zuolun immediately started sweating bullets. He stammered, That's not what I meant. Seeing the old man still trying to squirm his way out of it, Jemy let out a cold, angry laugh. He pressed on, Oh, is that so? Then he added, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated sarcasm. My apologies, I suppose your vocabulary is just too high class for a simpleton like me to comprehend. Jamie's roast was so brutal that Siegfried, standing behind him, had to cover his face, shaking with the effort of holding in his laughter at this classic manhwa moment. He was desperately telling himself, Hold it in, dude. Do not laugh at this absolute verbal beatdown. Jamie's comeback left a serpent Zuolun completely speechless, his face turning a delightful shade of purple. The guy stammered for what felt like an eternity, but couldn't even form a single coherent word. Across the table, a man with a neatly braided beard finally broke the tense silence with a chuckle. It was a clear confirmation that, yeah, the third elder had really messed up. He then let out a hearty laugh, looking at Jemy with a placating smile, trying to smooth things over. Perhaps he just meant well, you know. He gently tried to persuade Jemy. I hope you won't take his words to heart. This diplomatic peacekeeper was none other than Ofen Jin-ge. Jemy noted his gentle tone and silently acknowledged the man's attempt to de-escalate. That old man is the Emperor's most trusted advisor. He then confidently added his own 2 cents. And he's one of the 2 grand archmages of the entire kingdom. They call him the Sky Mage, a title he probably earned while standing dramatically in the middle of a thunderstorm. The old man gave him a placating look. Perhaps the kid just meant well. He then tried to smooth things over, saying he hoped Jemy wasn't offended. This man was Ufan Jingge. Jemy took one look at him and quietly confirmed all the rumors in his head. This guy really was the Emperor's advisor. He didn't hesitate to add another fact to his mental file. Ufan Jingge was also one of the 2 strongest archmages in the kingdom. And as for his title, the Sky Mage, yeah, that name definitely fits the guy posing in the middle of a black stormy sky. Jemy blinked calmly, placing his hands behind his back. A title earned by his absolute mastery over the weather, straight out of a classic fantasy manhwa. The old geezer then squinted, a sly smile on his face as he turned to Jemy Welton, his voice soft but carrying an immense pressure. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Welcome to the Magic Realm. His voice dripped with condescension as he made sure to emphasize the title, Young Mage. Hearing that Ji-Fi just couldn't take it anymore, he dropped his hand from his face, turned, and shot a sharp glare at Ufan Jingge. He's a 6th class mage. Ji-Fi added, isn't it a bit tacky to be acting like this? At that, the old man just let out a hearty laugh, crossing his arms and putting on a show of apologizing. My, this old man has been terribly rude. He then turned back to Jemy with a sickeningly sweet smile. You'll forgive me, won't you? A moment later, Ufan Jingge reached for a teacup on the table, steam still rising from it, and sighed with mock regret. If only it were possible, he said, pausing for dramatic effect. I would love to support your research facility, but... He gave Jemy a pointed look, his voice calm and firm. Those who don't work don't get to eat. That, Ufan Jingge added, is the iron law of the magic realm. His eyes drifted up to the emblem hanging on the wall of the meeting room. Then he turned his attention back to Jemy Welton, posing a question. What do you think, Jemy? Hearing this, Jemy just stared back, utterly bewildered. Seeing the pure confusion on his face, the old man decided to spell it out for him. Do you think you can become... He leaned in his voice, a low whisper. One of us, a member of the magic realm. Outside the streets of the magic realm's capital were bustling with people. But in a quiet corner, Jemy Welton could only grimace and sigh at the sky. Beside him, a sympathetic Ji-Fi frowned and asked softly. That was pretty low of them, wasn't it, young master? Jemy just slumped, answering glumly. It's fine, let them remember, model. The academy is looking for talented individuals. Isn't that right, Headmaster Siegfried? Hearing him ask that, a bad feeling started to creep in. He narrowed his eyes and asked back. Why the sudden interest? The second he got his confirmation, the man dropped an absolute bombshell on them. I expect Jemy to become a temporary professor. For 1 month. At that, his face went dark as he practically shouted. Staring at the man in utter disbelief, he choked out, What did you just say? Beside him, Siegfried looked like he'd been struck by lightning. This was some wild manhwa plot twist. He just stared completely dumbfounded and stammered out a question. A few seconds later, Ofen Jingge just let out a booming laugh. He'd already made the decision while the other 2 were still trying to process what was happening. No one's objecting, so that means we all agree, right? Then with a look of pure anticipation, he added with a trusting smile. I'm positive he'll be just fine with the headmaster's help. The man just wouldn't stop laughing. Back in the present, Siegfried was a nervous wreck. His mind kept replaying that conversation with Jingge in the conference room. The man had leaned on the table with a smug grin, looking at the 2 of them. The academy is looking for new talent, isn't it, Headmaster Siegfried? Just hearing him ask that set off all the alarm bells in his head, and he'd narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Why the sudden interest, and the moment he got his answer, he ambushed them with his insane proposal. I expect Jemy to become a temporary professor for 1 month. Fuming, he quickly turned to leave. With a grimace, he muttered his assessment. I have to go deal with those absolute lunatics, right now. Seeing this, Jemy Welton got flustered. His own face darkened as he grabbed the man's cloak, pulling him back. He forced a smile and tried to stop him. Don't. Then he added reassuringly, it's okay really. Seeing him still trying to endure it all, JKF turned back to look at him. He gave him a firm order. If anything feels off, you tell me immediately. Then he gave him a pointed reminder. I might not look the part, but I am the headmaster. He said it with a dead serious expression. Seeing that the other guy just laughed mockingly and fired back. Ha, some headmaster you are. Weren't you the one who forgot about the school's own entrance ceremony? Just then, Jemy Welton saw a group of excited kids run past. One of them yelled, I can't wait to learn magic. A little girl beside him added on, me too. Her voice was practically ringing with pure joy and excitement. All the other kids around them started clapping and cheering in agreement. Put on the spot like that, J-Fed got all flustered and started stammering out an explanation. No, there's a good reason for all this, I swear. Afterwards, his gaze dropped as he sank deep into his own thoughts. I swore I would never take on another disciple. Jemy Welton was remembering the hands that once wove magic into reality, glowing with a brilliant, almost blinding aura. There he was, sitting in the center of a circle of kids, all of them watching in absolute mesmerized silence. Light was just pouring out of his hands. In a forest clearing, Jemy Welton cradled that light with both of his hands. The next thing you know, the kids were getting up and walking towards him, their own small hands now shimmering with dazzling magical energy. One child's voice piped up, Master, look at this! And right beside him, another little girl managed to cast the spell. She chimed in excitedly, mine too. Pleased, he gave them all an encouraging pat on the head. But a little ways off, a small red-haired girl just couldn't make the magic happen. She just stared heartbroken at her stubbornly non-magical palms. It was a classic sad moment you'd see in a manhwa. Later that night, under a full moon, a single light was on in a quiet house in town. The lamp was still glowing. The little redhead was in the library staring down at those same empty hands, and let out a defeated sigh. I knew it. I just can't do it. Her confidence was completely shattered. Suddenly, a hand glowing with light appeared from right behind her. It rested gently on her shoulder, and the startled girl whipped her head around to see who it was. He stood beside her, his voice soft as he reached out to guide her, and comforted her, there's no need to rush. The girl's eyes darted to the magical formulas on the table. Her jaw dropped as everything suddenly started to make sense. Then he offered her one more piece of advice. Just take it one step at a time. And believe it or not, during the very next lesson, she nailed it. Her hands burst into light and she called out overjoyed, Master, I did it too. Behind her, all of her friends erupted in cheers for her, grinning from ear to ear as they watched. Beaming with pride, he walked over and swept her up into the air. Then he added another little pointer for the girl. Just keep going one step at a time. And sure enough, at the very next day's class, she perfectly executed the spell. Her hands lit up with a brilliant glow as she called out to him, completely ecstatic. Master, I finally did it. And behind her, every single one of her friends was celebrating right along with her. Their faces lit up with huge, happy smiles. Seeing this, he couldn't help but move in and lift her up. And with that, the flashback ends. We're back to the present. Jemy Welton was still completely lost in his own thoughts. Finally, with an expression that gave nothing away, he came to a conclusion. Those kids, they need to see me leave with their own eyes. He strode past the gaggle of kids, a thought echoing in his mind. My disciples, huh? Meanwhile, the children were buzzing with first day of school energy, yelling for each other to hurry up. Hey, wait for me. Jemy Welton steeled his resolve. It's only for 1 month. With that settled, he breezed right past the children, his pace quickening. They in turn hurried along, having already made up their own minds. It's best not to overthink it. That's what Jemy Welton kept telling himself. Elsewhere in the country, a piercing scream shattered the silence. What? The scene shifts to a full moon hanging over the prestigious Phoenix Academy. We're in the girls' dormitory. Inside one particular room, a girl with fiery red hair tied back in a high ponytail was sitting bolt upright on her bed screaming in utter disbelief. How could you possibly not recognize Master Jiang Kefeng? Inside a certain room, a girl with fiery red hair tied back in a ponytail was sitting on her bed in absolute shock. She screamed, "How could you possibly not recognize Master Jiang Kefeng?" She simply could not wrap her head around it. His emerald eyes, she gushed, and Mei Ying sitting on the adjacent bed could only manage a strained laugh. Heh heh. Yeah, you got me. I honestly have no idea how I didn't recognize him. She trailed off, scratching her cheek awkwardly as she mumbled her next confession. I actually grabbed his hand and dragged him off somewhere. At this revelation, her red-headed roommate completely lost it, clutching her face and shrieking with pure unadulterated envy. Ah, you held Master Zhang's hand. Hearing her friend's meltdown, and Mei Ying just looked more confused. But why are you calling him Master Jemy? He seems so young, though. At those words, her friend shot to her feet, frantically cutting her off. She screeched, "Excuse me," and Mei Ying flinched, leaning back as her roommate suddenly got all up in her personal space. Her roommate loomed over her eyes, narrowed with suspicion. Are you really this dense, or are you just pretending? Stella is an academy dedicated to training the next generation of mages. It was founded by none other than the great mage Amel Fest. You know, the legendary figure who practically built the kingdom of Sedum from the ground up. We get a sweeping view of the magnificent academy shimmering with powerful protective barriers. This place is known far and wide as the most famous academy in the entire demon realm, like something straight out of a hit manhwa. It boasts a proud history stretching back hundreds of years. Instead of asking any questions, she just launched straight into a gushing, super proud monologue. The great Lord Ji is our guiding star, our everything. You could just see her picturing his face in the most heart-fluttering, dreamy way imaginable. She started waxing poetic about this greatest genius of all time, the holy son of the goddess Pai Luo no less. And as if that wasn't enough, she tacked on, and the only son of the house of Wei Lun. Hearing her friend lay it on that thick, Enmei finally looked up from what she was doing. She just closed her eyes, let out a massive sigh, and finally spoke. Ugh, I have no idea who you're talking about. Then, completely brushing that aside, she just carried on. Whatever, I'm gonna go study. Her roommate, seeing this blatant display of nerdiness, just complained helplessly. You absolute dork. But then the red-headed roommate's eyes lit up like she'd just remembered some juicy gossip. She snatched Anmei's hand, grinning from ear to ear. Leaning in, she got ready to spill the tea. Hey, did you hear the news? It's about Yi Fan from the beta class. Seeing the totally blank look on her friend's face, she just went ahead and explained. Apparently, he took one of those enhancement potions, and his scores went through the roof. It was insane. And Mei heard this and just stared, trying to process the shocking manhwa plot twist. Wait, what? You mean the guy who was about to drop out because he was failing everything? The moment she saw the gears turning in Anmei's head, the roommate got even more hyped. She whipped out a small vial with a triumphant grin and announced, "Yup, so obviously I went and bought some." Then she added with a wink, "I got one for you too." And with that, she popped the top and downed the whole thing in one go. She cracked one eye open, slyly watching Enmei's reaction. And Mei just shook her head, her brow furrowed in disapproval. I don't need that. Her roommate just gave her a look, the empty vial still in hand. Then she delivered her verdict. This is exactly why I can't stand goody two-shoes model students. Then she slammed the now empty vial down on the table. Full of sudden energy, she asked brightly, "And Mei wanna go grab a bite?" But Anmei shot her down as expected. "I told you I have to study. All right, time for a little world building. Phoenix Academy's crest is a book and a stalk of wheat, and it has 3 founding families, namely the great houses of Weilun Mei and Iwen. As expected from the academy, that's practically a factory for powerhouse mages. The next morning at the academy, a kindly gentleman with a warm, welcoming smile broke the ice. "I've been waiting to meet you." He added, "I am the vice principal of this fine establishment, Javelin Cutter." Outside, the first snowflakes of the season began to drift down. As he led our hero through the halls, he continued the pleasantries. "It is a true honor to host such a distinguished guest as yourself." Jemy Welton, ever the smooth operator, flashed a polite smile and offered a humble reply. The pleasure is all mine. He quickened his pace, a confident smile playing on his lips. A moment later, they arrived at the lecture hall. I finally had the chance to meet you. He added, my name is Javeline Cutter, and I'm the vice principal of the academy. Outside the window, snow had begun to fall. As they walked, the vice principal remarked, it truly is an honor to be hosting such an esteemed guest. In response, Jemy Welton simply offered a polite smile and a humble remark. The pleasure is all mine. He strode forward with a faint smile on his face, and soon he stood before the great hall. The pleasure is all mine. With a confident smile, he strode forward and in no time at all arrived before the lecture hall. Smiling as he arrived before the lecture hall, standing at the podium, a figure with a hand on his hip made a declaration. I am Jemy Welton, and I will be your temporary professor. The moment the students saw him, the whole room erupted into whispers. What a classic manhwa entrance. Who is that guy? No way, they gasped, staring at him in utter disbelief. Jemy, completely unfazed, just gave them a friendly smile that made his eyes crinkle. In a soft voice, he said, let's all have a great semester together, shall we? And just like that, the academy's youngest ever professor made his debut. But the moment they heard his name, the gossip kicked into high gear once again. Jemy Welton. Another student eyed him as he leaned back, resting with his eyes closed as if in deep thought. A smirk formed as they sought confirmation. Did I hear that correctly? Someone else was quick to fill in the blanks about his identity. He's the prodigy from the house of Count Welton. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Javeline Cutter watched on, grinning from ear to ear. He opened a nearby door and gestured toward Jemy Welton. He then made an announcement. First things first, I will take you to the conference room. Hearing this, Jamie's mind immediately jumped to the work ahead. In that case, I'm looking forward to it. He shot the old man a look as if to confirm he'd heard him right. Ah yes, the two of them were sitting across from each other at a guest table in the room. The old man slid a notebook across the table, ready to explain the academy's whole deal to Ji Ming. We divide our classes based on skill. This was that big shot Senate room Jia Wenlin had mentioned earlier. He then pointed to the book and some kind of ranking chart, diving deeper into the system. It's not about age, it's all about skill. We split them into elementary, middle, and high school tiers. And each of those tiers is then subdivided into sections we call alpha, beta, and gamma. He then added, Professor Ji Ming, you'll be taking over the elementary alpha class. With a dramatic flick of his wrist, the books on the table snapped shut as he gave our boy a little nudge. Now then, go ahead and choose the subject you're going to teach. Hearing that, our hero froze his eyes, going wide with utter shock. The old man just smirked, adding, since it's come to this, it would be fantastic if you could pick a difficult subject. Because you, my boy, are outstanding. At those words, Ji Ming stared down at the course cards spread across the table, his mind racing. He began to seriously weigh his options. My greatest strength is dark magic, he thought, but immediately shot it down. I can't possibly teach that. Then, as Ji Ming reached for the stack of papers, he couldn't help but question himself. Can I really go back to that? His mind flashed back to his past life, to the time before he'd ever dabbled in the dark arts. Visions of complex orbital magic circles lit up in his mind, the kind of epic moment you live for in a manhwa. And Ji Ming made his resolve to return to the time when they called me the Infinite Mage. Fired up and full of purpose, Ji Ming snatched one of the course sheets from the table. A confident smile spread across his face as he made his decision. I'll choose this one. Seeing this, Jia Wenlin couldn't stop himself from roaring with laughter, thoroughly impressed. Ha, what a fascinating choice. He then glanced at his pocket watch as if confirming the time with him. He thought, reconsidering it all one more time. I'm most confident with dark magic, he mused before dismissing the idea again. But there's no way I can teach that. Then Jia Wenlin's hand hovered over the pile of papers. He wondered with a sliver of doubt if he could ever truly go back. His thoughts drifted again to his previous life before he ever practiced dark magic. Those glowing orbital circles once again appeared in his mind's eye. And Ji Ming came to a firm conclusion. I will return to the days when I was known as the Infinite Mage. Immediately after, full of excitement, Ji Ming picked up one of the course sheets. Smirking, he declared his decision, I'll choose this one. Seeing that Jia Wenlin just kept on laughing, praising the young man's audacity. A very interesting choice indeed. He then looked at his watch again, confirming something with him. I'll choose this one. At that, Jia Wenlin's laughter just echoed as he praised him. Haha, now that's a fun choice. Afterwards, he looked at his watch again, double-checking with him. Ha ha ha, what a choice, he said, glancing at his watch one last time before looking back at him. He then muttered something under his breath, as if reminding himself of something important. The meeting's about to start. I'll go get Professor Wire. And with that, Mr. Ansi took his leave. Jemy Welton, however, just stared out the window. Taking it all in, he thought, even though that building is 500 years old, none of the equipment has rotted away. Pretty impressive. Just then a girl's voice came from outside the door. She hesitantly asked, are you... Jamie's head snapped around, staring at her with a completely bewildered expression. This was Suo Feya, a professor at Phoenix Academy. She was clinging to the doorframe, her face a mask of pure curiosity. She asked him again, Are you really the Sir Jemy? Behind her, a whole crowd of professors was peeking in, staring right at him. Their faces were a mix of curiosity and shy, blushing excitement. A moment later, they threw all hesitation to the wind. They rushed in, completely surrounding him. One professor with mint green hair looked especially thrilled, clasping her hands together in front of her chest. She looked at him and tried to confirm the rumors. I heard that. You fought a demon head-on without even flinching like a hero straight out of a manhwa. Hearing this, he tried to respond. He was just so confused. Excuse me? A man beside her, his face flush with hero worship and excitement, chimed in. You're definitely best friends with the disciple of the goddess Pai Luo, right? Faced with their overwhelming enthusiasm, a flustered Jemy Welton stammered. I'm sorry. But before he could get another word out, Suo Feya squealed. Ah, your emerald green hair is just as gorgeous as the rumors say, she gushed. Next thing he knew, the entire mob was shoving paper and pens in his face. They screamed, Ho ho, please can I have your autograph? Me too, me too. It was so overwhelming he stumbled backward. His face darkened with sheer terror at this level of fanaticism. He screamed internally, what is wrong with these people? A little while later, Vice Principal Jia Wailin Kete walked over with a cheerful smile. Heh, this time I'm sure to get that promotion to the high school division. Extending a hand toward Jemy, Jia Wailin, Kate called out to Professor Wire, who was walking behind him. This way, Professor Jemy is right over there. He squinted in the direction he was pointing, his face a perfect mask of confusion, and awkwardly stammered out a question. You mean, over there? Sensing the sheer panic in his voice, Javeline Sitir glanced over. And what did he see but a full-blown chaotic mob? Armed with pens and paper, completely swarming poor Jemy Welton. What a scene! Without a moment's hesitation, the man launched himself right in front of Jemy and started laying into the apparent ringleader, Professor Sophia. Professor, honestly, if you keep this up, you're going to cause a serious problem. At the sound of the scolding, the rest of the adoring crowd just shuffled their feet in glorious second-hand embarrassment. Javeline Keeter then chimed in, calling out Professor Siver. The professor, looking equally flustered, just managed to squeak out, yes. And with that, they made a hasty retreat, leaving a trail of heartbroken wails from the disappointed fans. Sir Jemy, please don't leave us. The two of them ducked into a room, slamming the door shut for safety. Professor Siver, standing beside him, decided to state the obvious. Haha, well, I suppose the other professors got a little overexcited. He then added, that's because you're kind of a big deal around here. Jemy, bless his oblivious heart, looked genuinely confused. I'm sorry, seeing that our hero was completely unaware of his own rock star status. Professor Siver decided to spell it out for him, his voice filled with pure awe. I mean, you're Jemy Welton, a literal magical prodigy. You're like a living saint of the goddess Pierrot, not to mention the golden child of the Welton family. It finally clicked for Jemy, who just went, oh, right. Right then, the professor urged getting back on track. Let's head to the council meeting. It's in the Alpha class block of Phoenix Academy's elementary division. Meanwhile, in a completely different classroom, a kid was propping his chin on his hand, smirking at his desk mate. Well, if it isn't the model student, pull another all-nighter studying, did we? This charming lad is Bai T, all of 16 years old. The guy next to him just grinned back cheerfully. You bet he did. With that, he dramatically whipped out a mysterious little bottle. He shut his eyes as if taking a sacred vow and declared, "No matter what happens, I will make it to the top this year." Anmo Mayer, sitting nearby, watched him get ready to drink the concoction. Her eyes went wide as she blurted out, "Wait, you're drinking that stuff too?" She then added, "Becky's been taking it as well." Fan Bai, the one with the potion, didn't even bother to answer her. He just tipped the bottle back and chugged the entire thing in one go. Just then Anmo, who was still staring, suddenly let out a gasp. "Oh!" A new challenger has appeared. In front of her stood a guy with fiery red hair, slicked stylishly to one side. His face was a mask of pure gloom as he stalked past, looking like a classic brooding manhwa love interest. Inside his head, he was a complete madman, preening and stroking his hair with ungodly amounts of self-importance. "Ha, there's not a single person in this room who can even touch me." Meanwhile, on the outside, he was desperately trying to jam his hands into his pockets. To maintain that cool, aloof, I don't care about anything vibe. His inner monologue, however, was already running its own commentary. Looks like this bunch of extras is nothing to worry about. And so the master plan began to form. I'll just deal with these clowns in a flash. Then came phase 2 of the grand plan. I'll quickly show off my overwhelming talent and skip a few grades. A classic move for any manhwa protagonist. But suddenly, a voice cut through his delusions of grandeur, completely shattering his train of thought. "Hey, Red!" And Moye called out, her voice bright and cheerful. "We've met before, haven't we?" Faced with her overwhelming enthusiasm, he practically had to grit his teeth just to turn and look at her. His internal monologue screamed in frustration, "Red hair." He kept his hands stuffed in his pockets, but his face was rapidly losing its carefully constructed calm. Seeing this, Anne Moya just kept on smiling, looking up at him, and giving a little wave. "It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name?" Seeing her act like this, he could only let out a condescending little scoff. "Ah," he finally replied with faux politeness, "it's Li Wen Ximen." Hearing that, she tilted her head, "Ximen." Then her eyes lit up in recognition. "Oh, from the house of Ximen, right?" Internally, of course, he was smirking with pure, unadulterated arrogance. "That's right, you peasant, be jealous. From the moment I was born, I was on a completely different level from the likes of you." That was his firm conclusion, and with it he made a solemn vow. "I'm going straight to the high school division. It's only natural." And Moy's reaction, however, was the complete opposite of what he was hoping for. She just gasped, "Oh!" Then she cupped her face with both hands, a bright, friendly smile spreading as if everything just clicked into place. She said, "So you're Count Hemen's son." And then she added, "If there's anything you don't know, just ask me, okay?" Seeing her act like this, Li Wen Shimen just about lost it, screaming internally. But who does this girl think she is? Just then from the doorway, the familiar voice of Professor Shi Wei rang out. "Long time no see, everyone." He asked warmly, "Are all you students doing well?" The entire class fell silent, all eyes fixed on him as they answered in perfect unison. "Yes, sir." Right after that, the professor spoke again. "I have someone I'd like to introduce to you all." "Come on in," he prompted, and from the doorway, someone quickly stepped inside. It was Jemy Wyden, his expression dead serious as he scanned the room. From his seat, Li Wen Ximen stared daggers at the newcomer. His face instantly darkened as a scream of pure dread echoed in his mind. Why are you here?" He stared back at Leon Simon, his gaze piercing right through him. Then a challenging smirk played on his lips. Professor Seaver spoke up to introduce him. "This is our new transfer student, Jemy Welton." Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the classroom, he added, "Please help each other out, everyone." With that, he quickly began the lesson. And Moye, however, couldn't help but feel that this new transfer student looked strangely familiar, almost like a protagonist from a popular manhwa. She quickly shook the thought away and focused on the lecture. Here, the hall suddenly erupted in a flurry of whispers. "Is that emerald green hair?" Someone else immediately shot the idea down. "No way, it can't be, right?" All eyes in the auditorium were glued to Jemy, Welton, and Professor Seaver on the stage. Without missing a beat, Professor Seaver pointed to him and announced, "This man will be your new professor." He paused for effect, then emphasized, "Jemy Welton." As for Jemy, he just stared seriously at the crowd of students. Then he began to greet them. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am, but he was cut off by an earth-shattering roar from the entire auditorium. Kia! Everyone leapt to their feet, ecstatically screaming his name. Sir Jemy. In the next instant, the entire student body swarmed down from their seats. The scene descended into chaos filled with excited shrieks. Kia, Sir Jemy! Someone still in disbelief yelled as they ran. It really is him. Is that really Sir Jai seeing this absolute mess unfold? Professor Sivir flailed about awkwardly trying to block the stampede of students. The students, however, just continued to scream like maniacs. Please look over here. Jemy Welton, witnessing this pandemonium, let out a sigh, his face darkening. He then bellowed, "Everyone calm down." He brought a hand to his lips, signaling for silence, as a powerful energy radiated outwards, calming the frenzied students. Immediately, a massive wave of mana washed over the auditorium, forcing everyone into silence. Then, he looked down at the rowdy kids who were now looking both ashamed and flustered and began to scold them. All of you stop, here in a magic academy. How dare you cause such a scene right in front of your esteemed professors? Then Jemy Welton grilled them, is this the standard for the alpha class? Feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him, Li Nongxi trembled in his seat, dropping the hand that was propping up his chin as a panicked thought raced through his mind. Dignified, my ass. He's a complete psycho, he mentally screamed, driving the point home. A total lunatic. Meanwhile, Jemy Welton was far from finished tearing into them. This first session has been a profound disappointment. Standing beside the professor, Sivir could only stare in bewilderment at his now silent students. Jemy then added, his tone dead serious, sharing another one of his delightful thoughts. However, I will give you all one chance to redeem yourselves. He paused before posing a question. Can any of you guess what subject I'll be teaching? Immediately, one student hazarded a guess. Chemistry. The professor shot him down. Sorry, but you're wrong. Another student hesitantly raised their hand and asked, analysis of the history of magic. Hearing that, Jemy Welton fired back a question of his own. Does such a useless subject even exist? Plenty of other students were still itching to answer. Suddenly, a fist shot up into the air. It was Anmire. The girl spoke with confidence, looking him straight in the eye as she presented her deduction, her fist still held high. Professor, since you're a high-ranking mage, you wouldn't be teaching any of the ordinary subjects, she elaborated. There are advanced topics like studying elemental attributes and magic circles. Then she offered a counterpoint. But we already covered mana principles back in middle school. Finally, she wrapped up her theory with a question. So that means you'll be teaching magic circles, right? Hearing this, Jemy Welton looked at the girl as a memory clicked into place. Isn't she that girl I saw at the entrance ceremony? He silently sized her up. She doesn't seem to have much mana, but she's in the alpha class. What a classic manhwa trope. Then, Jemy Welton calmly snapped out of his thoughts and confirmed softly. Correct. He even added a word of praise for Anmire. Your analytical skills are impressive. Seeing this, she excitedly pumped one fist in the air, raising her other hand in a classic victory pose. Beaming from ear to ear, she chirped, I knew I was right. Beside her, Fabian just smiled and sighed in admiration. Just as expected from our model student. Meanwhile, down at his desk, Lemon Simon was so enraged he slammed his fist on the table like some classic manhwa villain. The guy next to him nearly jumped out of his skin. Lemon grimaced, grinding his teeth. All the color drained from Lemon Simon's face. Breaking into a cold sweat, he glared up at the girl ahead of him, screaming internally in utter disbelief. That Jia actually acknowledged her. And then the same question burned in his mind once more. Who the hell is she? Moving on, Professor Sivir clapped his hands with a smile, getting everyone's attention. All right, that's enough for introductions. He instructed, study hard, everyone. The students all chimed in unison, yes sir. After class, back in the faculty office, Jemy Welton slumped into his chair, letting his arms hang loose as he leaned his head back with a heavy sigh. Phew, I am completely wiped. His eyes fell on a paper pinned to the bulletin board by his desk, and he drifted into thought. Classes start tomorrow. He then muttered to himself. They said I'd be co-teaching with the senior professor for the first class. Ah, right. Jemy Welton then glanced at a file complete with a photo of some guy pulling a seriously sour face. He thought with a healthy dose of skepticism. This is the professor in charge of magic circles. He scanned the document. Kenny Iyer, a fifth-level magician. And the file went on for several pages. Jemy took a mental inventory. His guard immediately went up as he recalled the scrunched-up monkey-like face of the third elder Serpentarone. This guy is Serpentarone's disciple, he thought. Suddenly, Sophia was standing beside him and chimed in with a warning. It's probably best if you're careful. Jemy was processing this new information. Again, that image of the third elder Serpentarone and his cranky face flashed in his mind. He grew even more wary, a disciple of that old snake. Suddenly, Sophia was standing right beside him. She leaned in to advise him again. You really should be careful, you know, Jemy Welton. Hearing his name, he finally looked up from the document. Careful, why is that? Seeing he was totally out of the loop, she covered her mouth, gave him a conspiratorial wink, and whispered, He's got a little inferiority complex. Then she added, though some of the other teachers are absolutely head over heels for him. Appreciating the friendly warning, he nodded in response. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Haha, she finally managed to stammer out. Well then, Sophia cut herself short, grabbing a pen and paper and looking up at him, asking, could I possibly get your autograph? Seeing this, he just looked at her and let out a helpless sigh. Sud. Denly a not-so-friendly voice cut into their conversation. Well, being a celebrity in this manhwa really sets you apart, doesn't it? It was Kenny Zier. He stood behind them with a sour look on his face, sneering at Sophia before taking a jab at our hero. Holding an impromptu fan signing right in the teacher's lounge are we. At that, Professor Sophia went pale, glancing at the man and screaming internally from the sheer awkwardness. Professor Kenny, Jemy thought to himself, identifying the man. Kenny Zier, the professor in charge of magic circles. Hearing his snide remark, Professor Sophia was completely flustered, frozen to the spot as she tried to deny it. No, it's not like that. But before she could even finish, Kenny Zier just waved a dismissive hand at her and snapped, just get back to your desk, Professor. All the while, our hero just stood there, silently holding the information sheet. Hearing this, all Sophia could do was stammer out a meek yes. After she scurried away, our guy stood up, extending a hand in a perfectly friendly gesture. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jemy. But he couldn't even get the words out before Kenny Zier was right in his face, glaring, their noses practically touching as he interrogated him. I heard you've been learning the sword since you were 10, is that right? He then added with a sneer, must have been so hard to cultivate that kind of talent. Then he moved on to warning Jemy Welton. However, you'd better prepare yourself, thoroughly. He clamped a hand on Jamie's shoulder, his face twisting into a nasty, predatory grin as he made his declaration. I'm not going to go easy on you. Hearing this, our protagonist simply replied in a low voice. His face was a mask of pure disgust, as he stared back at Kenny Zier and contemptuously slapped the man's hand off his shoulder. He then bit out each word with pure defiance. That's exactly what I was hoping for. The next morning, footsteps echoed through the halls of Phoenix Academy. Inside a classroom, a girl with blonde hair stood up. She whips around, screaming a warning to the other members of the class. He's coming. Then she adds for good measure. Everybody sit down, the devil professor's on his way. And right on cue, like a scene straight out of a dramatic manhwa, the classroom door is thrown open with some serious flair. Kang Iyer scowls at the little girl, his voice dripping with gloom and menace. Hamo, if you call me that one more time, I'll personally see to it that you graduate early. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei-ting, who was trailing behind him, covers his mouth to hide a smug grin, silently chanting the name to himself. The devil professor. After hearing the professor threaten her with expulsion, the girl lets out a startled little eep and obediently clams up. Once he's got the class under control, Kang Iyer slaps the stack of papers he prepared down on the desk. He rests a hand on it, looking at our boy with maximum sarcasm, the great Zhang Wei-ting. He then announces to the kids that they're about to have a lesson on magic circles. Immediately after, he glares at the students and throws some more public shade at our MC. But being a genius doesn't automatically make you a good teacher. With a flick of his wrist, he magically levitates the stack of papers, grimacing at the students. But our MC is having none of it, getting pissed off at Kang Ayer's words and yelling back indignantly, "What?" Completely ignoring Jiang Weiting's outburst, the professor continues his announcement to the class. "All right, we're having a pop quiz today." The second the words leave his mouth, Kang Ayer uses magic to zip the test papers to each student, saying softly, "Here." The students' faces contort in pure agony as they look at the papers, completely defeated, but they still have to reach out and accept them. He then adds a little extra detail about the test's content. We will be learning how to execute 6-star magic. And of course, a paper lands right in front of Jiang Weiting as well. He glances at the test, then shoots a look over at Kang Ayer, giving him some props in his head. He actually prepared this lesson pretty well, huh? But that guy is still fuming, shooting daggers at the students with his eyes. Seeing this, our hero makes another mental note. Let's see just how good you really are. And then, he turns his attention back to the students to continue. All right, we're having a pop quiz today. And right after he finishes speaking, Kang Ayer uses his magic to deliver the test. Papers to every single student, murmuring softly, "Here." The students stare, their faces twisted in despair at the dreaded test papers with utter resentment, and though they hate every second of it, they have no choice but to take them. He then clarifies the test's lovely subject matter. We will be learning how to execute 6-star magic. And naturally, Jiang Weiting gets a copy too. He looks down at the contents of the test, then glances over at Kang Ayer, silently admitting he's impressed. So did this guy even prepare for his lesson? Meanwhile, that guy was still glaring daggers at the students, clearly having a miserable time. Seeing this, our hero thought to himself, "All right, Mr. Sunshine, let's see what you've actually got." Up next, Professor Anshi raised a hand to the class, still wearing that cold, indifferent expression as he continued his explanation. Your standard issue magic circles typically follow the same formula. He paused for a bit of dramatic flair before adding more. Normally, to cast a 6-star magic circle, we use the moon and the sun as well as the stars, correct? Magic began to condense between his index and middle fingers, creating a dazzling star that burst with brilliant light. He then continued guiding the little fledglings. The stars represent the cosmos. The sun is the world of day. Professor An Shi stated, and the moon is the world of night. With a push of his hand, a ring representing the moon appeared around a large solar symbol hovering right in front of the students. He then proceeded to explain the display. You can surround them with a circle and merge them into one. He then added, and from there we have ourselves a complete magic circle. Professor Ansher's voice continued to drone on in the lecture hall. Depending on the type of magic you want, its symbols will change. The students, on the other hand, were just staring dumbfounded at his magic show. Some were fascinated, while others looked like they were about to pass out from boredom. And then Professor Anshe just had to add more. The power of the circle will also differ depending on how the symbols are arranged. Next, he stood at the podium and gave his hand a little flick. The magic circle he had just created began to fade and shimmer out of existence. With his hand resting on the open book before him, Professor An Shi offered his next piece of advice. Once you have set the position of the symbols, you cannot change them again. He added, therefore you must consider their placement very carefully from the get-go. Professor An Shi explained further, currently there is no definitive method for arranging symbols for maximum effect, but there are still basic rules. First, you must understand the properties of the magical symbols. He raised one finger and a symbol of fire flickered into existence. Fire represents power and destruction, but also rebirth. Water symbolizes flexibility, healing, and purification. Earth is stability, steadfastness, and nourishment. Air is freedom, wisdom, and communication, the kind of lore you'd see in any classic magic manhwa. When you combine these symbols, you are essentially creating a spell. Its power will depend on how you arrange them. Remember, magic is not just a tool, it is an art form. You must feel it, understand it, and respect it. Professor An Shi placed a hand on the book, his voice low and resonant. Now let's begin the practical exercise. Try to create your own magic circle. Don't be afraid to make mistakes because failure is just part of the learning process. He then repeated, which is why you need to consider their placement very carefully from the very beginning. Jian Asher explained further that there's currently no specific method for arranging the symbols. Not for maximum efficiency anyway. but they still follow their own mysterious rules. You students must discover those rules for yourselves, he proclaimed. That is the true path of a magician, to make them as efficient as possible, but they were still under research. But before the old geezer could finish spreading his outdated information, our boy cut in, interrupting Jian Asher with a skeptical question. You seriously don't know, annoyed that his grand lecture had been interrupted. Jian Asher shot a furious glare at Jiao Weilan, his face twisting into an ugly scowl as he asked in a grim voice, "Oh, and I suppose our resident genius here already has a method." Hearing this, Jiao Weilan let out a long, theatrical sigh, a smug look he just couldn't hide spreading across his face as he spoke. "You just have to draw a path for it," he stated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Hearing this, the professor immediately shot back at him. "Everyone and their mother knows that," he scoffed, but was cut off by Jiao Weilan, who yelled, "Then watch me." After that, he just pointed a single index finger forward. A vibrant blue light flared to life, and a complete magic circle materialized out of thin air. Jiao Weilan was dead serious. Next, his index finger moved with purpose, drawing a line straight down the middle of the newly formed circle, then another across it. A perfect plus sign. Then he drew a sun on one side and a star on the other, announcing his work. "Now I'll draw the guiding path for the sun here. And the moon over here. Perfect," he muttered, quite pleased with himself. Seeing him completely ignore the fundamental steps, the professor burst out laughing openly, mocking him. "Haha, that magic circle is going to collapse any second now." Jian Asher crossed his arms, silently observing every move before delivering his oh-so-wise judgment. Even a casual manhwa reader knows this. You can't just erase the guiding path with mana. Have you not learned even the most basic theory? He sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Seeing the old man looking down on him like that, Jiao Weilan just snapped his fingers with a sharp click and shot back a confirmation. "Oh, I'll be erasing them all right, in exactly the same way." Right after he spoke up, presenting his own method, deconstructing the components of the magic circle. The magic circles being generated in the background began to shatter and fade away as he announced his theory. "Just follow this path and everything becomes ridiculously simple." He then blew up a massive magic circle for everyone to see. Next, he used the guiding lines to sketch something new, then promptly erased the original guides, leaving only the completed modified shape. He glanced at the magic circle before him, confidently placing the symbols exactly where he wanted them before adding a few more for good measure. After setting everything in place, he deleted the guides, and finally he erased all the unnecessary pathways to pull the moon closer to the sun, declaring, "Merge," before explaining the perks of his method. If you do it this way, you don't even have to draw the magic circle from scratch. You just need to adjust the positions. Then Jemy Welton looked at the crowd of students and explained, "It's called grafting." Down below, the students couldn't stop staring at the bizarre, oversized magic circle, their chatter filling the hall. "That's insane," one kid exclaimed in awe. Another, equally flabbergasted, chimed in. "This is the first time I've ever seen a magic circle created like this. It's like something straight out of a manhwa." Standing amidst the uproar, he calmly explained further. "That's just the name I gave this technique." Up in her seat, and Moer stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Her jaw was on the floor, utterly speechless, but internally she was screaming, "This can't be real." She revised her own understanding in total shock. He completely dismantled the entire foundation of magic circle theory. Down below the podium, Kenny Ayer was frozen solid, staring at Jemy Welton's massive magic circle. He screamed in his mind, absolutely staggered. "This discovery, it's going to cause a global earthquake." Then he composed himself, pointed a finger at that very magic circle, and muttered in a daze, "So what?" He paused, then added with absolute conviction, "It's still impossible." In the audience, the stage was filled with gasps of awe. "Whoa, a projection magic circle!" He lightly touched it, and poof, a sun and a moon appeared. They slowly drifted apart, hovering magically right in the center. The kids cried out in astonishment. It's turned into a 3D model. Down below, the students were screaming internally, their minds still reeling from the shock. He can alter a magic circle just from seeing it for the first time. And then came the inevitable conclusion, the man is a bona fide genius. Meanwhile, our guy just gave a cool little wave to the kids and another to Kenny Ayer. But Jemy Welton was thinking to himself, oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, little ones. Right on cue, the sun and moon shot outwards. With a literal snap of his fingers, he sketched several more magic circles around them. Kenny Ayer could only stare his jaw on the floor. Down in the audience, Pim and Anmer were gaping in absolute shock, completely mesmerized by his actions on the platform as if they couldn't trust their own eyes. The students were totally baffled. The magic circle is transforming into the sigil of another circle. The circles collided, unleashing an insane, overwhelming torrent of lightning energy. And then they began to interlock with one another. A mind-boggling thought occurred to the kids. As long as there's space, you can just keep expanding it indefinitely. In the next moment, the three circles fused, creating a multi-layered, complex, three-dimensional magic circle. The entire hall fell dead silent. The massive circle he had conjured bathed the whole room in a brilliant light. Jemy Welton recalled his previous life and allowed himself a small private smirk. This is why, he mused, they called me the Infinite Mage. He added another title for good measure, the Demon of the Magic Realm. Jemy Welton then glanced over at Kenny Ayer, who was still standing next to him, completely shell-shocked. With an ice-cold gaze, he asked, "What do you think, Professor Kenny?" The man was screaming on the inside, I've never even heard of such a thing before." He stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted by the circle floating before him. His next internal scream was one of pure existential dread. Who in the world is this guy, seeing that the professor was utterly incapable of forming a single coherent thought? Jemy Welton snapped his fingers, dissolving the circle, and addressed the students. That was just a little visual demonstration. He then nonchalantly reminded the students below, "You all still need to learn about branching, by the way. By next class, I expect you to have mastered the structure of a 2-star magic circle." Beside him, Kenny Ayer remained on the platform silent, as a stone, his composure completely shattered. Up above, Leon Simon was just as stunned, his face ashen as he replayed the scene in his mind, stammering his thoughts. Is he out of his mind, he wondered, and then, something that incredible was just a demonstration. That's a flex you'd only see from a manhwa protagonist. Meanwhile, Jemy himself glanced around with a hint of disappointment, thinking, so this is the best you all can do. He sighed to himself, pathetic. Then his gaze drifted over to An Mei, who was leaning on her hand, staring at him with a serious expression. He noted her eyes, a mix of unwavering determination and sheer curiosity. Well, at least there's still one person who wants to try. During the break, the kids immediately swarmed together, buzzing with gossip. Did you see that magic circle? He's a total genius, just like a protagonist in a manhwa. Then they started gushing, and Professor Kenny Ace is just so amazing. Over at his desk, Li Nong Shmeng was desperately trying to practice. He managed to sketch a tiny magic circle in front of him, but his face was all scrunched up as he grunted in frustration. His deskmate gasped in complete and utter shock. Li Nong, what was that? Did you actually do it? Li Nong Xmeng just scoffed, not even bothering to look at him. He was cursing up a storm in his head. Damn it, I barely managed to create that thing. And just like that, the circle slowly faded out of existence. It was then that Li Nong Shimeng noticed An Mei, the only one who wasn't part of the chattering crowd. The girl just kept her cool, indifferent expression, looking completely unbothered. He wondered, isn't that brat even a little bit curious? He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I only just scraped by making that. After that, the circle vanished completely. That's when Li Nong Shimeng noticed it, and Meyer's desk right in front of him was also glowing. He let out a confused, huh. His mind raced with curiosity. What is she up to? At the desk ahead, and Meyer was still trying her best to replicate what she had seen in the last lesson. Okay, time for the merging step. He watched on, a doubtful thought forming in his mind. Is that girl seriously trying to create a complex magic circle? Then another, even more baffling realization hit him. Is she skipping the alignment phase entirely? Seeing this, he couldn't help himself. He walked over and tapped her on the shoulder. But Meyer was so startled by the touch that her magic circle instantly fizzled out. Furious, she shot up from her seat with a yell. Air! She shrieked, her voice filled with pure frustration. Why won't it work? Unfortunately for him, Li Nong Eshmeng was leaning right over her, and her sudden movement sent his head flying back. He gritted his teeth, a sharp pain shooting through his jaw. She, however, immediately dashed off, shouting, "Wait, Professor Jemy, I have a question." The kicker. She completely ignored Li Nong Eshmeng, who was now cradling a rapidly swelling chin. He just stood there dazed, holding his face with absolutely no idea what just happened. The look on his face screamed, "Where am I? Who am I?" And just like that, he turned to stone as it dawned on him. Wait, I just cut him off, he thought before immediately asking himself, did she just ignore me? He said it again, completely floored me. We cut to a scene in the hallway of the elementary school division. The cheerful voice of Vice Principal Jiao Wei-lun suddenly rang out. He spotted Ji Ming-wei and Kang Yi walking down the corridor. Professor Kang, Professor Ji, clutching a stack of papers, he gave them a respectful nod. But Kang Yi, who had been walking behind, suddenly slid in front. The vice principal asked again, "So how did Professor Ji's first class go?" Before our boy could even answer, Kang Yi offered his own 2 cents. It was outstanding. The comment left Ji Ming-wei still standing in the back, completely stunned. He stared at the man, a new thought forming in his mind. So this guy actually has some integrity. Hearing such high praise, Jiao Wei-lun couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. But hey, he was thrilled to hear it. Before he could get a word in, Kang Yi had already dropped his stunning review, "Outstanding." The declaration left Ji Ming-wei, who was standing behind him, in a state of pure shock. He just stared at the man, reassessing him completely. Well, what do you know? Maybe this guy is actually a decent person. Jiao Wei-lun, on the other hand, was practically buzzing with skepticism. But he was also overjoyed. A strange mix of doubt and delight filled him. Really? He asked, needing confirmation. This is the first time I've ever heard Professor Kang praise, well, anyone, and then in a classic ice-cold manhwa moment, Kang Yi, his face a complete mask, deliberately bumped the vice principal's shoulder as he walked past. He cut him off with a dark tone, "I'm busy." Seeing the man just storm off like that, Vice Principal Jiao Wei-lun had to practically break into a run just to catch up. He called out after him, his voice laced with pure awkwardness. "Wait a minute, Professor Kang Yu have a meeting to attend today, remember?" And just like that, Ji Ming-wei was left in the dust watching them go. Witnessing this whole spectacle, Ji Ming-wei raised a hand to his face, a grim realization washing over him. That guy really doesn't care what anyone thinks, huh? He then muttered his own little assessment. I mean, my lecture wasn't that bad. Suddenly, his thoughts were shattered by a yell from behind. "Professor Ji!" He turned to see An Moer sprinting toward him, with Lang Meng trailing right behind her, face sour with utter disapproval. A wave of annoyance washed over Ji Ming-wei as he grimaced. She doesn't even give me a second to breathe. He did his best to stay calm and asked softly, "What seems to be the problem?" A moment later, she conjured up a magic circle and posed her question. "Sir, I'm trying to replicate the magic circle you just made." But then, crestfallen, she presented her results. "But every single time I try to merge them, it just falls apart." Next up, Jemy. Welton peered into her magic circle. He pointed to a glyph of a moon centered inside a sun, saying, "All right, you have the moon here." He paused, then gestured to a different glyph, a moon inside a star, and added, "And it's clashing with the moon in this part of the spell." Jemy Welton wondered to himself, did she understand a single word that just came out of my mouth? But she immediately got to work, then looked up to confirm. So you mean I need to erase this part and then merge it again, right?" Her hands became a blur of motion. So what if I do this?" she murmured. She trailed off her hands, now cupping a complete resonance construct. Her voice trembled with pure elation. As she squealed, "I did it." Seeing this, even the professor couldn't help but stare, completely dumbfounded. Nearby, Li Nong Simon's jaw was on the floor as he stared up at her magical creation. The moment didn't last, however, as the circle sputtered and vanished into thin air. She just wrinkled her nose and let out a tiny disappointed "aw." From behind, a wild-eyed Li Nong Simon grabbed her shoulders and practically screamed, "You, how in the world did you just do that?" It was only then that Anmer noticed he even existed and spun around. She let out a startled yelp, her face a perfect mask of "Who are you?" confusion. The guy was completely losing his composure. His face was a mess of desperation as he urged her on, "Spill it? How did you do it?" Anmer, finally catching on to his meltdown, turned back with a gentle smile and said, "Oh, I just copied what the professor did, that's all." Hearing that, Linong Simon's face went from shocked to downright thunderous. He choked out, barely able to believe it. "You just copied him?" He was screaming on the inside, a full-blown existential crisis unfolding in his head. Is there someone better than me? This isn't how the manhwa protagonist's story is supposed to go. The professor just watched the two of them go at it, crossing his arms and thinking to himself, it's not a perfect construct. But still, he couldn't help but be impressed. Even so, for her to get this far, hold on, she can replicate a complex three-dimensional magic circle after seeing it just once. Jemy Welton could only stare as the girl awkwardly and quite innocently raised her hand. As for Linong, Simon thought to himself, releasing his grip on her, it'd be an absolute crime if nobody recognized a talent like that. Later, Jemy Welton made up his mind. He had to go see the headmaster. In the headmaster's office, a voice called out, "Come in." And with that, Jemy stepped right in. Elder Siegfried, he asked, a little confused. Upon seeing Jemy Welton, the man immediately looked up with a welcoming smile. "Young master, please come in." The moment he walked into the room, Jemy saw it. He spotted some bizarre contraption being built and couldn't help but ask, "Oh, what in the world are you planning to do with that chunk of iron?" Hearing the question, Elder Siegfried just chuckled and waved it off. "Haha, still in the experimental phase, I'm afraid." He added, "It's a tricky little thing, exceptionally finicky to use." With that, he promptly got up from his desk, strolled over to the tea table, and leaning on the back of a chair, he asked, "So what good wind blows you here today?" Jemy perched himself on the table. "First, I need you to see this." He then conjured a small magic circle with a flick of his wrist. This was the demonstration circle from class today. The second he saw it, Elder Siegfried's eyes went wide. "Young master, how in the world?" Jemy quickly cut him off, saying modestly, Now I'm not the one I'm here to brag about." And then he mentioned the girl's name, Anmer. He pictured her in his mind, standing there in the hallway creating the circle. And he couldn't help but praise her sheer awe in his voice. "This is some next-level theoretical magic, you know. I barely even explained it in detail, and yet, that kid managed to cast it. It's like a scene straight out of a classic Magic Academy manhwa." At this, Elder Siegfried, who had already taken a seat, just let out a laugh. "Ha." But then his expression turned serious. He looked down, closing his eyes as if trying to process it before asking again for confirmation. She could do that, just from seeing the sample one time. Jemy looked the man sitting across from him right in the eye and posed his own question. A genius like that, why isn't she receiving any special training? Siegfried placed his hands on the table, a thoughtful look on his face. "Your observational skills are as sharp as ever, young master." But then he added, his voice laced with regret. "But that girl has absolutely zero potential for magic." He said it like it was an undeniable fact. "I've already advised her to pursue a career as a scholar." His voice was heavy with a sense of pity. "She doesn't have a single drop of aptitude for magic." So Siegfried starts off, "Look, I already told her she should just become a scholar. Specialize in that field to really maximize her potential." Elder Siegfried was just trying to pass on what his student wanted. But nope, she was absolutely dead set on becoming a mage. You can just picture her, this little figure trying so hard to walk towards the light. Right to Elder Siegfried's face, she laid out her entire plan. She's still searching for anyone who can train her to become a legendary mage. But then Elder Siegfried's voice filled with disappointment as he delivered the grim news. And yet, no one is willing to take her. In his mind, the girl's bright future was just shattering into a million pieces. As Siegfried explained it, her talent alone just wasn't enough to guarantee any actual progress. It's a harsh truth in the world of this manhwa. Hearing all this, Jemy Welton just froze, his thoughts grinding to a halt. He started to piece it all together. So, he thought, cutting the elder off in his own mind. She wanted to be J.C.K. Frieder's disciple, huh? Siegfried laced his fingers together on the table, looking incredibly awkward as he dropped the hard truth. This is going to sound a little heartless, but he paused for a moment before delivering the final blow. The world of magic is the absolute cornerstone of Sam, so we just can't afford to gamble on a student with such an uncertain future. At that, Jemy Welton got the message loud and clear. He stood up with a heavy sigh. I understand, thank you for your time. Elder Siegfried looked up at him as he got up and replied, Don't mention it. With that, Jemy Welton turned around and started to leave, leaving Siegfried behind staring after him, completely lost in thought and unsure what else to say. But then, just as he was about to go, Elder Siegfried called out, Young Master. The title was enough to make Jemy freeze his hand already on the doorknob. A sly grin spread across Siegfried's face as he stroked his chin, a mischievous idea forming. If you're so worried about her, why don't you take her as your student? Seeing Jamie's stunned silence, Siegfried's face absolutely blossomed with amusement. He couldn't help but add more fuel to the fire. The age gap between teacher and student wouldn't even be that big. Then he decided to really drive his point home. It might sound a little heartless, but he let the idea hang in the air for a second. The world of magic is the main force of Sam after all. Hey look, this isn't a bad idea, but Jemy wasn't buying it for a second. He practically bolted for the door, throwing a firm rejection over his shoulder. Thanks but no thanks. Watching him make a run for it, Elder Siegfried's excitement cooled down a bit. Oh well, he muttered, watching Jemy disappear. Outside, Jemy sagged against a wall, crossed his arms, and let out a massive sigh of relief. But his face was grim as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Did I just get bamboozled into becoming a professor? Then he started questioning himself. Seriously, taking on a disciple. What the hell was I thinking? And just like that, Jemy Welton was dragged back into the memories of his past life. He remembered his students, all of them, and he remembered the day he lost every single one, all because he was outplayed by the 12 gods. One of his students, beaming with excitement, stood before him, holding up a magic scroll she had just drawn. Back in the present, he cemented his resolve he was going to see this through all by himself. The agonizing memories burned, turning to ash in his mind. He gripped his sword, stabbing it into the ground, again and again until his knuckles bled, vowing to himself that he would never trust anyone or let anyone get close again. Returning to reality, he glanced at the building next to him. Still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, reminding himself, I will not repeat the failures of my past. This isn't some tragic regression manhwa, this is my second chance. He mulled it over. Anne is a sharp kid. He'll figure out which path he needs to take on his own. Then Jemy Welton's expression turned as cold as a winter night. He brushed it all aside, his mind made up. This has nothing to do with me. A week later in the training hall, Professor Siver looked at the crowd of students before him and called for their attention. All right, everyone, focus up now. He announced that today was the day of the mana test. In front of the kids and next to the professor stood a straw scarecrow with a bullseye painted right on its chest. Holding a stack of papers, he looked at the kids and said with a smile, Okay, now let's get focused. He announced that today they would be holding the mana assessment exam. And beside him, of course, was the straw dummy. Haha. I hear the students in the beta class have been making some serious progress. He voiced his thoughts out loud. Haha, so I'm extremely curious to see how our class measures up. As soon as he said that, whispers started rippling through the students. Fan Ba was no exception. He leaned in close to Anne Mayer. Cupping his hand over his mouth, he tried to explain. He means class 2, right? Looking completely lost, she glanced back at him to confirm. The class that was at the bottom of the barrel last year, that one. She then added another piece to the puzzle. That's what Bai said too. At that, Fanba shot her a look. He puffed out his chest with a proud little smile as he dropped the info bomb. Well, yeah, he's the top student in the beta class. Hearing that, Anne Mayer gasped in genuine shock. Ahem, Professor Siver's voice cut through the chatter. First up, Leon stepped forward. When his name was called, Leon Shimeng promptly stood up. He walked to the front, positioning himself opposite the straw scarecrow. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, a hush fell over the room. He then summoned a bow made of pure raw energy. He drew his bow, his face cold and serious looking, like the coolest character in any manhwa. He raised it, aiming straight at the scarecrow before him. The moment he let go, a massive blast of energy shot out. It hurtled towards the dummy in a flash, crackling with powerful bolts of electricity. The arrow seemed to drag a whole tornado along with it. It formed a ferocious vortex that swept through everything in its path. The system displayed a score of 2,199 rank B. Seeing this, Professor Silver was completely flabbergasted. His face darkened as his mind reeled in absolute shock. That's more than enough power to completely obliterate the target. Down below, the students erupted in endless astonished chatter. Over 2,000 points. Then they quickly started passing judgment. What else would you expect from the Zemeng family? Beside him, Anmei Mayer was also staring, totally bewildered. Her face went pale with shock. She stammered, muttering to herself, "Holy crap, that's the first time I've ever seen a score that high." Fei Muba glanced over at her. She was still in a state of shock. After finishing his turn, Leon turned and walked back down. He strode past Fei Muba with a completely blank expression. The two of them exchanged a look filled with hidden meaning. Staring at me like a lost puppy, he griped internally. "You idiot, you're way better than that." After what just happened, Professor Silver was so shocked his soul nearly left his body. His knees felt weak as he forced a grim, awkward laugh. "Haha, looks like we're going to need a newer target." That was his expert opinion. Next up was Fei K, who called out enthusiastically, "Sweet, it's my turn. You'd better watch this closely." Then he offered up a little assessment of his own. "I've been in peak condition lately, you know." The girl standing behind him just stared blankly, quietly observing. Standing at the starting line, Fei K thought back to the potion vial. Touching the tip of his nose, he remembered he'd already chugged the apox this morning. His eyes were filled with a mix of confidence and anticipation. He then swiftly drew his bow and fired a powerful shot. His expression was unreadable, his gaze intensely fixed forward. His eyes, however, looked like he had lost his mind. He glared at the target with a terrifying, crazed look. Anmei stood nearby, silently watching him. Suddenly, she flinched, screaming in her mind, "What is that his pupils model?" And then, whoosh! A powerful arrow is loosed, zipping straight for the target. The system flashes a score of 860 points. Seeing this, the teacher grins, absolutely thrilled, and gives him some feedback. "Your score has jumped up by a whopping 700 points from last time." Then he offers some words of encouragement to Fei Shu. "Keep this up just a little longer, and you'll make it into the intermediate class, my boy." Hearing all this praise, our boy's ego inflates to the size of a blimp. He stands right in the middle of his classmates' arms, in the air, celebrating like he just won the championship. "See that, am I awesome?" or what Fei Shu asks his classmates, smug as a cat that got the cream. And of course, his buddies are right there hyping him up. "You killed it, Fei Shu." He just grins from ear to ear, absolutely full of himself. Then he turns back to the crowd. "You guys all saw that, right? But not everyone is buying it." Yun is staring holes through him. Totally bewildered, she starts putting the pieces together. Just a moment ago, she was doubting what she saw. A serious question popped into her head. That power, it isn't his. It has to be some kind of performance-enhancing drug. Her thoughts continue sharp as a tack. A drug like that, it's incredibly dangerous. The power it gives you is just a temporary boost. You can't let yourself be blinded by a quick fix like that. Just as the girl is lost in thought, Fei Shu comes bouncing over to gloat. Or, am I just imagining things? But before she can snap out of it, the teacher picks up the roster and calls out the next name. Next up, and she hesitantly replies, "Yes, sir." A moment later, Anmir stands before the archery target. She draws her bow, takes aim, her face a mask of anxiety and raw nerves. Her brow furrows as a storm of worried thoughts rages in her mind. What if I haven't improved much? She second guesses herself, but then immediately tries to shut down the doubt. No way, I've practiced so much. Then she shoves all her doubts aside, screaming in her head, "I have to believe in myself." And with that, she lets the arrow fly, putting every last ounce of strength she has into the shot. The teacher calls out her score, 247 P. Hearing this, Anmir just freezes. She's completely rigid, staring at the scoreboard as the gut-wrenching realization sinks in. It's the same as last year. She just stands there silent as tears start streaming down her face like a river. Her expression is one of pure, soul-crushing despair, a moment straight out of a tragic manhwa. Behind them, Lanyon Ziman shot her a look completely at a loss for words. Seriously, words failed him as he just pressed his lips together. Just then a voice rang out from the classroom. Professor Jemy. It was Vice Principal Javeline Carter calling out to him. He then asked, heading home for the day, Professor. Jemy turned to face the man and returned the greeting. Ah, Professor Javeline, it's you. Next thing he knew, the guy was cheerfully slinging an arm around his shoulder, smiling as he laid on the praise. I'm so glad to see you're adapting so well. Jemy, however, just stared back, utterly bewildered and on high alert. The vice principal just doubled down, emphasizing his point. Really, I'm so glad you're fitting in. Suddenly, the ring on the hand resting on Jamie's shoulder began to glow. That definitely caught his eye. Noticing this, Javelin Carter quickly pulled his hand away. He started backing away hastily, giving Jemy an awkward look as he tried to explain. Ah, the third elder is summoning me. You'll have to excuse me. Jemy Welton watched as Javelin Carter swiftly let go of him. Scrambling away, he shot Jemy an awkward look and blurted out an excuse. Ah, the third elder is summoning me. I've got to go. My apologies. As for Jemy Welton, he watched the man go completely baffled, his mind racing with suspicion. The third elder. Does he mean that ridiculously short-tempered guy? And sure enough, the vice principal was already jogging off while reporting to someone. Yes, sir. Manager, about today's meeting. Jemy watched him talk and run at the same time, his thoughts circling back to this so-called third elder. So he's a manager, huh? Finally, some peace and quiet. He covered his mouth with his hand, letting out a delighted sigh. Well now, this Manhwa world is certainly a strange one. Just then a kid drifted past Jemy Welton, muttering non-stop like a zombie. Each symbol has its own unique properties and effects. The kid continued, if the symbols within the magic circle are placed symmetrically, a change will occur. Huh. Seeing this kid just walking and talking to himself made Jemy turn and watch with curiosity. A question popped into his head. Isn't that kid from Beta Class 2? Then came the obvious conclusion, isn't he pushing himself way too hard? The boy's eyes were bulging, totally devoid of life. Veins were popping and his mouth never stopped muttering his lessons. But Jamie's own thoughts on the matter were calm and collected. If he doesn't have any potential, well, he's just going to die. He just let it go. None of my business, he figured. With that thought, Jemy Welton wasted no time turning on his heel and walking away. He left the kid behind, telling himself once more, definitely not my problem. Meanwhile, at the head office, a knock came at the door. Sir, it's Javeline. A moment later, the door swung open. And who should step out but Kenny Ayer himself? He was clutching a thick stack of documents. Javelin Cutter, completely baffled by the sight, stared in confusion. Huh, Professor Kenny? The man shot him a smug sideways glance, not saying a word and radiating some seriously unfriendly vibes. But Javeline, ever the professional, just tried to keep things civil. Right on cue, the door opened and out stepped Kenny Ayer. He emerged with a hefty file in his hands. Seeing this, Javeline Cutter, completely caught off guard, could only stare. Professor Kenny, that guy just gave him a condescending look, staying completely silent and making his dislike perfectly clear. But Javeline, bless his heart, just plastered on a smile, trying to be pleasant. Hey, what brings you here? He asked, still smiling. But Kenny Ayer completely ignored him, blowing right past without a second glance. Seeing the not-so-friendly Professor Kenny Ayer glide past him without a single wasted motion, Javeline Cutter glanced over his shoulder, his mind racing with confusion. I can't read that guy at all, he thought. Then he came to a different conclusion. But hey, we're both professors. I guess I'll just have to try harder to get along with him. Tucked inside that file Kenny Ayer was holding was a single photograph. Then in a moment of pure carelessness, the photo slipped out from between the papers and fluttered to the ground. It was a picture of Anmer smiling brightly and waving. Later, during a break in class, everyone else was gathered in groups chatting away. But Anmer Mayer was hiding in a corner by herself, just watching them. She was mulling over her own performance, her head bowed in self-doubt. Everyone's getting stronger little by little, but I'm the only one who's still stuck in the same place. Then a question started to bubble up from her anxious thoughts. I've tried as hard as I possibly can. Is this really my limit? Anmer then muttered to herself with a heavy sigh, man, I should have had some of that energy drink Finn was drinking. The memory of her friend downing that drink just made her feel even more miserable. Across the way, Jemy Welton's face soured the moment he spotted her again. His expression basically screamed, "Oh, great, her again." He looked annoyed beyond belief. He quietly wondered to himself, what is her deal? Seeing her looking so dejected really had him curious. This whole scene was straight out of a classic drama manhwa. But then he just shook his head, turned away, and went right back to giving her the cold shoulder. "Ah, whatever, I'll just walk past." But her sighs, growing louder by the second, wormed their way into his ears, forcing him to slam the brakes on his train of thought. In the end, his body was more honest than his brain. He strode over, stood right in front of Anne Meyer, and asked, "Is something troubling you, miss?" In reality, his inner voice was cursing himself out 1,000 times over. 10,000 times even. Damn it, damn it. Seeing him appear out of nowhere, and Meyer was flustered, blurting out in confusion, "Professor," then her mood turned gloomy as she bowed her head and answered his question. "We had our mana assessment today, but my score was the same as last year. It was only 247. Hearing this, his face contorted into a pained expression, as he fought with every fiber of his being not to burst out laughing right in her face. After a moment, Jan Whedon managed to compose himself and grimly assessed her situation in his mind. Yikes, she really has zero aptitude for magic. This is like a classic tragic manhwa setup. 247 points, seriously. Seeing him just stand there silently, she let out another long sigh and drooped even lower into the quiet space. And Meyer's voice suddenly rang out, filled with a surprising amount of determination. "But I'm not going to give up." Then she clenched her little fists, her face flushing red with a mix of shame and resolve, looking like she was about to cry as she doubled down on her promise. "I swear I'll become a great mage and restore my family's honor." Seeing this raw display of emotion, Jan Whedon understood immediately. Oh, she's dead serious. Her hands were still balled up into tight, determined fists. Jan Whedon, however, fell into a somber silence. He was remembering the obsessive, almost maniacal version of his younger self, and he saw a depressing vision of his own past repeating itself in her future. And then, another thought popped into his head, but he cut it short. Before posing a question to himself, should I give this one last try? Without another word to Anne Meyer, he swiftly turned, brushed off his coat, and started to walk away. She just watched him go, not saying anything more. But suddenly, his voice cut through the air, causing her, who was on the verge of tears, to freeze and whip her head around. That determination, he started pausing for effect. Then Jan Whedon laid out his terms. "If you're confident you can hold on to it, come to my office tomorrow." At the Blue Magic Tower, the morning sun was already kissing the top of its ridiculously tall spire. Jemy Welton stood outside, craning his neck to take it all in. Then, cool as a cucumber, he just waltzed right through the front door and started making assumptions. "So they said Marquise Renmeyer's lab is at the very top right." Just then a woman clutching a stack of documents sized him up. "Hey kid, what do you think you're looking for?" At her voice, the entire lobby turned to stare at him. But Jemy Welton just calmly replied to her, his voice soft. "I'm here to see the master of the tower." Hearing that, the girl let out a little snort, a smirk playing on her lips. She clearly thought he was telling some kind of joke. "Oh, the master, is it?" she repeated, drawing out the word before adding, "Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble, but the master isn't someone a kid like you can just meet." Unfazed, he simply gave her an instruction. "You just need to tell him Jemy Welton is here." She just tilted her head, that mocking smile still plastered on her face as she repeated his words, like this was the funniest thing she'd heard all week. "I got it, the little kid's name is Jemy." She trailed off for a second before suddenly screaming, completely losing her composure. "Shh, Welton." In the blink of an eye, our boy was being whisked away to a private room. The door was already wide open for him. The same girl, now bowing so low her head could touch her knees, confirmed his destination with the utmost reverence. "Here, this is the master's room, sir. You may enter immediately." Seeing the girl in such a flustered panic, Jemy calmly replied, "Ah, all right, thanks." The second Jemy Welton stepped into the room. His eyes shot wide open in disbelief. Whoa! Inside the room was a chaotic explosion of books and scrolls. They were literally everywhere, piled up in every corner. He couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is all this? It looks like the aftermath of a massive manhwa library brawl. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber asking him a question. Quite a mess, isn't it? The unexpected sound made Jemy Welton jump, his mind going completely blank. The voice was telepathic, stabbing directly into his consciousness. And so Jemy Welton stepped further into the room. There wasn't a trace of hesitation in him. He quickly assessed the strange chamber in his mind. I can't pinpoint where that voice is coming from at all. Then he steeled his resolve. Welton walked into the room without a single shred of fear. Our boy started sizing up the room in his head. I can't for the life of me figure out where that voice is coming from. And then another thought popped into his head. The conclusion was obvious. This geezer was manipulating the entire room with his mana. He glanced around the chaotic space and called out an answer to the mysterious voice. Well, I guess you could say it has a certain charm. Hearing that the second elder Ma Lin Miao couldn't help but find it hilarious and decided to tease him a bit. Haha, where on earth did you pick up a line like that, kiddo? Suddenly from the top of a towering pillar, the head of second elder Ma Lin Miao popped out. He was grinning from ear to ear as he asked, "So what brings you to my humble abode?" Jemy looked up to see the old man kneeling on a huge stone platform, peering down at him a bit stunned. He thought to himself, so that's where you were hiding. Next thing you know, second elder Ma Lin Miao was on the ground standing beside him with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Jemy Welton was taking in the absolute disaster zone of papers junk and books thrown everywhere and couldn't help but make a remark. Haha, looks like you've been pretty swamped with, research. The elder just smiled back good-naturedly. Even so, I'll always have time for my dear Jemy. Hearing that tone, Jemy immediately clocked it. Total fake, he thought. He's just pretending to be friendly. He then took a step closer, trying to get a better look at the book's contents, and his curiosity got the better of him. What's all this about these magic tomes? Amidst the chaotic mess on the table, second elder Ma Lin Miao glanced at the book and stammered out a reply. Ah well, he trailed off. Then he turned around and casually plopped himself onto the edge of the table. His expression turned dead serious as he recalled scenes of war and began to explain. I'm researching war magic. He added, a large-scale spell that could wipe out the followers of Janus, the god of war. Then his voice dropped a little. But as you can imagine, it's not going so well. Jemy copied his posture, leaning back against the table too. He shot the old man a silent, thoughtful glance. Realizing, okay, so he's dead serious about this, a thought suddenly cut through his analysis. He pictured it the moment the spell is complete, a man raises his sword high, and on their swords the symbol of two intertwined snakes, the family crest. A silent scream echoed in his mind. The war with the Church of Janus, it's about to begin. This whole manhwa is about to get intense. The elder's voice snapped him out of it, turning back to Jemy Welton. He asked again, cutting through the tension, so tell me, why did you really come to see me? He shuffled away from the counter, inching closer to the old man and stammering. It's because, he trailed off before steeling himself. I want to teach Anmei Meyer the breathing control method. The second elder Ma Lin Miao was completely blindsided by this and stared at him, demanding clarification. The breathing control method, you say? He then proceeded to give his 2 cents on the matter. I know what you're getting at, kid. But I can't just go around teaching my secret magic techniques to a child whose absolute ceiling is becoming a 5th-class magician. Our hero pictured little Anmi in his mind and came to a decision. Hearing that, Jemy Welton just smirked, oozing confidence. He raised a hand, wagging his index finger at the elder as he posed a question. And what if I could turn her into a great magician? At this, the elder's eyes narrowed, judging Jemy Welton intensely. Now you're just being arrogant. He then added for good measure. Magic theory isn't something just anyone can pick up. He then delivered his final verdict on the boy. I'll acknowledge your talent, but you're still just a 6th-class magician. Unfazed, our hero calmly proceeded to drop a bombshell. Second elder Ma Lin Miao, I have already completed one magic theory. With one hand casually in his pocket, he closed his eyes and with pure swagger made his next declaration. But I wasn't satisfied with it, so I've decided to create another one. His inner thoughts began to bubble to the surface. The multidimensional, three-dimensional magic circle. I've already completed one magic theory, you see. With one hand casually in his pocket, he closed his eyes and with pure swagger made his next declaration. But since I wasn't satisfied, I decided to make another. His inner thoughts began to bubble to the surface. The multidimensional, three-dimensional magic circle. But since I wasn't satisfied, I decided to make another. His inner thoughts began to bubble to the surface. The multidimensional, three-dimensional magic circle. The complex system I created in my past life is still not enough. He flashed back to his past life, looking like the ultimate badass main character from a manhwa, and came to a profound realization. If I'm going to defeat the 12 gods, I'm going to need something far more powerful. Hearing this, second elder, Ma Lin Miao, was utterly gobsmacked. His brows furrowed and his eyes bulged as he demanded confirmation. Are you saying you're going to create two magic theories? He stared at the young man, his disbelief piling up. That's ridiculous. Even for a dragon, that's absurd. A deep-seated doubt began to worm its way into his heart. But then he saw him standing there with his arms crossed, a smug grin plastered across his face. He found himself actually expecting something from Jemy Welton, forcing him to reevaluate everything he thought he knew. What is this insane pressure I'm feeling, model? But lurking behind this kid's innocent face is the soul of a ridiculously handsome great man who's already lived one whole life. The old man begins to size him up. This child, he just might. Snapping out of his thoughts, he addresses the boy directly. If you're so confident, kid, then I'll make you an offer. Second elder, Ma Lin, cuts him off, pulling out his massive staff. Let's settle this with a duel, the old man added. If you can actually impress me, then I'll teach you my secret breathing technique. Seeing his chance, Jianwen wasn't about to back down. He whipped out the sword from his hip, a cocky grin spreading across his face as he charged forward. And shot back, you're on. Inside the deathly silent, dimly lit training hall, second elder Mo Lin aimed his staff right at him and laid down the rules. I'll even let you have the first shot. Our boy stood ready, his eyes locked on the old man. Jian Wen's gaze was solid steel. He drew his blade, gave the elder a prideful look, and dished out a warning of his own. You'd better not regret this. Then he channeled every last ounce of energy into his feet. His entire body erupted in a massive aura of power, just like something out of a crazy manhwa. He roared, Welton's conversion art, White Sea. I'll let you, he said, have the first shot. Our boy stood ready, eyes locked on the old man. Jianwen's gaze was pure steel as he drew his blade. With a smirk, warning, you'd better not regret this. Then channeling every ounce of power into his feet. His entire body erupted in a massive aura. He roared. Welton's conversion art, White Sea, suddenly around Jianwen. A vortex of water materialized, swirling with the very essence of a sea storm. With his power-up complete, he blasted forward. Straight for second elder Mo Lin, yelling, Surge! It was as if he was gliding on ice. His speed was just insane. He then launched himself into the air. Meanwhile, second elder Mo Lin just watched him soaring. Down at him from above his sword, now blazing with an ethereal blue flame, and made a cool observation. He appeared in front of me in the blink of an eye. But even so, the old man just smirked calmly and conjured a magical shield. As the blade slammed into his barrier, he calmly stated the obvious. You're not breaking through my shield with that. Then his other hand starts crackling with a whole new brand of powerful magic. Jemy Wiredun roars out the name of his next move, Hand of Destruction, and without missing a beat, he slams a spiraling vortex of energy right into the shield. The two immense forces collide in a spectacular clash, sending shockwaves through the very air. He screams in his mind, shatter the fortress. The protective barrier cracks and shatters into a million pieces, his hand now just inches away from the old man. And the elder, he's just standing there completely flabbergasted. His jaw drops as a single disbelieving thought runs through his mind. Don't tell me, this kid can read my mind. But just then the elder whips his staff around, zips behind Jemy in a flash, and throws up another barrier, all while dishing out a compliment. Not bad, kid, not bad at all, Jemy. His speed is absolutely shocking. Jamie's face goes pale as he realizes the old man is now behind him. He grits his teeth, his arm still flying forward from the momentum. raw power still crackling in his palm. He quickly regains his footing, halts his attack, and whips his head around, a grim realization dawning on him. Damn it, looks like the old geezer has already recovered. Thinking fast, he calls out with his mind, Boliki, and just like that, a bizarre eyeball with ears and a tail materializes at Jemy Wiredun's command. He immediately orders it, back me up in this illusionary domain. Next, Jemy conjures up a whole sea of magic circles and bellows the name of his next skill. Moment effect. Jemy Wiredun then zips through each and every one of the magic circles, leaving behind an afterimage of himself in each one. Then he calls out the weapons for his clones. Plasma Intersection, Thunderbolt, Arrow Storm. Each afterimage wields a different devastating power, and they all unleash their attacks on a single target. The protective barrier of the second Elder, Moline Meow. Finally, the real Jemy charges in, screaming his final attack, a magma blade. The moment of impact triggers a massive deafening explosion. The blast rips through everything, creating a huge ring of electrical energy. This is the kind of epic scene you live for in a manhwa. When the smoke clears, the second Elder, Molan Meow, stares at a single crack, a crack that has formed on his supposedly impenetrable barrier. He's completely stunned, his face twisting in disbelief. But he doesn't even have a second to process it, because Jemy Wiredun is already on him, his eyes sharp as ice, his jaw set in pure determination. He swings his sword back, gathering momentum, and then brings it down in one devastatingly powerful slash. The force of the blow sends the Elder flying backward. There's another massive crunch as he collides with the stone ground. Jemy, meanwhile, lands gracefully on his feet, staring at the massive cloud of dust he'd just kicked up. Jemy Welton rationalized to himself. The Moment's Flash Technique, a close-quarters combat spell designed specifically to shut down any clone or teleportation shenanigans. And just like that, Jemy Welton was gasping for air, completely drained. His face soured as he came to a grim realization. Welp, using 4 clones at once has officially left my mana tank on empty. Suddenly, the astonished voice of the second Elder, Lin Meow, echoed from the smoke. What in the world was that? There he stood amidst the haze, his robes covered in grime. A booming, delighted laugh erupted from him as he gave his verdict on the attack. Heh, you managed to tickle me a bit. The old man chuckled again, adding, but you see, you haven't even managed to touch my collar. But before the second Elder, Lin Meow, could even finish his boast, Jemy cut him off with a strained smile. He felt the need to point something out. It looks like you forgot to patch up the back of your fancy cloak. Haha. At his words, the old man glanced over his shoulder. He stared at his cloak, a puzzled expression on his face. A sharp "huh" escaped his lips. The truth was, he'd just noticed a massive tear right on his back. Realizing this, he looked up at Jemy, offering his own 2 cents. Well, now looks like I got a bit careless in my haste. Jemy, standing opposite him, could only manage a pained smile while screaming bloody murder on the inside. Are you freaking kidding me? After all that, it still wasn't enough. Then, with a flex of his immense aura that instantly blasted away all the dirt, the Elder sized him up. It was a classic manhwa power-up moment. I'm getting a little bored just playing defense, Jemy. Let's see you try and stop me now. He planted his staff firmly on the ground, his eyes glinting with challenge. Jamie's eyes darted to the side for a split second, as his own aura began to flare up. He knew what he had to do. All right, I guess it's time to bring out the big guns. And just like that, Jemy Welton summoned a scepter of his own. The relic Avalon. He aimed the weapon at the Elder, a deadly serious smile on his face, as he said softly, I've been waiting for this. Without another word, Jemy shot forward. Show me what that little toy of yours can do. Lin Meow's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Well, I never expected you to get your hands on one of those. That stingy old coot wouldn't even sell one to me. Jemy shot back with a sarcastic grin. Guess that just means I've got better connections than you do. The old man grumbled, so damn stingy. Jemy surged forward, declaring, I'll take you on, let's finish this. A swirling magic circle lit up a ferocious vortex, spinning wildly around Jemo. Jemo cracked a smirk, absolutely loving the whirlwind he'd summoned. This foreign Avalon magic was something else completely beyond human comprehension. Jemo charged straight ahead. Now this is a rush. Even Ji couldn't have seen this coming, never imagining this thing could channel the power of both the real world and the underworld at the same time. It was absolutely incredible. Jimo then multiplied into a flurry of afterimages darting around chaotically. This kind of magic really isn't half bad. You only see moves this cool in a manhwa. But Jimo, ever the greedy one, said, "But I feel like I'm still waiting to see something really spectacular. Something a bit more mind-blowing." Lin Miao just burst out laughing. "Just because that trick worked once, you're really going to try it again," he declared. "It's not going to work a second time, kid." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Miao launched a counterattack on Jimo. The two of them charged at each other, clashing in a ferocious battle. Lin Miao asked suspiciously, "Or are you just trying to bait me into using my magical perception?" Jimo didn't even bother to deny it. "I'm just asking, are you gonna show me or what?" "I'd be pretty thrilled if you did, you know." Lin Miao raised his staff. "If you truly wish to witness the manifestation of my power, it's not like lightning striking everywhere, hailstones raining down, or volcanoes erupting. It's nothing like those natural phenomena." Lin Miao's gaze turned razor sharp as he warned him. "However, once you're caught in it, it'll be very difficult for you to survive." Jimo was straining with all his might to block Lin Miao's attack, but he was in for a massive shock. There's nothing." Jimo was completely and utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? The world had turned completely upside down. The sky above Jimo warped into chaos. Perceptual dissonance. The magical perception of the great archmage Lin Miao ran wild amidst the pandemonium. A bolt of lightning slammed into Jimo's protective circle. Jimo realized that while it looked like a natural disaster, it was actually a mental magic designed to invade the brain. Jimo watched the chaos unfolding before him with a rising sense of dread. If you can't achieve complete mastery over the spiritual realm, then you're doomed to writhe in agony, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. The problem was, at his current level, there was no way in hell he could escape this magic. What if I can't break free from this mental manipulation? Jiming stomped his foot down a surge of power behind the motion. Lin Miao's mana is the very root of this magic. He braced himself, unleashing the 100 C's technique. But Jiming was in for a massive surprise. Nothing happened. It'll just absorb it back. With a grim look, he commanded, "Devour every last bit of it." As someone with a wealth of experience, Lin Miao realized that even though on the outside, the kid looked as cool as a cucumber, he was actually fighting a brutal battle within himself. Lin Miao's words echoed in his ears. When your power is weaker than your opponent's, there's no way you can escape this kind of mental magic. Jiming felt utterly helpless, unable to use his dark mana. Lin Miao let out a hearty laugh. Go ahead and act tough here. Even I'm scared of your old man, you know." Jiming unleashed an immense power. A magic circle materialized right where he stood. The blue light from his staff began to flare violently. Jiming pulled off a new ultimate move so insane it looked like it was ripped straight from a manhwa. Even Lin Miao was so shocked he couldn't help but yell, "What in the ever-loving hell is that?" The battle had come to a halt. Lin Miao had to begrudgingly admit it. This time the kid had won. "I can't believe it. He actually managed to reverse my own magic theory." Lin Miao couldn't resist asking Jiming directly, "But how on earth did you do it?" He just chuckled awkwardly, trying to brush it off. The sword in his hand was still, humming with so much magic that even he started to wonder if the sword was the one responsible. Completely surprised himself, he explained, "I just started absorbing the mana, thinking it would help me escape the illusion, but after a moment, your power just started getting sucked in along with it." Lin Miao was absolutely floored. "So you're telling me it was just a random coincidence?" Jiming had no idea how to answer that question. A coincidence? If I say it was a coincidence, it wouldn't make a lick of sense. Because the entire magic theory of a grand mage being completely assimilated by a sword, that's unheard of. A smirk played on Jiming's lips as an idea sparked. This could become my very own brand new magic theory. Putting on an innocent face, Jiming asked, "So what do you think, sir?" Marquis Lin Miao couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "Haha, that's enough for now." Lin Miao ruffled Jamie's hair and said, "I'll let you be the one to teach the little lady proper breathing techniques." Meanwhile, in a private room, Lin Miao's voice cut through the silence. All right, spill it. Lin Miao was grilling the man sitting across from him. So what's your take? The other man replied, frankly, I was blown away. The man Lin Miao was speaking with was none other than Raymond Florison. Raymond Florison, cool as a cucumber, slowly began, I never imagined that a kid like him could blend magic and swordplay so seamlessly. He's on a completely different plane of existence compared to any magic swordsman I've ever encountered. And on top of that, he can actually translate it all into magical theory. That's a feat that would stump even a grand mage of the same caliber. Lin Miao couldn't help but nod along. Clearly, the kid was a once-in-a-lifetime, incomprehensible genius. But Raymond Florison cut him off right there. No, that's not what I'm getting at. Magical power that can go toe-to-toe with a grand mage. Swordsmanship that's second to none, and to top it all off, he's been chosen by Piro. Seriously, what kind of human being could possibly possess all of those traits? The suspicion was written all over Raymond Florison's face as he posed the ultimate question. Jemy Welton, is he even human? He's more like some kind of purpose-built superhuman straight out of a manhwa. Lin Miao offered a friendly warning. Careful what you say, you never know who's listening. He figured the best course of action for now was simply to keep watching. Let's just sit back and see how this kid plans to turn the world on its head. Late that night, Jemy Welton was found standing outside the castle walls. The entire place was dark, lights out, and everything. Getting impatient, Jemy started pounding on the door, screaming, "Get out here now!" A grumpy-looking old man shuffled over and creaked the door open. "I'm here." "Huh, what's going on?" Jemy said, surprised to see Leon. He asked, "What are you doing here this late?" Leon just stammered, completely tongue-tied. Well. But then, and more chipper as ever, piped up. "Looks like Professor Jemy is taking me on as his student." Leon, still reeling, asked, "Wait, are you seriously taking Enmoer as your disciple?" Jemy shot back angrily. "Is that any way to talk to your professor?" Li Yan, in utter disbelief, couldn't trust his own ears and had to ask again. "Are you for real?" Jie shrugged. "Well, nothing's set in stone just yet." Summoning every last ounce of courage, Li Yan made another request. "Then, please take me as your disciple too." Jie turned back towards his door, sighing in annoyance. "I was wondering why on earth you decided to bother me in the middle of the night. Does Count Simon have any idea you're doing this?" Li Yan stammered, Oh, well, he doesn't know yet." "Not yet." Jie shot Li Yan a piercing glare. He said coldly, "What do you think people will say if you start learning magic from me when you already have your father, huh? I'm not about to accept someone who hasn't even thought that far ahead." He walked straight into his house, leaving behind only words as cold as ice. "Go home." But the sounds from outside the door continued grating on Jie's last nerve. He flung the door open and yelled, "Hey you!" But the sight before him left him completely speechless. "Are you?" Li Yuan was crying. Full-on waterworks, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pathetic. "This is some top-tier manhwa drama right here." Li Yuan yelled even louder, his voice cracking. "I absolutely cannot accept and surpassing me, so you have to pick me too." Jie's face twisted in disgust. "What did you think, you could just reserve a spot as my disciple or something? Unfreaking believable." Jie actually took a moment to think about it. He had to admit the kid had considered his own age pretty well, and he would make the perfect little errand boy. He finally said, "If the Count agrees, then I'll consider it." That one sentence sent Li Yuan over the moon with happiness. The boy bowed over and over, thanking Jie profusely. He promised he would get Count Simon's permission no matter what. It was as if Jie had handed Li Yuan a lifeline. He kept asking, his voice filled with hope, "Really, you mean it?" Jie explained that it was necessary to show respect to the Count. "He is your master after all. Now you can get going." Li Yuan bowed respectfully, said, "Thank you," and then took off. Once Li Yuan was gone, Jie slowly muttered to himself, I wonder if that kid's gonna get kicked out for being so ungrateful." The scene shifts to Count Simon's study. Li Yuan is sitting at a table with the Count. Count Simon's voice cut through the silence. "So what's the reason for this sudden urge to see me, son?" Li Yuan hesitated for a second. "Yes, father?" Then he went straight for the kill. "I want to become Professor Jie's disciple." Hearing this, Count Simon looked completely and utterly stunned. The teacup in Lian Nong's hands was rattling like a maraca. I went to him and asked that he accept me as his disciple. Count X-Men thought to himself, just as I suspected, how utterly improper. Still, Count X-Men found it hard to believe. He never thought this arrogant little punk would actually swallow his pride for the sake of his studies. It seems the boy's finally growing up. So Count X-Men didn't stand in his way. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I grant you permission. Hey, just make sure you don't bring shame to the X-Men family name. Cut to a shady back alley of the Magic Society. Asita's voice echoed over a man groveling at his feet. And here I thought the professor had such high hopes for Apophis, too. Asita sneered. How pathetic is this? Professor XY begged desperately, please give me more. Asita stated coldly, your blood vessels are already bursting. Any more and your heart will simply give out. But the professor, drool dripping from his chin, just kept on begging. Just one more vial. One more, I'm begging you, sir. Asita dangled the potion in front of him, tormenting the poor soul. And you still want to drink it? Professor X-Way scrambled forward, trying to grab the vial. Give it to me. Hand it over. Asita praised him with a twisted smile. You're a persistent one, aren't you? But the drooling professor just kept on begging, his desperation a pitiful sight. Just one more vial. Please, sir. Just one more. Asita held out the vial, taunting him again. And you still want to drink this? Professor X-Way reached out desperately. Give it to me. Just give it to me. I do have to commend you. You did an excellent job distributing this little concoction to the students. With that, he raised his foot and slammed it down on Professor X-Way's head. Then he crushed the vial in his hand, making sure the professor couldn't get a single drop. But now, you've outlived your usefulness. You piece of trash. Pinned under his boot, Professor XY let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Asita just burst out laughing like a complete psychopath. Ha ha ha, can you even believe this? This pathetic piece of filth is supposed to be a teacher. Looks like the Magic Society is rotting from the inside out. This whole scene is like something straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from behind him. The figure spoke calmly. Did you really have to kill him just like that? Asita just chuckled and turned away. Hey, you know my style. Besides, don't you think this is in a way very much like you? Mali's eyes flashed. That's enough, he said. Asita just shrugged. Fine, I'm out of here. Mali swept past Asta without another word. Just give me a call if you need anyone else taken care of. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Mali was even trash-talking Asita behind his back, calling him a heartless monster. He went back to tidy up the professor's body before taking off. And now we cut to the scene in the teacher's office. Jemy strolls in, wishing the other teachers a good morning. One of them asks him, Professor Jemy, by any chance have you seen Professor Shi-Wei? Jemy asks, is something the matter? The teachers look worried. Well, he hasn't shown up for work. And we haven't been able to get in touch with him. Jemy was taken aback. So suddenly, he was thinking to himself, why would he do something like that? He really didn't seem like that kind of person. The vice principal, Jiwei Lin Cutter, chimed in with a bright, reassuring smile. Jemy, don't you worry. I'll go look for him. He then turned to another teacher. Could I trouble you to look after the alpha class for today? Kshanam Professor Suo-Feya. Professor Suo-Feya immediately agreed. Of course, leave it to me. Jiwei Lin Cutter even told her not to worry too much. Suo-Feya smiled at him and said, it's such a relief, knowing that you'll be the one searching for him. Could I trouble you to look after the alpha class for today? And Professor Suo-Feya. And of course, the professor agreed. Just leave it to me. Jiwei Lin Cutter then told her not to get too worked up about it. Suo-Feya just beamed at him, saying what a relief it was that he was on the case. Professor! Jiwei Lin. Jemy just turns away, looking thoroughly unimpressed. It's probably no big deal anyway. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from outside. Professor Jemy Anmo asks frantically, is it true? Did you really accept this guy as your disciple? Jemy strikes a classic arrogant manhwa pose with his arms crossed. I already told you I was given permission. Jemy didn't even spare them a glance, simply saying, you two are misunderstanding something. Both of them were completely baffled. What do you mean by that? Jemy clarified, neither of you is my disciple yet. They were both utterly floored. Then what was all that about? Jemy explained. You two will have to take a test, so come to my office after school. And mark my words, if you don't pass the test, then nobody gets anything. He waved them off dismissively. Now scram. Anmo stammered a test. I'll study as hard as I can, but Jemy just had to get one last word in. You really think just working hard is going to be enough? I will do my absolute best. Jie was seriously getting tired of these two overgrown children. All right, fine, whatever. He cracked open a book. Now then, today's lesson is, suddenly Kenny Ayer materialized right behind Jie, calling out, Professor Jie. Jie just about jumped out of his skin. He yelped in shock, Kenny Ayer, what is it? Why would you just pop up behind me like that out of nowhere? Kenny Ayer completely ignored him and asked a question of his own. Are you considering accepting Meyer as your disciple? Jie was immediately on high alert. What does this guy want? And for that matter, he wasn't even here a second ago. He replied, I'm just thinking about it. Is that so? Kenny Ayer stepped closer to Jie, his voice dropping to a low growl, practically warning him. Leave that girl alone, because I have no desire to see such great potential snuffed out so early. Kenny Ayer took off, leaving a completely stunned Jie in his wake. What was that supposed to mean? The man had basically just told him, you'd be wise to heed my warning. Jie was like, what in the actual heck was that? Meanwhile, Professor Sophia was wrapping up her class for the day. She praised the students, you all did wonderfully today. Get home safely now. Everyone said their goodbyes and headed out, but Meyer was concerned. She worriedly asked the friend next to her, Faye, you don't look so good. He clutched a potion bottle in his hand and said, I'm fine, as long as I can keep drinking this. And Meyer tried to stop him. I really think you should stop drinking that tea. This was already his fourth bottle, but before she could finish, he lunged at her. Just then, Ren Long strolled over and asked, what's his problem? And Meyer stammered, Ren Long, well. But Ren Long didn't even bother waiting for an answer before turning on his heel. I don't care, I'm out of here. And Meyer scrambled to follow him. Wait, Ren Long, I'll go with you. She couldn't keep up and shouted desperately, hold on, I said let's go together. Why are you just leaving by yourself? To Ren Long, however, she was just being a massive pain. He asked coldly, you want me to wait for you? Why would I ever do that for a rival? Without hesitating, he shot straight up into the air, leaving Meyer in the dust. Standing by the door, all she could do was watch him go. Son of a, that little brat. You think I'm just gonna lose to you? She powered up, focusing all of her energy. Full speed ahead. And now she was flying right on Ren Long's tail. This Manhwa is really heating up. Elsewhere, our boy Fei was still clutching a potion vial. He looked pretty pleased with himself after chugging down a fresh one. Yeah, that hits the spot. And just as I thought, he mused, as long as I've got my Apophis X, everything's gonna be just fine. He hopped to his feet. All right, time to go meet Ivan. There's no way I'm missing a golden opportunity like this. Looks like he was rolling with a whole crew, too. Ivan puffed out his chest and sneered, Faye, you should be on your knees thanking me for how lucky you are. I'm the only reason you're even here, got it? Faye forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Of course. Thank you so much, Ivan. But inside, he was mentally cursing him out. What an arrogant little punk. Still, he had to put up with it. Soon enough, he'd be inside the Nexus Tower. As long as he had Iris 10, it was all worth it. And just like that, they arrived at the Grand Fortress. Ivan smugly handed Faye an invitation card. This is a VIP pass. It'll get you inside. Stepping through the gates, Faye's eyes went wide as he scanned the place. The architecture was breathtaking, like something straight out of an epic manhwa. So, this is what they created. Man's voice boomed through the hall. Welcome our esteemed young clients. I am the manager of the Trinity research team. And who is this guy? None other than Istar himself. Meanwhile, back at Jiming's residence, the sound of Anmei's whining echoed through the halls. You're so unfair, inside the room. Anmei Mayer was bent over, panting for breath like she was on death's door. I told you to wait for me like a million times. How could you just go off on your own like that? Zeno Simon turned his voice colder than a winter night. I have no intention of messing around with you. As I've already said, we are rivals. Suddenly, thwack. Two massive hardback books came crashing down on both of their heads. Welton strolled in. I don't care if you two are friends or enemies, but I will not have you brawling in front of your teacher. The two of them sulked, mumbling in unison, yes sir. Welton announced, breathing regulation technique. Simon looked skeptical. That's the first I've ever heard of it. Welton explained. It's a breathing method created by the one and only Marquis Lin Meyer. I want you to master it by the end of the day, Jiming said. Simple, right? Anmei's face went completely pale. By the end of the day, even Simon was floored. You want us to learn a Grand Mage's breathing technique in a single day. Are you pulling my leg? Welton asked, his voice dripping with frost. If you want to be my disciples, this is the bare minimum. So if you don't have the guts for it, get lost now. And Moer shot to her feet, her voice trembling but determined. I don't know how, but I swear I'll make it happen. Simon let out a weary sigh. Same here. I'll give it everything I've got. Just give me a chance. A smirk played on Welton's lips. Good. In a flash, two artifacts materialized in his hands. One looked like an intricate box, the other a simple rod. He slammed the two items together. A blinding bluish-white light exploded from the point of impact. The two students yelped in shock as the world around them twisted and warped at dizzying speed. When the light faded, a book magically appeared in Moer's hands. As for Simon, his copy landed squarely on his head with a loud thwack. They found themselves standing inside a vast, featureless white cube. Where in the world are we? They wondered aloud. As if on cue, Welton's voice echoed around them, answering their unspoken question. This is a pocket dimension of my own creation. Every 12 hours that pass in the real world will be a full day for you two in here. Jemy smirked to himself, thinking about the absurdly powerful artifacts he'd just used. The box Remia can construct any reality I can imagine, while the rod and otherworldly artifact known as Avalon can manipulate the very fabric of time and space within this hidden world. To think I actually managed to sync them together. A training arc setup this broken is something you'd only see in a manhwa. His thoughts then drifted to his two new students, Simon and Moer. One's a boy with incredible raw magical talent, but he lacks any real understanding or depth. And the other is a girl born to be a brilliant magical scholar, who sadly possesses absolutely no practical talent for it. Actual applicable magic talent. Yeah, she has none.